Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
With a kick, Wells sent the lunging hound flying, then hastily shifted his stance to deflect an arrow aimed straight at his face. When he looked again, the opposing hunter had already retreated 7 or 8 steps. Damn, Ralph. What did he mean? Go deal with the hunter. With the dog by his side, wasn't that a 2-on-1? It was a miracle Wells hadn't already been kite to death. The fight had started far too suddenly. Just moments earlier, Ralph had been haggling with a rival team's leader over the price of their unused monster corpses. The next instant, the other side launched a surprise attack. The dwarf had been caught off guard and injured in the arm. The battle was clearly against them, but what Wells couldn't figure out was why. They hadn't even been the ones to grab the A-rank mana crystal. Sure, the crystal was valuable, but was it worth throwing away lives? Could it be someone on that team wanted to use the chaos to kill a few of their own for a bigger share? No, that was far too risky and stupid. He twisted aside, narrowly dodging another arrow, this one spinning with a skill's added force. Out of the corner of his eye, he checked on his companions. Ralph was locked in a deadly dance with the enemy leader. Both were agility fighters, their blades flashing dangerously close but never quite landing a fatal blow. Jean was safer, focused on healing the dwarf. Under her gray-white light, the dwarf's condition rapidly improved. Then she turned her staff toward Wells, bathing him in the same glow. A surge of boundless energy roared through him. He felt unstoppable. The hound lunged again, while the hunter loosed 2 arrows, one at Wells's face, the other cutting off his retreat. Normally, that might have spelled his end, but now, his long sword flicked up, batting away the arrow. Then he swung down in a brutal arc toward the charging hound. The strike carried far more speed and power than before. Steel bit flesh, splitting the beast from shoulder to belly. Its howl of pain turned to a whimper as it staggered away, half dead. Wells's chest heaved, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration. He raised his gaze, eyes blazing with battle lust. This time, he would be the hunter. But wait, wasn't something missing? The mage. Where was the mage? In a mushroom forest, Linden's enforcement squad had no chance to act. The adventurers hadn't kept fighting in the cavern, but had dragged the battle outside. As long as Fatty Pudgy and the treasure in its belly remained safe, their squabble wasn't his concern. Besides, the outcome was nearly decided. The dwarf had been wounded, and the mage had slipped away. But with Jean recklessly spamming potential surge, her party's power had climbed far above their opponents. They'd pay for it later, half a month better than, most likely, but a victory was a victory. Clang! Steel rang out as Ralph knocked aside another blade. Suddenly, the opposing leader staggered back, clutching the glittering A-rank mana crystal. No more. We surrender. Take it and let us go. Otherwise, I'll blow it up. He poured mana into it. The crystal flared with blinding violet light. He even had mana control. He hated giving up such a fortune. But he had no choice. They had been losing from the start. He himself had nearly had his throat slit by Ralph's twin blades several times. Their hunter, stripped of his hound, was reduced to swinging a hatchet in close combat, barely surviving. If he delayed surrender, the hunter would surely die. Fortunately, Ralph wasn't eager to risk losing the prize. Seeing the crystal glowing near detonation, he quickly raised a hand. Wait, don't be rash. Truthfully, Ralph didn't even understand why they were fighting in the first place. He was greedy for the crystal, yes, but these opponents weren't weak. He wouldn't have struck first. Their sudden attack made no sense. His team hadn't flaunted wealth or loot. Why target them? Well, no matter. They'd fought, so he might as well take the spoils. Fine. Hand it over, and you can go. Ralph extended his hand. The enemy leader nearly laughed in disbelief. Do you take me for a fool? Clear path. We'll give it once we're safe. T-Seach, Ralph signaled his team, and they shifted aside, opening a narrow way out. The other party edged past. But before they had fully cleared, Ralph called out, "That's far enough. Give me the crystal. I won't pursue you." The leader's jaw tightened. He knew Ralph's stance was immovable. Any refusal would restart the fight. Exchanging a glance with his companions, he hurled the crystal, sending it flying past Ralph toward the mushroom forest. Then, without hesitation, they bolted, leaving even the hunter's unconscious hound behind. Grumbling, Ralph retrieved the crystal. It had landed just at the forest's edge. Jackpot! The sudden windfall erased much of Wells's resentment. Shame one coward abandoned his teammates. Ralph meant the mage. The others seethed with the same anger. Wells spat. "Next time we see him, I'll make sure he pays. This fight really wore me out." Ralph rubbed his shoulder. The fatigue was worse than 2 sleepless nights, and only worsening. The cave still has monster corpses. We've got a few as well. Who has the strength to trade them in? I need a rest. At that, Wells and the dwarf realized their own exhaustion, too. So the burden fell to Jean, still alert. "Sorry, priestess. Hate to make you do grunt work at the end," Ralph said. She smiled warmly. "Nonsense. You 3 work the hardest. Rest well. I'll finish the trade and stand guard." Her smile was as reassuring as ever. The 3 slumped against a nearby mushroom, too drained to move further. Within moments, they had fallen asleep. Muffled voices roused Wells. "Huh? How long was I out?" He tried to rise, only to find himself bound tight. "What the? Who tied me? Ralph?" He looked around. No one. "Damn it. Ralph? What the hell are you?" "Aha!" A sudden scream froze him. That voice. Ralph? At the entrance to the 5th floor, the mage stumbled into the staircase zone. His appearance was utterly miserable. He wore nothing but underpants, his robe and hat gone, staff gone. Even the 2 enchanted rings on his hands were gone. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he collapsed to his knees in despair. "Unbelievable. I actually got robbed by Pudgis." Back during the clash in the cavern, he had been the only one at the rear. He alone had seen it, the faint flash at Jean's sleeve. In an instant, everything about her strange behavior clicked together. But the battle had already begun. Even if he'd shouted his suspicions, who would have believed him? Those half-bewitched idiots of teammates? Or that band of strangers they were fighting against? And then Jean had turned and smiled at him. He hadn't hesitated long. His choice was clear: sell them out. They were just temporary teammates. A few days' acquaintance wasn't worth risking his life. Besides, if those fools had let a woman reel them in, that was their problem. Up to that point, the mage still felt he had done nothing wrong. His mistake was panicking when he fled. He hadn't thought to grab one of the monster corpses Wells carried. So when a Pudgy squad blocked him, they refused to let him pass. He tried to fight through, managing to kill 2, but tentacles soon ensnared him. He had known the Pudges weren't weak, but he hadn't expected that much strength. For a moment, he thought he was finished. But instead of killing him, they simply stripped him bare and let him go. Truly, damn it, ugh. What he didn't know was he had been lucky. Ralph's scream nearby didn't last long. Despite his resentment toward the captain, Wells couldn't help but feel a pang of dread at their shared fate. Soon, a figure pushed through the mushrooms, glowing faintly under bioluminescence. "Jean." She glanced at him and gave an apologetic smile. "You're awake?" Was that Ralph's cry? "Sorry, I'm not very skilled with sleep spells. I didn't expect him to wake halfway through." "Don't worry, I'll give you one now. I promise, no pain." With effort, she began dragging the bound Wells. Sweat trickled down her brow. Wells's mind reeled, unable to fully process her words. Something about her was utterly different now. That sweet, reassuring smile was gone, replaced by something that felt genuine. Why'd he even think that? But one thing was clear: he was going to die. Dragged outside, Wells saw Ralph and the dwarf. Their bodies bore no blood, just peaceful expressions as they lay still, chests unmoving. Wells tried to struggle, but he was weak and tightly bound. In desperation, he begged, Jean, we've no grudge between us. Please let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone. I'll even swear they died to monsters. I'll cover for you. You don't need to kill me. I've got savings at the Adventurers Guild. I'll give it all to you. I. He faltered. Jean showed no hesitation, dragging him toward an unfamiliar ritual circle. See cultists? She laid him upon the formation, replacing the cracked shards of magic crystals with fresh ones. Then, gently, she lifted Wells to lean against her. His head sank in her chest, but now there was no joy in it, only terror and despair. She ignored his curses, simply raising a tiny bell before his face and ringing it softly. Ripples seemed to spread through the air. His eyelids, no matter his will, drooped. Just before unconsciousness claimed him, he heard her whisper like a bedtime tale. Silver radiance cleanses the husk. The ritual weaves the return. Fear not, sorrow not. Nephrila shall cradle you, stripping away the chains of the mortal world. Wells fell in a deep sleep. Silver light flared across the ritual as crystals shattered one by one. Watching from the mycelium, Linden witnessed the same miracle for the third time. On Wells's status panel, skills vanished one by one, like words erased with a backspace key. And when the last skill was gone, his panel disappeared entirely. Though still full HP, he simply died. Afterward, Jean kissed his forehead, then dragged him aside with the others. She carefully erased all traces of the ritual. Then she left, without taking a single coin or item. As soon as she was gone, Pudgis emerged from the forest. They gathered the abandoned loot, 3 sets of gear, a pile of monster corpses, and a bloodied hound's carcass. Linden hadn't understood her chant, but the ritual was no joke. Those skills hadn't been stolen, they had been erased. He tested it. Mycelium accelerated decomposition. 7 sins of greed triggered. Plundered skill. Human common tongue LV2, LV3. Plundered skill. Bite LV5, LV6. Bite? The hound's corpse had been mixed in. But beyond that, nothing. The skills really were deleted. This wasn't just some evil rite. It was something worse. From now on, that woman was banned from the 5th floor. This world truly was full of bizarre horrors. He stuffed the reclaimed A-rank crystal back into Fatty Pudgy's belly, then went to the Pudgy, sealing the little yellow book. It was fully petrified, though a thin crack remained. At his command, the book was spat out. Finally free, it immediately groveled. You finally let me out. I can help you, I swear. Please don't put me back. It's so dark in there. The words seemed a little clearer than before. Maybe when his reading skill hit LV4, he'd understand fully. After the test, he stuffed the book back in. Now came the real task. In the mushroom forest, Gray was gleefully smashing mushrooms. Leaping high, she kicked a mushroom tree in half, then stomped it into pulp. Linden twitched. That was the 3rd one today. Gray, want to go outside and play? Yes. She froze mid-stomp, her black-scaled feet tapping excitedly, crushing the remains even further. Then sleep first. When you wake, you can go. At the word sleep, her scaly face scrunched unhappily. Only after his repeated promises did she reluctantly agree. Linden flooded the air with hallucinogenic spores, 14 times Dylan's dose, until Gray's panel finally showed hallucinogenic coma. Assured she wouldn't wake suddenly, he began channeling the entire 5th floor's mycelium energy. Had anyone open Mana's sense, they'd see it. Like the tide receding, power drained from every inch of the mats, all surging into the forest. To install Mimicry LV4 into Gray would cost far more than Dylan's upgrade. Not that. A person. Turn into him. Linden used a Pudgy's tendril to point at the utterly bewildered Dylan. And in front of Dylan stood a giant Pudgy, its body covered in thick black scales, with 2 arms and a trailing mycelium tail. Its wings seemed crammed inside its fat, bloated body. It was at least a size larger than Gray's original form. The hell? Why did she mimic into a Pudgy? I burned through that much mana for this. Well, maybe for camouflage it was slightly useful. At least adventurers wouldn't realize there was a draconian lurking on the 5th floor. To them, it would just look like a particularly conspicuous, oversized black Pudgy. But still, why black? Shouldn't she be able to change color too? Does she even know how to use this properly? Wouldn't adventurers mistake her for an elite monster and attack her even more readily? Wouldn't that just stir up more fights? Lin Jun sighed, trying again. He stretched a tendril over to Dylan's face, tugging along. Gray, look carefully. Mimic this. At LV4, mimicry wasn't just smoothing out wrinkles and recoloring scales anymore. It could partially reshape the body while keeping the same stats. Like right now, turning Gray into this tailed pudgy form. But reverting was no easy task either. Ugh, she strained and squirmed, and instead of human form, she devolved into a lumpy black ball. At that moment, Lin Jun suddenly realized, wait, could this skill actually scale with intelligence? Crap, that would explain it. With no choice, he had to give up and let her revert to normal pudgy form. Fine. Better than her walking around as a dragonkin. Slightly better. Sigh. Every day, something new and ridiculous. Gray was already restless, itching to head out. Lin Jun had no choice but to keep his promise, though he warned her over and over not to attack humans first. Green ones, can I? She asked. Green ones? Yeah, I guess. Watching the black fat pudgy stomp heavily, leaving deeper prints than the others, Lin Jun still wasn't reassured. In the empty dungeon, she could play however she wanted. But now, two pudges hurried along under his control, following behind her. One big, two small, like an elite mob leading little brothers. Meanwhile, back at the base, Dylan looked around. Everyone was gone. He thought about sleeping again, but couldn't settle. Even on vacation, he felt restless. No booze. That was it. He applied through the mycelium network, then set out fully equipped, including the phantom cloak Lin Jun had just given him. He planned to head to Rotten Willow Tavern, buy a full barrel of ale from Cole, and haul it back down. And maybe bring up the issue of those demon pursuers last time. That incident shouldn't have been blamed on him. If anything, it was Cole's loose lips that let the info leak. He nearly died for it. Compensation was due. Oh, right, Dylan. Take this with you. Lin Jun's voice came through the network. A pudgy scuttled over carrying a letter and an S-rank magic crystal. The letter, Dylan recognized it. He'd pinned it himself, dictation from a boss. It was addressed to Lady Inanna, asking for help gathering dungeon intel. How Lin Jun knew the Duke's daughter, he had no idea. But he'd heard she'd once gone missing in the dungeon for a while. Maybe it was connected. The crystal, though, Dylan trembled as he took it, needing both hands to steady it. He had never touched anything so precious. Even after 100 years as a silver-ranked adventurer, he'd never be able to save enough to buy one. A priceless treasure. Boss trusted him with this? His chest swelled warm. All his life, who had ever trusted him like this? Even if the boss wasn't human. Don't worry, boss. I swear on my life, I'll deliver it. Well, just put your safety first. I will not betray your trust. Lin Jun had actually wanted to say it wasn't that serious. Yes, an S-rank crystal was valuable, but with crystal symbiosis, he wouldn't be lacking high-grade crystals once he leveled up. Losing this one would be unfortunate, but not devastating. By comparison, a human subordinate who'd proven reliable and could serve as his reach into the surface world was far more important. Still, seeing Dylan so determined, he let him have his moment. He even sent him off with 2 bottles of mana potion, counted as travel expenses. As Dylan disappeared into the stairway, Lin Jun turned his focus back to Gray, the oversized black pudgy. She was currently playing with a poisonous slime. The 6th floor was a massive botanical garden, most of its monsters plant-based or related to that ecosystem. Slimes, in a way, counted. They showed up on nearly every floor. Basic slimes, acid slimes, poison slimes, metal slimes, strange oddball slimes of all sorts. Much like his pudges, really. But Lin Jun hated slimes. Other monsters only ate mushrooms. Slimes ate the whole fungal mat, roots and all. If he wanted real-time perception across multiple floors, he needed to cull them. At least thin their numbers drastically. Right now, Gray was toying with a red, neurotoxic slime. She plunged her scaled, pudgy hands into its body, trying to grab the slippery core. As for the toxin, with poison resistance at LV7, Unless she gulped it down directly, it wouldn't touch her. She played with it for a while, but the mimic hands weren't as dexterous as her claws. Frustrated, she pulled her hands out, then smashed down with both fists. The slime burst like a water balloon, spraying everywhere. One nearby Pudgy, unlucky in angle, was drenched. Had it been acid slime, that would have been instant death. But neurotoxin? Pudges were immune. It was just dyed red. With the slime splattered, Gray's foul mood dissipated. She looked around, seemingly orienting herself. Then she charged confidently into a pathless direction. The two Pudges followed, through territory after territory of plant monsters. She didn't falter once, moving with purpose, ignoring distractions. It wasn't random. She knew where she was going. Linden was startled. This wasn't just following a road. How was she navigating such complex terrain? Maybe she wasn't memorizing paths at all. Maybe she was locked onto something with her high-level senses. After half a day of marching, he finally saw where she was headed and understood what she'd meant by green humanoid. There were treants in this dungeon. Race, Dryad. So they weren't officially called treants after all. The Dryads lived far from the paths adventurers usually traveled. Linden truly hadn't expected that deep in the 6th floor there would be such a hidden emerald sanctuary. The gnarled roots of countless ancient trees wove together across the ground, blanketed in moss that spread throughout the chamber. The Dryads themselves had melded their roots into the earth, until one large and two small Pudges suddenly intruded. Only then did the Dryads slowly draw their feet out of the soil. Faced with intruders, they displayed fierce territoriality. Several Dryads stepped forward, arms of writhing roots ready to strike. Each stood between 2 and 3 meters tall. By comparison, normal Pudges were only 80 centimeters, and even Gray's mimicked, oversized Pudgy form barely reached 1.5 meters. Encircled, the pressure was palpable, but Gray showed no fear. Instead, she eagerly drew back one pudgy fist, her whole fat body bending like a bowstring. At full tension, her stubby legs kicked off, launching her with explosive force. The ground cratered where she'd stood, dirt splattering across the two Pudges behind her. Before the sound barrier could catch up, the nearest Dryad's torso burst apart into powder, its limbs blasting outward. One arm even pierced straight into another Dryad's chest. Linden gaped. This was the first time he'd seen a Pudgy move fast enough to leave after images. Yet the Dryads knew no fear. Even after one of them was instantly obliterated, their attacks didn't falter. Roots erupted from the soil, wrapping around Gray's short legs to pin her. Entangle. Linden recognized the skill. He used it himself. It was standard fare for plant monsters. With several Dryads using it together, even a 10th floor werewolf would have been hindered. But against Gray, level 58 with stats far beyond normal super elite monsters, just walking normally was enough to snap the roots like twigs. One Dryad clasped his hands, weaving branches into a massive hammer, and smashed it down on Gray. She didn't even dodge. The strike couldn't so much as scratch her black scales. No technique, just raw stat difference. Like a bratty child, Gray toyed with them, trying new ways to break them apart. She held no malice, only a gleeful urge for destruction. When the last Dryad was left limbless, she seemed satisfied. Without delving deeper into their forest, she turned back. Linden had one Pudgy follow close, but left another behind. It glanced at the moss that thrived alongside the roots, then at the maimed but still living Dryad. The Pudgy released spores into the air. This place wasn't yet connected to the fungal network, so the spores would have to grow on their own. Linden wanted to test whether his mycelium could compete with the moss. If the Dryads kept slimes out of their territory, and his mushrooms could beat the moss, this would become a natural fungal node. A few such footholds would greatly aid his future downward expansion. After emptying its spores, the Pudgy hurried to rejoin Gray. Indeed, she had found the Dryads by sensing them, not by memory. Because on the way back, she immediately got lost. It was only thanks to Linden's Pudgy guiding the way that they returned to the main path. Playtime done. Gray rubbed her belly. She glanced at the two Pudges beside her, who lacked mana storage. Time to eat. Lucky we took down that flower spirit before it reacted. If it had sprayed its paralytic fluid, we'd have been in trouble. This bottle alone is worth half a month's worth of booze. Voices drew near from around the bend, then abruptly stopped. Four adventurers froze, staring at the oversized black Pudgy that had no business being on the 6th floor. They cautiously drew weapons. One of them, a handsome young man with a short bow, dressed in green, caught Gray's gaze. She began to draw back her body, winding up another slingshot charge. Gray, stop. Not this one either. Boom. In the heart of the hidden empire, inside Duskwane Fortress, pale fingers traced the armrest of a crystal throne. Along both walls, 12 great magic crystals flared to life, one by one. When the last ignited, a colossal prism suspended in the vaulted ceiling refracted 12 beams of crimson light. Beneath each beam appeared a shadowed figure. Eternal night upon us, my lords. The sovereign's voice echoed beneath the blood-red marble dome. Each silhouette bowed. The empire eternal, my liege. The emperor's gaze swept the hall, pausing on one empty pillar of light. What of Sigismund, Eleanor? Do you know? How would he ever let me know his business, your majesty? The reply came from the third crystal on the right, Duchess Eleanor, lounging lazily across a throne of bones. Her territory bordered Sigismund's, though clearly their relationship was poor. Perhaps he's blundered into that human duke's trap again. Last time he lost half a Night Order. Maybe this time he'll lose himself. No one took her seriously. Everyone knew her words were just wishful venom. The last time a high noble of the Empire had died to humans was over a century ago. Then you'll be disappointed. I was merely delayed, unlike certain people who manage to lose track of a sacred tome. A towering figure, too robust to seem like a vampire, materialized beneath the empty beam. Sigismund had clearly heard her. You, ignoring Eleanor's outrage, Sigismund turned to the throne and bowed. The Empire Eternal, my liege. Eleanor bristled, but a tap from the throne silenced her. The tome is of no concern for now. This is more urgent. A sealed parchment floated to the center, its contents revealed to all, and immediately sparked heated debate. A summoning ritual. A hero. The Western Isles are supplying them, too. If they succeed, the Demon Lord has already. We cannot allow this. We must. When the noise quieted, the Emperor's left-hand prince asked, Sire, how reliable is this message? And what do you intend? The Emperor smiled faintly. I have no doubt of its truth. As for intent, if humans wish to summon a hero, then let them. I want to see their despair when the one they spent all to call forth is slain the very moment he arrives. Your meaning is? Eleanor. Knox fell. This task is well within your abilities. Yes, your majesty. Both answered, rising in unison. The Emperor continued, when the United Kingdom has exhausted its resources, only to gain a hero's corpse, their unity will collapse. Then we divide them, and they crumble without a fight. Your foresight is unmatched, sire. But if they should fail, ask the prince again. What are you implying? Even for a prince, you go too far. Eleanor and Knox fell, snapped together, bristling at the insult. But the Emperor raised a hand, silencing all. If they fail, then we march at once. Whatever the cost, we will not let mankind endure until their hero rises. The icy finality brooked no dissent. As you command. The 12 shadows bowed and vanished, leaving only the throne's master. Silence hung heavy. At last, a whisper drifted from the crystal seat. In the end, it will be proven. I am the demonkind's perfect sovereign. The newly rebuilt Golden Sunwood Tavern. I'm telling you, that big black mushroom man, just one punch. One punch. It smashed a pit this big into the ground, knocked every one of us flat. The green-clad adventurer stretched his arms wide, trying to show just how big the crater had been. But not everyone was buying it. A scruffy, bearded adventurer sneered. A giant black mushroom, sure, there are plenty of weird walking shrooms below these days, so I won't argue that. But the 6th floor? Everyone knows walking shrooms don't go past the 5th. And the strength you're describing? That's beyond 6th floor monsters. Even 10th floor beasts wouldn't make that kind of mess. If you're going to brag, at least make it believable. Otherwise, anyone can tell you're full of it. The green adventurer flushed bright red, stomping a boot on the table. I swear it's true. Ask my teammates. Go down to the 6th right now. You'll still see the crater. You dare bet against me? At the next table, Dylan scratched his ear. The big black mushroom being described sounded uncomfortably familiar. Could it be the one he was thinking of? Bah, forget it. He smacked his lips, drained his cup of rich, mellow liquor. It tasted leagues better than the swill at the Rotten Willow Tavern. But still, he couldn't quite get used to it. Dylan admitted to himself it was kind of pathetic, but it wasn't like he could control it. This was already his 3rd day on the surface. And the reason he sat here in the Golden Sunwood Tavern, instead of his usual Rotten Willow haunt, was because Cole, that idiot, had finally gotten himself caught. Someone had ratted him out for stripping gear off dead adventurers. Now he'd been hauled away, and his tavern shuttered. Nobody respected Cole's behavior, but if anyone had reason to celebrate, it was the Sunwood's owner. Dylan even wondered if he'd been the one to report Cole in the first place. With the Rotten Willow gone, the lowest-rung adventurers suddenly had nowhere affordable to drink. They cursed up a storm, and the pressure mounted on the town's officials. Word had it the guild would send someone to keep the Rotten Willow running, but no one trusted the guild to manage a tavern. Truth be told, in Yaffing Town, the guild's reputation was already in the gutter. Last time, they'd hidden the resonance signs, causing massive casualties among adventurers. Even with heavy compensation after, trust hadn't returned. Worse still, the one overseeing the Yaffing branch now was the very culprit himself, Oberon. Many couldn't understand why the higher-ups reinstated him. Not only did they spare him punishment, they gave him his old post back. Rumors flew. Some said Oberon was backed by a massive web of interests. Others whispered he'd bribed the guild masters with an S-rank magic crystal. The most absurd, and yet most widely spread, was that Oberon had serviced the guild masters 10 nights in a row with his skills, and that's how he got his share back. From the rumors alone, you could tell how despised the branch master was. Dylan didn't care about their dirty politics. All he knew was that for now, he had no choice but to buy booze here. Better than none at all. Besides, thanks to his boss, he wasn't strapped for coin anymore. He'd already sent off the letter and the S-rank magic crystal through the guild's courier network. He used a red-tier envelope, the highest grade, costing 3 whole gold coins just to mail it. But if the letter failed to reach its recipient, the guild was bound to make it right. Task done, Dylan sought out an information broker. He dropped a 10 silver deposit, asking them to track down Bella's whereabouts. With his boss paying high wages and frequent bonuses, he nearly saved another 100 gold. It was time to send the money he didn't really need back to his precious daughter. Last he heard, she'd recovered, but he hadn't had the chance to check up since. Now that he was back on the surface, he'd take care of it all at once. Glancing around, he quietly sipped from a vial of mana potion. He only hoped the brokers worked fast. The reconstruction of the Yaffing Adventurers Guild was a monumental task. Even though the monster tide had passed some time ago, only half was rebuilt. But among that half stood the branchmaster's office. A soft knock came at the door. "Come in." Oberon's slurred voice sounded as if his throat had been soaking in a barrel of liquor. Mirabelle frowned at the sight, her branchmaster drunk in broad daylight. The venom burns from the Hydra's poison had long since healed under regenerative elixirs. But his new skin stood in stark contrast to the old, mismatched, and unnatural. People had already begun calling him Two-Face behind his back. "Branchmaster, here is the latest dungeon activity report," Mirabelle said dutifully. Oberon glanced once, belched, and asked, What's the activity?" "It's regarding the Pudges appearing in the first 5 floors, and the resulting ecological shifts. More Pudges." "Got it. You can go." Mirabelle knew if she left now, her report would never be read. "Branchmaster," she stressed the title, "do you intend to wallow like this forever? Shouldn't you be proving yourself again now?" She thought to rouse him, but her words struck the wrong chord. "Prove myself? Do you think they put me back here because they value me? That I still have a chance to rise again? Wrong. I'm just a scapegoat. They'll dump all the resentment of the reconstruction on me. And once order's restored, I'll be tossed aside. Ha ha ha. Most likely shipped off to the Isles. One of these days, I'll just vanish in the fog. I'm finished, my life's already over. Oberon ignored her after that, swilling mouthful after mouthful of strong liquor, drowning himself in numbness. Mirabelle stared at him, truly hopeless. She could only leave in bitter frustration. As for her report, Oberon never even touched it. He no longer cared about Yaffing Town, nor the Amethyst Dungeon. All he wanted was to drink himself into oblivion before exile came. In front of the gates of the Duke of St. Clair's estate, "Mr. Eric, this package is for Lady Inanna." The speaker was a neatly dressed, well-mannered young man. Eric recognized him. He was the new supervisor at the Guild's post station this year, and every time correspondence came for the Duke's household, he personally delivered it. Two guards followed behind him, their sword and shield crests marking them as official Guild personnel. The young man held out a sealed little box with both hands. A corner bore a red seal, the highest grade stamp used by the Guild's couriers. "For the young lady?" Eric asked, a touch of surprise in his tone. "Yes, a package for Lady Inanna." The young man smiled, holding the box steady, showing no hint of impatience. That was odd. Who would send something to Lady Inanna at this time? And with a red seal, no less. Her social circle was limited, almost entirely confined to the kingdom's nobility. In the past year, she had hardly corresponded with anyone outside. If it were a formal letter between nobles, it would carry a sky-blue seal. So perhaps the private letter of some young noble child, the son of Count Roland, perhaps. Though Eric's mind turned over the possibilities, he did not delay the courier. He accepted the box. "Much obliged, Josh." Josh's eyes lit up with excitement. Eric had remembered his name. But a moment later, he smoothed his expression, bowed, and excused himself. "Serving the street Clairs is my honor. Since the package is delivered, I'll take my leave." With his two guards, he departed. Eric did not bring the package to Inanna immediately. Instead, he carried it back to his room and laid out several magical instruments. First, he broke the red seal. A faint ripple of magic spread outward. No surprise there. The seal's sole purpose was to prove the package hadn't been tampered with en route. Opening the box, he found it divided into two compartments. One held a sealed letter. The other, a magic crystal the size of a ring gem. Eric recognized it instantly, an S-rank crystal. That only deepened his confusion. It couldn't possibly be from a young noble's son. No child would be extravagant enough to send such a gift. Curiosity aside, Eric did not pry into the letter. His duty was to ensure the lady's safety, not her secrets. He subjected both items to every test in his arsenal of detection tools. No curses, no traps, no concealed spells. Satisfied, he replaced everything as it had been. Then, carrying the box, he walked directly to the training grounds. The obsidian-paved training ground was reinforced with enchantments. Waves of magical force rippled outward from the duel taking place inside. Two young mages were locked in combat. Inanna's instructor, Julian, stood at the edge, observing closely. At the sound of approaching footsteps, he glanced back. "Good day, steward," he greeted. Eric inclined his head. "And to you, scholar." "Steward, what brings you here to watch Lady Inanna's lesson today?" Julian knew this steward was always busy, though he never knew with what. The question was more courtesy than inquiry. Julian had no desire to pry into the Duke's household. His interest lay only in the library. Eric was forthright. A package arrived for the young lady. Julian noticed the box in his hands. "Shall I call her over, then?" "No need. Let them finish first," Eric replied. Julian nodded and turned back to the fight. Several magic missiles streaked from Calvin's hand, curving through the air toward Inanna. She remained still, conjuring a water mirror in front of her. The rippling sheet of water glided about her, intercepting each missile with uncanny precision. Two of them even ricocheted back, forcing Calvin to break off his next spell and dodge aside. But as soon as he found his footing, Inanna's water serpent surged forward. He tried to retreat, to move outside its range, but its cohesion was far stronger than he'd anticipated. He had no choice but to throw up a mana shield to block it. That delay gave Inanna time to prepare yet another spell. The match quickly settled into a rhythm, Inanna calmly casting one spell after another, while Calvin dashed about frantically, scrambling to avoid them. Any counterattacks he managed were often reflected back at him by her still active water mirror. By the end, he looked ready to cry. At last, when Inanna sealed his movements with a mud swamp spell, Julian called a halt. He glanced at his exhausted disciple, who dragged himself from the muck and collapsed like a dead dog. Julian did not think the boy had done poorly. Constantly disrupted, he had managed far fewer spells than Inanna. Truthfully, Julian had expected him to collapse much sooner. Instead, he had somehow held on, darting and scrambling about with almost comical agility. Julian wasn't sure whether to feel proud or exasperated. As for Inanna, even Julian had to admit her favor of the elemental spirits was enviable. Sometimes heaven bestowed its blessings with cruel unfairness, granting not only noble birth, but top-tier talent as well. Calvin had no grounds to complain. "That will do for today. Both of you rest," Calvin muttered under his breath. "If I could use my ring and potions, I wouldn't have lost so easily." Julian gave him a sharp look. And should Inanna not be allowed her staff, then? Calvin fell silent at once. It was true, they'd fought without equipment. If Inanna had wielded her staff, with its large A-rank crystal embedded, he knew he would have been crushed even faster. Ignoring his sulking disciple, Julian addressed Inanna. "Inanna, Eric has a package for you." Unlike Calvin, she was barely winded, as if she'd only just finished a warm-up exercise. At Julian's words, she looked to the side of the field and spotted Eric holding the box. "My package," she. "Boss." "Oh no." Inside her room, Inanna quickly clapped her little hand over her mouth. She tiptoed to the door, pressed her ear against it, and listened for a long moment. Hearing no footsteps outside, she finally exhaled in relief. She had been so happy to receive the letter that she'd accidentally shouted aloud. The contents were simple enough. He wanted to trade an S-rank crystal as payment. In exchange, he sought information from the Relic Association about the Amethyst Dungeon. There was no signature, but in the corner was a tiny doodle of a pink Pudgy. There were only a handful of people who knew about his mushroom form, and among them, who else but Boss could casually send out an S-rank crystal? Certainly not the members of the Silverthorn Squad. And a return address? Yafing Town, right beside the Amethyst Dungeon. Who else could it be but Boss? Which meant Boss had come up to the surface, or at least reached the upper floors. That Pudgy Calvin had mentioned appearing on the 5th floor was most likely him. This letter must have been written on Boss's behalf. As for why he wanted dungeon intel, well, wanted to understand one's surroundings better was only natural. She wanted so badly to rush to the Amethyst Dungeon right this moment and find him, but she wasn't allowed to leave. She wanted to dig through the archives for information to help him, but she wasn't allowed to leave. Eric only said that because of the hero summoning, the political climate was unstable, so she was forbidden to go out. But when would the restriction lift? He hadn't said. What should she do? Inanna hugged her knees on her bed, rocking back and forth for a long while, but no solution came. At least, I can write him a reply first. Eric glanced at the letter Inanna had handed him, her face caught between joy, apology, and expectation. He lowered his gaze to the envelope. The recipient, Dylan Strick. A man's name. Understand, my lady. I'll have it sent tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Eric. When she left, Eric lingered, looking again at the sealed letter. Opening a young lady's mail behind her back was unthinkable. But, Dylan was it? It seemed necessary to investigate just who this man was, someone willing to send such a precious gift. No schemer must be allowed to entangle the young lady. The Duke's estate wasn't far from Yafing Town, so within a few days, Dylan had Inanna's reply in his hands. And of course, he read it himself. Anywhere else, a subordinate daring to open a letter addressed to their boss would be a death wish. But things were different here. His boss couldn't read. He would have had to read it aloud anyway. He carefully tucked the letter away. It seemed boss's commission would take more time than expected. With that, only Bella's trail remained to be handled. Braving drizzle and mud, Dylan made his way toward the part of town still lying in ruins. That was where the brokers liked to nest, in damp, shadowy corners. After 10 minutes, he ducked into a half-collapsed structure that could barely be called standing. The reek of mildew rose through the cracks in the warped table. The information dealer lounged on a tilted barrel, legs crossed. After pocketing the final gold coin, he tossed out a sheet of yellowed papyrus. On it, a few hasty strokes recorded the information he was selling. This is what you call intel. 10 seconds later, Dylan slammed the paper back onto the rotten tabletop. Only knows she went to the aisles? No reason, no location, no current status. You've got nothing. You trying to play me? The dealer slowly scraped at the grime beneath his fingernails with a dagger. In the lamplight, its edge gleamed with reddish rust. My esteemed customer, or should I call you Dylan? You must realize, even confirming she went to the aisles took us tremendous effort. As for the finer details, oh, they exist. But the sly curl of his mouth told Dylan everything. So he had learned not only about Bella, but about Dylan's connection to her. He was dangling the bait to squeeze more out of him. Since Yaffing Town's reconstruction, all sorts of riffraff had crept in. In the past, intelligence peddlers here had more rules than this. Dylan's veins bulged with fury, but at last he ground his teeth and asked, "How much?" The man's filthy sleeve flicked as he held up 2 fingers. 2 gold. 20 gold. Why don't you just rob me? The chair legs screeched as Dylan shot to his feet, hand on his sword hilt, glaring at the man. But the dealer only waved a thumb toward the door, his greasy face creasing into a grin. Plainly, he thought he had Dylan cornered. At that moment, 2 figures in leather armor stepped out from the shadows. They leaned against the wall, arms crossed, smirking as they watched. Dylan's hand tightened on his sword, but in the end, he did not draw. "I'll go fetch the money." He spat the words and turned on his heel. The dealer's smug chuckle followed him. But just as his boot crossed the threshold, Dylan spun, his ring flaring blue, and leveled it at one of the thugs. Ice spear. 3 lances of ice shot forth. The thug, caught completely off guard, managed only a desperate sidestep, dodging one, but the other 2 struck his gut and thigh, hurling him back through the flimsy wooden wall. "You bastard! You're dead!" The second thug charged, iron-plated mace raised. From his clumsy swing, Dylan could tell his strength was about even with his own, a bottom-tier silver. Against Dylan's experience, he would have the worst of it. Not that Dylan intended to fight him head-on. Wind swelled beneath his cloak, snapping it about his shoulders. Phantom double. His form blurred, then split into 3. From the back, the dealer, who had just raised a bow, gaped. 2 skill artifacts. Piercing shot LV4. The arrow ripped through the middle Dylan. Pop. The phantom burst like a bubble. Whirlwind / LV5. The 2 remaining Dylans charged from opposite flanks. Panicked, the thug blocked blindly. Steel rang against steel, muffled beneath the rain outside. He had guessed right, but his hesitation cost him. His block lacked the strength to hold. The blade sheared through his arm, leaving it dangling by a strip of flesh. AF. The scream was like a butchered pig's. Dylan spared him no glance. Sword dripping red, he stalked toward the dealer, who trembled violently, knees knocking. He had thought this washed-up silver adventurer was already in decline. Who could have imagined he held 2 skill artifacts? And struck with such ruthless precision? Now, seized by the collar, the dealer could only bare his teeth in a pitiful grin. In my mistake, greed got the better of me. I'll tell you everything I know. You could take all my coin as well. Please, just spare my life. Please wait. Routine inspection. Aiden straightened the bronze badge on his chest. His iron gauntlets and chainmail gleamed coldly as he stretched out an arm, blocking 5 adventurers fresh out of the dungeon, their boots still clinging with fungal threads. Inspection? For what reason? The adventurers frowned. No one liked having their belongings searched, but none dared brush past Aiden. They waited for him to give a proper explanation. He knew this task was unpopular, so he explained patiently. We received a report of a raider attack recently. He pulled out a parchment, the guild seal clearly stamped on it. We're searching for equipment left behind by the victims. Please cooperate. Finding the raiders benefits everyone. The robed sorceress among them gave a disdainful snort, about to speak, but their captain quickly stopped her. With dark looks, they dropped their worn leather packs to the stone pavement. The metal clasps hit with a dull clank. Aiden nodded to the two guards behind him, then opened his ledger and crouched to compare each item. Soon, one guard pulled out a dwarf's helmet, green with rust, from the bottom of the pack. Along with it came a pair of iron shoulder plates. Aiden rose without expression and stepped back 2 paces. Casually, he raised 3 fingers toward the commander sitting in the elm's shade, polishing his sword. The golden-ranked officer came over. Only then did Aiden straighten and say, "These helmet and shoulder guards match those owned by the victim. I'm afraid we'll need to delay you a while for questioning." "What?" As expected, his words triggered an immediate reaction. The axe-wielding warrior roared, "Are you saying we're raiders?" "I'm not accusing you. I'm only following orders. Please, cooperate with the guild." Standing behind his golden-ranked superior, Aiden's tone was steady, mechanical, without emotion, like a perfect enforcer. The officer half drew his sword. The meaning was clear enough. Seeing tempers flare, the adventurer's leader quickly restrained his men. They were just a regular party. Who dared provoke the guild? "Calm down, everyone. These pieces came from trading with that fat pudgy on the 5th floor. We're no raiders." Aiden noted his cooperative tone and softened his own. "I thought as much. Don't worry, others have come back with gear like this too. But the routine questions must be asked. You won't be wronged. Every other group we stopped was released after. Hearing they weren't the first, the adventurers relaxed somewhat. Indeed, they weren't raiders." Off to the side, Dylan, with a large pack on his back, didn't linger to watch. Instead, he walked right past them into the dungeon. Entry didn't require a search. Aiden rubbed his nose. He thought he smelled blood, but blood scent wasn't anything unusual here. At the dungeon's mouth, adventurers often reeked of worse. He'd once smelled dung on them. On the 1st floor, Dylan crouched, scraping a finger along the cracks in the wall. A clump of fungal threads clung to his fingertip. Fungal growth like this was now common in the cracks of the 1st floor. So Boss was slowly spreading his domain up into the upper levels? Pondering, Dylan followed the densest patches of growth. Half an hour later, in a secluded alcove far from the raider's path, he found a fungal carpet. He dropped his pack and stretched with a groan. An old man like him, still hauling such a load, truly a hard life. He dumped the pack's contents onto the fungal mat. The rest, the fungus would take care of. If the broker had only asked for 2 gold more, he would have paid. But 20? Most retired adventurers didn't have that much saved for their old age. Clearly, the 20 was just an outrageous opening price, hoping to haggle. But with that greedy glint in his eyes, Dylan had no patience to humor him. Now, he had the intel, and had even come out 8 gold ahead. Yet he felt no joy, because Bella had really gone to the Isles. According to the intel, she had even visited Yoffing Town before the Mana Surge, asking about him. At the time, Dylan had been secluded on the 5th floor, drawing spores. Almost no one in town knew him well. Even Cole, the tavern keeper, hadn't known his whereabouts. So Bella had left empty-handed. But because she had stayed in Yoffing for a time, the broker had been able to trace her later movements. To Silver Sand Bay, the domain of Glossa, one of the 3 island slavers. A notorious villain, infamous for abducting people. The message claimed his daughter went there to rescue someone? Dylan's chest tightened with dread. In such a place, who else could she be saving but some poor soul taken as a slave? If she clashed with Glossa, was he to do nothing but stay here and pray for her safety? He tossed the last of his pack's contents onto the mat, then abandoned the pack itself in the corner, preparing to leave. That life you're living outside seems colorful enough. "Boss!" To hear Boss's voice outside the 5th floor for the first time. But then came a silence that dragged for over a minute. Just as Dylan wondered if he had imagined it, the voice returned. The delay's still too high. I won't chat. Since you're on the first floor, handle something for me. Exit here, turn right at the third intersection, then right again. There's a big slime there. Kill it. No problem. Dylan nodded. On the first floor, monsters capped at level 5. Of course he could handle it. But when he arrived, his view changed. 2 scale-less Pudges were fighting a massive blue slime that spanned nearly the whole corridor. The mushroom cannons exploded against its body, leaving only tiny dents, barely hurting it. Inside its gelatinous bulk, another Pudgy was already half dissolved. The sight made Dylan's guard rise. Was this slime so strong? He tried a whirlwind /LV5 at maximum distance. The great slime split in two, its core exposed by the sword wind. In disbelief, Dylan strode forward and finished it with a single thrust. So it wasn't that the slime was strong, but that the Pudges were weak? He knew exactly how powerful a mushroom cannon was. For it to leave such a pitiful mark, he had thought the slime had absorbed the damage. So what was Boss doing? Why were the first floor Pudges so weak? Sin of greed triggered. Plundered skill. Archery LV3, LV4. Plundered skill. Piercing shot LV1, LV2. Plundered skill. Parry LV3, LV4. Plundered skill. Lockpicking LV2, LV3. The accelerated breakdown erased every trace for Dylan. A pity. This time it hadn't yielded enough to level up common tongue proficiency. But he couldn't rely on greed to learn languages forever. When Dylan returned, he'd have to start teaching directly. While Dylan was away, Linden had focused on 2 things. The first was linking the fungal networks across each floor, struggling to eliminate delay. The greatest obstacle? Slimes. For Linden's fungal mats, they were vermin. Aside from the trap-filled 3rd floor, floors 1, 2, and 4 all crawled with slime activity. He had to keep their numbers suppressed to prevent them from disrupting the network with delays. Extermination? Impossible. Experience on the 5th floor proved that. Since Linden took over, nearly every native monster was gone. Knolls, parasitic trees purged. Crystal bats and rock lizards wiped out during the mana surge. The green-eyed frogs had lingered as tadpoles in the lake, but the hydras passing finished them. Other minor breeds vanished as well, unable to adapt to the altered environment. Only 2 native species remained on the 5th floor, acid slimes and water sprites. They shared one trait. Given the right environment and abundant mana, they could reform. Not quite something from nothing, but close enough, which meant suppression had to be constant, his Pudges clearing them daily. Yet releasing Pudges that were too strong into upper levels would only draw human suspicion. So Linden capped their strength by tier. On the 1st floor, for example, they had only Mushroom Cannon LV2 and Mana Storage LV2, just enough to deal with slimes, so long as no rare giant ones appeared. If the occasional adventurer slaughtered a Pudgy, so be it. Unlike the 5th floor stronghold, the outer layers had a different purpose, expansion of the fungal net. As long as adventurers didn't recklessly destroy mats, Linden let them be. The second task, deep beneath the marsh, in a small vault of his own making, a Pudgy sat before a hill of low-grade mana crystals. Its oval body was sheathed in tiny diamond-shaped scales, rasping faintly when its 4-bladed fungal tendrils moved. Each tendril gripped a crystal, drawing it dry. Cloudy fractures webbed across the once clear cores. When one finally dulled to leaden gray, the tendril constricted and shattered it to powder. The cycle repeated endlessly, fragments piling high around it. Inside its body, however, grew a crystal already purified to B grade, still refining further. This was the Pudgy Linden prepared for the outside world. Its skill set was ready. Only one step remained, elevating its symbiotic core to A grade. Panel open. Race, Mushroom, Pudgy. HP, 1120. Mana, 2560/2560. Strength, 52. Agility, 52. Constitution, 52. Intelligence, 52. Spirit, 1. Racial talent, Spore Diffusion. Fixed effects, Fungal Network Link, Vassal, Crystal Symbiosis, skill power plus 64%. Skills: Mana Storage LV6, Subsonic Attack LV6, Toughness LV5, Mushroom Cannon LV8, Precision LV5, Evasion LV7, Scale Armor LV5, Haste LV6, Blade Whip LV5, Mycelium Regeneration LV3, Burst Leap LV5, Rolling Charge LV7, Rock Eating LV3, Aquatic Adaptation LV4, Assimilation LV3, Mimicry LV4, Mana Sense LV6, Airflow Sense LV7, Light Sense LV4, Sonic Detection LV6, Self-Destruct LV4, Hallucinogenic Spores LV6, Magic Resistance LV5, Physical Resistance LV5, Corrosion Resistance LV4. Practically a miniature knight. True, he wanted to add skills like Life Amplification or Fury, but the mana upkeep was already strained, especially after Xiaohei's recent drain. All base stats, save Useless Spirit, were maxed. Ordinary Pudges had no such privilege. Adventurers often reached level 30 with 40 strength. But Lin Jun's vassals couldn't surpass his own level and attributes. Even so, he had built this Pudgy up so far, even gifting it an A-grade crystal, because he wanted it to see the outside world. Not just the sun, but to explore. Until now, everything he knew of the world came secondhand from Inanna or Dylan. Always veiled, always distant. He wanted that veil lifted, even if only through the eyes of a vassal. Boss, I want to leave for a while. The first thing Dylan said upon returning to the 5th floor left Lin Jun puzzled. Why? You know I have a daughter. She may be in grave danger. I can't sit idle. Dylan carefully explained Bella's plight. His tone measured, deliberate, every phrase trailing with hesitation, as though fearing refusal. When he reached the word Isles, his cadence slowed, the statement turned to a question, as if gauging Lin Jun's reaction. Lin Jun recalled the world map he held in memory. The United Kingdom lay in the south of the continent, the Amethyst Dungeon at its southernmost edge. To reach the Isles, one must first trek west to a port city, a month by land alone. Then a ship, then the search. Even without mishaps, 3 to 4 months. With delays, half a year. Which meant, who would handle errands above ground during that time? What about the common tongue lessons just about to begin? Lin Jun had no wish to chain him down. A forced servant soured quickly. But maybe it was time to recruit Dylan number 2. Wait, isn't your daughter stronger than you? If even she can't handle this danger. He knew Dylan's limits well. Perfectly fine for errands, but in combat, only a notch above rabble. Dylan clearly knew it too. I planned to hire adventurers with my savings. Hiring adventurers? Yes, away. But against one of the Isles' 3 great slavers? What level of adventurers would that require? What fortune would buy their willingness to risk such wrath? Lin Jun thought of his armored knight, Pudgy, still devouring crystals. It was meant to venture out anyway. And wasn't the Isles as good a destination as any? Dylan, I have a proposal. Why don't you wait a few more days? Night Lily Manor, the core domain of vampire Duke Eleanor, ringed by 3 cities, 17 towns, and countless villages, like stars encircling the moon. Her lands bordered Duke Sigismund's to the north, but did not lie on the Empire's frontier. No great dungeons, no rare mines, not even fertile soil. Yet it remained indispensable to the hidden Empire. For 70% of the Empire's blood supply came from here. Between the 100 ceaselessly operating blood farms stretched fields of mourning lilies, fertilized by corpses. Master, the 20 prime blood servants, and 4 wagons of blood requested by the capital departed this evening. Counts Duke and Barnabas are both pressing for this month's deliveries, but only 3,200 flasks remain in stock. Yesterday, Farm 45 was raided, 2 lower servants slain, over 60 bloodstock escaped. We suspect 2 roaming elf thieves. Viscount Arno is already handling it. The 2,000 slaves purchased from the Isles have reached Yonlang port. 1,656 survived the voyage. Also, petals floated pale in the thick red bath. The manor steward stood at the pool's edge, head bowed, hands clasped, reporting without flaw. Eleanor, unclothed, leaned against the rim. Steam curled from the blood, dark droplets trailing down the hollow of her collarbone. One favored consort knelt waist-deep in the bath, gently massaging her ankle. "How many of the survivors are suitable as blood servant candidates?" she asked softly, eyes still closed. By your new selection standards, 37 passed the initial screen. 5 are orcs. Gray nails gripped the pool's rim. Blood trickled between her fingers as she rose halfway, displeasure flashing in her gaze. "Orcs? A mouthful of fur with every bite. What use are they?" "Send them to the farms." The steward hesitated, bowing lower. "Master, Count Duke specifically requested orc blood servants." "Ah, that barbarian." Eleanor brushed wet hair from her chest. She recalled vaguely. "Then keep them. No need to trouble me with it again. If blood runs short, prioritize Barnabas. Duke can wait a week. And tell Arno, if he can't catch those thieves, he'll wear iron chains instead of the marshal's badge." She rose from the bath, blood and petals sliding from pale skin as she walked out. The consort hurried with scarlet velvet to drape across her shoulders. The steward followed quickly. "Dinner is already prepared for you." In the side hall, behind crimson curtains, stood a 16-year-old girl in a spotless dress. Her cheeks flushed, her skin fresh and smooth. This was dinner. Unlike the livestock on farms, huddled by rusty troughs, fed mash laced with tonics, drained until they died within 3 years. This girl had been raised since 10, with balanced meals, measured exercise, nurtured into a high-grade blood servant. There were 60 such in the manor. They served daily as maids, but once a month they offered their blood to their mistress. As always, the girl undid her collar and stepped forward. Eleanor embraced her, fangs sinking precisely beside the last scar. But unlike before, she did not release her at the proper time. The girl endured, trembled, begged, until nothing remained. Only then did Eleanor lick her lips and push away the withered husk. The steward kept his head low, unmoved by the loss of such an asset. "Huh?" Eleanor exhaled, her skin flushed with vitality, her height, build, and features shifting, until she mirrored the dead girl exactly. "The summoning will begin soon. This guise will suffice. Substitute LV-10. Unlike simple mimicry, Substitute was a rare vampiric gift, stealing not only appearance but fragments of memory. Even detection could not pierce it. Once in the United Kingdom, all she needed was to seize a lone ritualist, and she could walk into the ceremony unnoticed. This was why the Emperor had chosen her for the hero's assassination. "Any word Knoxfell?" "Lord Knoxfell left his manor 3 days ago. He has not been seen since." Eleanor nodded. Though the Hidden Empire was ruled by vampires, nearly half its dukes were of other races. Knoxfell, her partner in this mission, was a shadow fiend, an elemental born of chaos, bodiless, bound to the world only by chains. Their task was shared in name only. Each would infiltrate as they could and strike when the chance arose. Coordination? Cooperation? Nonsense. At best, they would avoid tripping each other in their scramble for the hero's head. "Master, shall we send agents to create distractions, draw away human forces?" the steward ventured. Eleanor considered, then agreed. "For the task, send Rakus. He lost the Holy Tome last time and shamed me. Tell him, do it well, and he'll be promoted. Fail, and die there." "And will they be hindered passing through Duke Sigismund's land?" the steward asked cautiously. "He wouldn't dare." Eleanor snapped. That warmonger had poisoned and slaughtered so recklessly on the border that her own bloodstock supply had dwindled. Why else would she be forced into delays? That fool only knew how to butcher humans, never thinking, when they're gone, would he drink monster blood? They had crossed and clashed countless times, their feud bitter. This is the Emperor's mission. If he dares meddle, so much the better. Her robe flared as she transformed into a bat and flew out the window. Only after she vanished did the steward straighten, glancing at the husk on the floor. Another one to raise anew. Redstone City, inside the Lord's office. Nova was buried in stacks of paperwork, working late into the night. After rescuing the Duke's daughter, Duke Alamar had kept his promise. He had indeed handed them a city. And not just any city, but one on a major trade route, prosperous with commerce. Although technically only its management rights were granted, not a true noble fief, it was still a rich reward. Other than a small fixed tribute to the Duke each month, all surplus revenue from city governance went straight into their own pockets. Far faster money than adventuring. As for whether it was easy, ask Night Owl or Ivan, they'd say it was. Ask Nova, not so much. Smack. Another stack of papers landed on his desk, placed by Gal. Nova, dark circles under his eyes, looked up. And what's this? 3 visiting merchants' complaints against Night Owl. Gal answered, gaze sliding away. She's running her sting schemes again? Gal nodded, quietly edging farther back. Nova's voice trembled, that seething kind of anger. Since becoming city lord, his temper had grown worse and worse. Sure enough, what the hell is she doing? He flipped through the complaints, then slammed them to the floor. Does she want trade caravans to detour, just to spite her? Gal, fetch her. Where is she? Patrolling, I think. You mean she's still at it? Bring her here now. Gal scurried out under the heat of Nova's glare. 20 minutes later, Night Owl was dragged in, filthy, dressed as a beggar. Nova's eyes locked on her from the moment she entered. If looks could kill, she'd have died thrice over. Night Owl, explain this outfit. Life experience? She replied innocently, making Nova's temple vein twitch. He hurled the stack of complaints at her feet, pretending to be a dim-witted stray elf, luring merchants to approach, then flashing your badge to extort them? That's not law enforcement, that's a scam. Night Owl ducked behind Gal, sticking out her tongue. Well, if they had no bad intentions, there wouldn't be a problem. I'm eliminating risks. Risks? Do you know merchants entering this city have dropped by 20% thanks to you? What do you think those cheated merchants say about Redstone afterward? Can't you behave for once? Even rotting like Ivan in a haze of mana would help me more. I'm not a mana junkie. Besides, what's the point of being a sheriff if I don't crack down on them? Then go crack down on thieves, not merchants. Night Owl pouted, swaying side to side, eyes avoiding him, a look that screamed, say what you want, I'll do it again. The jobs have been split by agreement. Nova, even as captain, had no right to dismiss her. But that didn't mean he wouldn't blow up. Gal quietly retreated to the corner, sensing Nova at his limit. City Lord, a directive from the High Council. Ah, Hugh. Nova calmed instantly before outsiders, striding to the communication crystal. When he returned, Gal sat quietly. Night Owl, back in her black tights, hung upside down from the bookshelf, swaying. So, what's the big deal, needing a comm crystal? She asked. Long-distance magic was costly. Only critical orders warranted it. They want us to escort priests of the Church of Light to Oath City, the capital. Also, a non-mandatory summons for us. T-Sich, so vague, Night Owl grumbled. They already called off tons of diamond-ranked adventurers, and now us? Won't even say why. Creepy, never a good sign. It's non-mandatory, Nova reminded her. So we vote. He nodded. Gal, fetch Ivan. Soon, Gal carried in a dazed Ivan under his arm. Nova explained. Ivan nodded absently, but Gal doubted he was even awake. I agree to go. Another day here and you'll all drive me insane. Nova cast the first vote. Truth be told, he meant it. Ivan lost a man of highs. Night Owl, constantly stirring trouble. Gal, loyal but dim, good only for errands. All responsibility had fallen on Nova alone. No wonder his temper soured. This summons? A perfect excuse to get away. Danger? They were adventurers. Who feared danger? Not going, Night Owl declared. She wanted her brand of justice in the city, not royal nonsense. I don't mind either way, Gal abstained. Ivan, huh? Oh yeah, go, Ivan muttered, collapsing back into his chair. Whether he understood was doubtful. Still, 2-1. We escort the priests. Gal, prepare a carriage and half a month's rations. Night Owl, stock potions, enough for our next dungeon dive. I'll arrange city handover. Yes. Night Owl darted off, Gal lugging Ivan away. The next day, beside 2 carriages, By the light's blessing, we entrust you with this journey. 3 priests bowed. Nova hurried forward with courtesies. All were gold-ranked, 2 women and 1 man. Redstone did have 1 diamond-ranked cleric, but far too old. Nova feared the man would die en route if he dared bring him. So the elders stayed, while these 3 sufficed. As they departed, Night Owl perched on the roof, legs dangling. Captain, first priests, then adventurers. Last time, a bunch of magical supplies. Were they scheming? Starting a war with the demons? If so, I'm out. As an elf, she could bolt to the forest if things look bad. How would I know? Nova reclined in the carriage, savoring the rare freedom from paperwork. But definitely not war. If it were, they'd mobilize armies and grain, not just supplies, adventurers, and priests. 2 days later, something ahead. Wake the old man, time for a scout. Night Owl called. When Dylan opened his eyes, he was back in the familiar mushroom house. As he sat up, the fungal threads connecting his back to the mycelium mat snapped one by one. He grabbed the wool cloth by his side, wiping away the sticky residue from his back before putting on his clothes. This small inconvenience of living among the mushroom people, he had already grown used to it. Finally awake? How do you feel? The boss's voice echoed in his mind. Right, this hadn't been an ordinary sleep. The boss had said something about increasing his survival rate, probably adding another skill to him. At this point, he didn't feel much different from Poochie. Dylan stood at the edge of the mushroom hut, focusing on the changes within himself. Acceleration LV6. He drew the sword at his waist and tested it with a few swings. Downward slash, straight thrust, spinning strike. Though each was a separate move, with a boost of acceleration, every motion flowed seamlessly like water. This feels amazing. No, you won't grasp it that way. Then how? As the boss spoke, Poochies walked out from the mushroom grove. Familiar scales, familiar bladed tentacles, mass-produced melee Poochies. Just 2 of them had once forced Dylan to run for his life. Now, seeing 4 closing in together, Dylan instinctively stepped back twice. Boss, maybe start with 2? If you dare run, I'll have little black spar with you. Gulp. Such cruel words. Was that a joke? He glanced at Little Black, gnawing on a Poochie in the distance, recalling the sheer power of her claws. Suddenly, courage surged in his chest. Just 4 Poochies, nothing to fear. Charging forward, Dylan now fought them head-on. With acceleration, he wasn't falling behind at all. His speed advantage gone, the Poochies struggled. Dylan's sharper footwork kept them from surrounding him. He even seized an opening, slashing one's body before taking any hits himself. The blade only cut its scales, causing shallow wounds, but that was enough. After all, the boss had given him acceleration to keep him alive. If he couldn't win, he could still dodge and run. That's enough. Over time, Dylan's strength waned. Unable to deal fatal damage, he began to falter. Since the skill's effect had been tested, Linden simply called off the fight, letting the Poochies retreat. Dylan plopped to the ground, staring at his hands with excitement. Too strong. With this, even against those 3 information brokers, he wouldn't need an ambush. He could beat them outright. This kind of rapid growth, he had never experienced it before. It was intoxicating. Still, Dylan didn't let power cloud his head. He remembered his purpose. Boss, when do we leave? Not yet. Lie back down. I'll add another ability. Another one? Dylan worried about wasting too much time. It's nearly 2 months' travel. A day or 2 won't matter. Linden snapped. He had halted mushroom farm production for 2 days just to give Dylan skills. Yet Dylan was nitpicking. Scratching his head, Dylan asked, Boss, what ability this time? Mana storage. Night Owl crouched atop the carriage, eyes narrowing at the road ahead. Something was happening. From inside the covered wagon came the rustle of cloth. Ivan had been woken and was already casting detection toward the front. Humans, wind wolves. Wind Wolf King. His voice jumped several pitches. Monsters attacking a convoy. Quick, help them. Dozens of wind wolves swarmed a caravan guarded by just over 10 soldiers. The soldiers formed a spiked ring of 12 spears around the wagons, every shaft already stained with gray fur. Two spellcasters within the circle hurled spells, barely holding back the waves of attackers. Hold the line. Don't leave gaps. Any beast that gets close, skewer its head. The captain barked orders, thrusting his own spear to kill a wolf pressing in. But that strike gave the wind wolf king, watching from a boulder, the opening it wanted. With a sharp howl, a wind blade shot from its maw, flying straight at the captain as he tugged his spear free. Clang! The blade slammed into his armor, failing to pierce but knocking him back. The formation opened. Wolves lunged through before he could recover. Two soldiers fell instantly under the pack's pounce. The line crumbled. Even the captain was dragged down, wolves gnawing his arms. It was over. Just as despair set in, a black shadow flashed past like the wind. The captain blinked in shock as blood spurted from the necks of the two wolves pinning him. Their bodies collapsed, jaws still locked onto his vambrace. Not just them. Every wolf that had broken through fell headless in moments. I storm. A distant, aged voice rang out. A freezing gale swept across the battlefield, sparing the caravan but freezing dozens of wolves, including the king, into lifeless ice statues. Even so, the chill lingering in the air made the captain shiver. Are you all unharmed? Nova approached with Ivan and Gal. Looking around, the captain saw every man wounded, but none mortally. Thank you, we're saved. No, wait, he suddenly recalled, panic rising. Save Mina. Mina, the priestess. She was separated in the chaos. She ran into the woods. Ivan instantly scanned the forest, pointing. Night owl there. She bolted off like lightning. Moments later, the forest echoed with dying howls. Soon, she returned with a dirt-smeared, half-torn priestess in tow. Seeing her safe, the captain finally exhaled. Good thing I was fast. Her barrier was about to give, Night Owl said, grinning at Mina. The captain reclaimed the priestess, bowing deeply in thanks. You're escorting priests to Oath City as well? Nova asked. The captain nodded, then glanced bitterly at their broken carriage wheel. Nova understood. It was on their way, after all. Want us to take your priestesses the rest of the way? Truly, thank you, the captain said, bowing low. What did you just say? Hero summoning? Night Owl's sudden shriek rang in Nova's ears like a bomb, stabbing into his eardrums. Beside him, both Ivan and Gal clutched their heads in the same pained expression as if struck by a sonic attack. Nova could understand her shock. Honestly, he felt much the same. When they reached Oath City, they discovered the entire place under lockdown. Then their assigned escort revealed the true reason they'd been summoned. And they were even given a vantage point where they could help defend while watching the ritual from afar. The hero summoning. Every adventurer had grown up hearing the tale. Over 3 centuries ago, when humanity was on the brink of ruin, the hero Link alone pushed back the demon race and even slew the demon king himself. And now, they had the chance to witness such a legend's birth, and even play a part in it. However small that part might be, the city had gathered over half the kingdom's diamond-ranked powerhouses, not to mention 2 beings at the very pinnacle. In comparison, the Silverthorn squad was barely a drop in the sea. On the day of the ritual, morning light gleamed off the pale stone of Triumph Square. At the center, surrounded by 4 heroic statues, the summoning circle, cast from rarest materials, glowed with an eerie blue light. On the east side stood the Grand Archbishop of Light, wielding his 3-pronged staff, and just a half-step behind him, the Vice President of the Relics Association in gray robes. Both were among humanity's strongest, level 70. 12 priests with bronze bells stood around the circle. Within the second ring, over 100 priests from across the land knelt on golden cushion mats, scripture open on their laps, ready to chant throughout the ritual. At the square's perimeter, the Silver Knights formed a gleaming wall of steel, kite shields aligned, their crest facing outward in flawless order. By contrast, the diamond-ranked adventurers scattered at the edges were far less disciplined, some leaning against statue bases with cloth-wrapped swords, others tossing daggers idly in the air. The knights on duty never stopped watching those unofficial fighters from the corners of their eyes. Adventurers were useful, yes, but they were also potential threats. Gal trembled at the sight of the gathering. Why you think they brought this many experts just to let us watch? Idiot. It's to stop demons from interfering, Ivan snapped. Don't tell me you only realize now. But what if the demons really attack? Before he could finish, Ivan cut him off. Stupid. Didn't you notice Duke Almar isn't here? The border must be reinforced. Only elite detachments could be spared. All right. Gal scratched his head. If it was only a few elites, then fine. Clearly, the real heavyweights would be the ones fighting. He and the others were just here for atmosphere. But still, Ivan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why gather so many adventurers? Sure, it adds strength, but also makes it easier for enemies to slip in. And why choose a public square? It's spacious, sure, but terribly unsafe. If it were me, I'd hold it in a fortified underground chamber. Maybe there's a deeper reason, like sunlight weakening vampires, or maybe the hero summoning requires such a stage. Gal guessed wildly. Maybe. Gal, squat down. Huh. Gal obeyed in confusion, crouching. Ivan immediately climbed onto his shoulders. Okay, stand up. Flying spells were forbidden here, but atop a half-dragon's height, Ivan's view stretched over the crowd to the summoning circle. Strange. What is it? Even Nova couldn't help asking. I've never seen a hero summoning circle. It's supposed to be the church's top secret, but this pattern looks so familiar. Where have I seen it before? Circles all look the same, don't they? One ring inside another, Gal muttered, clueless. Ivan stomped his shoulder. Shut up, you oaf. But before he could think further, the sun reached its zenith. The Grand Archbishop lifted his staff and gave it a solemn wave. The summoning ritual had begun. Purple-red light shimmered across the array. 12 priests paced slowly along its runes, bells chiming in rhythm. At the first chime, the priests began their chant. Bearer of the ever-burning wheel, Ixion. Wielder of the flame that purifies sin. Watcher suspended above the tides of chaos. We beseech you to cast down the wedge of judgment. Grant us a vessel to bear divine punishment. Let the hero's blade become the extension of your will. Let the silver radiance become the hammer to cleanse the world. The glow grew brighter, as if something inside strained to burst free. Everyone fixed their eyes on the spectacle. Everyone except Night Owl. Nova noticed her distraction. What are you looking at? She didn't answer, gaze locked on something. Following her line of sight, Nova saw a knight captain positioned within the defensive ring. What's odd about him? No reply. Then, in the next instant, Night Owl melted into shadow, darting through overlapping silhouettes, straight toward that knight captain. Nova and the others froze in horror. Night Owl? Damn it. Assimilation Absorption LV3. In the mushroom grove, countless threads of mycelium wrapped around the newly designated Scout Poochie. Its body stretched from 80 centimeters to a towering 2 meters, becoming a giant Poochie. But it was more for show than substance. The outer layer was hollow and soft, like puff cotton. Dylan poked it, his fingers sinking deep, coming out sticky with fungal strands. It looked bulky, but it wasn't built for combat. Linden had designed it for one purpose only, a crash cushion to stop the scout from splattering if it appeared high above ground. Today was departure day. Dylan could hardly wait, not only because he longed to find his daughter, but also because since gaining mana storage LV6, Little Black's gaze had unsettled him. That look, full of fondness and curiosity. He instinctively didn't want to think too hard about what it meant. Thankfully, today they would finally leave. Scout Poochie goes first. Dylan, join it outside later. 2 tentacles extended from its fluffy armor, clutching an escape scroll. As mana surged, light flared around its body. With a flash of white light, the scout appeared midair, a fluffy white bundle tumbling out of the teleport. And the moment Linden laid eyes on the scene outside, he was stunned. 3 moons. Against the indigo night, sky hung 3 full moons. To the east, a silver-blue moon shimmered with frost-cracked patterns of ghostly light. To the west, a crimson moon burned low on the horizon, scorching the nearby clouds yellow. And above all, the largest, a pale golden moon pulsed with light, brightening and dimming like a slow, steady breath. This world had 3 moons. Gravity tugged at the scout's body, but Lin Jun was too entranced to care. After a short fall, a cloud of mycelium burst up from the forest floor. Moments later, the scout wriggled free, shedding its soft fungal armor like a cicada leaving its husk. HP 1021/1120. It had lost a little health from the impact, but nothing serious. With mycelium regeneration LV3, the wounds would heal in minutes anyway. Only now did Lin Jun shake himself out of awe at the triple moon sky. He had deliberately chosen a quiet time to use the scroll, but never expected to see something so extraordinary. No wonder Anna or Dylan had never mentioned it. When they spoke of night, of course they never specified 3 moons. For them, it was common sense, just as Lin Jun had always assumed there was only one. Strangely, though the moons had such different hues, their lights blended into a plain, clean white glow, no rainbow at all. Now, the scout stood in a dense forest, no trace of human presence anywhere. Lin Jun sensed the direction, south of Amethyst Dungeon. No wonder. The dungeon's entrance faced north toward Windless Town. To get here, one would have to circle a great distance. Naturally, no humans would wander this far. Grr! A beast's growl rose from the shadows. So that was it. No people meant monsters instead. Gray-white shapes slipped from the trees. Wind wolves circling the scout. Muscles taut, shoulders low, they crept through the brush, silver eyes reflecting moonlight. Clearly, this was their territory. With the racket the scout had made falling, of course they came to investigate. But just these level 20 wolves? One of the scout's bladed tentacles lashed out. A wolf that had crept too close split neatly in two before it could react. The scent of blood whipped the pack into a frenzy. Growls echoed from every side. Lin Jun, however, felt no fear. Ordinary wolves couldn't even scratch the scout's scales. A wolf! The pack split apart, making way. 2 much larger wolves padded forward, pelts glistening under the moon. Wolf kings. Their claws glinted like knives, wind gathering between their jaws. Together, they advanced slowly, deliberately. Instinct wasn't always reliable. Not even level 40, yet so bold. Fine, come closer. The scout spun its 4 bladed tentacles and charged, stubby legs thumping over the grass. By the time Dylan finally emerged from the 5th floor and circled around to the dungeon's far side, an entire night had passed. It was nearly noon the next day. He arrived to a battlefield littered with wolf corpses, long since drained of blood. And the scout Poochie was weeding? Lin Jun noticed Dylan's arrival. A tentacle snagged the huge backpack from Dylan's shoulders, dumped everything out, then stuffed armfuls of cut grass inside. What's this for? Dylan asked, bewildered. If it were wolf corpses, he could understand. But grass? Don't ask. Just take that pack to the 1st floor mycelium mat. It'll be hugely useful to us. The bag was stuffed to bursting. Since the boss said so, Dylan hefted it and hurried back the way he came. Lin Jun wasn't lying. These grasses were treasures. Just like firefly grass had the luminescent skill, these ones carried photosynthesis. And not the ordinary kind either. This photosynthesis produced mana, perfect for Dylan. Mana storage meant he no longer needed to constantly chug potions. He could fill up once and be good for a while. But photosynthesis, that was the true key to solving his long-term mana problem. Come to think of it, did sunstones count as sunlight? Night Owl, what are you doing? The commotion around the Silverthorn squad drew eyes their way. Her ability to move through shadows was uncanny, but there were experts here who could see her path. Among them, the knight captain she was charging at. Facing a diamond-ranked adventurer's sudden assault, the captain showed no panic. He raised his knight's sword, holy light flaring. Sacred slash LV8. He had already judged this intruder as an enemy. His strike was merciless. But Night Owl wasn't so easily taken. She sprang from the shadows, clashing steel against light. The blade grazed her arm, leaving a shallow wound. Night Owl, X3. Nova and the others screamed, nearly having heart attacks. At a time like this? Here, of all places, what was she thinking? Ignoring them, Night Owl twisted past the strike in dove, straight into the captain's shadow beneath his feet. For the first time, he wavered. Spinning, he tried to drive his sword into the darkness. But the blade stopped, frozen mid-thrust. A massive claw of black mist gripped the sword. The silver blade bent under the strain, cracks spreading across the metal. The screech of rending steel rose higher, until at last the sword shattered into 3 pieces, the broken hilt still trembling in the knight's hands. The claw flung the wreckage aside. Still paralyzed, the captain was hurled bodily into the crowd, his fate unknown. And in his place, towering over 4 meters tall, a shadow demon loomed, darkness writhing around its body. In its right claw, it clutched an elf, Night Owl. She looked pitiful. In mere seconds of battle within the shadows, her right arm was gone. Her remaining hand pressed weakly against the demon's grip, unable to move it an inch. The shadow demon scowled at the nuisance who had ruined its timing. If not for its urgent mission, it would have dragged this elf away to torment her to death. Instead, it tossed Night Owl toward the charging adventurers and knights, then dissolved into black mist, shooting straight at the summoning circle, where a blazing pillar of light now reached skyward. Within it, a human silhouette was beginning to take form. Night Owl's limp body traced an arc through the air, flung toward the onrushing crowd. But none of the knights or adventurers looked her way. Every eye was fixed on the shadow demon in the distance. If she crashed into the crowd in her weakened state, who cared? No one, except her 3 teammates. Third tier spell, Wind Surge. A gale swept upward, lifting Night Owl high before she could hit the ground. Gal, sprinting forward, leapt into the air. Muscles bulged under his armor as he caught her, curling his body to absorb the impact. His greaves plowed 2 deep trenches through the turf at the square's edge, but Night Owl suffered no further harm. Nova rushed over, pressing his joined hands against the stump of her arm. Healing light of emerald green spilled through his fingers. Night Owl, still barely conscious, managed a bitter smile at the sight of her comrades. "Are you insane?" Nova snapped as he worked. "So many experts here, and you had to show off? What were you thinking?" "I thought, if I could sense it, it wouldn't be too strong," she whispered weakly. "Then you should have told us." "No time. It was about to move." "Ugh." Nova gritted his teeth and focused on stabilizing her. Ivan floated upward, eyes on the summoning circle. The shadow demon surged faster, black mist seething with 1,000 twisted faces. A paladin charged, tower shield raised, but the mist slithered past like a snake. 3 royal archers loosed enchanted arrows, only for the swirling darkness to shred them before they reached the core. Holy barrier! Golden radiance flared before the priests, but the demons split into 7 phantoms, smoke trailing, cutting in from every angle. A young priest clutched his throat and collapsed, his own shadow strangling him on the ground. The combined barrier faltered, and before anyone could patch it, the shadow demon forced its way through. The Grand Archbishop, still channeling the ritual, couldn't intervene, but the gray-robed mage beside him could. His staff, inlaid with a golden crystal, blazed with brilliance. 8th tier magic, light prison. 12 colossal swords of radiance tore through the clouds, crashing down to pin the demon. From the writhing mist came mocking laughter. Futile resistance. The darkness collapsed inward, then exploded outward. The shockwave shattered the light swords into motes of dust. 5 priests nearest were hurled back, bleeding from nose and ears. Even the gray-robed mage staggered half a step. "Ha ha ha ha!" The shadow demon, unbound, raised a claw toward the ritual's heart. "Die, human hero!" Clang! A greatsword intercepted, steel against shadowed talon. "You what?" He knew the hero summoning well. The newly arrived hero should be only level 1. Even with divine blessings, there was no way he could master his power so quickly. And this figure, blocking him not with magic, but with sheer physical strength. The demon's mind, though elemental, raced furiously. A trap. "Yo, didn't think you'd figure it out, you inky bastard." The Duke of Alamar grinned wildly. "Too bad you're not a vampire. I've been dying to rip those apart." The demon didn't banter. He shrank, ready to flee. At that moment, the Grand Archbishop struck his staff to the ground. A dome of light rose from the ritual, sealing the demon inside. Only then did the truth hit him. This wasn't a hero summoning. It was a trap, one woven with teleportation magic. And worse, another hidden powerhouse burst from the night ranks. Of the 7 great powers of the United Kingdom, more than half were here. All for him. Eleanor, I know you're here. Help me. We can still escape. The Duke's greatsword hammered him blow after blow. Overwhelmed, the demon could only hope his ally, Eleanor, would break the circle from outside. Then, even at a cost, he might yet escape. But no matter how he roared, the vampire never appeared. He had suspected as much. Eleanor, you elemental curse traitor. Meanwhile, no one noticed a priest named Mina quietly edging against the flow of the crowd. Slipping into an alley, she breathed in relief. Good thing she'd hung back. Otherwise, she'd be trapped too. Save the shadow demon? She'd be an idiot to throw her life away. Couldn't she see how well-prepared the humans were? Better to take punishment later than die now. Eleanor glanced back one last time. The demon, trapped within the light, beset by 4 equal-level foes, faltered at last. A blow shattered the sealing cuff on his arm. His form began to unravel. Without a shred of guilt, Eleanor transformed into a bat. Even weakened in daylight, she flew swiftly away. The 4 champions sensed her aura as she fled, but none pursued. The prey before them was too rich to abandon. Western Archipelago, on an uninhabited island near the mainland, several boats rested on shore. Few knew of the secret chamber beneath the island. There, a priest and 9 clerics had just finished their preparations. A summoning circle glowed on the stone floor, not especially complex for its purpose, though drawn from precious materials. Is this really okay? The array looks too simple, one cleric murmured. The priest shook his head. The circle itself is easy. The difficulty is always gaining the Lord of Light's permission. After all, summoning a hero relies on divine power. He spoke for all to hear, calming doubts before the prayer began. Kneeling, they began their chant. The circle shone with golden light. When the prayer ended, the priest raised his head. 2 figures stood within the glow. A tall blonde woman with bloodied dagger in hand, frowning at her new surroundings. And a black-haired middle-aged man, trousers half off, seated on a toilet, staring blankly at his folded hands as though lost in deep thought. Two heroes, gasps echoed all around. Though it wasn't a language he knew, Tanaka somehow understood every word perfectly. Strange, but convenient. He calmly swept his eyes across the chamber. A wide underground room lit by oil lamps. On the floor, circles drawn in some unknown paint glimmered faintly. Around them knelt robed figures, chanting in unison. So, an ice guy summoning, huh? He wasn't some shut-in old man. He knew the trope. But summoning a man straight off the toilet, still on the porcelain throne, without even toilet paper. Did that make sense? Maybe he should be grateful they'd at least brought the toilet with him. Otherwise, he'd be stuck in a horse stance right now. At his side stood a tall blonde woman. Shorts, stockings, looked modern. Clearly another summoned hero. But why was she holding a bloody dagger? No. Now wasn't the time to stare at her. The problem at hand was how to pull his pants up without looking awkward. Still, wasn't he supposed to get some kind of cheat power? Invisibility, maybe? As he thought it, a status screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Tanaka Hideshichi. Race, human. Level, LV1. HP, 90/90. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 7. Spirit, 4. Racial trait, EXP gain plus 20%. Skills, Poison Resistance LV3, Mental Resistance LV4. Title, Hero, ignores racial level restrictions. May draw 1 random, unique title or skill. Usable. Hero, huh? Tanaka focused on the usable option. Hero title effect activated. Skill acquired. 3 minutes after arriving in another world, Tanaka finally saw something that gave his eyes a spark of life again. The priest smashed his forehead to the floor, silver-lined hood slipping off, voice trembling with awe. Ixion, Lord Ixion's blessing. 2 heroes, summoned in the same era. Such a thing hadn't happened in 1,000 years. Proof that the Lord of Light, loved humanity. And he had been part of it. Around him, the clerics whispered, prayed, their excitement filling the air. No one paid the heroes themselves much mind. The blonde woman's expression flickered. At last she stepped forward to speak. Everyone, can you please? Excuse me, everyone, eyes on me? Someone cut in first. The man still sitting on the toilet. Tanaka spoke fluently in the common tongue of this world, as if he'd known it all his life. He raised a finger and swept the room, making sure all eyes were on him. Perfect. Flash. A blinding light. Everyone froze in place. Tanaka calmly pulled up his pants and shut the toilet lid. He walked out past the kneeling priests, pausing only to snag a bundle of paper from a nearby shelf. A few moments later, the crowd stirred, snapping back to themselves as one. The priest looked at the glowing circle, tears spilling down his cheeks. Success, we've done it. We've summoned a hero. Archbishop, I did not fail you. He raised his voice in praise of the Lord of Light, who had granted humanity hope in its darkest hour. Meanwhile, the blonde woman in the circle frowned, scanning her surroundings. Her gaze lingered on the white porcelain toilet beside her. Strange. Amethyst dungeon, 5th floor. Oh, this power. Magic poured out of the knight's body in torrents, more than his frame could contain, spilling wildly into the air. Through Mana's sense, it would look like a super scion aura exploding around him. No, this was bad. He was going to blow. Linden hastily pressed the knight against the mycelium mat, letting the excess mana disperse through the fungal network. Only then did the cooling begin. Linden's heart still raced with excitement and fear. Too careless. He hadn't expected it to work this well. Next time, he'd better not run tests with his main body in the same chamber. Dying in an experiment-induced explosion. That would be embarrassing for a dungeon boss. The mana flooding from the knight came from the sunstone fragment, its radiance converted into raw mana by photosynthesis. Linden suspected the output might even surpass direct sunlight on the surface. After all, surface plants couldn't generate anywhere near this much mana. As expected of a divine artifact, even incomplete, it had lain useless in his possession for so long, but now he'd found its true purpose. Still, another problem arose. Photosynthesis was passive, and the sunstone supply was overwhelming. Either the knight stayed linked to the mycelium to vent excess mana, or he had to burn skills nonstop. Otherwise, he'd explode like an overloaded magic crystal. The blast would probably outstrip self-destruct. Other people's mechs ran out of energy too fast. His knight risked bursting from too much energy. Truly a case of gear too good, wielder not worthy. But since he didn't need full strength right now, the knight could serve as a living mana generator. That was fine too. Meanwhile, on the surface, boss, is this supposed to happen? Dylan stood before the scout, his mimicry canceled. Green skin of mycelium woven with flesh peeked out. He'd long known he wasn't quite human anymore. The white fungal growth had been barely acceptable. But now, with photosynthesis added, he looked more like a giant goblin. He couldn't take it. The scout shuffled forward and patted him with a tentacle. Dylan, this is the price of power. If you can't even bear this, how will you overcome hardship and climb to the peak? Be boss, I never wanted to climb to any peak. Fool, Linden snapped. If you don't grow stronger, how will you protect your daughter? What's a little green skin? If it meant saving her, even if I gave you 3 extra arms and 4 extra legs, would you object? Dylan dropped to his knees. He was right. All for his daughter. A little color change was nothing. With mimicry, it wouldn't even show. Boss, I understand now. You're right. For my daughter. Linden, pleased as test subject number 1 had been convinced, had the scout nod firmly, mushroom cap bobbing. Boss, the extra arms and legs were just a metaphor, right? The so-called white moonlight only exists perfectly in memory. Get close to it, and you'll only find countless disappointments. Linden's yearning for the sun was the same. The blazing sun hung high. The dirt on either side of the official road was bleached pale, and the heat shimmered so intensely that the distant scenery warped and bent. It was the last fury of midsummer. In half a month, northern winds would sweep away the sweltering air. But for now, every traveler endured the furnace-like heat. Dylan rode a chestnut stallion along the road toward the city. His first destination, Norwood, a city 3 days from Town. On his back was a strangely shaped pack, secured with 3 leather straps across his shoulders and waist. In truth, it wasn't luggage at all. It was a mimicked scout clinging to him. The real baggage hung in saddlebags at the horse's sides. But now, the pack that should have been taut against him sagged limply. Dylan held the reins with one hand, reaching back with the other. The touch beneath his fingers lacked its usual springy texture. It felt more like dried goat skin. "Boss, what's wrong with it?" His safety along this road depended on the little blob behind him. Linden glanced at the scout's status panel showing dehydrated and sighed. "Looks like it shriveled from the sun." Of course. Mushrooms dried out under sunlight. Too damn reasonable. So the sunstone wasn't the same as the actual sun after all. At least the night had never wilted under it. Since arriving in this world, it was always mana this, mana that. Linden had nearly believed mana was all that mattered. Turns out, not so. Under a tree's shade, Dylan uncorked a water skin and poured it slowly over the scout's cap. The liquid seeped into its scaled hide, and the scout visibly perked up, regaining vigor. Dylan exhaled in relief. He'd feared it wouldn't recover even with water. Still, he eyed the dwindling supply. They'd have to resupply soon. The city was too far. They'd need to find a stream or a village. Town, newly rebuilt Adventurers Guild. The Greystone Hall rose from the ruins, its 3 towers embracing one another. Perhaps to restore adventurers' trust, the hall was built twice as large as before. 10 carved pillars depicting the ecology of the Amethyst Dungeon's floors held up the dome. The rumor had it the first few would soon need recarving due to recent dungeon changes. The entire eastern wall had been transformed into a 3-tiered floating quest board. Under the workings of magic, tasks rotated within glass cases, their scarlet seals reflecting onto passing adventurers' armor. Well, handsome boy, long time no see. Identity card here, please." Helena, the red-haired receptionist, gave her professional smile. The youth blinked, surprised she remembered him. His hand hesitated half a second, but his companion noticed immediately. A girl beside him frowned, snatching the card midair and placing it on the desk herself. The 3 young adventurers were Vera's party, back after 2 months wandering outside. They hadn't entered the dungeon again, but neither had they been idle. They'd tried caravan guarding instead. 2 brushes with death in the dungeon had shaken them. Maybe escorting merchants would be safer, even if the pay was less. But after one trip, all 3 were done with it. The travel wasn't the problem, nor were the goblin raids. The real problem was people. Specifically, the caravan leader's spoiled, fat son. In his 20s, barely bronze rank. Useless, but lecherous. He harassed the sisters constantly. Of course, Philin and Fine had no interest. They avoided him as best they could. When pursuit failed, he resorted to drugging them. But Fine caught him instantly. She'd studied antidotes ever since being dosed during the raiders' attack. The drug was so common, she spotted it at once. That changed everything. This wasn't harassment anymore. The 3 beat him bloody, Philin hardest of all, kicking out 2 of his front teeth. The ruckus drew the whole caravan. It nearly turned into an armed standoff with the leader himself. But the son's filthiness was so blatant that even most of the caravan wouldn't side with him. In the end, the matter fizzled. Still, Vera's party couldn't stay. As soon as they reached a city, the leader tossed their docked wages at them and drove them off like plague bearers. The job left such a sour taste that none of them wanted to try caravans again. Compared to that, adventuring risks almost felt preferable. So they returned to Town, ready to dive back into dungeon work. But something was different now. Leaving the guild, they found the familiar rotten Willow Tavern boarded shut. Forced, they picked a random eatery on the street. "Boss, what's this?" Vera asked, peering into a bowl of glowing soup. The owner scowled. "Didn't you order the cheapest set?" "Mushroom stew." "Mushrooms." At his words, Vera couldn't help recalling the glowing fungi on the dungeon's 5th floor. "You can eat those?" He glanced at the sisters across the table, both still waiting for him to try it first. Well, if it was served openly, it couldn't be poisonous. He scooped a spoonful and swallowed. The taste, surprisingly plain. Not delicious, not awful. Just a bit bland, probably from the cook skimping on salt. Vera kept eating. When he looked up, the sisters still hadn't touched theirs. It's fine. Why aren't you eating? They only stared at him. He wiped his mouth and found his hand glowing faintly. The next morning, 4 intermediate healing potions, 3 basic mana potions, and 3 bottles of general antidote. All here, please check. The clerk slid the oil paper wrapped box across the counter. Vera took it carefully and tucked it away. Philin had gone to buy food, firestones, and other small supplies. Fian said she needed to prepare some powders. She should be done by the time they returned. Pushing open the wooden door of the shop, Vera was about to head back when a shady-looking man sidled up to him. "Hey, little brother, you look new around here?" Vera frowned, stepping back 2 paces, trying to go around him. Did he look that easy to pick on? Why did people always show up with nonsense like this? But the thug stepped forward again, closing in. Vera's hand dropped to his scimitar. If this weren't within town limits, the blade would already be out. Whoa, no malice, little brother. The man waved quickly to show he meant no harm. Vera only stared, waiting for him to get to the point. "I just wanted to ask, do you need a bit of Yoffing Town specialty?" Specialty? Vera had lived here before. If anything in the dungeon counted as a specialty, none of it stood out as representing the whole town. Surely he didn't mean the closed-down Rotten Willow Tavern's cheap liquor? But then the thug reached into his shirt and fished out a small, grimy pouch. "How about some mushrooms?" he said, showing bits of green fungus inside. Mushrooms. Mushrooms everywhere. That was Vera's impression of Yoffing Town now. That mushroom soup yesterday hadn't been unique to that restaurant. Every tavern in town served it now. The reason was simple, cheap, almost no cost. Anyone could stroll through the dungeon's first floor and come back with armfuls of fungi. This became even clearer once Vera's group entered the dungeon themselves. The ground might look the same thanks to foot traffic, but ceilings and cracks in the walls brimmed with mycelium and glowing mushrooms. From the first floor to the 4th, wherever feet didn't trample, fungus grew. Even the staircases linking floors had mycelium crawling along the circular walls, as if tying all levels together. And yet, the adventurers didn't mind. On the contrary, if you didn't mind eating glowing porridge every day, you barely needed provisions. Just be careful not to mix in the green mushrooms. They were toxic. All mushrooms glowed, and poor eyesight could lead to mistakes. Still, green mushrooms weren't totally useless. Like that thug earlier, people ground them in a cheap, sleeping powder. If the mushrooms brought any real trouble, it was that the firegrass had vanished, at least on the first 5 floors. Gone was the warm orange glow of firegrass, replaced by eerie fungal light. The dungeon looked far more sinister now. Ghosts could drift out any second, and no one would be surprised. On the spiral staircase leading down to the 5th floor, the mushroom's pale glow lit each step. Philin muttered, "They should just call this the Mushroom Dungeon." Fine nodded. All mushrooms and blobs. Along the way, they'd already seen 2 battles between blobs and slimes, even managing to scavenge some loot. Reaching the bottom half of the stairwell, they heard noise below. At the base, more than 20 adventurers lounged in groups, resting. Some even lit campfires, looking as if they'd been there a while. The newcomers drew glances, but nothing more. "What are they doing?" Philin whispered. Vera shrugged. How should he know? But he noticed a sign at the exit. Walking closer, he read aloud. "Rules of the 5th floor." It was like an expanded version of the guide he'd once received. The fact that the adventurers let the sign stand meant it was reliable. The last rule read, "If you see a black, winged humanoid, retreat immediately." But someone had scratched it out and carved new words below. "Do not enter at night." Do not enter at night? Vera now realized many of the adventurers carried moonstones. But judging by time and pace, it wasn't night yet. He'd better ask. Vera scanned the crowd and picked out a dwarf polishing an axe. When he approached, the dwarf raised the weapon warily. But once Vera explained and slipped him a silver coin, the dwarf turned instantly chatty, as if greeting an old friend. "So everything on that sign is true?" Vera declined the dwarf's offered mushroom soup and asked. The dwarf didn't mind, downing a gulp himself. The glow clung to his beard. Of course it's true. No idea which kind soul posted it. At first, people didn't believe. One by one, they got stripped clean by blobs. After that, no one doubted. He chuckled at the memory. Vera nodded, then pressed on. And that last line, what happens at night? The dwarf gave a knowing look, leaned close, and whispered, the big black shroom. The big black shroom. That's right. A man-sized blob, covered in thick black scales. Stronger than gold rank, can't be beaten. At night, it roams between the 5th and 6th floors. Not guaranteed you'll run into it, but if you do, it'll rob you. Vera's eyes widened. It can move between floors? You mean it can enter the staircases? I know. Shocking, isn't it? The dwarf clapped his shoulder. But it's true. Probably another after-effect of the mana tide. The mana tide. Adventurers blamed nearly every dungeon change on that. From the mushrooms to this monster. You said it might rob people. Why might? Depends if you've got something shiny. Rings, magic crystals, glass beads. It takes what it likes. That's why we say best not to go at night. No chance of meeting it. No risk. Then why are you all waiting here? It's not night yet. Vera asked his last question. The dwarf grinned slyly. Because we're here to hunt it, of course. The dwarf laughed heartily, as though the victory was already theirs. After chuckling, he looked Vera up and down, then glanced toward the two sisters waiting not far away. You made it to this floor. You must have some skills. Silver rank. Vera nodded, already guessing where this was headed. Well then, want to join us? That black shroom scales are rare stuff. Not to mention, there's a bounty on it. Once we finish, the 4 gold rankers get half the spoils, the rest split among the silver ranks. No way you'll lose out. I can't decide on my own. I'll have to discuss with my teammates. Vera smiled. The dwarf nodded, understanding. He hadn't expected much. Whether Vera joined or not didn't matter. Back with the sisters, Vera repeated what he'd learned. What do you think? Philin was incredulous. How could there be a monster on the 5th floor even gold ranks can't beat? Maybe a floor boss, Fine said quietly. The so-called floor bosses were unique monsters stronger than the floor's norm, like the old bat. It wasn't an official term, since not every floor had them, but each was a special case. I think it's unnecessary, Philin said firmly. We don't know that black shroom. If even gold ranks can't handle it, then it's dangerous. No need to go looking for trouble. Their real goal was the 6th floor, to gather paralysis sap from flower spirits. Most of it would go toward quests, with a portion reserved for Fine's crafting. She nodded in agreement with her sister. Vera wasn't surprised. He felt the same. He politely declined the dwarf's offer, and the 3 slipped away before nightfall, heading toward the 6th floor. They waved farewell on their way out. Vera didn't know this was the last time he'd ever see that party. A glow of magic lit one corner of the mushroom garden. A large group of adventurers had surrounded a massive black blob. Boom! A mushroom fist sent a man flying. He landed with both arms broken, screaming in agony. But the others pressed on unfazed. While the black shroom's punch had created an opening, 2 shield bearers charged in, trying to pin her down with skills. She slammed one aside with her shoulder, gaining space again. The adventurers regrouped and pressed unsteadily. When she tried to retreat, ice walls rose behind her. It looked like she was trapped. But the problem was Linden. He had noticed the adventurers resting on the stairwell earlier, but didn't know their purpose. Since they'd stayed quiet, he shifted most of his attention elsewhere. Only when battle erupted in the mushroom garden did he realize they were fighting Gray. Completely beyond his expectations. What were these humans thinking? He had spent so long teaching Gray not to attack humans. She'd only recently developed a little hoarding habit, easily placated with empty bottles. Now, people had come knocking on her den to die. 1 or 2 dying was normal for the dungeon. But 22 of them? And 4 gold ranks? If they all vanished, it would cause a massive stir up above. Linden had to be careful. So from the first moment, he kept urging Gray to hold back. Though unhappy, she listened. Otherwise, that silver rank she punched would have exploded. Linden was already maneuvering blobs to surround the fight. In 7 minutes, they'd have the adventurers boxed in. His plan, cripple them, strip them, toss them out. That would teach the lesson without deaths. That was the plan. It could have worked. Charge LV6. A shield bearer lunged. Gray met him with a kick, sending him tumbling, but she had held back. He wasn't seriously injured. Holding back made her uncertain with her strength. 2 more minutes of scuffling, and the dwarf finally found his chance, slamming his axe into her feet. Earthbind /LV5. Ha ha ha. Let's see you run now. Earthen chains wrapped around her. Weak, breakable in half a second, but that half second was enough. Piercing strike LV7. 6-tier spell, Rockfall. 7-tier spell, Lightning Bolt. 4 or 5 different attacks struck in an instant. Damn, these scales are tough. Anyone willing to sell me their share? I'll pay fair, the dwarf laughed, already imagining his new armor. In his eyes, the black shroom was fast and tough, but after that barrage, it had to be crippled if not dead. All they needed now was a quick retreat before the blobs arrived. And in truth, Gray had taken damage. HP-120. 3 black scales shattered from her shoulder. Not severe, but her mimicry failed. And Gray got angry. What is that? Humanoid. As the smoke cleared, what the adventurers saw was a furious dragonkin. They were doomed. Linden almost covered his non-existent eyes. It had taken 3 minutes for them to break her defense. It took Gray 2 minutes to massacre every silver rank. Her absolute speed isolated each one, cutting them down before they could regroup. 2 minutes later, only 4 sweating gold rankers stood surrounded by corpses. The hell? What is this? Weren't we fighting a blob? Idiot. Can't you tell? Mimicry. That kind of monster mimics a blob. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Their panic was cut short. Linden's blobs arrived at last. Mushroom Cannon LV8 times in. Gray landed, stomping furiously on a corpse, before sulking back to her mushroom house. She was upset. He had told her to hold back, and she'd gotten hurt because of it. Sigh. He'd have to bring her some new flavors to cheer her up later. Now, what to do next? How would humans react? At least he wasn't as powerless as he'd been when he first reached the 5th floor. For now, best to breed another batch of battle blobs. 1 day later. That went smoothly, Philin said as they returned from the 6th floor. Once we turn this in, we'll be fine for a while. Vera, your blade needs care too. Vera, she asked, seeing him silent. He was crouched in the dirt, prying out a shard of iron. It looked like it had splintered off a battle axe. Another day, envying the tentacle monster seniors. Inside the mushroom hut, littered with glass bottles and shards. Gray lay curled on the fungal bed. The wound on her shoulder had long since healed, but it would take days for the scales to regrow. A blob appeared outside the hut. Though it gave off a honey-sweet scent, Gray remained unmoved. She even crushed a few treasure glass bottles with a crack, and turned away. Helpless, the blob jumped. The hut was too tall, couldn't reach. It jumped again, barely grabbing the edge, then wiggled and hauled itself up. Inside, the blob ran circles around, filling the room with the honey fragrance. Gray's nose twitched, but she didn't react. So the blob waddled closer, wobbling its cap right in front of her face. Closer and closer, until it brushed against her lips, rubbing insistently. She meant to push it away, but when her tongue brushed the honey on its cap, she couldn't resist licking again. It was tasty. Soon, Gray gave in completely, hugging the blob like an octopus and nibbling away. 3 more blobs of the same kind hopped in, circling her, waiting their turn to be eaten. The mushroom hut filled with a sweet, comforting atmosphere. Phew! Thanks to the pseudo-flower vine monster for providing new flavors. Sweetness never failed. Gray was soothed. Now, for cleanup. Blobs scattered spores over the blasted ground, regrowing the fungal carpet. 1 fat, lazy blob waddled to the swamp's edge. Thick hyphae tentacles reached into its pouch, pulling out adventurers. A lump, 2 lumps, all dumped into the swamp. This time was his fault. His weak grasp of language had left him blind to their plans. He had started studying common with Dylan, but progress was slow. If only he had left Gray in the mushroom forest that day, or let her wander to the 6th floor. But he had been distracted. Dylan had triggered a storyline event. Cicadas buzzed. A tan-skinned girl stood beneath a great tree at the forest's edge. Her coarse hemp skirt swayed gently. The basket on her arm brimmed with wild fruits. Her eyes suddenly met those of Dylan, who rode past on horseback. He tugged the reins, wheeled the horse around, and approached her. "Knight, sir." The girl shrank back 2 steps, timid. It was the first time anyone had called him knight. Dylan dismounted, keeping distance so as not to frighten her. He didn't explain. Instead, he asked, "Little miss, is your village nearby? I'd like to refill my water." He patted the water skin at his waist. The girl studied him, then pointed toward a small path. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss." With direction confirmed, Dylan mounted again and hurried on. He had no choice. The blob on his back would dry out without water. Why did the knight say it twice? Before the villagers' puzzled eyes, Dylan shoved the wilted pack on his back into a barrel and lowered it into the well. The village chief frowned, worried about contamination, but seeing the sword at Dylan's waist, swallowed his words. 2 minutes later, Dylan cranked the bucket back up. The pack was plump again. He pulled out the scout, shook off the water, and slung it back onto his shoulders. Then he filled his water skins. He hadn't expected it. He'd packed enough for 3 days, but the scout had drunk most. At least with this resupply, they could make it to Norweed. He'd buy extra water skins then. Oh, right. Dylan fished out a few copper coins and pressed them into the chief's hands. "This is for the water. Please accept it. This is for the water. Please accept it." After leaving, Linden's voice sounded in his head. "Dylan, I must remind you. You repeated the words twice, but didn't translate for me." Really?" He scratched his head sheepishly. Repeating aloud and in thought at once was confusing. Could this method really help the boss learn common? On the way back, faint cries drifted ahead. No figures in sight, but he spotted a basket of fruit spilled on the ground, and a horse tethered nearby. That village girl? He urged his mount faster. As he drew near, the sounds grew clearer, a muffled cry for help. Through the bushes, he saw a knight pressing the girl down as she struggled desperately. Not a fake knight, like himself. This man wore a tunic embroidered with a crest, a noble's retainer. But what he was doing was anything but knightly. The girl's blouse was torn, bruises marked her arms and face. Her mouth gagged, yet her teary eyes lit up at the sight of Dylan. The knight noticed too. The burly man said nothing, but his cold glare clearly warned Dylan not to meddle. "Oh, Dylan, do you want to meddle?" Linden's voice echoed, oddly amused. "Should I? How would I know? I'm just a backpack. But if you interfere, you might delay our journey." A delay meant Bella's risk increased. The knight, seeing him still there, yanked the girl up by her hair and stood. His hand fell to the sword at his horse's side. "What? Old man, you want to die?" Sigh. Why did everyone call him old? He was only 45. Dylan slid off his horse, drawing his long sword in the same motion, blade leveled at the knight. "You really want to meddle?" No, he shouldn't. Had his strength made him reckless? But that girl looked about Bella's age. Dylan took a deep breath. "Just walk away. Let's all pretend nothing happened." "Huh?" The knight laughed, enraged by such insolence. "A mongrel dares bark at me?" He flung the girl to the ground and drew a knight's sword, larger than Dylan's by a span. "Try struggling with your toy blade. I'll chop you to pieces." Sword gleaming, he advanced with a cruel grin. Translate. He's threatening me, right? That's exactly the kind of line I need to learn. Right now, Dylan felt immense pressure. In the most literal, physical sense. The noble knight had only swung his sword in a simple slash, yet Dylan almost couldn't hold on, forced half to his knees under the weight. Seizing a gap before the knight raised his blade again, Dylan rolled desperately out of the way. With just that much skill, you dare play the hero? After the brief exchange, the knight had already gauged his opponent's strength. Weak. Aside from being a little fast, there was nothing worth mentioning. Ready to die? Phantom doppelganger. Icicle spell. Dylan, fully aware of the gap in strength, didn't waste time. While the knight taunted, he triggered both equipment skills. 3 Dylans formed a fan-shaped encirclement around the knight, each raising 3 icicles before them. Equipment skills? What a bag of tricks. But the knight didn't panic. He drove his sword into the dirt, flinging up a spray of soil. The grit cut through the air, passing through the phantoms, leaving only the real attack revealed. The knight's eyes instantly locked onto the leftmost 3 icicles. Block LV6. 2 shattered on his sword, but the 3rd struck home. The knight staggered back 3 steps, chestplate dented with an ugly mark. His face darkened, fingers clenched around the hilt, veins bulging at his neck. Rage boiled in him, so strong he couldn't even spit out insults. Charge LV5. Whirlwind/LV6. The 2 skills chained together seamlessly. Dylan barely had time to raise block before the impact sent him tumbling. When he rose again, his disguise was gone, revealing a green, mycelium-covered form. A freak. The knight blinked. No, a demon spy. Whatever he was, chopping off that head and reporting it as a slain spy meant free credit. The knight advanced, sword raised, relentless. In the shared link. Boss. Boss, help. The knight closed in, blade flashing down. Die. A backpack strap shot out from behind Dylan, slashing across the knight's right wrist, leaving a thin line of blood. He looked down, his sword had dropped, and his tendon was cut. Without armor, he might have lost the whole hand. But he hadn't seen what struck him. The adventurer still stood there, looking frail and helpless, yet his backpack was on the ground. What? The straps lashed out again. The knight tried to block, but with one hand crippled, wounds piled rapidly. If this kept up, he'd be whittled to death. He braced himself and lunged instead. Charge LV5. But the scout was ready. Mushroom cannon LV8. The knight was blasted backward, chestplate shattered, ribs exposed and mangled. He lay gasping, barely alive. Boss, why didn't you act earlier? The scout bounced back onto Dylan's shoulders, straps refastening themselves. You look so brave, I thought you had it. Dylan chuckled awkwardly. Wait, the girl. He turned, only to find the spot empty. No need. She's smarter than you. Slipped away the moment you started fighting, likely back in the village by now. The real problem is... Dylan followed his gaze to the dying knight, who also looked at him, eyes pleading. But a tendril sliced his throat clean through. Lin Jun's voice was calm. The real problem is how to deal with this corpse. Dylan hesitated. If he, a nameless adventurer, died, no one would care. But this was a noble's knight. Leaving him here would bring trouble. Boss, can't you just make mushrooms grow on him? Make him vanish. What nonsense. This isn't the dungeon. Mushrooms could grow, sure, but full decomposition would take 10 days. Someone would find him first. In the end, Dylan decided to drag the body into the woods, dumping it in thick underbrush. But before leaving, he bent down, rifling through the night with practiced ease. Soon he had a coin pouch, a small pack, and a pendant. The pendant had survived even the mushroom blast, just sticky with blood, definitely valuable. The pouch held 18 gold coins and loose change, which Dylan pocketed without hesitation. As for the pack, inside was a finely decorated letter sealed with wax. Shall we read it? The boss suggested. Dylan nodded and tore it open. Huh! Flames burst from within, reducing it to drifting black ash before he could react. Oh ho, so you just killed a confidential courier. Dylan, you're finished. Huh, but you killed him. You even landed the last blow. Go tell someone that. Tell them the backpack did it. I'm sure the noble courts will believe you. Damn it, and the boss wasn't done. They'll hunt for the lost message, eventually trace things to the village. That girl you saved? She'll sell you out for a single gold coin. Your wanted posters will plaster every street. When you return from the islands, soldiers will surround you the moment you step off the ship. Then, on the execution stand, the gallant Dylan and his talking backpack will both be beheaded. Congratulations, you've achieved the good guy ending. Gulp. Dylan wanted to argue, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. There's another way. The boss's tone turned sinister. Dylan's heart leapt. What is it? Go back to the village. Together, we silence everyone who saw you. No witnesses, no problem. Dylan froze, staring in horror at the pack. Boss, you can't be serious? Of course I'm joking. Too much hassle. Easier to just hide in the dungeon. Trust me, Dylan, I can make it so even your daughter won't recognize you. That didn't sound like much of a solution. Dylan tilted his head back, staring at the sky. How had it come to this? All he did was save a girl. Boss, do we really have to do this? Dylan's voice was full of shame and discomfort. Of course we do. This is a long journey. If you don't, how many potions would you need to carry? On land, you can still resupply along the way, but once we're on a ship, what are you going to do? Bring an entire crate of potions aboard. Right now, Dylan had stuffed his clothes and pants into his pack. All he wore was a pair of shorts as he rode his horse. According to the boss, this was called maximizing solar absorption. But they were only half a day from Norweed. If he ran into people like this, the shame would be unbearable. And as the saying goes, the more you fear something, the more certain it is to happen. Just as the sun was setting, moments before Dylan could put his clothes back on, he encountered 4 strangers. Not exactly the way he'd imagined. Simply put, 3 rough-looking men were doing a very bandit-like thing, robbing a traveling merchant. The merchant, though mounted, had been cornered against a slope with nowhere to go. The bandits hadn't pulled him down yet, seemingly not wanting to harm the horse. Naturally, Dylan's arrival drew their attention, but the 3 only shifted into guarded stances. No one threatened him, nor made any move to include him as a target. They were mere bottom-tier thieves, not even at silver rank, who preyed only on ordinary folk. And someone like Dylan, strange-looking, calm in the face of bandits, wasn't the type they wanted to provoke. Dylan touched the sword at his horse's side, then turned his mount slightly, skirting around them. Aren't you going to help him? Boss, I need to make it on time. I can't stick my nose into everything. Dylan answered matter-of-factly. Dylan, has anyone ever told you you're a hypocrite? Sir, please help me. I'll pay you 2 gold coins, the merchant suddenly cried out. Shut up. One of the bandits snapped, finally losing patience. He raised his nicked iron sword and hacked down, no longer caring about the horse. But as he swung, his peripheral vision caught a flash of blue. He hesitated for a heartbeat. In the next instant, an icicle whistled past his nose. Everyone's eyes turned to the half-naked figure on horseback, particularly the glowing ring on his hand. An equipment skill. Someone with equipment skills was far beyond them. Friend, no need to fight. We're leaving. Seeing that Dylan wasn't pressing the attack, the bandits backed away slowly, faces toward him. Only when they were far enough did they break into a sprint and vanish. Dylan sighed. That had been reckless. He wasn't even wearing armor, just shorts and a ring. He had planned not to interfere at all. After all, 2 gold coins wasn't something he really needed. But old habits, muscle memory from all those days scraping for a few silver coins. Seeing an easy 2 gold was too much temptation. Damn it. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The merchant urged his horse over, bowing his head repeatedly in gratitude. Dylan, however, just stretched out his hand. If this guy dared skip the payment, Dylan would rob him himself. Fortunately, the merchant wasn't stingy. Oh yes, of course. He quickly pressed 2 gold coins into Dylan's hand. Neither of them noticed that as the merchant approached, the pack hanging by his horse's tail twitched slightly, its straps rising, ready to strike. Dylan pocketed the coins, then casually offered a warning. Next time, don't skimp on guards. The more you save, the more you'll lose. In the end, even your life. Yes, you're absolutely right. The merchant looked embarrassed. Dylan was about to move on when the merchant called after him. Sir, may I accompany you to Norweed? Aren't you coming from Norweed? Seeing Dylan's annoyed look, the merchant quickly offered 20 silver coins. I realize the road is too dangerous. I'll return to Norweed, hire guards, then try again. Dylan didn't really need the silver, but refusing after already taking gold coins felt too cold. It was only half a day's journey anyway. Fine. He reluctantly accepted the silver. The merchant smiled more warmly than ever. As night fell, Dylan put his clothes back on, lit a fire in an open clearing, and made camp. Not because of the merchant, but for practical reasons. He had no night vision, relying on the boss's glow underground. The horse needed rest too. Under the light of 3 moons, they sat on opposite sides of the fire. Dylan simmered jerky in his iron cup until it became a small portion of meat soup. As the iron clinked softly, the merchant spoke up. Sir, I never asked your name. I am Anthony Neal. Just call me Dylan. Dylan's tone was cool. They were only traveling together half a day. No need to make friends. The merchant seemed a little disappointed, but didn't push. Instead, he unscrewed a flask at his waist and drank. After Dylan finished his soup, they both went to sleep. He wasn't worried. He had the Scout, whose detection skills were sharper than his eyes. The Scout, in its backpack form, now hung from a tree branch, watching everything, especially the merchant. Name, Kreloro. Race, doppelganger. Level, LV-36. Racial talent, shapeshift, can freely change appearance, imitating humanoids, including exact looks, voice, and scent. A doppelganger, likely a demon race. That talent was basically a stronger version of mimicry from birth. The human lands truly brimmed with stars. In just 3 days of travel, they'd met a corrupt knight, bandits, and now a doppelganger. Dylan thought he had saved a merchant. Linden thought he had saved those 3 bandits. Most likely, the doppelganger had intended to kill them all, and could have, easily. But upon meeting Dylan, it changed its plan. This was no harmless type. Its skill panel contained many offensive abilities. Dylan wouldn't stand a chance against it. Why it approached him remained unclear. Linden hadn't told Dylan the truth. After all, if Dylan looked wary the whole time, it wouldn't be interesting. Besides, LV-36 wasn't too high. With some vigilance, it wouldn't be able to harm him. Better to see what tricks it tried to play. Under the blazing noon sun, the gray-white stone walls of Norweed seemed bleached, their sharpness softened by the glare. Only the shadows preserved the cool severity of the blue stone. The iron-bound gates stood open, with 4 guards stationed beneath the shade, inspecting those entering the city. The flow of people was already considerable here, and at last Dylan had been permitted to put on his shirt and trousers again. But his face, as he gazed at the gate from afar, was anything but cheerful. The boss had just warned him. There's a magic array running at the gate. Placed at a city entrance, it could only be some kind of detection spell. Low level, perhaps, but more than enough to pierce his flimsy mimicry. Keeping a detection array active wasn't cheap. Since when had nobles been this willing to spend? He hadn't stopped to gather information after leaving the dungeon. Had something happened recently that he didn't know about? In any case, he couldn't go in. Casting a glance at the merchant whose name he had already forgotten, Dylan casually offered an excuse. It's safe enough here. I've got other business. I won't be accompanying you into the city. The merchant looked mildly surprised. Does Sir Dylan have pressing matters? I had hoped to thank you properly inside the city. Dylan didn't even bother fabricating an excuse. He waved his hand, turned his horse, and rode off. Could it be that Sir Dylan doesn't dare to enter the city? Dylan yanked his reins, turning to glare at the man. What did he mean by that? Had he been exposed? Dylan's mind was already racing through the consequences of silencing the merchant here and now. But the merchant continued, as if oblivious to his reaction. Or is it that you fear I might trouble you with my gratitude, delay you from your journey? Dylan's knuckles whitened on the reins. After a long moment, he rasped, just joking. I truly have other matters. Best not waste more time. Then he spurred his horse, riding away almost in flight. The merchant narrowed his eyes, watching Dylan's retreating back. Dylan rode along the small road for a long time, until the city walls were out of sight and the traffic of travelers had thinned. But when he glanced back, that same figure was following him. The merchant again. By now Dylan knew something was wrong, but he couldn't fathom the purpose. If the man had uncovered his disguise, he should have reported him to the guards. Why trail him alone? Didn't he fear being silenced? Such abnormal behavior could only mean trouble. Dylan had no wish to face him. So he fled, riding until the sun was setting and his horse lathered and gasping. Finally, he no longer saw the merchant behind him. Even so, he wasn't reassured. He led his horse into the woods, deeper and deeper until no road was visible. Only then did he pause. He had just begun unpacking his gear when a pebble struck his face. Startled, Dylan turned, his mimicry slipping in the process, only to see the merchant once more. A chill ran down his spine. This was no ordinary merchant. Only the familiar pack on the ground lent him the faintest comfort. But why wasn't the boss making a move? Did he have to start the fight himself? Dylan drew his sword, bracing for a deadly clash. Ah, I knew it, the merchant exclaimed, joy brimming in his voice. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm one of your own. Before Dylan's eyes, the man's head bulged like a water balloon, shifting into different faces one after another, even Dylan's own. When the transformations ended, the merchant grinned. See, now you understand. Understand what? That he was a monster? Wait, on his own? Dylan touched his own mycelium-covered face, suddenly thoughtful. Seeing this, the merchant assumed comprehension and sat down on a stone with great ease. Huh, to meet one of ours in a place like this. Rare fortune indeed. All formality vanished from his posture. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Kraloro, and you are? Dylan, though wary, shouldered his pack again. Dylan, you're a parasitic type, right? I've seen your kind. I mean your true name, not the name of this body. Dylan, all right then. Kraloro sighed, exasperated. Your disguise might be weak, but your lips are sealed tight. My disguise, what flaw? Dylan genuinely wanted to know. His journey was far from over. If anyone could pierce his cover, he was doomed. Kraloro clapped him on the shoulder, adopting the tone of an elder guiding a junior. Brother, your mimicry collapses at the first injury, definitely under level 5. But more than that, it's your behavior. Who rides bare-chested in broad daylight? The moment I saw you, I suspected. Then, at the city gate, you noticed the detection array. Your panicked retreat was too obvious. And when I tested you with a simple line, you betrayed yourself instantly. What kind of training did they give you? Training? Dylan recalled the boss's words. There, you look human enough. Should be fine. Kraloro sucked in a sharp breath. That bad? No acting lessons? No counter-intel drills? They just shoved you out here with low-level mimicry? Which faction do you belong to? That's sending you to your death. Which faction? Dylan fell silent again, and Kraloro shook his head in admiration. I get it. Can't reveal such things. But brother, you must understand, loyalty alone won't keep you alive. We spies survive by quick wit and improvisation. If your handlers gave you nothing, then even by demon standards, they've been terribly cruel. Kraloro stroked his chin, deep in thought, occasionally glancing at Dylan with eyes full of sympathy and reminiscence. Dylan, meanwhile, was completely lost for words. The silence stretched. Inside the fungal net. Boss, what do we do? What do you mean? Isn't this great? Linden had thought at first the doppelganger meant to copy Dylan after exposing him. He hadn't expected this outcome. But I'm not a demon spy. You're a mushroom spy. Close enough. Dylan reflected on his time since being parasitized, gathering intel for the boss, spreading strategy guides, setting up signs to lure adventurers, liaising with pro-mushroom sympathizers among humans. Come to think of it, he really was a spy. Meanwhile, Kraloro seemed to have made up his mind. Brother Dylan, I know you're still cautious. But meeting a junior like you out here, only to watch you walk to your death, I couldn't bear it. I happen to be free of assignments at the moment. Let me accompany you a while, teach you a few things. Dylan stared in disbelief. We're demons. Always this warm-hearted? Kraloro, seeing his doubt, didn't press. Instead, like an old friend, he sat down beside Dylan, unscrewed his flask, and drank. Now that he was closer, Dylan noticed it at last. The flask was filled with mana potion. Here, your X. Luckily, it's just an XXXX snake. If it had been an X-Lite XX mushroom, I'd be XXXX. By the way, XXXX shreds really well, makes a nice dish. A certain mushroom was once again indulging in its daily hobby of peeping. Ever since that one incident in the swamp where 22 humans perished all at once, plus the bit he'd picked up by following Dylan around. Human Common Tongue LV5. Linden increasingly suspected this skill didn't upgrade according to word frequency. Instead, it seemed completely random, meaning even if you hit level 9, you might still not recognize something as basic as the word walk. Utterly ridiculous. Thankfully, self-study wasn't affected. Now that Dylan had met his kind senior, his daily amount of conversation had skyrocketed, and Linden's progress benefited greatly. It wouldn't be long before the language barrier ceased to be a problem. Meanwhile, ever since the loss of so many adventurers last time, the number of parties venturing down to the fifth floor had noticeably decreased. But facing the threat of higher-level adventurers appearing at any time, Lin Jun had made plenty of preparations. In addition to simply producing more cannon shrooms and whip shrooms, he had developed two new defensive types of Poochie. At that very moment, on the ceiling of the fifth floor, a special self-destructing Poochie was ripening. The Poochie wriggled its little body, kicked off, and dropped free of the fungal carpet, beginning a free fall. Then it spread its wings, or more precisely, something like wings, a glider suit. Getting a Poochie to truly fly was far too difficult. You need a skeletal framework for wings, feathers, the power to flap, and more. But making them glide was much simpler. The plan was, swoop down onto an enemy's face, then self-destruct. But reality didn't quite match expectation. In the air, the Poochie flailed, unable to stabilize its posture. Finally, in the chaos, it triggered dive LV3 and smashed headfirst into a mushroom tree cap, blowing itself up. Lin Jun hadn't intervened. After all, in real combat, he wouldn't have time to micromanage each one. But it seemed Poochie's natural intelligence just wasn't enough to execute aerial assaults. Understandable, they had no innate flying instincts. A shame. Lin Jun had pictured swarms of self-detonating Poochies soaring at intruders. That would have been magnificent. The second type, however, was much more practical. Self-destruct LV5 plus mimicry LV4 plus ambush launch LV5. The mimicry was simple. These Poochie buried themselves underground, leaving only their camouflage caps on the surface. A thin fungal carpet spread over them, making them indistinguishable from the ground. Step on one, boom, and if enemies avoided them, the whole buried cluster could burst out together. Best of all, with only 3 skills, their mana cost was extremely low. Lin Jun intended to plant plenty. He'd even created something more like a toy. A Poochie spinning in circles, its 4 mycelial tendrils whirling into a blur. Blade Storm LV1. No idea which human dropped that one. Not much real use, but looked impressive. And most crucial of all, the escape routes. In the chamber beneath the swamp where Lin Jun's true body rested, countless mycelial tunnels stretched outward, linking to all 5 stairways. At the swamp's edge, they connected to pre-dug escape passages. If disaster struck, if the army was crushed and Little Black defeated, Nightshroom could scoop him up with rolling charge and flee in any direction. Fight to the death? Not happening. From the deep layers to the 5th floor, he'd already risked enough for a lifetime. By now, humans could hardly erase his fungal carpet from the first 5 layers. As long as he survived, even if defeated once, he could always rise again. It was only a worst-case contingency. In truth, Lin Jun had yet to encounter anything that could threaten him and Little Black fighting at full strength. Not even the Diamond Rank team that had slain the Flame Demon in the Deep Zone had managed that. Still, best if this whole matter could just blow over. If the humans would just pretend nothing had happened, all the better. The Golden Sunwood Tavern was thick with the aroma of ale. Ever since the Withered Willow Tavern had shut down, business here had nearly doubled. This buttered oyster is incredible. Vera, you really should order one. The 3-person party, flush with coin from their last delve, was finally willing to splurge a bit on food and lodging. Philin was enjoying himself so much he ended up with a toothache. Vera, embarrassed, lowered her head to avoid watching him dig at his teeth. Ever since that fight with the Marauders, Philin had been missing a tooth. With their poor finances, they'd never had it fixed. Vera resolved that after their next dungeon run, they would first return to the city and hire a proper craftsman to mend it. Bang! The tavern doors slammed open, crashing into the wall. All eyes turned. The innkeeper scowled at his broken door. A staggering figure loomed in the lamplight, shouting hoarsely as if scraping stone. Begorn. Begorn's Ironheart squad is wiped out. It was like dropping a red-hot iron ball into a cup of water. The room erupted. Bullshit, A catfolk adventurer crushed his mug in his hand, scarred face twisted. That's a gold rank squad, with over 10 silvers. You dare say wiped out? The room buzzed with agreement. Exactly. 20-odd adventurers, and not even delving the deepest floors. How could they all die? The messenger gasped for breath. A patron passed him a mug of ale, which he downed in one messy gulp. Clearing his throat, he gave the rest of the news. Some adventurer traded for gear at the mushroom merchant on the 5th floor. When he tried to sell it at market, it was recognized as belonging to Begorn's squad. A whole crowd's gathered there now. Don't believe me? Go see for yourselves. That silenced most doubters. The rest leapt up and rushed out to confirm. Every other topic in the tavern vanished. Only Begorn's squad and their target, the Great Black Mushroom, filled the air. The Golden Sunwood Tavern wasn't cheap. Its regulars were mostly silver rank and above. And the Great Black Mushroom roamed the 5th and 6th floors. They couldn't ignore it. If even Begorn's gold rank squad was annihilated, then for 99% of adventurers, meeting the Great Black Mushroom meant certain death. Of course, some argued it was because Begorn's team had recklessly provoked it. Others claimed they'd encountered the creature and escaped unharmed by tossing a few glass trinkets. Rumors about its fondness for shiny objects had circulated for some time, and many gave them some credit. But when lives were at stake, caution was never too much. Never thought Sir Begorn and his squad would truly be wiped out. Philin gulped ale, trying to drown his fear. Yeah, hard to imagine. 4 gold rankers dead on the 5th floor. Vera's face was grim. Fain sat pale and silent. Of everyone present, the 3-person team felt the shock most deeply. They had nearly been among the dead themselves. In that moment, not only Vera, but every adventurer in the room thought of the same thing. The Adventurers Guild, whose reputation lately had been anything but reliable. Quest rank S. Quest type, exploration. Quest objective, investigate the strength and habits of the special monster Black Poochie, or slay it. Quest reward, 100 gold coins / 200 gold coins. Slaying, 1 tier, 2 exchange voucher. Quest description, the special monster Black Poochie is active on the 5th and 6th floors, with confirmed combat records. On the 4th day after Begorn's squad's annihilation was confirmed, Oberon, the branch guild master, finally caved to Mirabelle's relentless nagging and issued an S-rank guild bounty. Mirabelle had no choice. Oberon was about to be reassigned, so he didn't care, but she was staying. When a new branch master arrived and saw such a disaster had been left unattended, adventurers lost and public trust squandered, everyone would be blamed for negligence. A perfect excuse for a purge, replacing half the staff with a new master's cronies. Mirabelle still intended to grind her seniority, then transfer to guild headquarters for a cushy retirement post. So she kept pestering Oberon, refusing to let him drink in peace until he signed off on the bounty. At last, it was done, even if it took longer than it should have. Whether anyone could actually complete the quest, though, was none of her concern. Once the guild formally posted it, her duty was fulfilled. The Adventurers Guild had 3 types of jobs. The first was client commissions, tasks of every variety, from escorts and gathering to rescues and monster hunts. After an initial evaluation, the client paid a deposit and fee, and the quest was posted. Most adventurers made their living this way. The second was guild collection contracts, usually for gathering materials. These were technically quests, but in reality, just bulk purchases. Prices matched market minimums. Adventurers only sold here when they couldn't offload goods elsewhere. The last type was the guild's special commissions, known simply as guild bounties. These were issued only when the guild deemed a situation unavoidable and requiring immediate response. They were always A rank or higher, and while they were often dangerous and urgent, their rewards were correspondingly rich. Before the magically lit quest board, a crowd of adventurers had gathered, not to accept the task, but to gape at it. S rank, as expected. No one was surprised. A whole gold rank squad had been wiped out. What else could it be? Some had even guessed it might be S+, though such guesses had few believers. It had been over a decade since Purple Crystal Dungeon saw an S+ guild bounty. Even the last S-rank quest, 3 years ago, had been different. The 9th floor had inexplicably spawned a flesh sovereign. 4 diamond-ranked adventurers. It wasn't unbeatable, but its endless flesh spread through the entire floor, blocking every passage. Only then had the guild issued an S-rank purge mission. 9 diamond rankers worked in unison to suppress and cut it apart, finally destroying the core. That kind of large-scale purge mission was a very different beast from this exploration. An S+? That was the stuff of legend. Plenty of rumors, little fact. Truth likely lay sealed in the guild's archives. But the gold reward looks kinda low. A rookie, seeing an S-rank bounty for the first time, frowned. They'd seen private S-rank commissions before, like the famous Rescue the Duke's Daughter quest adventurers still gossiped about. Even the more ordinary ones, like the pre-demon tide hunt for werewolf fangs, had paid 10 gold per fawn. One werewolf was worth at least 40 gold. And 10th floor werewolves weren't all level 50. Most hovered in the 40s. The Gorn squad could have gritted their teeth and tried for that. Compared to that, this S-rank bounty's gold reward did seem meager. But the rookie was quickly mocked. Idiot. Do you not understand what that Tier 2 exchange voucher means? You're drooling over pocket change while ignoring the real prize. Then what can it exchange for, he demanded. With a Tier 2 voucher, you can pick any B-rank equipment from the guild armory. You get the weight of any. Gasp. Those hearing this for the first time all inhaled sharply. B-rank gear was almost always skill equipment. Gold-ranked adventurers with even one piece were envied. The freedom to choose made the reward priceless. After all, skill equipment was rare, often mismatched to the wielder. But the guild armory could guarantee a perfect fit. Then there must be other tiers of vouchers, too. Eager for attention, the speaker continued generously. Of course, Tier 3 vouchers can only exchange for attribute gear or less practical skill items. Tier 1 vouchers, though, those are monstrous. Fire Knight Kunz's Flame Dragon Slash, Azure Bow Wieland's Moonlight of Mitsuki, both A-rank skills you can only get with Tier 1. Another adventurer asked, what about S-rank equipment? S-rank? Officially, there's no such classification. But if you insist, maybe the legendary sword of the hero. But that vanished with the hero long ago. Nothing more than a myth. The hall buzzed, adventurers hotly debating famous skill equipment, as if they could claim one themselves. The excitement lasted all day and into the night. Yet the bounty still hung untouched on the board. Until late, when even Helena the receptionist had gone home. A man, dressed in the finery of a noble, strode into the hall. Straight to the quest board, he plucked the S-rank bounty. At the counter, the night shift clerk looked up and recognized him. Sir Eden. His handsome features made her blush, but she recited the rules. Sir, your adventurer rank qualifies, but this exploration is highly dangerous. At least 3 are required to accept. Eden inclined his head. He knew. With a flick of his hand, his teammates entered from outside. That will suffice, the girl nodded, quickly stamping their identity tags and completing the registration. Sir Eden, the exclusivity period is 5 days. If you haven't submitted results by then, the quest may be reposted. You understand. Routine. Eden understood well. Taking back his tag, he offered a brief farewell, ignoring the starry-eyed look of the clerk, and stepped into the night. From his cloak, he pulled out a small pouch of blue mushrooms. After all, one should relax a little before work. Mist hung over the farm that never saw daylight, the stalks of wheat taller than 2 men brushing against each other with a constant, whispering rustle. The ringing in Eden's ears grew sharper. He pressed a hand against his throbbing temple, knuckles whitening with strain. A voice that wasn't there whispered in his head, grating like chains dragged across stone. His steps faltered. Stumbling, he realized his companions were already 10 paces ahead, their figures about to be swallowed by the swaying sea of grain. Then, in his haze, a warmth like running water slid across his back. Pale, golden light spread from his shoulder to cover his whole body. The maddening ringing cut off instantly. Even if temporary, the relief was bliss. You all right? If something's wrong, you need to tell me sooner. A freckled face parted the hanging wheat, the priest gently supporting the staggering Eden. Shaking his head to clear it, Eden pulled away from the faintly intimate posture. Sorry, my problem. Thank you, Fan. The name caught in his throat. What was the priest's name again? But she only smiled. We're teammates, aren't we? Come on, we'll fall behind the others. Right? Falling behind in the abyss was suicide. Coordination mattered here more than in any other dungeon. He hurried after, finding the other two waiting at a barn door. The thief knelt, picking the lock. The warrior shot Eden a glare. What took you so long? This kid dragging his feet. The warrior's gaze fell pointedly on Eden, but before he could answer, the priest stepped forward. It was my fault. Sorry for the delay. The warrior grunted. Since she had taken the blame, he let it go, waiting silently for the thief's work. Click. Done. With a whistle, the thief shoved the door. Rotten oak hinges groaned as the barn swung open. And inside, gold. A barn full of gold. The thief's deerskin boots sank into the shining heap. He picked up a coin and inspected it. Ancient Kingdom Mint. We hit the jackpot. The warrior and thief dove in, laughing, letting coins spill from their fists like sand. Ha ha ha. This must be the treasure of this floor. The warrior dumped out his pack, stuffing it with gold by the handful. Even the priest's eyes glittered, though she remained outwardly composed. Only Eden stood frozen in the doorway, bewildered. What are you doing? Where they saw coins, he saw nothing but a barn full of grain. Buzz. The ringing returned. He blinked, and now he too saw coins. Piles and piles of them. The warrior's pack bulged with gold, unable to hold a single extra piece. No, this is wrong. It's a trap. Get out. He shouted with all his strength, but the warrior and thief ignored him, obsessed with hoarding their treasure. The priest at least heard, but instead of fleeing, her first reaction was to cast Remove Curse on the two lost in their delusion. Her instinctive kindness cost her the chance to run. The reek of rot swept in. Grass claws raked past Eden's face as scarecrows crawled from the wheat fields. Forced back step after step, he nearly fell into their grasp several times. When he finally retreated far enough and turned, the barn was already crammed with scarecrows. I should save them, at least the priest. The thought burned in his chest, but his legs only carried him, sprinting back the way they came. The phantom voices returned. This time, no one dispelled them. Could he even escape alive? The world darkened around him. He reached out, trying to tear away the black. Rough curtains tore open. Summer sunlight spilled in like scalding milk, dazzling white against his lashes. Eden instinctively shielded his eyes, dragging himself upright against the wall. Pressing his palm to his pounding temple, he tried to squeeze the fragments of nightmare out of his head. He felt like a sack of meat after a night of beatings. And then his gaze slid to the unfamiliar woman beside him, her chestnut hair spread across the crumpled pillow. What had he done last night? The mushrooms. He grabbed the half-empty pouch of blue mushrooms from the bedside, scowling, and tossed it into the trash. Damn sleeping aid. He'd heard they helped with sleep. And they had. But the price was this nightmare. A nightmare that hadn't touched him in 15 years, dragged back up by a handful of mushrooms. So much for resting well to prepare for the dungeon. Now he felt worse than before. Still, he had 5 days. Eden pulled the blanket over his head again. That priest, what was her name anyway? At the Adventurers Guild, Mirabelle tossed the quest acceptance record onto her desk. Before her stood the night shift clerk from last night. Who the hell are Hose Lay and Hose It? Since when do we have diamond rank adventurers by those names? Didn't the names look suspicious when you filled the form? But they had guild ID tags, the girl murmured aggrieved. She'd followed protocol. Forget it, go. Mirabelle waved her off. She knew it wasn't the girl's fault. A level 56 illusionist fooling an ordinary receptionist was child's play. Even Mirabelle herself might not have seen through it. But her irritation boiled over anyway. Adventurers, one headache after another. First Begorn squad had thrown their lives away in arrogance. Now this Eden, swaggering into an S-rank team, quest alone. And if he died, would she have to issue another S-rank bounty? Mirabelle flipped through Eden Clar's records, her brows climbing higher with each page. Apparently, this wasn't his first time. He favored exploration quests, solo or team. For team missions, he simply used illusions to bypass the rules. And because his success rate was fairly high, bringing back useful intel even when he failed, other branches had tacitly let him be. No record of serious injury, either. Well, one exception. As a rookie, he'd suffered a total party wipe in the Scarecrow Abyss. Of 4, only he survived, cursed with permanent loss of taste. After that, he'd abandoned the Abyss entirely, wandering between other dungeons. Only after the Demon Tide did he arrive in Yafeng Town. So, he was capable. And with so few diamond ranks in Yafeng right now, maybe sending him wasn't such a bad idea after all. 5th Layer Caverns. The mine tunnels that Lin Jun had blown shut during the Magic Tide were now almost all dug back open, and even a few new passages had been widened beyond their original size. This was all thanks to the more than 50 digging pudges who worked here constantly, along with a few humans who had figured out the mine rules. The ringing of pickaxes echoed through the caves. Norris carried a pick in his hand and a basket of stone mixed with magic crystals on his back as he walked out from the depths. On the way, he passed quite a few digging pudges. Scattered at their feet were some crystals as well, but Norris didn't touch them. One of the rules of the mine was, don't steal the pudge's labor. Norris had seen plenty of dishonest fellows before. Those with better luck got stripped naked. Those without, well, chances were they had become part of the 5th layer. The uproar outside about the big black mushroom incident wasn't unknown to him, but he wasn't worried. He had met the big black mushroom twice. Each time, a single glass bead had sent it on its way. In his view, that gold rank squad that got wiped out most likely violated the rule against attacking pudges on the 5th layer and were mobbed to death. As long as one kept the rules, the 5th layer was practically paradise for a copper-ranked adventurer like him. No monsters suddenly jumping out to kill him, the chance to mine crystals and earn more pay than on the upper floors. His only real cost was preparing 2 monster corpses as toll payment for the trip. But today was a little different. As he finally walked out of the cavern, he encountered a noble-looking middle-aged man. Norris instinctively wanted to hide the crystals on his back, but quickly gave up. Just a single button on the man's clothing probably cost more than everything Norris owned put together. The only ones he needed to guard against were people as poor as himself. But why was someone like this showing up in the mines? He didn't know, but the man's eyes never left him. Under the invisible pressure, Norris had to speak first. Sir, is there something you need? Eden looked curiously at the youth before him. He had wandered around the 5th layer for a while now, and only just met a living soul. Most adventurers have been thoroughly frightened by the big black mushroom incident. Why are you here alone? Norris looked at the pick in his hand, then at Eden. Eden realized he had asked wrong and corrected himself. Aren't you afraid of meeting the black pudgy? Not afraid. I brought glass beads. Norris shook his head and showed the small pouch at his waist, with 5 glass marbles of different colors inside. You've met the black pudgy? Eden seemed interested. So the rumor is true, that it likes glass things? Norris nodded. How amusing. Could you sell me 2 beads? I'll pay a gold coin each. Of course, you'll get the coins once you're back on the surface. I didn't bring money down. He even patted his pockets to show he was empty-handed. Norris handed over 2 glass beads without any change of expression. Forget glass beads. If someone like this noble wanted to take away the crystals he had dug these past days, he could only agree. As for that gold coin reward, he took it as empty talk. After passing the beads to Eden, Norris was ready to leave. Not daring to get too close, he stepped off the mushroom path and onto the mycelium carpet, only to be pulled back by Eden a moment later. Norris looked puzzled. Eden merely stepped aside and said, "Stay on the path. Don't step off it." Watching Norris walk away, Eden drew a scroll from his robes. As he channeled magic, a flood of information filled his sight. Race, mushroom, pudgy. Race, mushroom, pudgy. Race, mushroom, pudgy. Race, mushroom, pudgy. As expected, though this wasn't the first time he'd seen it since coming down, Watching the scan fill with self-exploding pudges all around him still made his scalp prickle. Just within the circle around him were 7 or 8. With the naked eye, he could never tell. He thought there was no need to even look for the big black mushroom. This alone was enough to explain why that gold-rank squad got wiped out. With numbers like this, he wouldn't be surprised if the whole 5th layer vanished one day. Still, he had to find the big black mushroom. Otherwise, he couldn't turn the mission. The problem was every scan target drained magic. So many responses drastically reduced the effective range of his reconnaissance scrolls. He had originally thought 5 scrolls would be enough to locate the big black mushroom. Now it seemed impossible. Maybe he would return empty-handed. Just as he thought so, the big black mushroom wandered into view. It strolled leisurely along the mycelium outside the path, and when it saw Eden, it came closer. He wasn't surprised. The reports said it liked shiny things. Dressed as lavishly as he was, of course it would be drawn in. Still, Eden tossed a glass bead. The big black mushroom waddled over and clumsily picked it up. Then he threw a second bead. It hurried off in pursuit. After that, Eden pulled out another scroll and quietly waited. When a mushroom came close a third time, he activated the scroll, Windblade. The slicing wind cut off the cap of the big black mushroom. The fallen cap crumbled into a heap of white threads, and from inside climbed out a very ordinary-looking pudgy. That sight surprised Eden, but before he could think further, all the minefield pudges nearby popped up at once. A chain of explosions swallowed him. When the smoke cleared, Eden was gone. Only a shattered magic crystal lay on the ground. Linden, orchestrating everything from behind, wasn't surprised. He had been watching Eden from the moment he entered the dungeon. Not because of anything else, simply because the man had no status panel. A puppet? An illusion? Something like that, surely. It couldn't have been his real body. Too unusual. One look, and it was obvious he came specifically for the 5th layer. So Linden used Assimilation Absorption LV3 plus Mimicry LV4 to shape a fake big black mushroom, acting out the role of some monster with fixed patterns. Patterns meant control, and control meant no need to eliminate it by force. If this impression could be carried out, then the problem might just blow over. Still, Linden had sensed from the stranger a faint presence of the same kind as himself. Hopefully, this improvised performance wouldn't reveal any flaws. In a yaffing town and room, Eden slowly opened his eyes, looking at the broken magic crystal in his hand with a playful expression. Attacking the big black mushroom triggered the explosion trap. Glass beads perfectly lured it away. In its true form, the information in his hand would be enough to report back. But he couldn't help feeling that the whole chain of events had gone far too smoothly. Just like that time, he walked to the granary. Should he go again, dig deeper? Rubbing his chin, Eden didn't think long before giving up. He had lost 2 specialized crystals and several scrolls in one run. Come again, and he'd only be losing money. And after all, there was no extra pay for doing more. Brother Dylan, don't take your clothes off. Come drink a little first. As Dylan finished tidying the campsite and was about to undress, Chlororo handed him a flask of mana potion. Brother Chlororo, isn't this a bit too much? They had passed through 2 cities in a row, each with detection arrays set up. Dylan couldn't enter to resupply, so he had to ration his potions. But Chlororo, relying on his racial shape-shifting talent, could slip past those low-level detection arrays easily, so he'd never lack supplies along the way. For the past few days, Dylan had been drinking only Chlororo's mana potions, and he felt rather embarrassed about it. What nonsense! If you go strutting around naked, you'll attract attention, and that puts me in danger too. Don't be so polite, it's just a little potion. Scratching his head, Dylan drank a few mouthfuls, then pulled a few gold coins from his pocket. Chlororo understood at a glance, and pressed his hand down to stop him. No need, it's on the public expense anyway. To Chlororo, Dylan was just a young man fresh into the trade. Though Dylan looked older than this merchant persona of his, that was only because of the host body he had parasitized. In truth, Dylan was younger than he appeared, just like Chlororo himself, who was older than the merchant form he wore. Every time he saw Dylan's clumsy mistakes, it reminded him of his own early days. He had only made it this far thanks to the help of his seniors. And Dylan's situation was worse than his had been. Low-level mimicry, unprofessional spy training, and, to top it off, doing the hardest kind of task, delivery. Though Dylan had stubbornly stuck to his principles and never revealed any mission information, Clororo had already noticed that backpack he never put down yet never opened. In fact, after so many days together, it was impossible not to notice. Clororo couldn't even find an opening seam on the bag. It had to be a sealed container, the kind that self-destructs if forced open. That sort of delivery job was the hardest. Gathering intelligence only required behaving normally. But carrying a suspicious bag like that, it was practically painting a target on himself. Sometimes Clororo even wondered if Dylan had offended someone higher up and was being deliberately sent on a suicide run. All he could do was keep looking out for this unlucky junior until his own new mission came down. Brother Clororo, why is security so strict lately? Dylan remembered how before, cities around here didn't check anything. Now, there were inspections and detection arrays everywhere. Brother Dylan, that stutter of yours. Anyway, of course it's strict. They're afraid of His Majesty's retaliation. His Majesty, the Emperor? The word felt strange on Dylan's tongue. Of course, His Majesty must be furious. That fake hero summoning trap the humans made left Lord Shadowfiend's fate unknown. The Empire suffered a huge loss. How could His Majesty not retaliate? The only thing is, no one knows how yet. Shadowfiend's disappearance couldn't be hidden. In the demon's side, this wasn't a secret at all, so Clororo spoke freely. But for Dylan, it was the first time hearing it. A fake hero summoning? A trap? And one of the 12 pillars of the Empire, Shadowfiend, had been taken out? So much had happened outside, while he'd been in the dungeon. But he quickly latched onto the key word, retaliation. Then, could it mean outright war? War would be the most direct and most impactful retaliation. But Clororo just waved his hand. Impossible, Brother Dylan. As spies, we must know how to read the times. The elves and dwarves are watching closely. They'd never let us wipe out humanity and grow unchecked. Unless... Clororo deliberately paused. Sure enough, Dylan asked, unless what? Clororo leaned close, threw an arm around Dylan's shoulder, and even though they were in the wilderness with no one around, he lowered his voice. There's a rumor that besides that trap, the humans secretly held a real hero summoning. If that can be proven, the Empire can start war without restraint. Dylan's eyes went blank, not understanding how summoning a hero was connected to starting war. Clororo looked at him like a hopeless blockhead. Idiot! If there's truly a hero, then the elves and dwarves won't help humanity. If our empire grows stronger, their lives get harder. But if humanity grows stronger, do you think there's any better? Right now they side with humans only to balance our strength. But if a hero really appears, that changes everything. With the Demon King gone, a hero growing up would be overwhelming power. Believe me, not only would we want him dead, even elves and dwarves wouldn't let him live if they had the chance. Who would want a being above them, able to kill or spare them at will, with no restraints. At the very least, until the hero is dead, they'd most likely remain bystanders. Of course, all this is on the condition that a hero really has been summoned. Clororo took a swig of mana potion to wet his throat, then, seeing Dylan still looking dazed, didn't press further. He only added a reminder. Brother Dylan, dangerous tasks may come down soon. Remember to measure your strength. Failing a mission means punishment, but if you're caught by humans, you'll lose your life. Between the two, weigh it carefully. After that, he patted Dylan and led the way forward. Dylan followed, still digesting the flood of information. Linden was digesting it too. Humans, demons, elves, dwarves, hero summoning, traps, confrontations, reprisals. No wonder so few diamond rankers were active in the dungeon. No wonder not a single human above level 60 had entered so far. They had all been pulled away by the demons. Which meant, right now, almost no one could threaten him. He had been restraining himself, keeping the mycelium only on the first 5 floors, afraid of drawing too much attention. But now it seemed that caution had only wasted growth time. Fortunately, human-demon tensions were still ongoing and might even escalate into war. If he started expanding now, it wasn't too late. Before humanity had hands free, he could spread mushrooms through the whole dungeon. Maybe even try extending the mycelium toward the dungeon's entrances he hadn't dared touch before. Come to think of it, that hero summoning rumor must be fake, right? He was the hero, wasn't he? But even that didn't make sense. He hadn't killed a single demon. Instead, he had dismantled plenty of humans. What kind of hero was that supposed to be? A demon hero? No, that would clash with the role of Demon King. Wait a second, could it be the hero of monsters? At the far west of the archipelago, there was Horn Isle. This medium-sized island had once been famous during the archipelago's prime for hunting horned whales. Now, however, it had been completely abandoned. Not a single inhabitant remained, only rotting buildings, their paint peeling under the briny sea wind. The reason Horn Isle was abandoned was simple, the same as countless other deserted islands. The mist had spread here. At the moment, the gray fog only lingered over the reefs at the northeastern tip, but all nautical charts had already marked this island as pending erasure. The disappearance of the name, Horn Isle, was only a matter of time. The time might be 3 years, 3 months, or even 3 days away. The spread of the mists never followed tides or seasons. Its borders pulsed, shifting constantly between real and unreal. And yet, today, Horn Isle was strangely host to a group of outsiders. In the western spruce forest, a stooped figure gripped the handle of a decayed hoe, moving its arms mechanically. Gray-white skin stretched tight over a bony frame. Cloudy eyeballs sat deep in sunken sockets as it shuffled forward with a gait that was anything but human. A flash of cold light split the sky. An arrow like a silver serpent pierced straight into its forehead, shattering bone and spraying rot as it burst from the back of its skull. 1 shot, 1 kill. Level up, LV6, LV7. Skill upgrade, Archery LV2, LV3. Atop the island's tallest structure, the watchtower beside the Lord's Manor. A tall, blonde woman lowered her bow, moonlit Yuzuki, and pulled off the strength gauntlet from her hands, flexing her wrists, sore from continuous shooting. Her ever-shifting geometric pupils gradually settled back into a human form. Taking advantage of the break, she turned to a middle-aged man in religious robes beside her. Samuel, priest, can you explain it to me again? I still don't quite understand. Lady Sophia, please, just call me Samuel. The priest's solemn expression carried reverence, without the slightest hint of disdain for her ignorance. Bowing slightly, he explained in a low voice. These are the lost, souls consumed by the mists. They're no longer who they once were, merely puppets of flesh, driven by the fog, without awareness. Please, when you shoot them, feel no burden in your heart. But do not underestimate the mists just because the lost are weak. What you see is only a tiny fraction, a spillover from its dormancy. Sophia nodded, half understanding. Just then, a fully armored guard ascended the stairs, carrying a hot meal on a tray, alongside a costly mid-grade stamina potion. He knelt on one knee and raised the tray above his head. Lady Sophia, your meal. Though this was not the first time, Sophia still wasn't used to such reverence. She took the tray with a hand, sat aside, and began eating quietly. No one would join her, as they considered it disrespectful. As she ate, Samuel asked the guard, "How is the mist?" "Stable. It won't enter an active phase anytime soon." Samuel nodded. Good. His eyes shifted to Sophia, now gulping down her food and chugging potion. Silently, he calculated the time she would need to advance to level 20. Only then could they choose a more suitable trial ground for the next stage of her growth. Until humanity's hope could protect herself, he and the 40 guards stationed at the manor would guard her with their lives. Papupu, Papupu. 40 Pudges stepped onto the 6th floor. With no restrictions holding him back for the moment, Lin Jun certainly wasn't going to keep playing it safe. He had long coveted the ecology of the sixth floor. Now was the time to bring it under mushroom control. Not to mention, the flower sprite's paralysis secretion skill was far too tempting. Of course, taming flower sprites would be the last step. The first step was spreading the mycelium, and that meant clearing out the slimes. There were a lot of slimes on this floor. Two kinds, red neurotoxic slimes and green adhesive slimes. This team of 40 Pudges, as the vanguard, had to map out their distribution and spawning grounds, paving the way for the larger forces to settle in. But now a small accident had occurred. A group of adventurers stood right at the stairway where the vanguard had just emerged. Why are Pudges coming down here? One adventurer stammered in disbelief. They'd already been tormented by that cross-floor black shroom. Now, even normal Pudges could swarm downward? What happened to dungeon rules? None of them dared make a move. Everyone knew the fearsome reputation of fifth-floor Pudges. Attacking them would only end badly. How about we try tossing them a monster corpse? Someone suggested. Makes sense. Quickly, they threw down a bee corpse about the same size as a Pudgy in front of the vanguard. The Pudges marched forward without a glance, completely ignoring the corpse as they stomped past. Seeing themselves blocking the path, the adventurers immediately scrambled back the way they came. They could always take another tunnel up. But in their panic, the priestess stepped on someone's foot and fell. "Don't leave me behind." Her teary cry made the ranger, already 10 steps ahead, turn in alarm. "Damn it! Get up, I'll cover you." He raised his bow, ready to shoot to buy her time, only for his companions to drag his arm down. "Are you an idiot? Don't provoke the Pudges." But his comrades had a point, but the Pudges were already walking right over her. Her scream pierced the air, making the ranger's heart drop. The Pudges trampled over the priestess without a second thought, quickly burying her figure beneath their squat black feet. The three companions could only grit their teeth and listen to her screams from afar. No. Her screams came out rhythmically, her voice strong and steady. She didn't sound like someone in pain at all. When the Pudges finally marched off, the three rushed back to find the priestess sprawled on the ground, her back covered in round, stubby black footprints. The ranger lifted her head. "Are you all right? F feels kinda nice." The priestess blinked in confusion, chest still heaving with the aftershock of near death. Yet there was a hint of reluctant pleasure in her tone. The others exchanged strange looks, helped her up, and checked her over. She was indeed unhurt. Not staying any longer, the four grabbed the bee corpse the Pudges had ignored and hurried back to the surface. Now, they had brand new bragging material. At the stairway to the sixth floor, with magic flowing into it, the mycelium slowly began sprouting from the stone steps. A green slime clung to the wall at the edge of the exit, greedily eating the fresh threads of mycelium. Boom! Several mushroom cannons hit it, blasting slime fluid everywhere. But even after losing much of its body and shrinking in size, the green slime still clung stubbornly to the wall, trying to keep eating. The Pudges had no choice but to fire 2 more volleys before its core was finally destroyed. Yet before long, more slimes appeared. Some were tiny enough to be killed in a single blast. But the mushroom cannon's explosions also shredded the very mycelium they were trying to protect. It was clear the botanical garden environment of the sixth floor was extremely suitable for slimes. Their numbers far exceeded those of previous floors. There were even mutated variants, such as multi-core slimes formed by several merging together. When the Pudges attacked one, it exploded into a swarm of smaller slimes, which then lunged from all directions, surrounding and half-digesting the unfortunate Pudgy before its companions managed to pull it free. Those slimes were causing losses. To Linden, it was only a bit of wasted mana. The mycelium continued spreading steadily along the stone walls. Once it reached the ceiling, just like on the upper floors, it would devour the glow grass and replace it with luminous mushrooms. The real headache, however, was the ground. Unlike previous levels, the sixth floor's botanical garden terrain was densely partitioned. Each flower sprite claimed a territory about 10 meters wide. Any intruder, whether monster or plant, was either killed or driven out. Fake flower vines strangled creatures lured in by their sweet scent. Even passing Pudges weren't spared. Phantom orchids gave off a blue charm light to lure prey into their traps. Thankfully, this had no effect on Pudges, who were under Linden's control. In short, the floor was divided into countless small territories by plant-type monsters, with a few animal types mixed in. Unless Linden resorted to another extermination campaign like on the 5th floor, his Pudges would struggle to move far across the ground. And without Pudges on the surface to guard them, any mycelium that grew too far from the stairs would just become free food for slimes. The 5th floor had been wiped clean because Linden needed a secure base. But in the other levels, what he wanted were skills from the local monsters, not the floor itself. On floors 1 through 4, he had occupied and used spaces and suppressed slimes to expand. But on the 6th floor, there was no such unused space. Even if he forcefully carved out a path, it would mean endless battles with the local plants just to keep it open. Too much effort for too little reward. Not worth it. So Linden began considering other solutions. If the ground couldn't hold Pudges, then he would just let them climb the walls along with the mycelium. 3 skills were possible. Suction cups LV3, taken from a small lizard during the magic tide, letting it cling to walls. But since Pudges had no hands, they would need to combine suction cups with mycelial tentacles for movement. Just imagining Pudges crawling up walls with tentacles already felt uncanny. Digestive slime LV6. The green slime's method, like snails secreting fluid that both digested and glued them to walls. With corrosion resistance, Pudges could probably use this. But there was a problem. When firing mushroom cannons, the recoil would likely knock them right off the wall. Rock Eater LV4. From the extinct rock lizards of the 5th floor. Allowed eating stone and forming a rocky armor layer. If walls lacked footholds, they could simply create them. Spawn Pudges directly on the wall, let them eat into the rock, then fuse their armor to the wall, turning into fixed turrets. Practical, stylish, but inefficient compared to mobile Pudges. Fortunately, with the solar mana generator, Linden wasn't short on power. If the first 2 options failed, the third would serve as a fallback. While Linden was busy sculpting new Pudgy forms, a big black shroom came down from the 5th floor. Gray, what are you up to today? Going to the 7th floor to beat turtles? Beat green guys. Gray, those are trants, not green guys. You can't just attack them, you understand? My ass. Linden could tell from how quickly she agreed that she definitely hadn't understood. Since Gray never listened, he often had to repeat things until she did. Over time, she had even learned to fake comprehension, nodding to brush him off. Truly exhausting. Still, last time at the Trent's Grove, Linden had spread spores to see if mushrooms could compete with moss for territory. With Gray opening a path, he might as well check on it again. He split off 4 Pudges to follow her, then immersed most of his awareness back into molding Pudgy bodies. A meticulous job where poorly shaped forms would waste their equipped skills. But before he could focus for long, a strange voice cut through the fungal network. Mushroom, Master, you have appeared once more. Tracing the signal, he found the Trant Grove. What? When Gray and her squad smashed their way through several plant monster territories and reached the grove, Linden finally saw the source. A Trant with mushrooms growing from its body. It looked familiar. Thinking hard, he realized, wasn't this the Trant Gray had once ripped apart limb by limb? It had regrown. Plant monsters really did have insane recovery. No, wait. The real point was these Trants actually had higher intelligence. That voice just now had been clearer than anything Gray ever said. Speaking of Gray, she was already stretching her arms, ready to brawl. Gray, wait. Don't fight yet, okay? Want to hit green guys. Still with the green guys. But now wasn't the time to argue. Linden used his newest trump card against Gray's tantrums. Behave, and I'll give you marbles later. Sure enough, the moment she heard marbles, she instantly turned into a good girl, squatting to yank at tree roots instead. Meanwhile, a pudgy back on the 5th floor waddled into Gray's mushroom house and dug through her pile of glass shards, retrieving 2 intact marbles to pay her with later. With the brat pacified, Linden finally turned to the treant, who had been standing awkwardly this whole time, fresh from death's door once again. "All right." He checked the panel. "No name. Just a barbarian. Mr. Treant, sneaking into my local network. What's your business here?" Beneath mottled bark, gnarled branches slowly writhed. Countless translucent strands of mycelium stretched like a web between the gaps of its body, spreading from its chest to its limbs. From the crack atop, its head sprouted a cluster of glowing mushrooms, soft caps looking absurdly out of place on a body of withered wood. Tree demons were not creatures of flesh and blood. They could not be parasitized in the same sense. This one had simply connected to the fungal network through the mushroom growing on it. Compared to Dylan or Gray, its independence remained far greater. Yet Linden noticed something. The spores he had scattered last time had left no trace in the grove. This mushroom on the Trent's body was likely the only result. At the grove's entrance stood only this one treant, but deeper within, shadows swayed faintly among the trunks. Interesting. Roots writhed across the ground, opening a path between the pudgis and the treant. Only a single root, seized tightly by Gray, struggled helplessly, unable to retract. Mushroom Master, the treant, whose limbs had only recently regrown, still appeared frail as it stepped before the pudgis and once more spoke into the fungal net. The branches of the ancestral tree yearn for peace. Please do not bring destruction. At the mention of destruction, its head turned subtly toward Gray. From its emotions, Linden sensed fear. So that was it, pleading for peace. But what is this ancestral tree? And its branches? Are you referring to yourself? Hearing such a special name from a wild monster piqued Linden's curiosity. The ancestral tree is the source of all treants. We are its branches. When speaking of the ancestral tree, the Trent's tone grew excited, almost reverent. Linden peered deeper into the grove. And this ancestral tree, is it inside? He wasn't impressed by lofty titles. If it truly resided on the 6th floor, it could be no stronger than that old bat. If not on this floor, then no matter how powerful, it couldn't affect him. The ancestral tree is not here. We are but a lost offshoot. Offshoot? Linden eyed its peeling, decrepit bark. Fine, I understand. But one question, what exactly do you mean by peace? Branches do not attack mushrooms. Mushrooms do not attack branches. And if I require aid, could you provide it? Naturally, I would offer something in return. Negotiation always started small. Linden knew that well. The treant hesitated, glancing back at the grove before shaking its head. Branches do not attack mushrooms. Mushrooms do not attack branches. Isolationism. Linden thought a moment, then replied coldly, "If that is all, then I refuse." His will carried through the network, letting the treant fully feel the weight of his intent. To Linden, these treants were rare intelligent beings in the dungeon. They could easily connect to the fungal net. Communication was no barrier, and thus they were valuable. He was willing, even eager, to bring them into his fold, raising the collective intellect of his organization. Even if they couldn't leave their grove, their presence would give him practice managing other races. But only if they joined. If they refused even minimal contact, there was no way to bring them in. And why should they be allowed to remain separate? To him, the dungeon was already his personal domain, even if he truly controlled less than a third of it. The treants weren't strong enough to demand independence. What made them think they could carve out a state within a state? Left uncontrolled, they were no different from other monsters. Worse, even, because their intelligence made them unpredictable. And only one treant had come forward, the others lurking unseen. How sincere could this parley really be? Linden wasn't trying to be domineering. Had they shown the slightest willingness to engage, things could have gone well. But no, you don't want contact? Fine. But since there's no relation between us, why should I stop Gray? Oh, Gray is that big black mushroom, by the way. Here, monsters preying on each other is the norm. Your grove has only trance. Surely that land wasn't given to you willingly by others? Don't you agree? The treant faltered, unable to answer. Lin Jun didn't press. He wanted them to think carefully. This time, I'll take Gray away. Next time, I hope to meet treants more willing to speak. He left with the Pudgis dragging Gray along. With his current strength, he could have been more forceful, brought in a full squad of Pudgis to intimidate them. But that would only breed resentment. Better to leave things uneasy but open rather than close the door entirely. If he could pry open even the smallest crack of cooperation, with his resources he was confident of winning some treants over. The mushroom master left, and the treant remained frozen in place. When its limbs had once been torn off, it had not died. It had no name, just another of hundreds in the grove. The only difference was its misfortune, being on watch the day destruction came in the form of the black mushroom, and its fortune that it had survived. Limbs lost could regrow. When they fought the big black shroom, the rest of the grove had stayed hidden. It hadn't always been that way. The first time it came, half the grove had rallied, united by the rule that all intruders must die. But by the time it arrived, the monster had already gone, leaving nothing but shattered wood. The second time, the third, the fourth, endless raids taught them this was not an enemy they could defeat. Every fierce resistance only brought greater losses. Ignoring it lessened the damage. So the system of taking turns at the gate, in truth, taking turns as sacrifice, emerged. Each time, the black mushroom would destroy a few treants, then leave satisfied. Losing a few was acceptable if it meant the survival of the many. But it felt wrong. And yet, it had no alternative. Treants did not reproduce quickly. Their numbers dwindled steadily. One day, they would all be gone. It believed this firmly. So its survival brought no joy, only a delay of inevitable, until a mushroom sprouted on its head. Through that mushroom, it glimpsed the presence above, vast as a boundless forest. Compared to that being, the entire grove combined was insignificant, unbeatable. Even the black mushroom was merely a fragment of it. It had peered into the Titan, but the Titan had not noticed it yet. That filled it with dread. It had thought to rip the mushroom out, hiding once more. But then extinction would be certain. Since the big black shroom was part of that being, survival meant communication. It tried to share this with the others, but the roots returned only suspicion and anger. At most, it had been allowed this one chance to speak alone. And now the meeting was over. Thanks to it, the big black shroom hadn't ripped it apart again. But the outcome was not promising. It was less a negotiation and more a final warning. It didn't know how many kin would accept a mushroom on their bodies, but it would try to persuade as many as it could. Hopefully, not too few. 2 glass beads were handed into Gray's overjoyed hands. She hugged them and scurried straight back to the mushroom house. Using her tail to sweep aside the glass shards, Gray pulled the beads under her body and started counting them one by one. Lin Jun then watched her point a few times, then go back to the first bead and start all over again. Maybe he ought to take some time to teach her how to count. Probably very difficult. Gray resisted anything that required brain work. Just thinking about how to teach her already gave Lin Jun a headache. As for hiring her a math teacher, let's just say that profession was far too dangerous. It was hard to find anyone who could hold that post for long. After creating a new folder for Gray's education plan and setting it aside, Lin Jun had to test his new strain of Pudgis first. Otherwise, the 6th floor wouldn't budge. On the fungal carpet of the mushroom forest, 2 experimental Pudgis of different forms squirmed and detached. One had 8 special tentacles, while the other constantly secreted slime from its body. Let's start with the suction cups. The suction cup Pudgy, receiving instructions, quickly crawled to a rock wall. Its tentacle tips swelled into bowl-shaped cups and began slapping against the stone with sticky pops. At first, it went well. The suction power easily supported its climb. But soon a problem appeared. When it moved continuously, several mycelial tentacles somehow got tangled together. The Pudgy tried to pull them apart, but the knot only grew bigger until the whole thing became a lump stuck to the wall. When the last 2 suction cups could no longer hold on, it fell and splattered. Lin Jun wasn't particularly shaken. Malfunctions in test subjects were normal. The real issue was pudgy intelligence. 8 tentacles were simply too many to coordinate. Still, the suction force had exceeded expectations, so reducing tentacle count was an option. Before long, a second pudgy was born under his magic, this time with only 6 tentacles. Though it occasionally had to pause to sort them out, at least it didn't knot itself up. However, when it tried firing its mushroom cannon while clinging to the wall, the recoil flipped its whole body over. Lin Jun watched the pudgy dangle in midair, its cannon shot missing the target and blasting into the fungal carpet more than 10 meters away. With fewer tentacles, it couldn't maintain stability. He decisively let this failure drop and returned to the mushroom garden cycle. Plan 1 abandoned. Next came the slime pudgy. The slime-coated pudgy climbed the wall smoothly, but ran into a problem when firing. It couldn't lift the cannon muzzle. It needed most of its body pressed flat against the wall for enough adhesion, leaving only a shallow angle for the cannon. The target was completely out of reach. He tested a shot anyway. Turns out the slime's sticking power wasn't a real issue. Usable, but the flaw was obvious. Worse, constantly secreting slime for climbing consumed a surprising amount of magic. So in the end, maybe fixed turrets on the walls were the way to go. And so he got to work. Along the fungal carpet near the outer edge of the 6th floor, every 40 meters of pudgy was nurtured. The first batch quickly emerged under Lin Jun's extravagant flood of mana. These pudges were slightly different from the normal kind. They were round. Upon birth, they began devouring the rock beneath them, then covering themselves with it. This process took about 2 days. Afterward, one by one, round stone turrets took shape. Learning from the slime pudgy's angle issue, the stone shells had many round holes, large enough for mushroom cannons to poke through, but small enough to keep the pudgy from falling out. With these fixed turrets, Lin Jun was able to wipe out the endless slime harassment from afar, letting his carpet spread outward again. After advancing another 100 meters beyond effective range, a new round of nurturing began. All told, it took about 2.5 days to gain 130 meters. To cover the entire 6th floor? Let's just say maybe someday. He could accelerate pudgy birth with magic, but Rock Eater's conversion into turret stone couldn't be rushed. Progress was agonizingly slow, but for now it was all he had. At least it was progress. Honestly, the biggest feeling he had was, there are way too many slimes, and they never stopped coming. Other floors had slimes too, but usually the first few days of battle were the hardest. After both sides chewed through troops for a while, slime reinforcements fell behind pudgy replacements, and the pressure eased. By Lin Jun's expectations, the 6th floor should have been the same. But after so many days, the slime numbers hadn't dropped. They were increasing. That didn't make sense. If there were always this many slimes, this wouldn't be a botanical garden. It would be a slime park. Given the situation, Lin Jun could only guess. Either there was a hidden stockpile being released in waves, or some entity capable of mass-producing slimes was reacting to his invasion, trying to block him. Or perhaps his dungeon invasion had triggered some kind of emergency response system, auto-generating slimes as countermeasures. That last one was least likely. He'd seen real dungeon defenses before. The ancient dragon scale, scorched by lightning, was still gathering dust in his treasure hoard. Compared to that, spawning slimes was weak. Too weak for the dungeon itself. But if this really was the dungeon's doing, then Lin Jun would have to rethink going deeper. What if its defenses escalated? Slimes now, but what if later it zapped him like it zapped the dragon? If the dungeon really targeted his true body, those lightning strikes would roast him into a crispy, fragrant mushroom kebab in no time. If that were the case, he'd have no choice but to shift all focus to expanding toward the surface. Up above, his mycelium had already reached the gate and was cautiously creeping outward, partly to test humanity's response, partly because his current focus was still downward. After all, while the surface offered sunlight for photosynthesis, its mana density was lower and monsters fewer than underground. Still, the cause of this sixth-floor slime explosion had to be uncovered. Without that, Lin Jun couldn't rest easy. And of course, a war raging along the rock walls couldn't escape human adventurers' notice. Lin Jun hadn't planned on hiding it anyway. Lately, taverns were full of chatter from adventurers passing through the sixth floor, bringing back tales of Pudgy versus slime battles. Ever since the demon tide, everyone had realized mushrooms and Pudges were now a major force in the dungeon. On a small scale, mushrooms consumed all firefly grass wherever they spread, replacing it with glowshrooms. Illumination levels dropped by 2 grades, making long-lasting light tools or magic a necessity. On the large scale, if Pudges wiped out the 6th floor like they had the 5th, then formed defensive swarms, adventurers' income sources would shrink again. At this point, saying that every move of the Pudges tugged at adventurers' hearts was no exaggeration. Even Norris, a bronze-ranked minor adventurer who earned purely by digging ore, felt the same. Though in his case, he was hoping the Pudges would wipe the 6th floor clean. The battle on the 6th floor was still dragging on. Although Lin Jun hadn't secured control of it yet, there were already some gains. 7 sins, greed triggered. Plundered skill, neurotoxin LV3, LV4. Plundered skill, digestive slime LV6, LV7. Plundered skill, physical resistance LV5, LV6. Honestly, the slime skills from this floor were quite useful. Neurotoxin was basically a liquid version of hallucinogenic spores. At the same level, its effect was stronger, though less convenient to use. Lin Jun thought maybe he could combine it with mimicry, wait until an enemy passed by, then suddenly squirt it straight into their face. Digestive slime was a form of corrosive damage, handy for waste disposal. For example, skeletons that mycelium couldn't decompose, or equipment completely ruined and worthless. He threw them into slime to dissolve. Physical resistance needed no explanation. For regular Pudges with tiny health pools, it didn't matter. They die in one hit anyway. But for elite Pudges, it was a different story. Since Lin Jun's mana reserves had grown recently, it was about time to create a batch of true elites that went beyond mere cannon fodder. That plan would have to wait until after conquering the 6th floor, though. Taking it was a massive mana sink, and even with his current production, he was only just breaking even. Apart from the greed-boosted skills, there was one other ability that finally improved through Lin Jun's own effort and sweat. Skill upgrade. Mycelium Network LV6, LV7. No shortcuts here. This core skill had to be raised the slow, grinding way. From the time he left the deep zone until now, it had finally risen a level. To his surprise, the panel description had a new line. Can create relay nodes within the Mycelium Network. It looked like a derivative function. But what was a relay node? Only one way to know. Test it. Lin Jun picked 4 mining Pudges and turned one into a relay. It kept working, its shelled cap thumping stone. But then all 4 synced up. When the relay Pudgy stepped forward, the others stepped forward too, even if it meant walking into a wall. When it struck stone, the others mimicked the motion, even when there was nothing in front of them. It looked like a synchronizer, completely useless. He thought about it, then shook awake Gray, who had been dozing with her glass beads. She stumbled out, yawning and rubbing her eyes, dragged by a Pudgy's tentacle into a clearing where a crowd of Pudges stood. Lin Jun set her as a relay and linked one Pudgy beneath her. The effect was immediate. The Pudgy copied her perfectly, stretching out tentacles to rub at non-existent eyes. Still just a synchronizer. Not what he wanted. Gray, don't be groggy. Do you feel anything different? Different. She perked up a little at his voice, then noticed the Pudgy imitating her. What's this? She stepped forward to pick it up, but it copied her step and kept away. So she chased it, and it fled, both in perfect sync. Thanks only to her longer legs, she caught it and hugged it tight, examining this strange little creature that felt oddly linked to her. Lin Jun watched her play for a long while, the Pudgy only ever mimicking. But then Gray seemed to figure something out. Still holding it, its 4 tentacles suddenly twisted together like a braided rope. Huh? She set it down, and it spun around her, whipping the braid. Lin Jun was sure he hadn't given any such order. Gray, are you commanding that Pudgy now? I think so. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the discovery of a new toy. And Lin Jun finally understood the true function. In short, it outsourced Pudgy control. A relay was like appointing a squad leader. But that squad leader needed brains. If you picked a normal Pudgy, it was just a synchronizer. This function seemed tailor-made for Dylan. Unfortunately, Dylan wasn't in the mushroom garden now, and scout command couldn't be given to him either. The scouts were too far away. He could still control them only because of familiar control. If he transferred authority, that link would sever. And once cut, reconnecting? Sorry, target not within server range. Please try again later. Then Dylan would be completely on his own. While Lin Jun pondered new applications, Gray was already directing her Pudgy to run straight into her mouth. She sat still, and it willingly fed her its mushroom cap. But after a third of its cap was gone, it collapsed dead. Gray instantly sulked, as though she'd just lost her toy. What kind of nonsense was this? Playing herself into sadness? Lin Jun handed her 2 more Pudges, and as soon as she felt the new links, she forgot the dead one on the ground. But he wasn't done. He kept transferring more and more. 4815. Finally, all 21 Pudges on site were under her command. He wanted to see where the limit was. But before he hit his own ceiling, hers hit first. Overloaded, she tripped over her own feet, crashing on a 1 Pudgy and flattening it, then flopped on the ground like a stranded fish. The other Pudges devolved into chaos, some crashing around, some rolling, some standing frozen. The scene was a total mess. Only when Lin Jun pulled all control back did it calm. Gray staggered up, then bolted into the mushroom house to hide, clearly shaken. It must have been unpleasant. How strange. Pudgy controllability should scale with intelligence. She was dumb, sure, so not many was understandable. But just 20-odd? Even if not precise, she should have been able to manage basic commands. Why had she lost control of her own body? He guessed it was just Gray being too special, born deficient. If only he could test with someone of normal intelligence. At times like this, he really missed Dylan. That utterly ordinary man had been very useful. Speaking of which, what rank did a tree demon's intelligence count as? When 3 Pudges returned to the tree demon grove, Lin Jun noticed that more tree demons had connected to the mycelium network. So, we meet again, my tree demon neighbors. 5 this time. Compared to the hundreds in the grove, 5 was nothing, but it was a start. Clearly, they had sensed the Pudges' arrival through the network and had been waiting. Lin Jun could feel their nervousness. But once they saw Gray wasn't with them, their tension eased noticeably. As though afraid he might be dissatisfied with so few, the same tree demon with a mushroom growing from its head stepped forward and said, "Mushroom Sovereign, our kin need more time to accept change. We ask for your understanding." Through the network, Lin Jun sent them a thought tinged with reassurance. "I'm pleased to see 5 willing to step forward and communicate. In fact, I came today to ask for a small favor. Would any of you be willing? Of course, there will be payment." He didn't specify what kind of favor. Testing relay nodes wasn't something easily explained. The 5 exchanged glances. Since they had already prepared themselves by joining the network, refusal wasn't an option. They all stepped out. But to Lin Jun, it felt like they were heading for execution. Well, no surprise. Thanks to Gray's example, they probably thought the favor was to be dismantled for her amusement. Step by step, the Pudges led the tree demons out of the grove, toward the stairwell's fungal-covered cliffs. The grove's location was remote, requiring passage through several other monsters' territories. The Pudges had set out 5 strong, but without Gray to clear the way, only 3 reached the grove. And even on the return trip, trouble struck. A vine monster suddenly coiled around a Pudgy, tightening until it was about to burst. Lin Jun didn't care much. There was no time to save it. Dozens of Pudges died every day, and during the 6th-floor campaign, the losses were even heavier. But then one of the tree demons stepped forward, placed its hand on the vine, and the vine released its prey. What was that? Linden opened its status and finally spotted the skill, Plant Affinity LV4. He knew they had it, but assumed it was just for growing moss or mushrooms on themselves. So this was the true effect? If Pudges had this skill too, then the tree demons shivered, though they didn't know why. No, no, no. No need for anything extreme. He could just harvest corpses from the accidentally deceased. They didn't cremate their dead, right? After that, the tree demons took the lead as vanguard. Whenever they encountered aggressive plants, they calmed them with plant affinity before allowing the group to pass. Linden soon realized the skill wasn't as overpowered as he'd thought. It wasn't passive immunity, but an active charm. They had to physically touch the plant, something a Pudgy would never survive long enough to do. And the effect was uncertain. Success meant the plant gave up. Failure meant, well, one vine monster ended up ripped apart by brute force. When the five finally reached the destination, they were greeted by the sprawling fungal carpet and more than 60 Pudges waiting at the cliff's base. Uneasy, one bold tree demon asked, "Mushroom Sovereign, may we now know what you require of us?" Linden didn't keep them in suspense. "This time, I want our help testing the network. The same network we're using to communicate now. That's all you need to understand." He transferred control of 2 Pudges to the speaker. The tree demon immediately sensed the change. It first observed the Pudges mimic its movements, then within half a minute figured out how to issue commands without extra instruction. "How does it feel?" Linden asked. "It feels..." The tree demon manipulated the 2 Pudges into different actions. Similar to root links, but not the same. Linden knew about root links, tree demons' natural communication, but those only conveyed emotions, vague and imprecise. Nothing like the network. But that wasn't his main concern. "Do you feel any strain?" The tree demon shook its head. So Linden added 4 more Pudges. Still no issue. He continued increasing the number. "If it becomes too much, speak up." At 24, the tree demon finally waved its hand, dizzy. "Enough." Linden immediately reclaimed control and let it rest. He then had the others tested one by one. Most could handle at least 12 Pudges. The mushroom-headed one managed 20. Clearly, dumping 20 plus on Gray had been too much. These tree demons seemed ideal assistants. But he didn't rush to let them command armies just yet. 5 alone weren't enough. When the tests were done, he produced the promised reward. 5 C-grade magic crystals, each the size of a finger. Not many, but for a task that was essentially just a stroll, it was generous. He'd observed that 6th floor crystals were mostly cracked, unstable, and near worthless, sometimes even jutting from walls, ignored by adventurers. For monsters here, C-grade crystals were rare resources. And for tree demons, they were no different than mushrooms. They could enrich their land. Sure enough, their spirits lifted when they received them, pleasantly surprised by the windfall. Linden wasted no time. He paid their day's wages and dismissed them. From their expressions, he knew his second goal had succeeded too. With repeated cooperation and trust, he could later pick out some to fully win over, offering greater benefits. Role models would emerge, and gradually, the mushroom faction among tree demons would grow until they were completely absorbed. He was already planning their future. With relay nodes, perhaps he wouldn't need to personally oversee the 6th floor at all. If only other floors had tree demons too. He recalled, were there werewolves on the 10th floor? They might fit the role. But first, the 8th floor teleport labyrinth still blocked his way. And besides, his memories of werewolves weren't exactly favorable. For now on, expect double releases at 6 o'clock. The demon tide had long passed, and Yaffing Town seemed to have regained its old prosperity. But many faces were no longer the same ones as before. If one asked the adventurers roaming the streets what proof there was of the town's recovery, the answer wasn't the rebuilt Adventurers Guild Hall, nor the new sub-guildmaster arriving in 2 months. The answer was right here, right now, because tonight, beneath the March moonlight, the Rotten Willow Tavern reopened. Adventurers, arms slung around each other's shoulders, cheered as they poured into the already crowded tavern, rushing to the counter to order a cup of that all-too-familiar cheap swill. If anyone wasn't swept up by the festive atmosphere, it was probably the owner of the Golden Elm Tavern across the street. He leaned idly in his doorway, arms crossed, watching with a sour face as the crowd flowed elsewhere. Inside Rotten Willow, even the window sills were crammed with patrons tonight. Everything was just as before. The squeaky wooden doors, the booze-stained, grimy floorboards, and the air thick with sour alcohol stench. If there was one change, it was that the owner, once a filthy, fat, middle-aged man, was now a stunning beauty in uniform. That brought a whole new kind of thrill for the crowd. No one knew what the guild was thinking, sending such a delicate-looking woman to run a tavern crawling with rough adventurers. No wonder they had to station a 2-meter-tall tigerkin as her waiter. Behind the bar stood Mary, dressed in a spotless white cleric's robe, the high collar snug against her snow-white neck. With a sweet smile, she passed a wooden mug to a leering customer, withdrawing her hand just before he could brush her fingers. The customer, unwilling to give up, leaned in with his drink and said, "Boss lady, are you a priestess of the god of light? That uniform suits you too well." "It's just my personal taste in clothes," Mary replied with a pleasant smile, as though oblivious to the suggestive tone. The man wasn't satisfied with words alone. His hairy, sweaty paw reached out for her. But halfway there, a much larger, furrier hand seized his wrist. What are you doing?" He tried to bluster, but the tigerkin didn't waste words. He simply dragged him out, ignoring the man's shrill wails. Before long, the 14th drunk of the night had been hurled into the street. In one corner, Norris was gnawing away at grilled snake ribs. He had arrived early enough to claim an overturned barrel as a table. Lately, luck had favored him. The noble-looking man he'd met in the dungeon had actually kept his word, tracked him down, and handed him a gold coin. Only later did Norris learn the man's name, Aiden, a diamond-ranked adventurer. For someone like Norris, scraps from such a man's fingers were like heaven-sent treasure. That gold coin, combined with the 1 gold and 20 silver he had scraped together mining, was enough to cover this year's 3rd debt payment. He even had some left to treat himself now and then to something better than endless mushroom soup. He was savoring that happiness when disaster struck. A passing adventurer's foot tipped his plate, sending half a serving of honeyed snake ribs tumbling onto the filthy floor. The meat rolled through black boot prints as Norris swore he heard his stomach cry. That had cost him 30 copper. Ugh, disgusting. The adventurer cursed as he brushed his trousers, grinding his boot into the steaming ribs. Eat shit somewhere else. The man, a silver-ranked adventurer, stomped off as if sparing Norris a beating was already generous. Norris didn't argue, didn't curse, didn't even look up. He shrank back timidly, avoiding the eyes of those around him. He was only level 21, barely in a bronze rank, alone and powerless. Better a coward than a corpse beaten in some alley. He regretted coming to Rotten Willow tonight. Nearby, a few had noticed, but they only laughed, smoke curling from their mouths. Adventurers respected only strength and courage. No one would defend a timid bronze. Except, stop right there. Phylan blocked the silver adventurer's path, finger nearly poking his nose. You knock over someone's food and think you could just leave? No apology, no compensation. Behind her stood Fayen, who had failed to restrain her, and a resigned-looking Vera. Move aside, the man snapped, shoving her hand away. He loomed over her by a head, hand raised to push her back. Shying, even in the packed crowd, Vera's curved blade pressed precisely against his palm. One step further and it would run him through. Silver-ranked or not, strength wasn't equal. What are you doing? This is a tavern. Overpowered and staring at cold steel, the man panicked. This was the city, but taverns were never short on hot-headed fools with nothing to lose. He didn't dare gamble. I'll pay, damn it. Just put the knife away. He backed off quickly, turning to burn the coward's face into memory. He wouldn't touch Vera, but that weakling, the one who hadn't even protested when his food was ruined, would make a perfect target later. But when he looked, Norris was gone. Only the trampled remains of snake meat remained on the floor. A tall figure shoved through the crowd then, standing before the four troublemakers. Phaon, sharp-nosed, caught a whiff of feline musk. The tigerkin crossed his arms, jerked his head toward the door. The meaning was clear: leave on your own, or be thrown out. Damn it, the adventurer spat, slinking away. Cowardly trash, Phelan shouted at his back, still fuming. Vera only sighed. He hadn't even tasted his order of signature pudgy pasta before they were kicked out. Let's just find another place. I'm still hungry. The three soon found another tavern still open. But when they sat down, they noticed someone slurping glowing mushroom soup at the next table. Phelan immediately recognized the man she had tried to defend, only for him to flee first. Norris, mouth glowing faintly from the soup, hunched his shoulders and darted his eyes around, though he didn't even know what exactly he was afraid of. Maybe it was just this girl's overwhelming presence. Staring at the three in front of him, Norris swallowed the last mouthful of soup. His fingers scratched faint lines into the wooden table without realizing it. You sure ran fast. Phelan slapped the tabletop, making his bowl jump half an inch. We stood up for you and you. Phelan. Vela clapped a hand on her shoulder, then turned to Norris. Don't mind her. She just talks too much. No malice. I do not talk too much, Phelan muttered. I know. Norris kept his head down, voice barely audible. Thank you. Then he suddenly shot to his feet, old boots kicking over the stool. Sorry. I have to enter the dungeon tomorrow, so He nearly ran out the door, vanishing into the night. What the hell? Now it looks like I bullied him, Phelan grumbled. Being feared by the very person she tried to help left her frustrated. Vela patted her shoulder. Come on. He said thanks before he left, didn't he? Norris knew they meant well, but he just couldn't handle people like them. He was a gutter rat. Only in unnoticed corners did he feel safe. Any gaze, whether kind or cruel, filled him with fear. He knew he had problems, but there was a reason. Anyone carrying a debt big enough to turn them into a slave any day, wasn't it natural to have issues? Some are born in Rome. Others were born beasts of burden. He was the latter, thanks to his deadbeat gambler father. That man's early death had left Norris, still underage, to sign his crooked name into the Baron's dusty ledger, accepting a debt of 32 gold coins. Here, no debt died with the debtor. Death might silence a gambler's breath, but not erase the parchment at the notary. A father's debt was a son's to repay. Norris could only be thankful his father's incompetence had kept the debt under 100. By law, those who failed to pay were enslaved to their creditors. His father had been lucky to drink himself to death before that point. As for 14-year-old Norris, the United Kingdom's laws were merciful enough to allow him to begin repayment at 16, installments of 2 gold every 3 months with interest. 40 gold in 5 years. So, to avoid the full experience of slavery, he'd started saving at 14. But by the first repayment, all his savings had already been swallowed. With barely enough strength to scrape by as the lowest adventurer, he had no real way to earn that much. At 17, he should have become a slave already. But fortune had finally glanced his way. The Pudges had cleared the 5th floor of monsters. Even weaklings like him could safely mine cartloads of magic crystals there. Thanks to the Pudges, he wasn't on a slave ship bound for the islands. Now all he wanted was to rush back into the dungeon, to dig out another load of crystals. The next morning, he shouldered his basket and pickaxe and hurried to the dungeon. At the entrance, he noticed faint traces of mycelium creeping along the stone. Other adventurers seemed not to notice, or perhaps had grown used to it. By now, fungus sprouting anywhere was hardly surprising. Rumor said it had spread to the 6th floor too, where Pudges were locked in battle with slimes. None of that mattered to him. All he needed was to mine crystals, repay debts, and squirrel away a few silver coins. Even scraps of savings were precious to him. So he followed behind another party, thick-skinned, sneaking down to the 5th floor. Alone, he'd never survive. His pickaxe struck sparks from a stone. As always, it took him nearly 2 days to fill his basket with crystal or, just as he neared the tunnel mouth, something went wrong. Damn it! Crystals everywhere! A harsh voice bellowed, shaking dust and fungus loose from the ceiling. A bad feeling gnawed at Norris. Another raspy voice answered, "We should have come here sooner. Quick, grab everything." When Norris emerged, he saw two leather-armored figures frantically scooping up loose crystals. You shouldn't. The Pudges will come," he warned. "They wouldn't care if he got caught in crossfire." Huh? One man sneered at the sight of a bronze weakling, shoving him to the ground. "Jealous, huh? Can't stand others picking what you missed." They clearly assumed his haul was stolen, too. As Norris fell, his pickaxe slipped free, spinning through the air. It landed square on a Pudgy's shelled cap. The shell split, the Pudgy collapsed limp. Norris went pale. He'd killed a Pudgy. He snatched up his spilled crystals and bolted for the exit. The others knew what that meant. After a heartbeat of shock, they reacted fast. "Shit, a dead Pudgy. Run. They won't swarm instantly. That kid killed it. Not us." Their curses followed him as they grabbed their loot and sprinted. Passing Norris, one of them deliberately tripped him. He crashed down hard, his basket spilling crystals that clattered against his skull. "You deal with the consequences of your own mess." Their voices faded as they fled. But Norris knew the truth. Killing a Pudgy had consequences. He had to run. Yet ahead, the two hadn't made it far. From the fungal carpet, 7 or 8 Pudges burst out, leaping onto them. Explosions shook the cavern. The blast rocked the walls. Norris hugged the stone to endure the shock, never noticing the boulder above until it fell. He drifted in and out. He tried opening his eyes, but they were too heavy. Only a sliver of light came through. He tried moving his arm, but found it wedged in a crack at an impossible angle, encased in dried, clotted blood. The stench of iron filled his nose. His body was pinned by rubble, numb and unfeeling. Am I dying? Terror surged, the primal fear of death. But then, like a lantern guttering out, memories flickered past. Debt collectors ripping away his last copper, gazes treating him like prey. Adventurers tormenting him at will, leaving him only retreat. The thief who stole his coin, then beat him bloody with his friends when he demanded it back. Maybe letting this miserable life and wasn't so bad. But strangely, the last image was of the girl who had tried to stand up for him. What did that mean? He didn't have time to wonder. His mind was unraveling, his awareness slipping into the void. He was dying. In the final haze, something touched his neck. A voice he had never heard before spoke in his head. "Sorry to interrupt your death, but I just wanted to ask, are you still interested in living?" At the collapsed tunnel mouth, 20 digging Pudges hammered away at the fallen boulders, while 10 oxhorse Pudges hauled chunks aside with reinforced mycelial tendrils. This was Lin Jun's oversight. He had thought placing some landmine Pudges at key points for automated defense was a good idea. But he'd forgotten how fragile the caves were, and how much stronger the Pudges explosions had become. This time, the blast hadn't even gone off inside the tunnel, but more than 10 meters away. Moments like this made Lin Jun miss the deep zone, where no matter how you blasted, the tunnels never collapsed. Come to think of it, wasn't mining supposed to involve reinforcing the tunnels? Lin Jun had no knowledge of civil engineering. The only method that came to mind was building some kind of wooden supports. Whether they'd actually help, who could say? He wondered if this world had such knowledge. If only he could find a few experts. After all, if he ever took full control of the dungeon, mining wouldn't stop at the 5th floor. If it caved in every other day, nobody could stand it. It took about a day, but finally the blocked exit was cleared. The trapped Pudges stumbled out to the fungal carpet to recharge. Only about half of the original workers were still functional. The rest had gone dormant from lack of nutrition, with a few outright starved to death. The oxhorse Pudges carried them out one by one. Lin Jun checked the tunnels inside. The good news, almost none of them had collapsed. Losses were minimal. He paid special attention to tunnel number 22, sending a Pudgy all the way down. It was intact. That tunnel wasn't for mining. Its purpose, digging diagonally upward to break through the dungeon itself. The dungeon only had one exit. If enemies who knew his situation ever decided to strike, they could destroy the fungal carpet at the gate in bulk, cutting him off on the outside. At best, that would cause massive control delays. That was why, when weighing expansion outward versus downward, Lin Jun prioritized the latter. Outward spread remained cautious, exploratory. But if he could dig a second exit, even a third, fourth, those worries would vanish. Not that he thought the dungeon would allow such a loophole. If it really existed, the place would be riddled with holes already. Most likely, when he reached the boundary, he'd hit some kind of air wall. But wasn't he the hero? With that privilege, maybe he could bypass it. And the cost of trying was low, just a dozen Pudges working shifts every day. The collapse hadn't been pure loss. Lin Jun had gained something. In a mushroom hut, Norris lay on a mycelial bed, his body wrapped in translucent threads. His left arm and both legs were shattered, spine broken, organs damaged. Even with fungal repair and several bottles of healing potion, his life had barely been saved. The mycelium could heal flesh and organs, even set broken bones, but not when they were pulverized like this. Even if he woke, he'd be half paralyzed. Lin Jun knew the human world had regeneration potions, miracle items that could restore from the brink of death. But he didn't have any. His supplies were all spoils from adventurers, and none of them carried such treasures. And even if he had one, it would be classified as strategic stockpile, not wasted on a stranger. So why was Norris a gain? Because he had fewer skills than anyone Lin Jun had ever seen. Normally, even low-ranked adventurers entering the dungeon had a pile of skills. Weak, low-level, mostly useless, but there. Older ones like Dylan had even more, making every skill injection cost exorbitant mana. That was why Lin Jun could never hope to push Dylan up to diamond rank by stacking skills. Similarly, Gray only got key skills, and even then, Lin Jun had a stockpile mana for each. But this boy's panel was clean, and unlike Dylan, who had his own standing with Lin Jun, when they first met, Dylan freed Lin Jun, and Lin Jun saved him. They were even. Their bond was more employer-employee than master-servant. So Lin Jun couldn't just casually experiment on him. Turn him into a three-headed, six-armed freak, for example. Even he would feel awkward. But this youth was different. The blame for his near death lay with those two adventurers already rotting in the swamp. Now Lin Jun had saved his life, asking him to help test human-monster skill integration. That was fair. But first, he had to investigate the boy's background. A Pudgy shuffled forward, smacking Norris's face with mycelial tendrils. Soon, Norris stirred awake. Where am I? He tried to rise, but only his right arm moved. He quickly realized his condition. Though he didn't know why he had been saved, it seemed worse than dying on the spot. Numb to it all, he didn't even wonder why a Pudgy stood by his bed. Do you remember answering that you wanted to live? Lin Jun's voice spoke inside his head. Norris flinched, but then slumped back into despair. He muttered, "Who are you? Death? But I heard Death was supposed to be a goddess. You don't look much like someone who wants to live. Is it because you're crippled? That can be fixed." Really? His eyes flickered with sudden light. Really? The cost is small, but that's not important. Let me ask again. If you had a healthy body, would you want to live? Answer yes or no. Norris stayed silent. He wanted to ask what the cost was, but the voice clearly wasn't interested in explanations. He remembered his death visions, and that fleeting glimpse of the girl who had stood up for him. He wanted to meet her, to know her, to talk to her. 2. I want to live. Good. Then let's move on to Phase 2. Phase 2. The mysterious voice brimmed with expectation. Norris tried to think, but his focus blurred. Young man, now let's hear your story. The voice filled his mind, irresistible. Thanks to the miracle of cicadas for the Alliance Master support. Steel Bone LV2. One of the many inconspicuous low-level skills in the skill library. Although it wasn't a recovery skill, just as expected, after equipping it and supplying mana, the Shattered Bones were indeed replaced by Steel Bones generated by the skill, effectively achieving the effect of setting broken bones. Claw Strike LV7, a skill possessed by most beast-type monsters, but when equipped on Pudgy, the claws actually grew out of those little stubby legs. When Norris was first given this skill, his fingernails were replaced by 10-centimeter-long bone claws. After adding Steel Bone on top of that, The bone claws transformed into steel bone claws. Lin Jun had long known about such synergy between skills. Now it seemed this also worked on humans. Neurotoxin LV4. After equipping it, Norris began to be repeatedly paralyzed and lose health from the toxins his own body produced. Lin Jun had no choice but to add poison resistance LV5 and paralysis resistance LV5 to prevent him from turning into a vegetable. Mushroom Cannon LV8. Norris lay unconscious on the fungal mat as one skill after another was slowly added to him. Beside him, Pudgy would occasionally slice open his skin with bladed tentacles to observe the changes inside his body. Down in the swamp zone, the knight scribbled with his quill, recording everything on a piece of parchment. Adding skills was a slow process. Norris's first stage of modification would take about a week. During this time, of course, Lin Jun couldn't just focus on this one thing. As a very busy mushroom, he was also controlling scouts and directing the battle on the 6th floor. The scouts were doing fine for now. With Dylan getting help from his big brother, things were temporarily smooth. On the 6th floor, Lin Jun's carrot bait for the trance was working. More and more trance were willing to come out and work. There were already nearly 40 of them now. The very first trance had even directly pledged loyalty to Lin Jun and started calling him boss. To make calling it easier, Lin Jun gave a name, Little Green. Lin Jun also found it strange to name an old tree bark Little Green, but since there was already a Little Black, he thought maybe he could form a 5-color squad. He even remembered that in Werewolf, there was a blue-haired one. With the trance joining, Lin Jun finally gained the upper hand on the surface. Trance were excellent vanguards on the 6th floor, and they also served as reliable tanks with control skills. Lin Jun assigned each of them to command at least 10 Pudges, clearing slimes on the surface. With their help, the pressure on the rock wall greatly eased. Lin Jun could spread fungal mats over a much larger area at once. The farthest ones had already reached the dome where slimes couldn't touch, beginning to devour firefly grass. It could be said that the battle on the 6th floor was now largely decided. Only, the brainless slimes clearly didn't realize this and kept bouncing out nonstop. Lin Jun shifted his focus from pushing the fungal mats forward to investigating the source of the slimes. Boss, come take a look. Little Green seemed to have discovered something. Honestly, being called boss in that old, creaky voice of a trant was quite awkward, even more so than when Dylan said it. Lin Jun switched his vision over and saw Little Green and its 12 Pudges guarding a patch of grass. What did this mean? But soon Lin Jun understood. The grass in the middle suddenly shook, and before long, a red slime crawled out. Before it could bounce away, Little Green strode forward and smashed it with a trunk slam. Then it pulled up all the surrounding weeds, revealing a half-meter-long crack barely a finger wide. From within came the faint sound of flowing water. An underground stream? No wonder he couldn't find where the slimes were coming from despite his vantage point on the rock wall. If they used the underground water network to move into different positions before emerging, that would explain it. This had been a blind spot in Lin Jun's thinking. After all, everything was already underground, and the first 5 floors had no underground water at all. It hadn't crossed his mind, but this made things troublesome. With the way slimes' bodies worked, they could squeeze through any kind of crack, moving unhindered inside. Pudges could struggle to squeeze and deform themselves a bit, but they couldn't compare. So even knowing that the slime source was hidden in the underground water system, there was no way to trace it directly. Seeming to notice Lin Jun's frustration, Little Green took the initiative. I might be able to help you explore the underground water network. As it spoke, it stepped on the crack's edge, sending its roots down into the soil. Lin Jun was stunned. Come to think of it, unlike mushrooms, trants couldn't directly gather mana from the air, or rather, they could, but very inefficiently. When resting in the forest, they always rooted themselves in the ground, absorbing nutrients and mana from the soil. He hadn't expected they could use their roots to explore underground. And so Little Green advanced step by step, rooting itself deeper along the underground stream. During this time, it couldn't help clear the way for the Pudges, and even needed their protection since it couldn't move quickly. Facing monsters that came their way, Lin Jun didn't hesitate, ordering the Pudges to open fire. At times like this, clearing out a few monsters wouldn't disrupt the sixth floor ecology much. Using the interface, Lin Jun picked out hidden plant-type monsters one by one, blasting them from afar. The Pudges didn't lose a single one. But after about an hour, the mana ran dry, which was normal. Little Green Squad had already been exploring for a long time, and this last hour had consumed a lot of mana. Just as Lin Jun was about to call for a break, Little Green suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Lin Jun asked. "Sorry, boss. The underground stream is too deep here. My roots can't reach any further." The trance seemed embarrassed. After all, it had been its idea, and in the end, it failed and only wasted time. But Lin Jun didn't think it was wasted. "Then let's head back. I'll give you all a map of the sixth floor. Starting tomorrow, you'll explore the shallower underground streams across the whole floor and record them on the map." He wasn't just speaking to Little Green, but also transmitting through the fungal network to all the trance active on the sixth floor. Lin Jun's idea was that if the slime production point was in a shallow stream, the trance would directly find it. If it was deeper, then by mapping out the network of streams, he could at least determine the regions with deeper channels. Then he could focus on those places. If necessary, he could even dig down. He wanted to see just what kind of thing was hiding so sneakily. Truthfully, Lin Jun still held a little fantasy. Since this thing could produce so many slimes, its energy source must be abundant. And, based on experience, maybe it was another fragment of sunstone. Currently, Lin Jun's sunstone fragment was composed of 2 joined shards, producing about the same mana as the entire 5th floor through photosynthesis. If he got another fragment, wouldn't the mana production increase by at least 50%? With more mana, maybe his elite Pudgy plan could be mass-produced on a small scale? Yes. After receiving Lin Jun's command, the trance each replied in the fungal network. Lin Jun sharply noticed one response was missing. Sensing carefully, he found the trance, or rather, its corpse, near a Pudgy that had gone idle after losing its commander. It was normal for trance to occasionally get killed. Even though their strength was considered high on this floor, the dungeon never lacked accidents. But the culprit responsible for killing this trance still made Lin Jun blurt out in shock. "What a huge flower bud! What a huge flower demon! So huge!" Of course, Lin Jun had long since transcended worldly desires. He wasn't thinking anything improper. He was simply astonished. After all, flower demons grew their pistils into the likeness of a human upper body precisely to lure in humans, right? But such mimicry had long gone out of fashion. What adventurer these days would fall for that? And besides, even though flower demons looked human, they actually had no higher intelligence. Whether they made sounds resembling speech or showed expressions like humans, all of it was nothing more than predatory behavior. No different in essence from a Venus flytrap, secreting nectar to attract insects. Still, this flower demon was ridiculously big. The deep purple flower crown at its base filled the entire small basin. It looked as if its sheer weight had pressed the surrounding land into collapse. The trance, taller than a human, seemed like nothing more than a toy in front of it. Whatever had caused that trance to provoke it. Now its body was already flattened into scrap wood by the flower demon's stems and leaves. And if the Trent's corpse could still be considered somewhat intact, the Putchies that had gone with it were far worse off. Their bodies were plastered against the ground, so stuck that prying them loose was impossible. Only one that had stood far away survived. Lin Jun had no intention of seeking revenge. As rare as such a huge flower demon was, to him it wasn't particularly valuable. After all, he wasn't craving its materials. Better to leave it as a feature of the 6th floor. The Trent's corpse, on the other hand, was far more valuable, plant affinity skills. It was rare to have a naturally deceased Trent. It needed to be taken back to the 5th floor for a proper burial. But this wasn't something he could ask other Trents to help with. He would have to rely on the Putchies. Before long, a mixed squad of Putchies rushed down from the 5th floor. Since they were gathered on the spur of the moment, there were all kinds. cannon mushrooms, whip mushrooms, oxenhorse mushrooms, suicide mushrooms, big black mushrooms. Gray, why did you come along? I follow the Putchies here. Really here just to join the fun. Huh. Well, whatever. Just in case, Lin Jun warned. Just watch. Don't cause trouble, all right? The Putchies marched mightily toward the giant flower demon. Without a treant to clear the way, plenty of them were attacked by plants along the road. Lin Jun didn't interfere. Plant types had a problem. They digested very slowly. Feed them a few Putchies along the way, and they wouldn't finish digesting for half a day, effectively neutralizing them. At first, Gray tore apart any plants that grabbed Putchies, but soon realized she couldn't keep up with the main group that way, so she stopped bothering. By the time they reached the edge of the basin, there were just over 40 Putchies left. Only the final task remained, retrieving the Trent's body. Lin Jun planned to use the old tactic, feint east to strike west. Send down a few decoys first. While the flower demon struck at them, the oxenhorse Putchies would drag the Trent's body away. Simple strategies always worked well on brainless monsters. But suddenly surrounded from a distance by so many Putchies, the flower demon seemed restless. Its stem shot out of the ground, impaling a Poochie standing outside the basin. What the hell? That was outside its attack range. More stems burst forth, skewering Putchies one by one. Damn, so this flower demon had been hiding its real capabilities? That lone surviving Poochie standing on the basin edge earlier must have been a trick to make Lin Jun assume its attack range was limited. In just seconds, more than 10 Putchies died. Lin Jun quickly ordered the rest to retreat. He needed to regroup. Only one slow-reacting figure remained, Gray. Clang, clang, clang. The flower demon's stems kept stabbing out of the ground, striking the big black mushroom scales with crisp metallic sounds. Not a mark was left on the scales, while the stems broke themselves instead. Gray stared at the little holes left by the roots in the ground, then at the flower demon in the center of the basin. After a long moment, she seemed to realize at last that she was the one being attacked. Just as Lin Jun had finished reorganizing his troops, a thunderous crash echoed from the basin. When the Putchies rushed over, what they saw was the flower demon smashed deep into the earth, so much so that they couldn't even pry it out. Wait, what? It's already dead? Such a huge one, so rare. It poked me. Gray pointed at the mess of flower demon below. It couldn't even hurt you. Sigh. Forget it. Pack it up and let's go. Gray, you take the flower demon too, don't waste it. The Putchies lifted the treant, while Gray grabbed the flower demon's core, yanked it free, and dragged the monster 3 times her size behind her. Lin Jun glanced at the flower bud left behind, wondering if another flower demon might grow from it. The flower demon had already been smashed to bits, and with the dragging, pieces kept falling off. By the time they reached the staircase, less than half of it remained. Boss! The voice in the fungal network made Lin Jun jump. Little Green was standing not far away, staring doubtfully at the Putchies carrying the humanoid chunk of rotten wood. Little Green, why did you come out? I sensed a lot of Putchies coming down, so I came to see if I could help. Then came a stretch of silence, only Gray looking around blankly, not understanding why they had stopped. By now, the treant had realized what the situation was. But what could it say? It was a bit awkward. After a long pause, Little Green, accidental death? Lin Jun, accidental death. We even avenged it. Little Green glanced at the flower demon remains, then at the big black mushroom dragging them. Unpleasant memories surfaced. It nodded silently, then turned and left the way it came. Lin Jun finally exhaled in relief. He hadn't done anything wrong, but being misunderstood would have been bad. It had taken effort to build up the Trent's goodwill. Planting a seed of doubt now would have been troublesome. Fortunately, Little Green was reasonable. He'd send it an A-rank magic crystal later. While Lin Jun was busy dealing with the corpses of the 2 monsters, far away, Dylan was doing much the same. Heavy rain pelted Dylan's face, soaking his eyelashes, but he had no time to wipe them. His hands are gripping something tightly. Brother Dylan, careful not to slip. In the small forest, 2 figures carried a corpse between them, through the downpour. "Do you remember the spot?" Dylan asked. Hearing this, Chloro looked around, then pointed in a direction. That way. Soon, the two placed the body at their destination. Another corpse they had carried earlier was already lying there. Dylan took 2 steps back and plopped down onto the ground. He wasn't physically tired. His nerves were frayed. This was already at the edge of the port city of Clark. Who would have thought he'd be fine, while the more experienced Chloro ended up in trouble? Looking at the 2 bodies on the ground, Dylan was at a loss for words. How had it come to this? What do we do now? You can't dig a hole properly in this rain. This wasn't like that time with the noble knight, when there wasn't a city nearby, just a village where a body left in the forest might go undiscovered for a long while. Now, they were right outside a city. More precisely, they were in a vineyard estate on the outskirts. Even if people didn't come every day, someone would show up every few days. If the corpses were left lying around, they'd definitely be discovered within a week. And it wasn't just ordinary corpses. One of them was a vampire's body. If that were discovered while Dylan was still stuck in the city waiting for a ship to the archipelago, it could bring serious trouble. Fortunately, Chloro was a professional. His methods of dealing with corpses were far more advanced. He pulled out a bottle from his pack, its mouth engraved with a simple seal. After undoing it, he poured out the contents, a green slime. No need to dig. The slime will eat the bodies clean. Chloro didn't look too good himself, and his eyes toward Dylan held apology. This whole mess was his fault. His reputation as the big brother was in tatters. Brother Dylan, I need you to stay here and keep watch. Make sure the slime digests the corpses properly instead of wandering off. I'll go back to the vineyard and erase any traces. Sorry for dragging you into this. Dylan waved it off, telling him not to worry about it. Chloro sighed and headed back toward the vineyard. Dylan remained, staring at the little lump of slime as it grew larger while eating. The woman with protruding fangs and blood-red eyes. Calling her a vampire wasn't accurate. More precisely, she was a half-vampire who hadn't completed her ascension. True vampires turned to ash when they died. Only half-vampires without titles left corpses behind. That was common knowledge. From Dylan's point of view, this was pure disaster from nowhere. They had already made it outside the port city of Clark when Chloro suddenly suggested they stop at a safe house for the night before entering. Dylan didn't mind and followed him to this vineyard, only to find that the safe house was actually the home of Chloro's old lover. What kind of spy work was this? And then, how the hell did it turn into a case of catching adultery in the act? Covering his face, Dylan recalled what Chloro had said at the vineyard. Brother Dylan, wait here outside for a moment. I'll give her a surprise. What's the meaning of this? Why is this man in your room? You bastard. You dare stab me. You're siding with this bastard pretty boy. By the time Dylan rushed in, the unknown pretty boy was already lying in a pool of blood, while Chloro and his so-called lover were locked in furious combat. Both were enraged, striking to kill, even unleashing combat skills. When it looked like Chloro would be killed at any moment, Dylan, of course, couldn't just stand by. He grabbed his steel sword and joined the fight. When it was over, the scene became what lay before them now. A demon spy on human territory, killing another demon spy, all because of adultery. What the hell is this mess? Dylan honestly wanted to ask, was there really no problem with shapeshifters and vampires? But obviously, that wasn't a question he could ask right now. He also noticed that the pretty boy really was pale, dressed extravagantly, clearly some noble son. Definitely not the kind of person whose death would be ignored. Trouble indeed. Brother Dylan, Chloro's weary voice came from behind. After Chloro returned, the two waited until the slime finished digesting the half-vampire, then engulfed the pretty boy as well before leaving. No need to deal with the slime afterward? Dylan asked. No, it's just an ordinary slime. Who would know what it had eaten? With things as they were, the two didn't dare linger. They decided to slip into the city overnight. Of course, they wouldn't be entering through the main gate. Not only was the gate closed at this hour, even if it were open, Dylan wouldn't pass inspection. The salty sea breeze blew as Chloro led Dylan around the city to a drainage outlet near the shore. A 3-meter-wide outlet sat at the base of the wall, sealed with a rusty iron grate. Rainwater poured out nonstop. Chloro stepped up, grasped the second bar from the left, and gave it a light tug. It came free in his hand. Gesturing, he had Dylan crawl inside, first with his pack. Then he kicked away a shell fragment wedged in the stone groove, reset the bar, and followed after. Their boots squelched in the muck that had built up over the years. Dylan held his nose. This is the first time I've seen such a huge sewer. Clark was built to the standards of a city of 400,000. Naturally, the sewers are just as large. Dylan figured this must be another one of those spy knowledge things. Chloro glanced at the rising waterline. Let's hurry. If the rain gets any heavier, this place will flood. After walking quickly for some distance, they managed to climb a ladder before the water reached them. Dylan thought they'd emerge onto the surface, but instead it was an intermediate chamber. Suddenly a sharp voice called out, Well, didn't expect anyone to come up here in this weather." Dylan instinctively reached for his sword, looking toward the source, the rat man. Seeing him draw, the rat man's hand went behind his back. "Looking for trouble, kid?" A hand clapped onto Dylan's shoulder. It was Chloro. "Relax. He's new, doesn't know the rules yet. What's the toll these days? TCH, keep your people in line." The rat man grumbled but didn't push it. 10 silvers ahead. "But with the flooding today, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to go up." Chloro nodded, handed over 20 silvers, and the rat man tossed him 2 crooked but identical iron tokens. Chloro gave one to Dylan. As they walked on, Dylan asked in a low voice, "That Ratman's a spy too?" "Of course not. He's with one of Clark's gangs. If my intel's still current, it's the Black Steel Brotherhood. Doesn't matter who you are, pay up and they'll smuggle you into the city when the time comes." So that was it. Dylan had almost thought humans had been completely infiltrated. But no, it was just the usual city gang. Before long, they reached a relatively clean section. A handful of shady-looking types sat scattered around, many holding iron tokens like Dylan's. Clearly, all were desperate folk trying to sneak into the city. Further off, some gang members in Ratman-style gear stood guard at the exit. Chloro picked a spot. "Let's rest here for now. Try not to get into fights. If something breaks out, don't expect the gang to intervene." He'd had enough trouble today and wasn't about to stir up more. But no sooner had he spoken than a scream rang out behind Dylan. "My hand!" A halfling knelt, clutching his bleeding wrist, while his severed hand lay several meters away. The commotion drew every gaze, but the others only watched as if it were a show. Chloro guessed at once. It was probably a thief, and he was impressed at Dylan's alertness. "Not bad, brother. I didn't even notice anyone coming up behind us." Oh, just a bit of luck." Feeling the backpack strap squirm against his shoulder, Dylan realized belatedly what had really happened. With everyone staring, he just hitched the pack tighter on his back. Meanwhile, Linden's vision was fixed on the panel of a man in black robes. Skill, Abyssal Magic LV2. A type of magic he had never seen before. And just from the name, it sounded extremely powerful. Should he have Dylan take a closer look? Inside a small warehouse near the docks in Clark, there was a sewer not shown on the city's blueprints. A rat man crawled out from inside, exchanged a confirming glance with the 2 gang members guarding the place, and only then climbed all the way out. Soon after, more than 10 people crawled out one after another. These were the ones who had gone into the sewers 2 days earlier, among them Dylan and Chloro. The heavy rain had lasted for 2 days, forcing everyone to stay underground for an extra day. Once out, the rat man collected everyone's iron tags and then shooed them out of the warehouse. Clearly, the 10 silver service ended there. "Brother Dylan, thank you for what you did back there," Chloro said sincerely. At the Vineyard Estate, if Dylan hadn't joined in, the one to die would most likely have been him. "Don't mention it. I was the one who received much care along the way." In just a few words, both men knew it was time to part. "Then, Brother Dylan, I wish you good fortune. Big Brother Chloro, until we meet again." The 2 clasped hands, nearly hugging each other. Linden almost changed the channel from watching such a scene. As he watched Chloro's departing back, Dylan's feelings were complicated. By rights, he should hate demons. The memory of his daughter poisoned by blood toxin was still fresh. Yet Chloro had truly treated him well along the journey, even if that goodwill came from the mistaken belief that Dylan was also demon folk. He only hoped that the two of them would never one day stand on opposite sides. But then again, if his boss someday decided on a whim to ally with the demons, he and Chloro might actually become real comrades. Still, turning against humanity, that was not a future he wanted. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and follow. The boss's voice snapped Dylan back to his new mission. Looking around, he spotted the black-robed man already disappearing around a corner and quickly followed. Linden had told Dylan to tail him first, observe, then decide whether to trade or otherwise find a way to learn about abyssal magic. It wasn't strange for Linden to care so much. Though he couldn't yet cast spells himself, he already had skills in all the other magic schools, except this one. It was like an unopened rare card. Not knowing what it did made him itch with curiosity. Even if nothing else, learning more about this world system of power was necessary. But Linden had underestimated things. Chloro's judgment of Dylan's spying ability had been spot on. A rookie. It didn't take long before the black-robed man seemed to notice the tale, quickening his pace and darting into an alley. Dylan sped up to follow. Inside the alley, the two were openly in chase now, one ahead and one behind. Linden was exasperated. They were already exposed. What was the point of chasing? This was a city, after all. Thinking again, Dylan wasn't a professional. Asking him to tail someone was indeed forcing the issue. Forget it. At this point, you might as we. Before he finished, black light flared in the black-robed man's hand, condensing into a twisted sphere of magical energy. Dylan's leg suddenly buckled, and he barely caught himself on the wall. Oh! Linden perked up with interest. He quickly opened Dylan's status panel and indeed found something new in the status bar. Curse of Weakness. Attributes minus 20%, 104. A curse. It only lasted 2 minutes, not long. Still, this was Linden's first time seeing a debuff classified specifically as a curse. Just learning this made the chase worthwhile. Poor Dylan, already weakened by aging, which reduced his attributes by 20%, now another minus 20% was stacked on top. Running now looked like he had kidney deficiency, weak steps, shaky legs. Within moments, the black-robed man had shaken him off. Worse, his weakened appearance attracted scavengers lurking in the shadows. While Dylan leaned against the wall, catching his breath, 5 thugs with clubs and knives surrounded him. A foot hooked out from a corner, tripping Dylan so that he staggered and dropped his bag, spilling its contents across the ground. Normally, these men, barely copper rank, if that, wouldn't dare target an adventurer. But if the adventurer looked ready to collapse any second, that was another matter. Curse of Weakness. Attributes minus 20%, 4. For seconds later, the curse faded. The sudden weakness vanished just as abruptly as it had appeared. Dylan inhaled deeply. His strength returned in full. The thugs hadn't noticed the change. One stepped forward, iron rod in hand, threatening. Old man, hand over your sword and your pack, and we... Old man again. Dylan's hand was already on his sword. If the thug moved one more step, he would slit his throat. What are you doing? From the end of the alley, light glinted off silver-gray armor. The sharp rhythm of iron boots on stone tightened the air. A knight strode toward them. A knight! Run! The thugs fled at once. They didn't dare trouble even city guards, let alone a knight. Only Dylan remained. He too had thought to run, but that would look far too suspicious. He forced himself to stay. Yet he was puzzled. Why would a knight bother with such a trivial matter? Usually, they wouldn't care. As she approached, Dylan realized this knight was a woman. She wore full armor, but no helmet. Short chestnut hair framed a scar above her brow ridge. From afar, it would have been hard to tell her gender. And she wasn't the only one who had misjudged, so had Knight Liedrin. She had thought it was just a civilian being harassed by thugs. That's why she had intervened. But up close, she saw it was an adventurer. She disliked adventurers. Still, since she had already come over, she asked, "Are you unharmed?" Her formal tone eased Dylan's nerves. He had feared she came because she had noticed something abnormal. He played the role of an ordinary adventurer perfectly. "Thank you, my lady, for your protection. Thanks to you, I am fine." "Good, that's all that matters." Liedren's eyes shifted past him to the spilled bag on the ground. Her gaze lingered on a pendant that looked familiar. She thought for a while, but couldn't place it, so she moved on. She had no desire to waste time with adventurers. Most of the city's troubles came from their kind. As she left, Dylan finally breathed easier. Those thugs he could have dealt with easily. What unsettled him was the night's appearance, as if he were suddenly being investigated. Still, all ended without incident. After gathering his things, Dylan oriented himself and headed toward the docks. He needed to ask when the next ship to the archipelago would sail. That evening, inside Knight Liedren's home, bang! Her fist slammed the table. Wasn't that Wilfred's pendant of power? The moment Dylan pushed open the oak door, the stench of brine mixed with watered-down ale rushed into his nose. This was a dockside tavern for laborers and sailors, dirty and noisy, just the kind of place Dylan preferred. "Stew and a drink. Send them up to my room." He flicked a few copper coins to the innkeeper and went straight through the crowd to the second floor. This was already Dylan's third day in Clark. Tomorrow, a ship would set sail for the archipelago and was willing to take passengers along the way. Dylan had been waiting 3 days for that departure. In recent days, guard patrols had been unusually strict. Perhaps it was because Chloro had killed that spoiled rich kid. Either way, Dylan kept as low a profile as possible. Aside from the innkeeper and the ship's first mate, he barely spoke to anyone. Back in his room, Dylan took a mana potion from his pack and drank half of it in one go. He couldn't photosynthesize in the city, so potions were his only option. The remaining half he poured onto the scout. The potion trickled over the creature's scales, and the backpack it had transformed into looked fuller. Dylan then drew his sword and carefully wiped it with a cloth. "Sir, your stew and drink." At last, dinner had arrived. Dylan rose, but after 2 steps, he stopped cold. "Sir, you're?" This wasn't some fine establishment. If tavern waiters here spoke without swearing, that was considered polite enough. How could they suddenly be this formal? The more he thought, the more wrong it felt. Downstairs, at some point, it had gone silent. "Sir, did you fall asleep?" The voice outside the door came again after Dylan didn't respond. Now he was certain something was off. There was no way someone here would address him like that. Silently, he slung the scout onto his back and gripped his sword. Creeping to the window, he peered through the gap in the curtain. Damn it, guards. He could see at least 3 below, and who knew how many more were out of sight. How had he been marked? Could Chloro have been caught and given him up? Crack, crack. While Dylan's mind raced, the person outside lost patience and began forcing the door. Facing this, Dylan decisively chose. Boss, I need backup." "Huh?" Linden, who had been experimenting with Plant Affinity LV1, was jolted by the SOS and shifted his focus. Mana Sense LV6, Airflow Sense LV7, Sonic Detection LV6. With a sweep of these skills, Linden instantly grasped the situation. "You're surrounded by 13 people. What the hell did you do?" "I don't know." Dylan was baffled. "Should I just kill them all?" The backpack straps were ready to strike. There was 1 gold rank and 12 bronze. In the confined space of the tavern's second floor, killing them all wouldn't be hard. "Don't, boss. We're inside the city." No city was without a diamond-level powerhouse, especially not Clark, a major port linking the archipelago. If things blew up here, Dylan doubted he could escape alive. If we can't kill them, then... Linden thought for a second, then the backpack strap pointed. Across the street, the house with the red roof. Break into it. Dylan glanced out the window. Sure enough, diagonally opposite stood a red-roofed warehouse. Crack bang. Just as he confirmed the target, the door burst open. At the doorway stood several guards and a knight in silver-gray armor. This time she wore a helmet, but Dylan recognized her instantly. So it was from that encounter? But why? No time to think. He smashed through the window and leapt out. Don't even think about running. The knight charged, slamming through the wall when she missed him. Landing from the second floor, Dylan faced 2 guards lunging with spears. He didn't dare linger. Using dodge LV4 and acceleration LV6, he slipped past without a scratch. Behind him, the knight landed and stomped once. Swift step LV5. Despite her heavy armor, Knight Liedrin moved with startling speed, chasing him down, and the guards scrambled after her. Red roof. Red roof. With his head start, Dylan sprinted to the warehouse. No time to politely knock. Whatever boss's reason, he'd just trust it. Whirlwind slash LV5. His signature move again. The wooden bar behind the plane door snapped under his strike. Without hesitation, he dove inside, only to freeze. Why were there so many people in this empty warehouse? Why were they all in black robes? Why candles on the floor instead of lamps? And those circles drawn on the ground. One black-robed man even had dark magic coiling in his hand. Every robed figure stared in shock. No one had expected someone to crash in. And behind Dylan, the knight blocked the doorway. I get it now. This is a gathering of abyssal magic users. No wonder I sensed so many Hymana signatures here. Linden sounded like he had just pieced it together. Dylan's face went pale. What was worse than being hunted by one group? Being hunted by two groups at once. An intruder. The black-robed men raised their hands, black light flaring. So you're a dark mage. No wonder. The knight crushed an item, forming a translucent barrier around herself. Boss, am I doomed today? Dylan looked utterly wretched between them. Doom my ass. Purple spores burst from the backpack, spreading a sweet, cloying mist. Hallucinogenic spores LV6. The familiar scent even made Dylan's head swim. What are you staring for? Run while you can. Snapped awake by Linden's shout and relying on his trained resistance, Dylan slipped into a shadowed corner. Behind him, knight and cultists clashed in chaos. Quick, activate the circle, a warped voice screamed. Suddenly, cold seeped from Dylan's bones, his whole body racked with weakness though his skin was unhurt. It felt like invisible hands were slowly squeezing his heart. Linden could see it clearly, another curse. Withering curse. Maximum HP gradually decreases. And not only Dylan, his scout bore the same curse. Worse, there was no time limit. No time limit meant range restriction. Slip out under stealth and get as far as you can. Linden ordered. At once, Dylan's body shifted in color, blending with the wall. The dim light and lingering spores concealed him perfectly. Inside, night and black robes tore into each other. The cultists channeled the circle to fuel abyssal magic, felling many guards. The knight struck at the array itself, each charge breaking through, cutting down cultists despite being driven back. In such chaos, no one noticed a figure melting into the wall and slipping away. Once he had some distance, Dylan broke into a run. The farther he went, the lighter the crushing dread grew. Just as he relaxed, Linden's voice warned, "Careful." Careful? Of what? Scanning the darkness ahead, Dylan spotted a figure approaching. Loose silk robes, a long and short sword at his waist, both clearly extraordinary. Boss, who's that? Silence. Dylan dared not move. Boss had said careful, not run. As the man drew closer, Dylan finally saw him. A plain, ordinary middle-aged man. Someone like this could be found in any tavern. Aside from the swords, nothing stood out. But boss wouldn't be wrong. What happened over there? The man asked casually. I don't know. A knight and guards suddenly started fighting someone. Dylan, of course, wouldn't mention himself. The man nodded and strolled onward. But as he passed Dylan, he suddenly stopped, staring at the backpack for a long while, hand on his short sword's hilt, as though hesitating. Then, as the magic circle's curse reached him, his expression shifted. He knew what it was. He let go of the hilt and vanished instantly. Only then did Dylan shiver, like prey escaping a predator's gaze. Not just him. Even Linden had felt that crushing presence, certain for a moment the man would cut them down. Be boss, who was that? This time Linden didn't play dead. Well, do humans have someone called a Sword Saint? Name, Elvian Sline. Level, 70. Title, Sword Saint. So this is what gave you away? Linden asked, eyeing the pendant taken from the noble knight. It's the only explanation I can think of. Dylan shrugged, a little helpless. When he first obtained it, he had fiddled with it for a while and confirmed it was an item that granted +4 strength. Throwing it away would have been a huge waste. But as stolen property, he couldn't just wear it openly. He had stashed it in his pack instead, planning to have a blacksmith reforge it with a different look on his way back. He hadn't expected things to play out like this. Now it seemed that night was very likely from Clark itself. Throwing it away now was even less of an option. Dylan wrapped the pendant carefully, stuffed it deep in his pack, and sealed it at the bottom. Once everything was in order, he headed toward the docks. Those abyssal cultists had surely been taken care of. After all, even the Sword Saint had shown up. But once it was over, the guards would definitely be busy investigating. So instead of returning to his old tavern south of the docks, he had made a wide detour and now approached from the north, trying to avoid the patrols. As for why the Sword Saint had appeared in Clark, Dylan couldn't make sense of it. Unlike Duke Alamar, the Sword Saint had no fixed domain and was free to go where he pleased. But shouldn't he be near the border instead of way out here at a western port? Of course, it was just idle speculation. Dylan knew he didn't have nearly enough information to figure it out anyway. Lin Jun's focus on the Sword Saint was quite different. In that brief encounter, Lin Jun had seen something on the Sword Saint's panel unlike anything he'd seen before. Ultimate of the Sword, a skill that suited the Sword Saint perfectly. But it had no level. This was the first time Lin Jun had ever seen a skill without a level. He couldn't tell what it represented. Was it a unique skill tied to the Sword Saint's title? Or was it the form of a skill beyond LV10? An ultimate stage? If possible, he would have loved to speak with the Sword Saint, or at least witness that skill in action. But with Dylan and the scout barely scraping by, they were in no position to seek him out. When Dylan reached the docks, the sky in the east was just turning the color of oyster shells. Scanning the area, he saw only the usual 4 guards on duty. Apparently, the commotion from last night hadn't yet spread here. He quickly spotted the 3-masted ship moored at the pier, the Wind Feather. Dylan, right on time, the one-eyed first mate greeted him from below. A closer look revealed faint translucent scales on his rough face. His ancestors must have had merfolk blood, though so diluted it barely showed. "When are you setting sail?" Dylan asked casually as he stepped onto the gangplank. If possible, he wished they would leave immediately. But the first mate only glanced at the sky. At noon, there was no helping it. Dylan wasn't the only passenger, and ships usually departed at noon by default. The Wind Feather was no exception. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Once the other passengers boarded, the ship pulled up the gangplank just before noon, clearly with a full complement. As the ship drifted from the dock, Dylan glanced back and spotted a squad of guards arriving, led by none other than that female knight. They went from ship to ship still at the pier, no doubt running inspections. But with the Wind Feather already underway, it no longer concerned him. At last, Dylan could breathe easy. The voyage would take them through several islands, including his destination, Silver Sand Bay. Barring mishaps, it would be about a month's journey. In that time, Dylan planned to train his combat skills again. Even if he didn't improve much, regaining his old edge would be worthwhile. "Found your spot yet?" Lin Jun suddenly asked. "Huh? What spot?" Dylan didn't follow. "Your sunbathing spot. Didn't I tell you? It's not just you who needs mana. Your scout's running low too. You'll have to top him up." "The scout too?" Dylan blinked. "And how exactly am I supposed to top him up?" A backpack strap twitched, hooking onto Dylan's back and giving him a clear demonstration of how to top up. As his mana drained, Dylan covered his face. He could already imagine the rest of the journey, likely without a stitch of clothing to spare. The 5th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon, Venom Lake. Lin Jun had long used this place as a breeding ground for drakes, mirage beasts. He had been raising them for quite some time, their numbers steadily climbing. Where once they needed a single fat poochie loaded with mushrooms every 2 days, now they devoured 3 in 2 days, or else they would wander off to feast on the surrounding mushrooms. Their growth was pushing the limits of the lake's capacity. It was time for a harvest. But killing them in the lake would make collecting the bodies troublesome. Driving them out wasn't easy either. Putchies with corrosion resistance LV5 could operate near the shore but couldn't go underwater. As the saying went, raise a blackie for 1,000 days, use it for one. And today was Gray's time to shine. Lured by sparkling bait, Big Black leapt into the lake. Though mimicking a poochie, her true weight in those black scales dragged her straight to the bottom, unable to float. Exactly what was needed. Gray, drive them up. At the murky lake bed, Gray swung her arms as she strode forward, stirring the waters. It worked. The mirage beasts panicked and crawled ashore. Waiting there were Putchies enhanced with corrosion resistance LV5, who wrapped them up one by one and slammed them to death. Mirage beasts had scaly hides that resisted cutting, and mushroom cannons risked pulverizing them. Crude though it was, smashing them worked best. There were a lot of them. It took half an hour for the Putchies to crush over 300. Gray had long since climbed ashore, rolling around in the mushroom fields to scrape off the stench of the lake. But when a Poochie rolled a ruby before her, she stopped instantly. Ignoring the smell, she clutched the gem and dashed toward the mushroom house. Her fierce charge startled a team of passing adventurers. 3 bolted in different directions, while the unlucky 4th was chased the whole way. By the time Gray passed him, he was gasping for air. This time Linden truly paid her wages. The ruby wasn't a magical material, just a gemstone. Its only real use was as currency, but Linden had little need for coins. It made a fine addition to Gray's collection. He dumped the mirage beasts into the swamp zone. Though their levels weren't high, their sheer numbers were enough to push scales to LV6. He didn't wipe them out entirely. About 100 remained in the lake. With enough mushrooms, they'd breed back within a few months. Just as he finished handling them, another signal came from elsewhere. Norris had awakened. Norris had a dream. In it, he returned to the surface carrying magic crystal ore, and among them was even one of A-grade quality. Selling it off, Norris paid his debts and still had plenty left. No more grimy, exhausting days of mining. With that money, Norris studied herbalism, became an apothecary, and opened a potion shop in Windless Town. At last, he lived the peaceful life he had always dreamed of. One day, that girl walked into his shop. The girl whose name he had never even learned. Norris was so excited he forgot how to greet her, but luckily, she spoke first. He thought she had come to buy potions, but instead she said, "Strange, haven't you woken yet?" Then came the crisp sound of slaps. Slap, 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 slap. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was a Poochie smacking his face lightly with its tentacles. The strikes had no force, but they were loud. "At last you're awake. How's your head? Clear? The poison didn't rot your brain, did it?" That voice. The Reaper. No, the one who had asked him if he wanted to live. Norris finally sorted dream from reality, recalling what had happened before. My body. He tried moving. No discomfort at all. In fact, he felt better than ever. It really healed. As he sat up, a metallic scraping sound came from his body. He looked down to see countless diamond-shaped, silver-white scales covering him. Under the glow of the fluorescent mushrooms, they shimmered with shifting colors as he breathed. Lifting his hands, 10 silver-threaded claws gleamed, looking as if they could shred anything with ease. What unsettled him most was the hollow in his right chest, where countless fungal filaments had woven a new structure. What had he become? Inside the mushroom hut, Norris was at a loss, even trying to pinch himself to check if he was dreaming, only to fail his claws too long. Clear-headed now, Linden asked again, who are you? Why did you turn me into this?" Norris felt like a monster. "I'm the one who saved your life. And as for why you're like this, didn't I tell you? Just a small price for healing. I even asked if you were willing to accept it. Forgot already." Norris thought back. True, he had agreed. But he hadn't imagined a price like this. Sensing his thoughts, Linden added, "What? If you had known you'd end up like this, would you have chosen to die instead? If so, you can still choose now." Norris looked at his claws, swallowed hard. Even knowing this, he still didn't want to die. Linden reassured him. "There's nothing bad about this. Isn't that silver armor beautiful? Honestly, I didn't expect scales and steel bone together would mutate into this color. And it's not just pretty, you're stronger now." "Stronger? Want to test it?" Soon, two Putchies led Norris to a clearing in the mushroom forest. A fat Poochie lumbered over. Gurgle, you mean I have to fight it? It wasn't cowardice. Norris truly had no combat training. His only decent skill was pickaxe strike for mining. Seeing the fat Poochie's bulk made him shrink back. Of course not. Norris had just relaxed when the fat Poochie reached into its gut and pulled out a massive boar. He stared at the unconscious beast, rummaging through his memory of dungeon monster guides. Isn't that a stone-hide boar? Norris asked uncertainly. Correct. Stone-hide boars didn't literally have stone skin. The name was just descriptive. They were among the few beasts able to roam the sixth-floor botanical garden, thanks to their thick hide and brute strength, unafraid of the plant's entangling vines. No way. I can't fight a sixth-floor monster. Though level 21, Norris would struggle even against monsters from the first 3 floors. Relax, I'll be watching. You won't die. The Putchies shoved him forward as the boar began to stir. It woke to a rock hurled by a Poochie striking its head. Snorting, it shook itself and locked onto Norris's shining silver scales. The towering beast rose, taller than a man. Norris's courage evaporated. He turned and ran. That was worse. His movement spurred the boar into a charge. Charge LV3. The skill wasn't high level, but with the boar's massive weight, the impact was terrifying. Norris, flailing blindly, never noticed. It caught him from behind, tossing him high with its tusks. He traced a neat arc through the air, crashed into a mushroom tree, and bounced to the ground. His HP dropped only 15%, but Norris, unaware, thought he was dying. After writhing on the ground, he realized it was just pain. But the boar was already on him again. This time it rammed him against the mushroom trunk, shoving hard until he sank into it. Panicked, Norris tried to hold it off with his claws, and to his shock, they pierced straight through its hide. Not a fatal wound, though. The boar went berserk. It rammed again and again. Its tusks weren't sharp, and his scales held, but his organs took the brunt. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Desperate, Norris drove his claws in and ripped, while his mana instinctively gathered at the hollow in his chest. Boom! A mushroom cannon fired point-blank. The explosion tore half the boar's head away, the recoil blasting Norris across the ground. Linden, watching, wasn't concerned. Though it looked brutal, Norris still had about 60% HP, some of it lost his own cannon. Gray, who had hidden her ruby and crept over to watch, muttered her judgment. Sveragus. So weak. Sveragus? Linden thought a moment before recalling it was a dragon term for beings unworthy of a name. Was Gray mistaking him for a dragonkin? But he had no tail, no wings, and his scales hugged close to his body. Nothing like her thick, raised plates. How could she confuse them? Still, her verdict wasn't wrong. Weak indeed. With the skills Linden had given him, even a Poochie could have beaten that boar, let alone Norris with far higher stats. But looking at Norris's past skills, he clearly had never fought much. Linden and Gray found his performance pathetic. But to Norris himself, he stood over the fallen boar, chest heaving. A strange rush coursed up his spine. Fear, excitement, joy, and pain tangled together, filling his mind. He looked at his bloodstained claws. So this is power. Level up. LV21, LV22. Plop, plop. That familiar sound came from behind the waist-high shrubs. Norris turned to look. Now he wore an adventurer's outfit, not just a single pair of shorts he'd first woken up in. He had begged it off the boss, though the boss had said it was nothing more than unnecessary shame. Once he accepted his situation, Norris quickly chose to embrace it. Accepting becoming a powerful monster was not harder than accepting a debt of 40 gold. At least the joy of replenishing nutrients and the satisfaction of growing stronger after slaying monsters were far better than waking each day to crushing debt. He didn't have to wait long. Plop! A human-sized red slime leapt out of the bushes. Inside it was half-digested pudgy flesh and clumps of grass. Norris crossed his claws and lunged as it landed. Windrend claws LV4. His talons tore through the slime's liquid body. The wind element wrapped around his claws not only sharpened them, but blasted outward, enlarging the gash. Norris didn't pause. Before the slime could heal, he aimed to seize its core. Boom! A mushroom cannon shot slammed into the already split slime, blowing it apart. Norris, closest to the blast, was drenched in its red neurotoxic fluids. Though immune, he looked absolutely miserable. Turning, he saw a Pudgy strolling away as if nothing had happened, having fired the shot without a word. Sigh. What could he do? His standing in the organization was below that Pudgy's. He could only find another target. Plop! Another slime appeared, this one green. Norris turned and walked away. Without corrosion resistance, fighting a slime with digestive mucus would only hurt him, even in victory. Best to leave it for the others. He wasn't hunting alone. He had been assigned by the boss to clear slimes in the area so they wouldn't interfere with the real work inside. Behind him, not far off, a small mountain by the cliffside had been cleared bare. On the open ground, more than 200 Pudges were hard at work on a grand project. The clearing hadn't existed before. On the 6th floor, there were no such natural open spaces. But with Pudges, now there was. And that wasn't enough. Linden intended to dig the entire site out. A team of claw-specialized Pudges with claws LV7 plowed the earth in tidy circles. Beast of burden Pudges, with special tubular mycelial appendages, sucked the loosened dirt into their bellies, then hauled it away to dump. Another squad dug directly at the exposed rock face. The reason for such a massive effort? The Dryads had completed their waterway survey. According to their map, the center of the underground waterways, the true source of the slimes, was inside this hill. 3 days of work later, the greenery was gone, replaced by a vast pit still widening. Clangs of chisels and pounding echoed non-stop as beast Pudges carried rubble away in a constant stream. Norris stood at the rim, gaping. He had mined long enough to know how adventurers normally dug. A bit here, a bit there, tunnels crooked, piles of stone left to block paths until someone cleared them in frustration. That had always seemed normal. But watching the Pudges operation these past 3 days, he realized by comparison that adventurers weren't mining. At best, they were just smashing rock for fun. The Pudges divided labor, worked in perfect order, and were astonishingly efficient. Such a pit, lords with teams of laborers would need half a month. The Pudges had done it in 3 days. At first, Norris thought his own mining skill would make him useful. He had even tried to join in, only to be sent out by the boss. The reason? You're in the way. It had stung. Mining was his one proud skill. But after seeing their coordinated system, he had to admit it was true. Maybe he could chip faster than a Pudgy, but he could never match the teamwork of 200 of them. The Pudges were far more formidable than anyone imagined. Crack! A sharp, ordinary sound echoed from the pit, just like countless rocks splitting before. But from a new fissure, a gush of red fluid burst forth, engulfing a nearby Pudgy before it could react. A red slime. Then a green one erupted from the crack as well. The gap widened, like a slit in an overstuffed sack, spewing more and more slimes. Within seconds, the pit bottom was flooded and the tide still rose. Most of the Pudges below were submerged. Even Norris stumbled back in shock. If he had been digging down there himself. Linden's scalp tingled. What the hell? Had they cracked open a slime nest? Yes, but why were there so many? And so big? What had these things been eating? The slimes that had crawled out through the water channels before were at most human-sized. But these, the smallest was bigger than any he'd ever seen. No, Linden realized the truth. They weren't oversized. They were so bloated that even with liquid bodies, they couldn't fit through the waterways. So they had piled up here instead. The ones that escaped before had been the smaller ones. This was bad. Very bad. Linden rushed to mobilize every Pudgy on the perimeter, ordering them to suppress the flood before it spilled out. At the same time, reinforcements massed on the 5th floor. If suppression failed, it would become all-out war. And he couldn't ignore this. With their size and numbers, ordinary plant monsters stood no chance. If these slimes rampaged freely, the entire 6th floor ecosystem would collapse. Everything he had built would be wasted. "You, back to the 5th floor," Linden ordered Norris. These slimes weren't training fodder anymore. Norris hesitated, but at the command, he turned and ran, passing the rushing Pudgis head-on. Boom! Boom! Not only the arriving Pudgis, but the fixed turrets along the rock walls opened fire. Their aim at ground targets was poor due to distance. But now the pit was nothing but slimes. Accuracy didn't matter. It was sheer fire coverage. Slime flesh and juice sprayed everywhere. Yet the slain ones left behind pools of fluid that shielded the rest, blunting further strikes. And injured slimes absorbed nearby juices to mend themselves. The mushroom cannon's blanket fire was losing effect. Meanwhile, more and more slimes kept pouring into the pit. It was too much. They were about to spill over. What the hell is going on? At the stairway between the 5th and 6th floors, a party of adventurers was forced to halt. The stairs were jam-packed. Pudgis swarmed the passage, marching down in batches and blocking the way entirely. The adventurers couldn't squeeze through it all. Humans' tolerance for the bizarre kept getting stretched. Once, they'd been astonished just to see big black trundle down the stairs. Now, even at the sight of Pudgis en masse descending, they barely blinked. Still, one adventurer glanced at the endless Pudgy line and grumbled. How long is it going to take for them all to finish? On the 6th floor, the mushroom cannons in the southwest corner had been firing nonstop for half a day. Many turret Pudgis had burned out their mycelium from overuse. The lowest row of cannons along the cliff wall had been overrun. Giant slimes had surged up, dissolving them or leaving them dead and half-digested in stone shells. The slimes had even tried climbing to higher cannons, but the slope turned steep, almost inverted. Clambering up was too hard. Under the barrage of surviving cannons, they were eventually blasted back down. But the cannons still standing were too far from the ground. Their bombardment was little more than blind shelling, with limited effect. Linden was orchestrating the desperate battle against the sudden slime flood. The pit had been breached. He'd ordered the Pudgis to retreat and regroup with reinforcements from the 5th floor, drawing a defensive perimeter. Over 200 cannon Pudgis ringed the hill, trying to contain the massive slimes within. At one corner of the defense line, 20-odd Pudgis were being pressed hard by 3 slimes, retreating as they fired. The nearest slime, hammered the most, had shrunk until barely human-sized. Another volley struck. It had no more mucus left to shield its core. The hidden nucleus was destroyed, and it collapsed into a puddle. But things weren't good. The other 2, both twice human height, only shrank slightly under several hits. Their HP bars were still long. One leapt forward, engulfing a lagging Pudgy and forcing direct combat. Linden had no choice but to order the Pudgis to scatter, at least prevent double kills from single leaps. Even so, their numbers dwindled fast, while the 2 slimes lost only bits of mass. Soon, the Pudgis that would be wiped out. Thump thump, thump thump. Heavier footsteps than any Pudgy's thundered. From the woods burst Big Black. Her massive fist slammed one slime, bursting like a water balloon. 4 Pudgis spilled free, but none survived. The other slime lasted only seconds more before Gray leapt and stomped it flat. The splash of digestive mucus splattered a nearby Pudgy, who writhed before dissolving. Gray licked the slime from her hands, rich with mana, tasty enough. But she couldn't linger. Linden directed her elsewhere. Other fronts needed saving. Of the original squad, only 5 Pudgis lived. Not enough to form a line, but fresh troops had just arrived. This time, 400. With reinforcements and the overpowered Gray, the encirclement pushed back step by step. Thankfully, the hill's slimes weren't infinite. Judging from the pressure, once the pit burst, a wave of giant slimes had poured out, but then tapered off. That made sense. They couldn't really spawn endlessly. Still, the fact that the water source hill had held so many was outrageous already. The tide was finally stemmed, but the slime rampage had ravaged the southwest sector's ecosystem, where giant slimes sat, whether flower spirits or vines, everything was dissolved. Coupled with Lin Jun's cannon bombardment, the double devastation cleared swaths of land. Luckily, it was just one corner. The broader sixth floor remained intact. Half a day later, they forced the line back to the pit. Dozens of mushroom shots obliterated the last visible slime. Gray hadn't followed. She'd grown tired midway, grabbed a pudgy, and sat down to feast on slime-soaked flesh. She was probably just finishing her meal now. Lin Jun, controlling his pudges, examined the fissure they'd opened. Ignoring the corrosive slime fluids, he sent a few tunneling pudges inside. The hill was nearly hollow, explaining how so many slimes had fit. Soon, he spotted an underground water stream. Following it upward, he found a peculiar slime at the source. It was human-sized, not small, but stunted compared to the giants outside. Its body was half red, half green, as if two slimes fused. As Lin Jun watched, it strained to split another slime from within itself. When it did, its body shrank further. The newborn was pure red, unlike its bicolor parent, and was killed instantly by the pudges. Core Division LV9. This was no ordinary skill. Normally, slimes condensed directly from environment and mana. They didn't reproduce. No wonder the hill had such an unnatural slime population. It was artificially breeding. But that still didn't explain why they grew so massive. Another oddity, the bicolor slime kept spraying water. From both sides of its body, clear streams flowed, as if it were the source itself. You kidding me? Lin Jun checked its skill bar. No infinite water ability. Was it the ground beneath it? Two pudges tried prying it aside with a thin stone slab. The slime, which hadn't shown aggression, now resisted fiercely, refusing to move. The pudges weren't strong enough alone, but with more help, they shoved it aside anyway. Sure enough, a fissure gushed water beneath. And in that water, traces of mana. Mana-rich water. He had seen such only once before, in a treasure room chest, and even that had higher concentration but far less volume. Here, the sheer quantity was greater. No wonder the slime wouldn't budge, hogging all the filtered mana for itself. That was how it and its kin grew so huge. If the slime could filter mana, so could Lin Jun. Though not desperate for mana now, there was no such thing as too much. He could weave mycelial filters here, turn the hollowed hill into a hidden mana reservoir. With the entrance resealed, corrosion curse, continuous corrosion damage. Every pudgy present suddenly had the status effect. HP ticking down. Lin Jun reacted fast. Before they lost half their health, he shoved the bicolor slime back over the fissure. Settled again, it burbled happily, and the curse vanished. So, the water carried the curse. But why? He wasn't leaving it at that. While restraining the bicolor slime, Lin Jun ordered tougher, corrosion-resistant pudges into production. Once ready, he pried the slime aside again. The diggers hammered open the fissure. Even with precautions, he had to replace the slime once mid-operation or risk losing too many. After half a day, they exposed the truth. A rift. A small one, but just like during the Mana Tide. A space fissure connecting to another dungeon. What? Was this dungeon falling apart with age? Did the other side even know their pipe was leaking sewage into here? Inside the hollowed-out mountain, the slime perched on the rift, ignoring the swarming horde of pudges around it, filtering the magic and curses from the water day after day, like it had done for eternity. Even when a pudgy nearby was using its skills to build a stone frame, the slime, despite being able to swallow it whole with a simple pulse of its body, had no interest. How should one put it? Did it just have a really good temperament? This was the first time Lin Jun had ever seen such a laid-back slime. Of course, that was only as long as he didn't try to move it away from the water source. If he tried, it would resist fiercely. Lin Jun had already studied this rift. He wasn't sure what lay on the other side, but shouldn't be the Dragoncliff dungeon from the last Magic Tide. Back then, two massive rifts had opened on the 5th floor, yet there wasn't a trace of curse. Clearly, this wasn't the same style. Speaking of curses reminded Lin Jun of the abyssal magic used by those black-robed people. But compared to the black-robed one's limited range, short-duration abyssal magic, the curses seeping from the other side of this rift were on a whole different level. Linden tried, ordering a Pudgy to stretch a mycelium tendril through the rift. The moment it passed through, the curse intensified sharply, half of the tendril turning to ash on the spot. Even the Pudgy itself was affected, collapsing and corroding away in moments. And that was despite it being a specialized Pudgy, one with boosted health and equipped with corrosion resistance LV5. Even so, it had been killed instantly by the curse. The only bit of information gained was that the rift seemed to open into the middle of a water channel, and on either side of it were some shifting shadows. But with all the magic flowing in the water, perception was too blurry to see what they were exactly. In short, the idea of sending mycelium through the rift was currently not feasible. At the very least, corrosion resistance needed to be trained up first. Next, Linden tested whether the rift could be blocked. No matter how you looked at it, this thing was far too dangerous. Left unchecked, it could affect half of the 6th floor, with unknown consequences down the line. Though it did provide magical benefits, the risks outweighed the rewards. If it could be sealed, that was best. Blocking it with mycelium was impossible. The moment it touched the curse, it was corroded away. So Linden tried plastering the wall shut, having Pudges generate stone to completely seal the rift without even a drop of water leaking through. But the curse still filled the hollowed mountain chamber, growing deeper and spreading outward with time. Contrary to his initial guess, the curse wasn't contained in the water. He now suspected it spread more like radiation. So he had no choice but to chip open the sealed stone wall again and put the slime back in place. Since he couldn't seal it, Linden thought about substituting the rare slime with a normal one. After all, he still wanted to harvest the rare skills on this two-colored slime. When the two-colored slime split off a red slime, Linden shoved that one into the rift. The red slime was not cooperative. It struggled constantly, and only after being pressed down with stone slabs by the Pudges did it settle and start filtering the water. But as magic piled up inside its body, it grew larger and larger, its struggles stronger and stronger. Just when it seemed like Linden would have to order its execution, pop! It exploded on its own. The burst of slime fluid splattered the Pudges everywhere, even covering the two that had been restraining the two-colored slime, pinning them down for a while. The moment the two-colored slime was free, it bounced straight back to its spot. Linden realized for the first time, slimes could actually burst from overstuffing. Because the two-colored slime split regularly, it wouldn't burst. But ordinary slimes couldn't handle it. In the end, after all the effort, things had to stay as they were. The two-colored slime suppressed the rift, and the surrounding Pudges not only couldn't harm it, they had to tend to it carefully. Still, Linden wasn't about to leave things completely unchecked. The Pudges now used their stone-building skills to construct a cage around the slime, or more accurately, a hanging cage. The tight cage bottom had a small opening fitted snug against the rift, plus 2 drainage holes. The cage's upper section had an openable hatch, so that any newly split slimes could be let out for immediate butchering and processing. At the very top of the cage, mycelium tendrils reinforced with toughness hooked onto it, so the two-colored slime could be lifted out to expose the rift whenever needed. Meanwhile, Linden stationed 40 Pudges in the chamber on long-term standby. These Pudges were all buffed with extra health and corrosion resistance. A little elite squad. They not only had to handle slaughtering the split slimes, but also deal with any emergencies. For example, if the two-colored slime suddenly died, the Pudges would have to throw themselves into the rift to block it. Thanks to their health and resistance, each one could hold out for about half a minute, long enough for Linden to react. They also had another task, training corrosion resistance. Every so often, the hanging cage would be lifted, letting a little of the cursed corrosion leak out, and they'd use it directly. Repeated over time, this slowly leveled up the skill. This was Linden's precautionary setup. The rift was too strange, and he couldn't be sure whether it would eventually disappear or expand. If it expanded, turning the entire sixth floor into a cursed wasteland. Lin Jun would be forced to retreat and confine himself to the first 5 floors, and that was assuming the stairways could even block the curse. But if he could raise corrosion resistance high enough to ignore the curse, then maybe he could even expand his territory across the rift. After arranging everything, the Pudgis outside began refilling the earth. This was a new batch of Pudgy workers, since nearly all the previous batch had been lost in the slime flood. They worked to backfill the rubble and soil, burying the breach in the mountain hollow, leaving only a reinforced mycelium tunnel. This was to keep curious adventurers from accidentally stumbling into the rift. Level up, LV52, LV53. 7 Sins of Greed activated. Plundered skill, scales LV5, LV6. Plundered skill, corrosion resistance LV5, LV6. Plundered skill, spit arrow LV3, LV4. Oh, ask, and you shall receive. Corrosion resistance leveled up. The batch of Mirage Dragon Beasts he'd harvested before had nearly been used up. Spit arrow was just a joke skill, but originally he'd raised Mirage mainly for their scales. Now, corrosion resistance seemed just as important. Maybe he should expand their breeding? He wanted to, but for now, there wasn't a suitable new site. Any new breeding ground would need an environment like Venom Lake, where Mirage could hide and protect themselves. Otherwise, any passing monster or adventurer would just snatch them up. That wasn't breeding, that was charity. Besides the skills, after being stuck for so long, his level had finally gone up. Honestly, leveling had gotten so slow at higher levels. Ever since the magic tide, his progress had barely moved. Gone were the days of rapid, exhilarating level-ups in the deep layers. Still, it made sense. He was over level 50, yet he spent all his time in a stratum capped at level 25, gaining experience just by gathering and processing corpses. Of course, it was slow. If he really wanted to level fast, he'd have to return down below to clash with the high-level monsters again. Speaking of going down, the 6th floor still had a very interesting feature. A rift canyon leading straight into the deep layers. The very place where Inanna had once fallen. After taking the dome and revealing the full map, Lin Jun had confirmed the spot. Now that the slime crisis was handled, he finally had time to investigate. Only problem was, with so many rift canyons, which one led back to where he'd first been? With the slime problem resolved, nothing else on the 6th floor stood in Lin Jun's way. With the tree spirit leading the way, he could go wherever he wished. Help me, help me. A faint, weak cry for help came from behind a small slope. But neither the leading tree spirit nor the Pudgis under Lin Jun's control bothered to check. Honestly, after seeing enough flower spirits, you'd just think they were dumb. Their voice system only had this one hand-me-down line. Maybe if one happened to appear out in the wilderness, it could fool some adventurer. But here, this was the 6th floor's botanical garden. Every step you took was, help me, as if they were afraid you wouldn't know they were there. Good thing plant-type monsters could still draw nutrient from the ground. Otherwise, just judging by these flower spirits' behavior, they all should have starved long ago. Led by Little Green, they eventually reached a rarely visited corner of the 6th floor. Few came here because there were no herbs to gather, no monsters worth killing for materials. Only dozens of cracks, large and small, stretching down into the depths beyond sight. The edges of the cracks were dark brown, weathered like dried, crusted blood. When a Pudgy leaned over the edge, it could feel the damp chill rising from below. These cracks weren't necessarily vertical, but each one was bottomless. Sonic detection LV6. Here, this skill was far more convenient than other observation methods. Using it, Lin Jun discovered the cracks weren't completely separate like they appeared on the surface. Some neighboring cracks connected as they extended downward, while others branched again after a certain depth. With this structure, saying they led to the unknown couldn't be more accurate. Unfortunately, Lin Jun's detection skill had limited range, and he couldn't directly sense the bottom. "Boss, why we come here?" Little Green was living pretty well lately. The A-grade magic crystal the boss had given it sped up its root system's absorption of magic, finally nudging its level past the long-stuck point. From level 29 up to the floor's cap of level 30. Lin Jun even regularly gave them batches of low-grade crystals as wages. These crystals were planted in the forest, helping new tree spirits awaken their consciousness. Because the boss had brought such tangible benefits, more and more tree spirits chose to serve him. And once they connected to the mycelium network, they could feel the boss's unfathomable will and understand that this was the best path for tree spirits. At this point, Little Green was practically on its way to becoming their leader. Only a few stubborn old ones still hid deep in the forest. This time, when Lin Jun needed a tree spirit guide, Little Green had just finished resting and volunteered. It hadn't expected the destination to be this wasteland. To monsters bound to a floor, this really was a dead end. The Pudges dragged over an unconscious stonehide boar, found a fairly vertical rift, and tossed it down. The boar plummeted quickly, and once it passed beyond the floor's boundary, a faint arc of lightning flickered, and its status window vanished. Instant kill. The dungeon's rules still applied, even inside the rift, just in a different form. Watching this, Little Green felt a twinge of empathy. As a floor-bound monster, it would meet the same fate as that boar if it jumped. Only then did Lin Jun answer its earlier question. Why come here? Because down there's my hometown. Hometown? So that was it. No wonder the boss was so strong. He came from further below. Little Green's imagination went wild, filling in countless possibilities. Then it heard Lin Jun shout through the mycelium network. Hometown, here I come. A Pudgy leapt into the air, its 4 mycelium tendrils spreading into a blanket like a parachute. Then it free fell downward, only to slam into a cliff wall with a bang and perish. Well, apparently his makeshift parachute didn't work. But no matter, there were other plans. A plump Pudgy, wrapped thickly in mycelium, rolled out. The other Pudges shoved it into a crack. The mycelium ball bounced against the walls, bursting out puff after puff of mycelium before vanishing from sight. Little Green wanted to ask if this was really the right way to return to your hometown, but it didn't dare. In truth, Lin Jun wasn't even sure what lay below. He just wanted to see if it led directly to the deep layers. The chosen rift wasn't perfectly vertical, so the mycelium ball tumbled down, smashing against the walls. The shock-absorbing mycelium was nearly spent before it reached the bottom. At this rate, it wouldn't survive the landing. It was going to die. Then a thick white strand caught the Pudgy. It squirmed, but the sticky strand held fast. A spider? There were indeed several spider species in the deep layers. But why would it spin its web this high up if there wasn't even ground yet? The vibrations of the sticky strand must have alarmed its owner. Soon, the monster crawled up the thread. What appeared was a massive creature with a centipede-like segmented body and a pair of dragonfly wings sprouting from its back. Wait, what? Where was the spider? Spiders were already gross enough, but this thing was worse. The Pudgy aimed its mushroom cannon at the creature and fired, the shot hitting squarely on its head. The monster seemed surprised that its prey could fight back. It shook off the impact and crawled closer, its head showing no sign of injury. When it reached the Pudgy, a slender proboscis extended and stabbed into its body, sucking out magic directly. In one gulp, a third of its magic was drained, and the Pudgy visibly shriveled. Before it died, Lin Jun managed to glimpse its panel. Species: 1000 spindle mayfly. Level: 62. Well, no wonder the mushroom cannon didn't work. This was deep layer territory for sure. With another greedy pull, the Pudgy's link was severed. Though the Pudgy died, Lin Jun had confirmed it. This rift did indeed connect to the deep layers. A level 62 monster, far beyond the 10th floor's cap. That had to be the deep layers. Still, this rift clearly wasn't the one that had once led to his old mushroom garden. Back when Inanna fell, she hadn't hit a wall or run into monsters on the way down. It might not matter much, but Lin Jun still wanted to see his old home again. No rush, though. Now that he knew the rift connected to the deep layers, Linden planned to extend his mycelium down the walls, testing if he could create a fungal carpet pathway downward. "Let's head back," Linden ordered. The remaining Pudges were also meant as scouts, but since the second one had already completed the mission, there was no need to waste more of them. Little Green had no idea what had happened below. All it knew was that 2 Pudges had been ordered to jump to their deaths. It turned around to lead the Pudges back. As they passed the slope, the same cry still rang out from behind it. "Save me. Wind/claw LV4." As Norris brushed past the stone-hide boar, his claws gouged deep furrows into its bristly thick hide, peeling back dark red muscle fibers. It looked nasty, but the wound wasn't fatal to the boar, just enough to enrage it. With a thunder of hooves, the boar wheeled and charged Norris head-on. Norris knew this well. Linked to the mycelium network, he had a special field of vision. Without even turning around, he saw the boar's movement. Ever since he'd connected to what the boss called the mycelium network, within the boss's territory, he had gained this peculiar sight. It extended farther than his eyes could see and covered a full 360 degrees, though it wasn't as natural as normal vision. As the reeking tusks bore down again, Norris suddenly leapt into the air. The boar's charge, unable to stop, slammed into a massive tree trunk behind. Norris seized the pause, firing the mushroom cannon he had already primed at his chest. After the explosion, the boar, missing its hind legs, still thrashed in the blood pool, but was no longer a threat. Planting his foot on its head, Norris sank his claws into its skull, finishing the battle. Panting, he looked at the blood dripping from his claws, excitement flickering in his eyes. The feeling of trampling a once fearsome beast underfoot, of standing atop the food chain, it intoxicated him. This was a joy the old Norris, endlessly hammering rocks in the mines, could never have imagined. Level up, LV22, LV23. After days of clearing slimes, plus 2 more days hunting monsters alone, always fighting above his level, it wasn't surprising he'd leveled again so quickly. The surge of attributes brought tangible strength. Hugging his arms close, Norris didn't even notice his claws rasping against his scales with a grating sound. When the rush finally ebbed, Norris leaned back against the boar's corpse, uncaring of the blood and stench. Looking at his torn clothes, he tossed them aside altogether. Maybe the boss was right. In this form, why cling to human notions like shame? He should live more freely. Norris, hide. Adventurers are heading your way. Oh. Scrambling, Norris snatched up his clothes and hastily pulled them back on, diving into a thicket. The boss's perception was sharp, always giving him advance warning, letting him hide in time. After all, in this state, he couldn't be seen by people. Losing his human identity didn't pain him much. If anything, it freed him from debt and burdens. The only downside was the food. The boss only had salt for seasoning. Footsteps drew near. Norris burrowed deep into the leaves. A familiar voice came from ahead. "The 6th floor is dark too," Filling complained irritably. "That girl." For a heartbeat, Norris wanted to step out, apologize for running away last time, maybe even ask her name. But before he rose, the gleam at the edge of his vision caught him, his claws sharp enough to tear a boar's hide with ease. Right? He wasn't human anymore. Debt, fleeting encounters with girls, those had vanished with his humanity. In the dark, Norris pressed himself even lower. Beside Filling, Vera glanced up at the glowing dome. There are still luminescent mushrooms. It's not pitch black. Behind them, Fine kept a sphere of orange-yellow light glowing from her staff. The dome's so high up, those mushrooms barely help. At least the 5th floor had mushrooms on the ground. Here it's just black. Hard to even navigate. What if we can't find that flower spirit again? Relax, I'll mark the way. Vera shook the map in his hand, scribbled with his notes. Blood smell, Fine warned suddenly. The 3 tensed at once. The light from Fine's staff flared, even brushing across the thicket where Norris hid. But he was well concealed, not a scale in sight. Soon they found the dead boar. Just killed, Filling judged at a glance. Vera crouched, examining. Claw marks and explosion damage. Likely an adventurer. but claw weapons are rare. I don't recall anyone in town using them. And why leave the tusks? 2 seconds of silence. Then Vera whispered, "We're leaving." The twins immediately understood, hurrying after him. Philene even drew a special arrow, ready to knock it. After the raiders' ambush, the three had worked out a strategy for next time. Whether it would actually work remained to be seen. They left quickly. Once they were gone, Norris bolted back to the 5th floor, back to his mushroom hut. For the first time since awakening, he felt lost about the future, depressed at his non-human self. Not far away, Little Black happily bit into a limp Pudgy in her arms, bliss written on her face. Her day was packed. Wake up and count shinies, eat a Pudgy, then count shinies again. Naturally, Lin Jun had noticed Norris's condition, though he didn't understand why seeing those three had upset him so deeply. Probably just some non-human emotions. Didn't Dylan feel the same at first? Honestly, Lin Jun couldn't relate at all. He still had arms, legs, a mouth, and could enjoy food. And look at himself, a mushroom. How was he supposed to empathize? He neither knew nor cared how to comfort him. At most, he could offer some special supplements. After all, the only thing Lin Jun required of Norris was to serve as a test subject for skill graphs. Nothing more. As for volunteering in the slime clearing or hunting monsters to level up, that was all Norris's idea. Lin Jun simply didn't object. If Norris fell into despair and holed up in his hut all day, it wouldn't affect Lin Jun's experiments. Even if he really couldn't handle it and ended himself, well, it would be a small pity. But in the end, being non-human was unchangeable. If Norris couldn't adjust and accept it, Lin Jun couldn't help. It all depended on Norris's own mindset. 6th floor. Location of the Great Flower Spirit. Vera's group stood in the basin, staring at the lone, massive flower bud. Where was the flower spirit? That thing had been huge. Where could it have gone? Deep within the tunnel, the pounding of Pudgy shells against stone never ceased in the darkness. Several ox-horse Pudgis gathered the rubble and hauled it away. The tunnel already stretched several hundred meters. The round trips took so much time that by now, more ox-horse Pudgis were hauling debris than digging Pudgis were actually breaking rock. This was far beyond the amethyst mining zone, producing nothing but worthless stone. Still, the Pudgis kept working under orders. Because of the distance, Lin Jun had even spread his fungal carpet this far. One could say this project had no profit and was sheer overexertion, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. But if in the end it broke into a dungeon, it would all be worth it. Clang. Unlike the usual digging sounds, this was sharper as if striking something unnaturally hard. One Pudgy collapsed, trembling dead. The massive recoil had shattered its internal mycelium structure. But it wasn't a big problem. Death wasn't the end. Since the digging Pudgis often injured themselves, Lin Jun had given them all mycelium reconstruction LV4. Even if killed like this, as long as their bodies were intact, they'd revive after resting a while. What caught Lin Jun's attention was that it was only ordinary bedrock. So why such violent backlash? Clang! Before he could investigate further, another Pudgy struck and another toppled. Lin Jun immediately halted all digging Pudgis, calling them to the spot where the two had fallen, carefully excavating around the area. Before long, they cleared a wall. It looked like any other rock wall in the tunnel, nothing special, but it was perfectly flat, not just to the eye, but to the touch. Not a single bump. When a Pudgy pressed its shell against it, it didn't even feel friction. Completely absurd. The best way to describe it, a very thin yet incredibly strong, transparent wall, separating inside from out. This wasn't like the air walls Lin Jun had encountered on the stairways. Air walls felt like springs, just a force pushing you back. This transparent wall was different. It was impossibly hard. To test it, Lin Jun unleashed mushroom cannons and even self-detonations, causing partial cave-ins that took ages to clear. Even so, the transparent wall didn't so much as scratch. Lin Jun even dragged Little Black over to try smashing it. One punch, the wall remained unchanged. Instead, Little Black, usually unstoppable, clutched her aching claw, groaning on the ground so loudly it nearly caused another collapse. She sulked inside the mushroom house afterward, refusing to come out. Lin Jun had to rummage through his treasury, failing to find any normal gems, eventually gifting her a ring with +1 strength just to restore her favorability. Since he couldn't break through sideways, Lin Jun had the Pudge's shift tactics spiral upward digging. After half a day's work, another sharp vibration rang out. They'd hit the top. This height corresponded roughly to the junction between the 4th and 5th floors. So, was he living inside a giant glass box? Though he had already suspected they couldn't dig out, realizing he lived inside a massive glass case still felt surreal. It reminded him of a petri dish from his previous life. Oath City, capital of the United Kingdom. In this city, where every inch of land was priceless, the Eastern District housed a grand yet sparsely visited building, the headquarters of the Relic Association. This 300-year-old structure, built of white granite with wooden decorative elements, bore the marks of time. In the noon sun, the whole building glowed honey-golden. A luxurious carriage drawn by 4 black horses halted at the gates. Its emblazoned crest announced its family. Behind followed 4 mounted guards. Eric handed the reins to a waiting servant, then personally opened the carriage door, assisting the young lady down. Miss Inanna, Mr. Eric, welcome. A staff member of the Relic Association, already waiting at the entrance, greeted them warmly. Inanna noted the scholar's insignia pinned to his chest and gave a noble's curtsy. The hero summoning was long over, but the demon race's retaliations had never ceased. Inanna had been confined at home for months. Still, she hadn't forgotten her promise to help Lin Jun's search for dungeon-related records. After much pleading, she had finally secured her father's permission to visit the Relic Association, accompanied by Eric. Naturally, Eric guessed her goal had to do with that letter. He had already investigated the man called Dylan. True, Dylan had suspiciously come into money and bought anti-reversal medicine, but he shouldn't have had any real connection to the young lady. Eric concluded Dylan was just a middleman. But whoever stood behind him, Eric couldn't trace it all. And lately Dylan himself had vanished, so the matter was shelved. Guided by the scholar, Inanna passed through the main hall and along a long corridor, walking nearly 10 minutes before reaching a library-like chamber. Level 2 access. The scholar produced a document stamped with Duke Alamar's seal, handing it to the elderly gatekeeper. The old man checked it, signed, and let her through. Eric, however, had to stay behind. In principle, he lacked clearance. Level 2 access had been granted to Inanna alone by the Duke. In fact, if not for escorting Inanna, Eric wouldn't have been allowed inside the association at all. Miss Inanna, you requested records concerning dungeons, yes? The scholar asked politely. Though he played the role of a mere attendant, Inanna dared not be careless. After all, her magic tutor was only a scholar too. Yes. The scholar led her through 3 partitions to a row of shelves. This room contains all dungeon-related records. The scope is broad. You may select freely. Because these are secret grade, you cannot remove them. Please finish your reading here. Inanna nodded, but then her eyes widened to the sheer number of volumes. She hadn't expected so many. She cast a helpless look at the scholar. Seeing her expression, he chuckled softly at last. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward and drew out a book. I personally suggest you begin with this one, he said. The title read, Dungeon Structures Beyond the Naked Eye. Under the moonlight, Lakis sat on a fallen log, 2 dead forest bears lying nearby. Another bear. He was sick of bears. Last time, it was because of a tyrant bear that his squad was wiped out, the sacred tome lost, and he was savagely punished upon return. Then he was sent to harass a human city, only to walk into an ambush, barely escaping alive. Only afterward did he learn that it had been a trap staged by humans under the guise of a hero summoning, which destroyed Lord Shadowfiend. His master, Elenoa, had been there as well. But since she betrayed Shadowfiend, she was punished by the Emperor upon returning. When Lakis had seen her afterward, he could tell at a glance she was seething with anger, and of course she vented it all on him. He could still remember her words. Recover the sacred tome, and redeem yourself. You will be promoted. Fail and just die out there. Yet she hadn't given him even a single subordinate. Obviously, she was using him as a disposable scout. Lakis was certain. Once he left, Eleanor must have sent another full team behind him, and he was sure she'd tampered with him somehow, either with tracking or death playback. That damned, he bit his tongue. No, he didn't dare curse aloud. Fear of superiors was etched into the bones of vampires, even half-bloods like him. I won't die. I'm a genius. I'll find the sacred tome, then rise, and rise again. This wasn't just boasting. At only level 40, not yet promoted, he had already awakened the innate skill blood control. That indeed marked him as a prodigy. Muttering encouragement to himself, Lakis pulled out a small metal plate and began filing his nails. He lacked disguise skills, but vampires weren't too different from humans. A little powder concealed his pale complexion. As for his nails and fangs, he ground them down. The metal plate was a minor magical tool from the Hermit Empire. Filing teeth and nails with it left a thin magic layer, temporarily preventing regrowth. One filing lasted 2 to 3 days. Cheap and convenient. The only problem was grinding away one's fangs was deeply shameful for a vampire. But he had no time to care about pride. Once finished, he rose and set off toward the Amethyst dungeon. To avoid people, he circled around Windmute Town, approaching from the forest, and timed his entry at night. Sure enough, when he reached the dungeon gates, only 2 night guards stood there. So late, going in alone, drawled Aiden, yawning. He noticed Lakis. It was odd the man came from the forest, but he still gave a greeting. They were stationed here to send warnings in emergencies, not to interrogate every adventurer. Just gathering some glowgrass. No need for a party. Lakis lied smoothly. He thought that would be the end of it, but the guards blinked in surprise, giving him another look. Still, they said nothing more. Once he'd gone inside, the other guard asked, "Senior, what rank is he? Do you know him?" Aiden rolled his eyes. "How would I know? I don't know every high-rank adventurer. But if he's gathering glowgrass alone, at minimum he's gold rank. Could even be diamond." Lakis found their look strange, but didn't dwell on it. He'd gotten inside safely. He drew from his coat a faintly glowing black stone. Compared to before, its light seemed dimmer. So the sacred tome really is in this dungeon. It was a special device, refined by placing a magic crystal in the tome's native environment. The closer it drew to the tome, the darker it grew. Thanks to this, Lakis had tracked it all the way here. But the tool's lifespan was limited. He had to find the tome before it burned out. He couldn't afford another failure. Wait, was the Amethyst dungeon always this dark? He muttered, staring at the corridor lit only by scattered faint glows. Still, with dark vision, he managed. As he descended, realization struck. He'd made a mistake. This dungeon didn't have glowgrass, did it? He'd never been here before. His map didn't mention such details. But glowgrass was a staple plant in most dungeons. He'd assumed it grew here too. Instead, all he saw were bioluminescent mushrooms. Not good. If there was no glowgrass, then his earlier excuse could become a flaw. If those guards were sharp, they might report him in Windmute. Damn it. He quickened his pace. He had to find the tome and leave. The journey wasn't hard. Pudges, scorpions, snakes, he dispatched them easily. At last, on the 5th floor, the black stone's glow was nearly gone. Here, in his mind, either the adventurer who'd stolen the tome had died here, or else the tome's curse had acted up again, making its holder slaughter passers-by in secret. A wooden sign at the exit caught his eye. What's this? 5th floor regulations. He skimmed it, then dismissed it. Maybe useful, but 1, he was here for the tome, not to stick to rules about walking on mushroom paths. 2, it was just the 5th floor. Max level 25. Trivial. Following the Blackstone's pull, Lakis soon strayed off the mushroom road. Unexpectedly, nothing hindered him. Aside from sticky mycelium clinging to his boots, there were no traps, no monsters. He hadn't met a single living thing. Was this floor deserted? Not until he reached the mushroom forest did he encounter creatures. Pudges, camouflaged against the mushroom trunks. He stumbled into one by accident, only realizing when he felt its squishy body. But these pudges had no aggression, no sense of territory. Even with him walking among them, they didn't react. That suited him fine. No need for a fight. Watching the black stone dim to near nothing, Lakis felt his dead heart almost beating again. At last, he stood before a stone pedestal. Not what he'd expected. He'd thought he'd face one, or several, adventurers enthralled by the tome, fighting them to seize it. Or maybe he'd find it beside a skeleton. But why a pedestal? Blood gathered at his fingertip, forming a bullet. He prepared to blast it apart. But before he fired, the pedestal acted first. What? Energy surged. Lakis staggered back 2 steps just before it exploded. Shards slashed his face, but he had no time for the pain. Amid the wreckage, he glimpsed it, the yellow-bound book he longed for. Still, he clung to reason, scanning around. No one in sight. He rushed forward, snatched it up, flipped it over. Yes, the sacred tome. It's real. In his excitement, the tome fell open slightly. No! He hurried to shut it. He knew well how irresistible its charm was. Just a few words could enthrall him. But even in that instant, he'd glimpsed some scorched pages covered in dense words. Run, 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 run. What did that mean? Whoosh! A noise behind. Lakis spun, hurling a blood spike. It struck big black mushrooms' dark scales, only to burst like water. The power felt no stronger than a mirage's spit arrow. But Lakis knew that attack should have pierced even a tyrant bear. Whoosh! Big black mushroom stepped closer. Lakis retreated until his back hit the stone wall. The tome's pages flapped open again, exposing words. For the record, this isn't my fault. Sorry for the late update. Starting to build backlog now. What kind of mutated pudgy was this? Those flaring scales looked almost like dragon scales. Corner before big black mushroom, Lakis once again drew blood from his own body. Damn this floor. Nothing but mushrooms everywhere. He couldn't find another monster to drain. He had to use his own blood. If blood spikes couldn't pierce its scales, then he'd go around them. He was a genius, after all. Instead of condensing his blood into spikes, he split it finer, finer still, thread by thread, weaving every filament of blood under his control. The strain was excruciating, nearly enough to make him black out. But with death at his heels, he endured. Skill level up. Blood control LV6, LV7. Ugh! Countless blood threads burst forth, lancing into big black mushroom. They didn't smash against the scales. Instead, they bent, threading into the gaps, then detonated the blood's magic and vitality within. Big black mushroom shuddered violently, staggering back 2 steps. No time for triumph. Lakis seized the opening, transformed into a bat, snatched the tome, and shot upward. The dangling mycelium from mushroom trees reached for him, but his small form darted nimbly, slipping through. He cleared the forest. Only once he was airborne did Lakis breathe in relief. Thank the heavens he could fly. The tome was in hand. He just had to find a way out of the 5th floor. Then he sensed something rushing toward him. A pudgy? A winged pudgy, gliding from the dome above? What in hell's was that? In bat form, counterattacking was awkward. He beat his wings furiously, trying to evade. But the pudgy was faster. Still, it could only glide, couldn't truly fly. If it got close, he could simply veer aside. Boom! The explosion blasted him like a spinning top, flung across the air. It took ages to steady himself. His injuries didn't matter. His empty claws did. The tome? Where's the tome? It was gone, blown from his grip. He wanted to dive back, but something loomed above. Black scales, golden vertical pupils, vast wings and claws descending on him. Still savoring the thrill of a dive bomb explosion, Linden frowned at the half-vampire tumbling like a cannonball. Had he swatted him to death? As the first demon to enter his dungeon, Linden had kept him under close watch, and the target turned out to be after the yellow-bound book. He meant to interrogate him. Killing him outright would be troublesome. Linden didn't dislike those who could break through at the edge of death. More skill experience was always welcome. But injuring Gray, that was another matter. Still, the guy was impressive. Barely level 40, only just stepping in a gold rank. Yet he'd managed to wound Gray alone, even if just a scratch. Last time it had taken 4 golds and nearly 20 silvers working together to hurt her. Thankfully, the status window hadn't disappeared. Soon, the cleanup Pudges dragged over both the runaway yellow book and the battered half-vampire. The book was intact, save for singed edges. Words scrolled across its pages like a ticker tape. With Human Common Language LV6, Linden could puzzle out most of it now. Mostly it was useless chatter, denials, pleas for mercy. One precaution, whenever reading it, he kept his own panel open. If he saw a charm effect, he'd make sure the book understood it had lived well enough up till now. As for the half-vampire, a dusting of spores should loosen his tongue. So you came alone? The interrogation went smoothly. Seated before Gray gnawing a pudgy, confronted with Linden's parasitic and hallucinogenic spores, Lakis spilled everything. The sacred tome, a vampire duke, his suspicion of being used as a disposable scout. He confessed it all. One thing puzzled Linden. If you're treated so harshly, why not defect? Lying weak, his wounds unhealed for lack of blood, Lakis rasped. Bloodline contract. If I betray my lord, even if I live, I can never advance. What do you mean advance? Titles are power and shackles. Lakis broke into hacking coughs, dark blood soaking the ground. Without rising to Viscount, level capped at 40 lifespan. No more than 120 years. A rigid, suffocating hierarchy of control. Linden found himself a little envious. His own parasitic powers had limits. The farther away, the weaker his hold. He had the unconscious Lakis. Pudges hauled him off to the mire of death. The man carried a death playback status. Left to rot in the swamp, his master would see nothing more than a vague end. Linden had no thought of keeping him as a dog. From the interrogation, it was obvious he was unruly, bound by the advancement system, unsuitable as a subordinate. What mattered more was the demon's obsession with the tome. This yellow book was trouble. Should he just get rid of it? In less than a second, Linden dismissed the thought. It had been here too long. He couldn't release it. Better to let Gray shred it than leave it loose. At that moment, the book's text scrolled faster, as if panicked. As for demon reinforcements, Linden wasn't worried. Demons dying in Amethyst Dungeon had nothing to do with him. They wouldn't send a duke sneaking in just to cause him trouble, would they? It wasn't that Linden bore prejudice. From his dealings with the shapeshifter Chloro, he suspected these races weren't so different after all. He even wanted to meet more elves, dwarves, demons, anyone, so long as they came in peace. But robbers? No mercy. He checked his panel again. No charm. Good. A pudgy waddled up, rolling up the babbling, honest book. Linden would forge a new seal for it, and around it, dozens of mind pudges were already in place. Not to mention his elite pudgy program. The first batch was almost ready. Perfect timing. Perhaps visiting demons could help test their effectiveness. 7 sins, greed triggered. Plundered skill, blood manipulation LV2. Plundered skill, demonic common tongue LV1. Plundered skill, avatar of nightmare LV1. Plundered skill, bite LV6, LV7. On the mycelium-covered ground lay a stone-skinned wild boar. Its gray-brown belly was marked with several gashes, clearly Norris's handiwork. If it had been gray, the thing would have been reduced to a lump of mangled meat. After resting for 2 days, the kid had once again thrown himself headlong into fighting monsters. This time, Linden had simply asked him for one of his kills, which was now lying here while Norris stood by watching. The boar's hide clung tightly to its skeleton, every rib jutting out starkly. Even its eye sockets had sunken into deep pits. In front of it stood a pudgy, and above its head floated a crimson sphere that faintly reeked of blood. Linden, controlling the pudgy, manipulated the blood orb, trying to reshape it the way a half-vampire might. But after several attempts, he failed. In the end, he could only hurl the entire orb like a bomb. When it exploded on the ground, Its force was about the same as a mushroom cannon shot. Lin Jun's evaluation, too low level, for now only good as entertainment. That said, it did look pretty intimidating. Do you want this skill? Lin Jun asked Norris, who had been staring at the blood play with a dazed look. Norris shook his head quickly. Being mistaken for a monster was one thing. Being mistaken for a vampire was quite another. Lin Jun didn't press him. His second round of enhancements hadn't been finalized yet, so to some extent he could take personal preferences into account. All right, here, this is for you. A cowhorse Pudgy reached into its belly and pulled something out, tossing it over. Norris caught it and looked at the small, iron shard in his hand. What's this? Lin Jun explained. A nail file. If you use it, your claws won't grow back for several days. You're not used to your claws being too long, right? This should be perfect for you. Norris treated it like a treasure. Honestly, this thing was only useful for Norris. Gray would never even consider filing down her weapons. After finishing his tests with blood manipulation, it was time to try Avatar of Nightmare. The name sounded impressive, but in reality, it was just turning into a bat. Still, it was exciting enough. Lin Jun was only missing flight. Under the skill's effect, the Pudgy transformed into a bat Pudgy, a Pudgy with bat wings. Wait, wasn't the style all wrong? Lin Jun recalled how half vampires transformed, blood swirling around them, condensing into a real bat. And here, what the hell was this? How was it any different from the glider wings he had crafted himself? But before long, Lin Jun realized it really was different. Without his control, the Pudgy actually flew with its bat wings. It could even cling to stones upside down with its two round feet. So this was the power of a skill. The wings he had painstakingly crafted were merely clumsy imitations, not even 1% as effective as the real thing. The only drawback was that, whether from the skill being too low level or the Pudgy being too big for the wings, it flew slowly and with great effort. The tiny wings had to flap desperately just to keep it aloft. Stop for a moment and it would plummet like a stone. Natural energy drained rapidly too. Lin Jun even tried mounting a mushroom cannon on it. Sure enough, it couldn't handle the recoil. Not only was the aim useless, but after a single shot, it would spin out of control and crash. So this flight ability wasn't much used for close combat either. But at least it still had its all-purpose self-destruction. Seeing his boss becoming absorbed in the game of making Pudges self-destruct, Norris very wisely backed away. He was genuinely afraid the boss might decide to slap a self-destruction on him too. Back in a mushroom forest, Norris pulled out his new iron file and cautiously started trimming his claws. 10 centimeters really was too inconvenient. He couldn't clench his fists properly, couldn't grip things well, and it caused many other hassles. Though they were great in battle, he decided to at least restore one hand to normal. His claws were so long that by the time he finally finished filing one down, he looked up to find a big black mushroom squatting silently beside him. Say, Senior. After all these days, he knew this big black mushroom was actually a dragonkin. He had also witnessed the power of her fists, so he dared not show the slightest disrespect. But since they hadn't interacted much before, Norris had no idea how to get along with this senior. Gray didn't react to the word senior. Truthfully, she didn't know what it meant. She simply stared intently at Norris's glittering silver scales. Gray really envied him. Those shiny scales were so beautiful. Too bad her own were dull and black. Unconsciously, she leaned closer. Her chubby pudgy hands pressed against his body. That touch made Norris a little flustered. He didn't even know this senior's gender, but either way, he couldn't handle being groped like this. Senior, what are you doing? He scooted backward, but Gray moved in again, refusing to give up. Her pudgy hands groped his body faster and rougher. Senior, what are you trying to... With a scream, a silver scale, still stuck with a bit of skin, appeared in Gray's hands. Norris curled up on the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. Perhaps realizing she had done wrong, Gray panicked, scooped up some mycelium, slapped it on Norris's wound, and then ran away. Norris? His scream even startled Lin Jun, who was still experimenting with flight. Quickly figuring out what had happened, Lin Jun had a Pudgy bring over a bottle of beginner healing potion. The Pudgy poured it over Norris's shoulder, cleaning away the dirt and mycelium as well. The wound wasn't too serious, and with the potion it healed quickly. Only the missing scale would take time to grow back. Lin Jun was quite sympathetic to Norris's plight, and kindly added mimicry for changing color and regeneration for recovering from injuries to the next round of enhancements. He decided to scold Gray later. If she wanted something shiny, she couldn't just snatch it. And besides, it was one thing to rob outsiders, but Norris was one of their own. Rules had to be kept. Before long, Norris, still checking his wound, saw the big black mushroom trudging over reluctantly with a big armful of stuff. Frightened, he immediately stood up, ready to run. That feeling of being overpowered and helpless brought back too many unpleasant memories. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Gray is here to apologize. The boss's words stopped him in his tracks. Apologize? Norris forced himself not to bolt as the big black mushroom came closer. She stretched out her hands and shoved a pile of glass shards into his arms. Then, unable to bear the pain of parting with her treasures, she turned and ran back to the mushroom house. Lin Jun came out at just the right time to explain, all right. Gray has given you her her fourth favorite things. Just forgive her this time. Norris looked down at the sharp glass shards tearing up his clothes. Huh? Lin Jun even kindly suggested, oh, and next time you go hunting, if some scales get knocked off, try collecting them. Gray will really appreciate it. Norris blinked, stunned, then slowly nodded. Maybe he really should collect some of his shed scales. At the very least, next time this senior wanted to peel him, he could trade them for his life. Skills were everywhere, yet to Lin Jun, they still carried an air of mystery. Take Avatar of Nightmare, for instance. When that half-vampire used it, it was clearly a transformation skill. But once put on a Pudgy, it became a fixed form. Still, the half-vampire had obviously relied on its blood power when transforming. Lin Jun could only guess that since Pudgis lacked that blood strength, the skill's effect was only partially retained. He had seen skills mutate before due to differences in inherent traits. The most typical case was assimilation absorption, which changed from absorbing flesh to absorbing mycelium. So this should be some kind of adaptive effect. As for flight, Lin Jun did more experiments. Two Pudgis, both sporting bat wings, stood side by side. At first glance, they looked identical. But pulling up their status panels revealed that one possessed Avatar of Nightmare LV1, while the other was just a blank Pudgy. Lin Jun had spent half a day sculpting the blank Pudgy by hand, using the bat-winged one as a model. He didn't mean anything by it, just wanted to see if flight was possible without relying on the skill. He first controlled the skill-enabled Pudgy to fly around. Then, going off that feeling, he controlled the blank one. After several failed attempts, he actually managed to get it airborne, but it was clearly much more exhausting. Every flap of its wings required more effort, as if something vital was missing. And without Lin Jun's direct control, the blank Pudgy could never fly at all. Pudgis weren't very intelligent. Most of their actions came from instinct, and since this one couldn't fly on its own, that proved it lacked the instinct to fly. This showed that the skill itself granted Pudgis the instinct for flight. It was just like how having the precision skill made landing hits easier. In other words, he could tinker with tricks that didn't rely on skills for fun. But to mass-produce abilities in Pudgis, skills were still indispensable. Of course, this theory only applied in relatively simple fields. Try and make a mushroom cannon without a skill? That was just nonsense. After finishing these little tests, Lin Jun checked on the progress of the trap chamber. It was nearly complete. This trap room was actually the new cozy home he had designed for the Yellow Book. Since his plan to excavate the dungeon had failed due to hitting a transparent wall, he decided to make use of it this time. The transparent wall couldn't collapse and couldn't be blasted apart, so he might as well turn it into a trap chamber. A team of construction Pudgis was now making final adjustments in the area. The once cramped space had been expanded into a full underground chamber. The arching walls of rock and mycelium seamlessly fused together, and glowing spores embedded in the stone bathed the whole place in a pale blue light. 8 pillars stood within the chamber. The transparent wall, as a ceiling, didn't actually need any support, so the pillars were camouflage. Each was made of stone shells covering self-destruct pudges, for per pillar, ensuring plenty of firepower. At the very back, on an altar-like stone pedestal, rested the yellow book, looking exactly like a treasure reward after defeating a dungeon boss. Of course, the pedestal was also made of self-destruct pudges. Cheap and effective, Lin Jun figured the yellow book wouldn't have any objections to its new home. Naturally, the chamber couldn't rely only on self-destruct pudges. Lin Jun had also stationed several newly created elite pudges as guards. Compared to ordinary ones, elite pudges had not only more skills, but also much higher stats. 4 melee-type elites. Lin Jun had raised strength, agility, and constitution all to 40. 4 range types, intelligence and agility, were both 40, with constitution at 30, enough to endure. 3 or 4 elite pudges in the trap room were more than sufficient. Later, the entrance would be sealed with stone, turning the whole thing into a hidden chamber. Adventurers wandering into this cave were unlikely to be high level. Even if they stumbled into the trap chamber, the guards would drive them back. If stronger demonkin came looking for trouble, and the elites couldn't hold, the self-destruct pudges would blow everything sky high. Even if the intruder survived, the delay would give Lin Jun enough time to gather pudges and block the cave entrance from outside. The main reason for relocating the yellow book was that, when left in the mushroom forest, demonkin would constantly show up and cause chaos. If they wrecked the mushroom forest, the employee rest area, that would be unacceptable. The Trap Chamber project and the Elite Pudgy project were both going smoothly. But the plan to spread mycelium mats from the 6th floor gorge down to the deep layers was far less successful. The gorge's cliff walls were extremely hard. Mycelium couldn't draw nutrition from them, aside from magic power. The mats could only extend downward by transmitting nutrients from already connected mats. This wasn't unique to the gorge. Even on the 5th and 6th floors, mycelium mats couldn't draw nutrients directly from the stone walls. But those layers were close enough to the surface and ceiling that transporting nutrients a short way wasn't a problem. The gorge, however, was far too deep, and the transmission distance of mycelium mats was limited. Since the conditions didn't exist, Lin Jun had to create them himself. He crafted hollow tubes from mycelium, pouring soil through them onto flat spots on the cliff walls to make supply points. With nutrients from the soil, the mats could extend further. Then, using another tube, he spread soil onto the next platform. In this way, the mats advanced step by step downward. For this, a team of pudges was permanently stationed in the gorge, hauling soil, with 3 treants assisting in the work. During this process, Lin Jun noticed something strange. This gorge didn't seem to connect to the 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th floors. At least, his mycelium mats had found no entrances to any of them. Could it be that those floors were all sealed off by stone walls? He would have to investigate further after conquering the 7th floor. For now, the mycelium mats stopped when they reached the deep layers. Not because Lin Jun didn't want to continue, but because he ran into a familiar sight. Race, thousand-spoked mayfly. Level, 22. Race, thousand-spoked mayfly. Level, 31. A region filled with countless crisscrossing white strands, swarming with thousand-spoked mayflies. Unlike the level 62 giant he had encountered when pudges fell in before, the ones here maxed out around level 40. But there were many of them, and their territorial instincts were fierce. Whenever the mycelium mats extended close to their strands, they would scrape the mats away or spray acid to corrode them. In short, unless he wiped them out, there was no going further down. In a place where even supplies were hard to come by, where pudges had nowhere to land, should he really start a territorial war against monsters in overwhelming numbers, possibly backed by a boss-level existence? Lin Jun wasn't that stupid. He decisively chose to change routes. This was where the bat pudges came in handy. One by one, bat pudges flapped their wings and flew into different gorges. The best outcome would be finding the exact gorge Inanna had fallen through. If not, then at least they might discover a route without obstacles, one that led smoothly down to the bottom. But something strange happened. There were so many fissures, nearly 20 viable paths, even after some of them merged deeper down. And yet, no matter which route they tried, once they descended to a similar depth, they found it always crawling with thousand-spoked mayflies. The only difference was that in some areas they encountered lone high-level mayflies, while in most places there were swarms of weaker ones. But whether high or low level, as soon as they saw a bat pudgy descending, they would rush up and devour it. The bat pudges couldn't fly past them and had no choice but to self-destruct. But then, how had Inanna made it down in the first place? Back then, after she turned into a pudgy, she hadn't been connected to the mycelium network, so she couldn't perceive her surroundings. Drifting down so slowly, if there had been these mayflies, she should have been snatched away instantly. How could she have fallen safely all the way down? Unless something had changed in the deep layers after he left? Could it be the influence of the demon tide? Linden wasn't sure, but he did know this meant his direct descent plan would have to be reconsidered. Was it really worth fighting a battle away from home ground without any territorial advantage? He hadn't decided yet. While Linden was still making last-ditch attempts to find a gap in the mayfly's territory to slip through, he failed to notice the mess his new subordinate had gotten into. A flower python had coiled around Norris, immobilizing him, its fangs sunk into his shoulder, venom pumping in. Fortunately, Norris had poison resistance and paralysis resistance, so the venom had no effect. But even without poisoning, he was in dire straits. His left arm was pinned to a tree by 3 flower dryad's tendrils, leaving only his right hand free. Norris hadn't expected the python to coordinate with flower dryads, and his carelessness landed him in this 1-versus-2 predicament. He was already regretting filing down his claws. His only free hand, without its talons, couldn't inflict any real damage on the python. But if he didn't fight back now, he'd be finished. Would he end up dumped in the swamp zone if he died? Shaking the thought away, Norris grabbed the snake's body with his right hand, forced open a wound with all his strength, and then sank his teeth in. Neurotoxin LV4. He could use poison too. Normally, his venom wasn't practical. It was basically just his saliva, and he never got a chance to use in combat. But today it worked. The flower python had no resistance to toxins, and soon its coils loosened. Norris tore free his left arm, yanking out the tendrils. He didn't even bother finishing the python off. He just turned to flee into the trees. He had to move fast. The mycelium network's senses warned him 3 adventurers were approaching. He had to hide, but another tendril shot from the ground and pierced his foot. Damn flower dryads. He hated them now. Pain didn't matter. Since his transformation, minor wounds healed quickly. But the timing. What's that? The adventurers' voices made him freeze. A lizard man from the demons? Looks like it, but he has no tail. Even in the dungeon, in just a few words, they had already judged him an enemy by his appearance. They seemed wary of demons, but then someone said, "He looks injured." By the time Norris ripped the tendril out of his foot, the 3 adventurers had spread out, subtly surrounding him. Demonkin were dangerous, but killing a demon spy carried great rewards. And if monsters and demons fought each other bloody, who wouldn't want to swoop in as the fisherman? Norris thought of fleeing, maybe even trying to explain himself. But when his eyes landed on one of them, a halfling, he froze. He didn't know the halfling's name, but he remembered the scar beneath his left eyelid. This was the one who had stolen his silver coins long ago. The one who, when caught, had ganged up with companions to beat him. Norris didn't even know why, but suddenly he stopped thinking about escape. So what if it was someone who had bullied him? Hadn't he been bullied enough all his life? Even now, wounded as he was, shouldn't he run, call for his boss's help? Then why? Why were his claws bared as he moved toward them instead? His memories blurred. His breathing grew ragged. His body felt like it was being controlled by a devil, dancing outside of his will. When he came back to himself, the first thing he noticed was the heavy stench of blood in the air. Some of it was his, some of it was theirs. Beneath him lay the mangled corpse of the halfling. The other two adventurers were nearby, one shredded by claws, the other strangled to death by roots. Roots? Are you all right? Beside him, Little Green the Dryad stepped forward with Pudgis in tow. Norris recognized him. He often worked on the 6th floor, one of the boss's subordinates. It seemed he had stepped in to help. Norris tried to recall the fight's details, but all he could remember was the sensation of his claws tearing flesh. Thanks. He couldn't remember, but he could at least say that much. But the Dryad just asked again, "Are you sure you're all right?" Only then did Norris realize. He looked down at himself. His abdomen was split open, blood pouring out. His right leg was gone below the knee, and a dagger was lodged in his heart. Of course, how could he have possibly beaten 3 silver-ranked adventurers? Little Green caught him as he collapsed, quickly sending word through the mycelium network to Lin Jun. Lin Jun was stunned. He'd only looked away for a moment. How had things turned into this mess? He had been clear, if you meet adventurers, hide. Even if something unexpected happened, Norris should have called him. So why did it end like this? A mutual slaughter, with Little Green making the report? He instantly took control of the Pudgis that had been following Little Green. Some dealt with the adventurers' bodies, stripping them and dumping them where the mats would reclaim them. The rest wrapped Norris and his severed leg, carrying them toward the 5th floor. "Clear the way and explain," Lin Jun ordered Little Green. The Dryad obeyed, moving ahead. "I don't know the details. I sensed Norris fighting someone, so I came to check. By the time I arrived, he was about to be killed. In the panic, I killed one of the adventurers." Dryads were connected to the mycelium network and could sense events further away. And since Lin Jun had specifically ordered them not to attack adventurers on their own, Little Green made sure to clarify. Lin Jun asked no further. They would have to wait until Norris woke up to know the full story. Right now, he was already juggling too many things in different directions. He couldn't cover every corner of the dungeon. If only the mycelium mats had a replay function, or if his long idle skill, mental integration, could be upgraded. He could only hope Norris hadn't started this himself. He had laid down rules. A subordinate who broke them wasn't an asset, but a liability. Thinking it over, wasn't it ironic? Out of his 4 subordinates, the one causing him the least trouble was the Dryad Little Green. "It's all my fault." In the clearing before the mushroom house, Norris knelt in the middle of a ring of Pudgis. Even Gray squatted in the corner, watching him. His head hung low, his scales scraping against the ground with faint sounds. His faltering confession drifted into the air, carrying with it the faint smell of blood. His right leg had been reattached. The wound in his chest had healed, and yet he still looked wretched. Where his severed limb had fused, the flesh was still not fully knitted, leaving a clear seam. His body was missing scales here and there, and those that remained were cracked and dulled, nothing like their former luster. Norris himself didn't know why he had lost control. He had been bullied for so many years. He should have been used to it. Now, having committed the crime of killing humans, he could only recount the events honestly and wait anxiously for his fate. With both the mycelium network and parasitism binding him, any lie would be impossible to hide from Lin Jun. From Lin Jun's perspective, the blame didn't rest solely on Norris. After all, the adventurer struck first. But it was true that Norris had handled things poorly. Whether he had chosen to fight or to run, Lin Jun could have accepted it. But he should have informed him through the network immediately. Acting on his own was a dangerous sign. As for the 3 humans who died, that wasn't much of an issue in the dungeon. So Lin Jun quickly gave his punishment. "Norris, you acted without permission, violating mushroom garden rules. Your punishment is to go clean slime residue for 1 month." Clean slime residue? Norris's mind blanked for a moment. Subconsciously, he still thought his crime was killing people. But from the boss's words, his crime was failing to report? "What? You have a problem with that?" Lin Jun asked, thinking Norris might resist. But slime cleaning was no light work. That 2-colored slime was prolific at splitting. Cleaning meant killing its divisions, collecting the cores to feed to the mats, and washing the remaining mucus down into the underground waterways. During this work, he would live inside the mountain cavity, a disguised form of confinement. The job could easily run from dawn to dusk, and sometimes the hanging cage would be lifted, releasing curses to train Pudgis. Norris would have to endure that too. But to Norris, this punishment was far lighter than he had expected. He quickly bowed his head. No, I have no objections. Two Pudgis took him away, one in front, one behind, pretending to escort a prisoner. Gray didn't understand what had just happened at all. She even waved goodbye to Norris. Meanwhile, Linden sought out Little Green to confirm the adventurer's strength. 3 silver-ranked adventurers active on the 6th floor, and Norris had faced them head-on, managing to kill 2. The last one had been finished off by Little Green. Without him, Norris would surely have died. In this matter, more than Norris's mistake, Linden saw the strength he had displayed. After all, Norris was only level 24. Before, he had challenged monsters above his level, but monsters lacked intelligence. Beating them wasn't so surprising. But this time, 3 human adventurers, each a tier above him, and he had managed a 1-4-2 trade. That showed just how effective the skills Linden had given him were. High skill levels, matched with proper combinations, had compensated for his lacking stats. Of course, Linden knew this compensation had limits. Against gold or even diamond adventurers, who had their own high-level skills and optimized builds, his advantage would vanish. But there was no doubt, so long as he had enough suitable raw materials, Linden could mass-produce a solid force of fighters reaching silver or even gold ranks in short order. The problem was where to find such raw materials. In all this time in the dungeon, Norris was the only blank slate he had come across. Everyone else who entered had their own skills. There were probably many near-blank humans among commoners and children. But abducting people would draw too much attention and bring disaster. He set the thought aside for now. When Norris finished his confinement, Linden planned to give him a second round of modifications. The originally planned mimicry couldn't be given just yet. Norris wasn't strong or steady enough. With that ability, he might slip up again someday and expose everything. Better to let him mature a bit more first. Compared to him, Little Green's performance was exemplary. In the forest of Dryads, Little Green knelt on damp earth, his roots carefully combing through the tangled roots of new trees. With abundant magic, Dryads could periodically condense a jade-green shoot within their bodies. By leaving behind that shoot along with some roots, a new demon tree would grow, eventually awakening as another Dryad. Thanks to Linden's rewards, the Dryads had received many magic crystals, greatly increasing their efficiency at absorbing mana. Naturally, this meant more shoots had been planted lately. Some, like the one before Little Green, had already grown into healthy young trees. The Dryads would help tidy their roots now and then. Beneath the forest, space was far more crowded than it seemed above. Little Green. The sudden message made him pause his work. What is it, boss? Not an order, just a proposal. The land by the little hill has been empty since we cleared it. Instead of leaving it for other monsters, why don't I plant mushrooms there? It would also block adventurers from wandering into the mountain cavern. So I came to ask, do you want to plant trees there as well? That way we'll have outposts both east and west, without always having to travel so far. Expanding territory, the idea made Little Green thoughtful. It was true, while the forest still had enough land now. At this rate, expansion was inevitable. He had originally thought to expand slowly from the forest entrance, but the boss wanted them to establish a new home on the far side. Maybe that could work too? The Dryads had long stayed in seclusion. At first, it was because their numbers were small and the forest was enough. And it also drew less attention from human adventurers. Remote and huddled together, they were less likely to be attacked. But now things had changed. Whenever a Dryad went out, a troop of Pudgis followed. Their combat power had risen, and adventurers seemed wary of Pudgis, leading to far fewer conflicts. In that case, founding a new home far from the forest wasn't impossible. Boss, do you mean for the Pudgis and Dryads to live together? live together? To Lin Jun, Pudges were tools, while Dryads were subordinates. Putting them together and calling it cohabitation sounded odd to him. But if Little Green wanted to call it that, so be it. Something like that. I plan to grow another mushroom forest there. Come to think of it, you haven't been up to the 5th floor to see the mushroom forest yet. I think you'd like it. In Lin Jun's vision, Dryads were actually quite suited to living with mushrooms. Mushrooms mainly drew magic from the air, Dryads from the soil. They wouldn't interfere with each other. And the mushroom forest would provide spores and environmental effects, while Dryads could lead the Pudges in defending it without Lin Jun having to bother. The real purpose, of course, was to conceal the cavern fissure and the 2-colored slime. Everything else was secondary. I have no objections, boss. When do we begin? Little Green was reassured once he knew the Pudges would be there too. With them, adventurers wouldn't be a problem. Then let's start now. My Pudges are already on their way down. Then I'll gather the tribe right away. Gulyalu, that familiar sound. Norris rubbed his sleepy eyes, climbed up from the ground, grabbed a stone club, and crawled onto the top of the cage. He shoved the stone stick through the opening, poking inside. He had to drive the newly split slimes into the exit. If the Pudges had been stationed here, there would be no need to worry. However long the slimes stayed inside, they'd be killed once they came out. But now that the job had fallen to him, if 3 or 4 slimes came out together, it would be a real headache. The Pudges could always clean up afterward, but Norris himself would suffer for it. That's why the best approach was to poke them out one by one and deal with them immediately. Sure enough, after a while, a red slime squeezed out of the stone outlet. Norris let out a sigh of relief. Rending wind, claws, LV4. His strike tore the slime apart, and with quick reflexes, his right hand darted in to grab its core. Thankfully, it wasn't a green slime. Every time he dealt with those, his hands ended up corroded. Just as he was celebrating, the cage was suddenly lifted. Not good. Norris bolted, running to the farthest corner of the fissure, where the effects were weakest. He crouched there, gritting through the burning pain all over his body, waiting for the cage to be lowered again. Once it was over, he lay down with the guarding Pudges on the mycelium mats, soaking in nutrients to recover. And whenever he lay on the mats, his mind always drifted back to his mushroom house. No matter what, its comfort couldn't be compared to mats spread over bare stone. Thus Norris muddled through his labor sentence, never realizing that he had grown stronger again. Skill upgraded. Rending wind, claws LV4, LV5. Skill upgraded. Corrosion resistance LV1, LV2. Nor did he know that, outside the hill where he worked, Pudges were planting mushrooms and Dryads were planting saplings, transforming the place into a fortified mushroom forest. He also missed out on Vampire Hunt 2.0. Few things are as tormenting as knowing that a band of robbers is coming to your home, but not knowing exactly when, forcing you to stay on edge at all times, watching your doorway. So when Lin Jun saw that vampire at the dungeon entrance, he finally relaxed. They'd come at last. Honestly, after all his preparations, if the demons hadn't shown up, that would have been even more frustrating. Name, Louisa. Level, 50. Title, Vampire Viscount. Only level 50. With General Gray in reserve, nothing to worry about. The Vampire Viscount entered the dungeon with 7 humans in tow. But no matter how Lin Jun looked at them, they screamed cannon fodder. He was still grumbling in his mind about how casually the demons infiltrated this dungeon deep in human lands, like strolling back home, when he spotted something unexpected trailing behind them. Tail. Thanks to his mats spread beyond the dungeon entrance, Lin Jun observed another group arriving, marked clearly with the symbols of the Church of Light. Squad Captain Sorlin of the Wings of Judgment stepped over dead leaves, following faint footprints across the forest floor. To her eyes, one set of tracks gave off a sickening aura of darkness. Behind her walked Priest Maine and 4 fully armored church knights. Sorlin and Maine both held gold-rank strength, while the knights were silver. At the dungeon's gate, the silver light in Sorlin's right eye flickered and dimmed. Maintaining vision of truth was no small drain on her. The priest bent to examine two unconscious guards slumped by the fire. They're alive, looks like a sleep spell. As expected, random killings would only risk exposure. Clearly, they don't realize they've already been discovered. Sorelin lifted her gaze to the grand gate before them. Maine, looks like you were right. Their target is the Amethyst Dungeon. There's nothing further south, Maine sighed. Instead of satisfaction, his face showed worry. But we still don't know what they're here for. Thanks to Sorelin's ability, they had detected the demon party long before, even beyond the forest. The demons have been active within the United Kingdom recently, but mostly as lone spies, easy prey. But this was a whole squad, strength unknown. Out of caution, they hadn't approached directly. Instead, they had smashed their message crystal, calling for nearby patrol squads. Leaving 2 knights to await reinforcements, they had continued the pursuit. The demons' tracks were expertly concealed, their trail covered with skillful tricks. Maine couldn't have tracked them. Only Sorelin's senses had allowed the chase this far. But he couldn't understand. Why enter a dungeon? To cause trouble, wouldn't they strike villages or towns? What could they possibly achieve inside? Secretly kill adventurers? That had no impact on the kingdom. Adventurers weren't counted as part of its military, it might anyway. Were they searching for something or someone? The uncertainty gnawed at Maine, but Sorelin was unfazed. Their purpose doesn't matter. Once they've gone into the dungeon, they're trapped mice. She leaned on her sword and sat casually on a log by the fire. You're not going to follow? Maine asked. No need. There's no other exit. Once we regroup with the other patrols here, we'll catch them at our leisure. They won't escape. Sorelin paused, thinking, then beckoned a knight over. Contact the Adventurers Guild here. Tell them to summon adventurers to assist in capturing the demons. We don't need high-level adventurers. They don't need to fight, to spread out around the dungeon, to stop the demons from using escape scrolls. Escape scrolls. Maine frowned. That's unlikely. Those things are rare and dangerous. It's just in case. Sorelin wasn't about to let something so trivial ruin the operation. Yes, ma'am. The knight took her wings of Judgment Captain's insignia and set off toward Yoffing Town. Maine thought they should keep pressing the pursuit. But since Sorelin had already decided, he stayed silent. They were both gold rank, but he was only a strategic adjutant. Her occasional requests for his input were respect for his power, not obligation. And really, her judgment seemed sound. Gathering strength to block the exit was the safest plan. The only issue was they didn't know how long they'd have to wait. If the demons realized they'd been discovered and simply hid in the dungeon, refusing to come out, what then? What a pity, a pair of twins, no less. The lecherous voice beside him made Hack glance back at the 3 figures disappearing into the corridor behind them. Of course, he knew exactly what that pity meant. The speaker was called Short Axe, a hideous man with a centipede-like scar running across his cheek, left from a hook slash in his bandit days. Years of drinking had darkened his complexion. When he laughed, bearing his gap-toothed grin, the 2 axes strapped across his leather armor jiggled along with his belly. But even with his body gone soft, in battle he was still the kind of lunatic who dared to activate Berserk and whirl both axes like a storm. It was just that his brain never worked. All he thought about was his base urges, as if he were still a roadside brigand. Hack stole a glance at their leader, the Viscount Louisa. The tall vampire seemed not to have heard Short Axe's muttering, or perhaps she had, but simply didn't care. Hack cursed Short Axe in his heart. After all, it had been him and a few others, drunk on lust, who killed that baron's daughter. That incident had left them with bounties so high they'd been forced to flee to the Hermit Empire. If not for that, he wouldn't have had to join this obviously dangerous mission. Did they think he really longed for so-called immortality? Eternal life only mattered if you survived long enough to enjoy it. Living long on paper, only to get killed the next day, what kind of immortality was that? But reality left no choice. From the moment they'd thrown in with the vampires, their path had been sealed. Beside him, Short Axe pulled a small box from his tunic and tipped a grayish-white pill into his mouth. It stank of rot. Hack recognized it. Silent death pills, brewed from morning lilies. He had some too. Taken long-term, they made one's body more corpse-like, a necessary step before conversion into a half-vampire. Clearly Short Axe had taken Louise's promise to heart, that if they completed this mission, she would grant them the transformation. Hack grimaced but swallowed, one himself. Suddenly, an axe spun past his face, making him halt in fury. Short Axe. Hack growled. The weapon cut through a group of Pudges and Slimes ahead, killing both in one neat strike, before flying back into Short Axe's hand. Why so quiet? Will you try to act all mysterious? Ha ha ha. His loud, ugly laugh drew everyone's attention. Even a Viscount glanced back at him. Hack didn't find it funny at all. He wanted to slice that ugly mug apart with a wind blade. He lengthened his stride to put distance between them, though Short Axe's grumbling followed. Tisich can't even take a joke. At least the others were more reliable, currently discussing the dungeon's strange state. Wasn't Amethyst Dungeon supposed to have different ecosystems on each floor? Why are there Pudges everywhere, and mutated ones at that? I was here 6 years ago. It wasn't like this. Heard there was a demon tide recently. Probably the aftermath. It's so dark here. Hack glanced around. True enough. Everywhere they went, there were mats of mycelium, glowing mushrooms, and mutant Pudges. No matter the floor's supposed ecosystem, they appeared in significant numbers. By the time they reached the 5th floor, it reached a peak. Plop! Something felt odd beneath his foot. Light! Under the glow of an orange spell, they saw the thick carpet of fungal mats underfoot, each step sinking into sticky dampness. Disgusting. One man scraped his boots, only to smear more muck. Hey, look at this. Short Axe called. Hack turned to see him clawing up a patch of the mats, revealing what looked like a round stone disc beneath. Hack frowned. Too perfect in shape to be just a stone. Soft. Short Axe stomped it twice, laughing at the springy feel. Then he pressed down harder. Boom! The disc exploded, spraying dirt. Ah! Short Axe screamed as shadows leapt from the ground, lunging at him. As loathsome as he was, letting him die outright wasn't an option. Tier 3 spell, Wind Surge. A gale blasted the figures away, giving Hack a glimpse. Pudges. They were disguised Pudges. Before they even hit the ground, they exploded. Fortunately, none of the others were caught in the blasts. Careful! They're hiding underground, someone shouted. Hack stared at the pits left behind by the vanished Pudges, then at the endless mats stretching forward. Could the whole place be rigged like this? Ag! My leg! Short Axe's scream snapped him back. The idiot's lower right leg was gone, blown off at the knee. Well, what else could you expect, stomping right on the trigger? Honestly, it was a miracle he wasn't missing more. Hack hesitated. Should he waste a potion on him? Judging by the wound, Short Axe wasn't going to be much use in the battles ahead anyway. What's that in the sky? Someone pointed upward. Against the glow of the ceiling, black specks were drawing closer. Their wings were M-shaped, strangely familiar. Bats. Hack muttered. They looked like the kind of bats swarming vampire lands. But why so fat? As they drew near, the truth became clear. More Pudges. Having learned from earlier, no one dared let them approach. Spells and arrows flew. The flying Pudges were slow and easy targets, dropping from the air under the barrage. Boom! Damn it! Don't let them overhead. Hack, blow them away. Cursing, his companions shouted orders. Hack abandoned his wind blades, focusing on Wind Surge to push the Pudges away before they could detonate. At last, the blast stopped reaching them. But how many of these damn things are there? The sky swarmed with black specks, waves of them. Hack's scalp prickled. They'd run out of mana and arrows before taking them all down. Let's fall back first, he shouted. The stairway wasn't far. Better to regroup. No need. At last, Viscount Louisa spoke. She raised a hand, and Short Axe's screams turned shriller as blood gushed from his ruined stump, flowing into her palm to form a blood orb. With a flick, it burst into countless crimson threads, shooting skyward. Each thread pierced a Pudgy. The damage wasn't high, but Pudges didn't have much life to begin with. Had she seen through that? In moments, the orb was gone, and the swarm rained from the sky like dumplings in boiling water. Archers picked off the few survivors. The crisis was over. Hack spared one look at Short Axe's shriveled corpse. Well, at least he didn't have to waste a potion now. Thanks to Little Bean turned Edamame for the Alliance Master support. You two go in and scout ahead. Outside the cave, the Viscount pointed toward the deep passage. Her words made Hark feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All along the way, they had cleared the hidden and flying Pudges, and Hark had gained a clear understanding of how dangerous this floor really was. As a level 42 gold rank, it was utterly impossible for him to survive here alone. Hark really couldn't figure out how the adventurers on this side usually managed. Did they only ever move around the first 4 floors? And now, the Viscount wanted him and another person to explore this obviously suspicious tunnel. If even a few exploding Pudges popped up in this kind of terrain, he had no confidence at all that he could escape. But he had no choice. Under the Viscount's oppressive gaze, Hark had no option but to grit his teeth and step inside. The slanted tunnel stretched into darkness, but fortunately, Hark's illumination spell lit up the uneven upward path beneath their feet. If he hadn't been a mage with illumination, perhaps the Viscount would have chosen someone else instead, Hark thought to himself. How long is this path supposed to be? By the 3rd time his companion grumbled the same thing. The two of them finally reached a chamber. Smoothly carved stone walls, 8 oddly shaped support pillars, and at the very back, a stone altar with a yellowed book resting atop it. Is that the holy scripture the Viscount mentioned? If they brought it back to her, that would surely count as a great achievement. That was what Hark thought, but his body remained motionless. His companion, who had been ready to step forward, glanced at Hark standing immovable as a mountain. With a sly grin, he too stayed put. TCH, this was exactly the type Hark hated most, calculating and shrewd. Moments like this made him nostalgic for Duanfu, who would always charge him like a fool. Poo-poo. While the two of them hesitated, 4 Pudges emerged from behind the stone altar, 2 with scales and 2 without. More Pudges? Hark swept his gaze around. No other monsters. If it was just 4 of them. He and his companion exchanged a look. I'll support with spells. This time the other man didn't refuse. He nodded. Danger didn't seem too great. 4th tier spell, Wind Speed. 2nd tier spell, Windblade. The acceleration buff flowed into his charging teammate, while Hark slashed out a Windblade, aiming to take down one Pudgy first. But just before it landed, a black whip lashed through the air. Like clashing steel, a Pudgy swung its bladed mycelium tail, neatly intercepting the Windblade. What? If the Pudgy had dodged, Hark could have accepted that, but shattering his Windblade outright? And then he noticed the 2 scaleless Pudges were suddenly gathering massive amounts of magic power. Careful. Luckily, his companion wasn't a rookie. With a speed boost, he barely dodged the sudden magical explosions, then clashed head-on with the scaled Pudges. It was obvious now. These 4 Pudges were no ordinary creatures, nothing like the self-destructing ones outside. The fight quickly hit a stalemate. Hark decided to take drastic action and be ruthless to his teammate. More and more magic gathered at the tip of his staff, a long build-up before release. 6th tier spell, Great Storm. Countless spinning wind blades surged forward, indiscriminately sweeping the field. Hark, you Mother Percent and Asterisk and Ewan add. Amid his companion's furious curses, the storm shredded the 2 scaleless Pudges, and even carved wounds into the scaled ones. As for his teammate, unfortunately, he turned into a bloody mess. Still alive, though, but with only 2 injured Pudges left, finishing them would be easy. Smug, Hark's eyes wandered toward a nearby stone pillar, and froze. The storm had torn away some outer rock, revealing pale, pudgy flesh underneath. A chill shot straight through him. He scanned the other pillars. Beneath fallen fragments, the same white, pudgy bodies lurked. Run! He bolted without hesitation. His teammate cursed after him, but Hark didn't care. His shouted warning was all the morality he had left. Whether these hidden Pudges were explosive or combative there was no way he could deal with them. He'd go report to the Viscount and let her handle it. But when he finally staggered back outside, he was met with a battlefield of craters, scattered corpses he vaguely recognized, and in the distance, Viscount Sama herself, fighting amidst a sea of Pudges. Yes, a Pudgy sea. Countless glowing Pudges bombarded her with artillery fire, while she transformed blood into fine threads and shot them outward. Hart could guess well enough where that blood had come from. Though she looked fierce, he instantly judged she couldn't win. Her blood reserves were low, and the Pudges endless. Even worse, he saw some Pudges pierced clean through by her blood threads. Yet after lying still a while, they stood back up again. No way in hell. Without hesitation, Hart pulled out a scroll, invisibility, then layered wind speed onto himself. And while the Viscount drew almost all the firepower, he slipped away. He had no idea what the future held, but at least he'd save his own skin for now. Lin Jun noticed the coward slipping away, but with all the Pudges focused on the vampire, he couldn't be bothered to spare troops to chase him. Instead, he quietly spawned some Pudges on the upper floors to block his escape route. This time, Lin Jun deliberately refrained from sending in Xiao. He wanted to test how it felt to face a diamond-ranked opponent himself. But right from the start, he took a hit. Every bat Pudgy she struck down with her blood threads crashed lifelessly to the ground. Her blood control was even stronger than Lakis's. Precision, wide-range, multi-target attacks, truly formidable. Strong, yes, but not restraining. After that lesson, Lin Jun only sent in ground troops, all equipped with Mycelium Reformation LV4. Her blood threads caused only minor wounds. Even if they killed a Pudgy under Mycelium Reformation, they would soon crawl back up. Combined with their sheer, overwhelming numbers, the Pudges achieved a truly endless effect. The vampire surely noticed, but aside from drinking poison to quench her thirst, she had no solution. Her retreat was sealed, her blood drawn from cannon fodder dwindling with each use. Even if she had more blood, she still couldn't break through. Blood control consumed mana as well, and by now her reserves were nearly spent. Assaulted from every angle, without pause, she never even had a chance to transform and flee. She could only slaughter the Pudges in front of her, over and over. At last, her magic was exhausted. The remaining blood sphere in her hand burst apart, while the ocean of Pudges ahead still stretched without end. When Vera led the twins out of the dungeon, he instinctively halted. Something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. No adventurers passing, no animals, not even the gate guards. Vera, Philin asked curiously. Leaving the dungeon, Philin had naturally relaxed her vigilance. We're going back. Though Vera didn't know what had happened, he decided they should retreat and observe. Fourth tier light spell, light barrier. A shining wall suddenly sprang up behind them, blocking their way back. From the woods came the sound of many marching feet. Vera instantly drew his curved blade, standing guard with Philin and Fian, while scanning for any chance of escape. But soon they saw the insignia on their encircling foes. The church. A company of church warriors formed up, their well-kept armor gleaming in the sun. Our target is the demons. The three of you need not resist. Behind them, Priest Main maintained the barrier while urging Vera's group not to struggle. Blocked off, facing no fewer than 30 warriors, none below silver rank. Vera had no choice but to lower his weapon. After a quick search, they were cleared of suspicion. That was no surprise. With Solarin's truth vision, silent and nothing suspicious on their bodies, they were unlikely to be part of the demons group. Main's team had already checked many adventurers like them today, and still hadn't found the demon party. Bang, 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 bang. Sudden crashes drew everyone's attention to the dungeon gate. Filthy, disheveled, staff lost. Hark staggered out, slapping both hands frantically against the light wall. Quick, let me out. Let me out. Then, as if something unseen hooked him from the blind spot of everyone's vision, he was yanked to the ground. Shit, let go of me. Help, help. His shrill screams left everyone stunned. Solarin leapt from the ranks and dashed toward the gate, shouting, "Maine, the barrier!" Maine snapped out of it and hurriedly dispelled the wall, blocking the exit. But when Solarin rushed inside the dungeon hall and searched around, there was no one to be found. The hall branched into multiple corridors, and the man who had cried for help had been dragged who knows where. On the ground, she picked up a small drop box. "What happened?" Maine demanded, running up anxiously. Solarin shook the box, spilling out several gray-white pellets. "Maine, we may not be waiting for those demons after all." Gulialu. A long-lost hunger forced Louisa to open her eyes. The back of her head pressed against jagged rocks. When she opened her eyes, what she saw was a cramped, damp pit, and the stench of rotting earth filled her nose. No, calling it a basement was giving it too much credit. This was just a makeshift burrow dug out of the soil. Not far away, a Pudgy was still shoveling dirt to expand the space. She remembered what had happened earlier. Before the two cannon fodder scouts even came back, they were already surrounded by endless Pudges. Endless. Even now, recalling it, the despair remained. Knowing halfway through the fight that they could not win, that even escape was an impossible luxury. But why wasn't she dead? When her last blood sphere shattered, she should have been blown to pieces, just like her subordinates. So why was she waking up here intact in this burrow? Were the Pudges keeping her here to die slowly? Or was there another reason? She didn't know. What she did know was that she was hungry. Louisa glanced at the Pudgy, still digging away, which seemed not to notice her awakening. She struggled to her feet, leaning against the wall. The exit was right in front of her. If she could just reach it, something terrifying happened. After her third step, a mushroom suddenly sprouted from the palm of her hand. White stem, gray cap, looking like an ordinary mushroom, but growing out of her flesh. That was horrifying. Panicked, Louisa yanked it out, only to feel as if she were tearing out her own flesh. Already weakened, she nearly collapsed. What was happening to her? Countless dreadful possibilities spun in her mind. Almost without thinking, she stepped forward again. This time, two blue mushrooms sprouted side by side on the back of her other hand, seamlessly fused with her skin. What is this? Terrified, Louisa stumbled back until her back hit the wall. Only then did the mushrooms stop growing. She understood now. She could not leave this place. If she were slain outright in battle, she could accept that, but to be slowly turned into mushroom feed, this she could not bear. She tore the mushrooms off again, gritting her teeth against the pain. This time she dared not step toward the exit again. But if she stayed here, she would simply starve and become mushroom fodder anyway. Louisa had taken this mission voluntarily. Unlike some of her kin who grew complacent after gaining titles, she wanted to climb higher. Stuck at level 50, she needed her next chance to advance. She had known this mission wouldn't be easy and had imagined many possible fates. Slain if discovered by the human church. Instantly killed if she ran into a powerhouse. Or if the scripture had already been seized by humans and used as bait to lure her in. She had thought of many deaths, but never this. Never being compost for a swarm of Pudges. Say with your mouth, today's weather is really nice. Louisa's eyes widened. She looked around, but saw no one. Where had that voice come from? And what nonsense was it saying? Today's weather is nice. She was in a hole underground. How could she see the weather? As she puzzled over it, the voice came again, repeating the same words. Say with your mouth, today's weather is really nice. This time, Louisa realized the voice was inside her head. Who are you? What do you want? Do you know what it means to imprison a vampire viscount like me? She demanded furiously, but there was no reply. Instead, a tiny mushroom sprouted beneath her eyelid, its cap covering her left eye. Say with your mouth, today's weather is really nice. The voice repeated for the third time. Trembling, Louisa opened her mouth and spoke in the human common tongue. Today's weather is really nice. A short silence. Ament, saying in demon tongue. A strange dread twisted through Louisa, but she no longer dared defy the voice. Today's weather is really nice, she repeated, this time in the harsh syllables of the demon tongue. The voice vanished. Louisa dared not ask further. She just crouched in the corner, blankly watching the only other living thing in the burrow, the the Pudgy digging the dirt. Time passed. When hunger blurred her vision, the voice returned again. Say, I'm a little pig that loves to eat. This time Louisa didn't even think. She obeyed at once. A miracle occurred. As soon as she spoke, two Pudges dragged in a dead wolf from the tunnel, tossing at her feet. Beast blood, and from a carcass. To a vampire, it was like stale pig slop. Living on it long-term would leave her weak. But now she had no choice. Rotten meat was better than starving to death. Ignoring the fur, Louisa bit into it. The blood sliding down her throat finally brought a spark of life back to her eyes. Excellent. A demon tongue learning machine acquired. Though demon speech wasn't useful for now, better to be prepared. A mushroom wandering the world should know another language or two. The prison cell was one Lin Jun had dug beneath the mushroom grove. Rounded up, it counted as employee housing. He decided to dig a few more reserve rooms, so to speak. If not for that mage Hark escaping all the way to the first floor, Lin Jun would have captured him too. If he could pass entry assessment, bringing him under command wouldn't have been impossible. Who would have thought a gold rank nearly accomplished what a diamond rank vampire could not, escaping the dungeon? Armed with a few scrolls and sheer desperation, he had fought through, bleeding, nearly breaking free. If not for the church warrior's light barrier outside. A pity, because he reached the first floor, where adventurers or the church could stumble on him. Lin Jun had no choice but to dismantle him completely, bones tossed to the slimes for feed. Even though Hark couldn't have leaked much, at worst forcing Lin Jun to relocate the yellow scripture again. That would have been a blow to his face. What would people say? 5 floors of Pudges, unable to stop a single gold rank mage? Where would their deterrence be? Wouldn't any strong adventurer then try to test the rules? So it had to be done. From this battle, Lin Jun now had a clearer measure of himself against diamond rank strength. As it stood, unless a diamond rank came with a full party and plenty of supplies, they could hardly pose a real threat to his Pudgy army. After all, Louisa had drained 3 bottles of high-grade mana potions and hadn't even reached a fifth of the way up the stair tunnel. At the same time, he had gained a clearer sense of his elite Pudge strength between silver and low gold. 4 against 2. If not for Hark fleeing, the fight would have ended with all 4 elites dead at the cost of 1 gold rank heavily injured. Still, for a core fighting force, that strength was enough. Overall, the harvest was rich. But new problems had cropped up. The Church of the so-called Lord of Light had begun searching the dungeon with adventurers for Louisa's trail. After all, Amethyst Dungeon lay within human territory. Killing or capturing a vampire viscount wasn't much of an issue. But clashing with the church? That could cause endless trouble. Hopefully they knew their place and limited themselves to the outer areas. Because the marsh zone and the mushroom grove, those Lin Jun would never permit them to enter. Milady, you mustn't go in there. 2 adventurers blocked Solarin and the church warriors behind her. Beyond them lay the glowing, dazzling mushroom grove. They had been hired to guide these church folk, but nowhere in the job description had it said anything about ending their lives early. Entering the 5th floor's mushroom grove? What a joke. They had never heard of anyone going in and coming back out alive. To their eyes, that beautiful forest was no different from death's doorstep. If you wanted to die, why not just hang yourself with a rope? Why drag them along? Milady, if you insist on going in, then we'll have to abandon the commission here. Seeing the adventurers so adamant, Maine turned to Solarin. What now? Listen to them. Solarin's right eye gleamed silver, but she did not oppose. The adventurers relaxed in relief when the church did not force entry. Maine, however, found Solarin's easy agreement unusual. It was unlike the impression he had of her. Truth vision. The world fractured into countless color blocks across her retinas. It was an ability that separated all things by their traces. Vampires and undead appeared black. Humans pale yellow or ivory. Elves light green, dwarves brown. Monsters had their own colors as well. Though there were individual differences, and some strange life forms had their unique hues. Never had Solarin seen the color she had been seeing since stepping into this dungeon. Chaos. Within the mycelial mats, colors churned wildly, blending into unnatural blotches. She didn't know what the color meant, but it pressed on her heart like a weight. Even more disturbing, since entering, every single thread of fungus and every pudgy all showed the same chaos to her truth vision. Normally, even of the same species, individuals carried differences. Not this uniformity. She wasn't sure if chaos itself looked like that, or if it meant the entire dungeon's fungi were in fact one being. Based on the intelligence they had gathered, it was likely the latter. To her perception, stepping into the dungeon felt like walking into the belly of some enormous beast. To say she wasn't afraid would be a lie, but duty compelled her. She had called for other squads, but none had come, leaving her no choice but to confirm the demon's trail herself. So when the adventurers begged her not to enter the mushroom grove, which in her sight was entirely chaos, she took the excuse to back down. Let's continue to the next floor, Solarin said impassively. She no longer expected to find the demons here. She would finish this patrol and then submit a report to the bishop on Amethyst Dungeon. Linden, meanwhile, smiled in satisfaction as he watched the church warriors, led by the adventurers, bypass the mushroom grove and the marsh zone, unaware that this Solarin had already decided to file a report on him. With external matters settled, it was time to deal with internal ones. Namely, you yellow book. Inside the mushroom grove, a pudgy slammed the yellow book onto the ground. Nearby stood a scowling gray, rudely awakened, and Norris, given a one-day furlough from the slime prison to serve as translator. Master, I've been so well-behaved in the chamber. Why bring me out now? The scripture, sensing what was coming, tried to act obedient. But Lin Jun knew its true nature. No amount of pretending would help. He listed out the numbers coldly. 2 vampire raids. 267 pudges lost. 1/4 the 5th floor's fungus mats destroyed. 7 mushroom trees toppled. And to keep you contained, I've had to assign 4 elite pudges and 30 normal ones at all times. Not to mention, you've now attracted the church's attention. So tell me, wouldn't laying you off be more cost-effective? Norris, kneeling before the yellow book, dutifully repeated every word. Later he'd have to read back whatever the book wrote into his mind. Boss promised him a day off after this, which he planned to spend entirely asleep. Splitting as a slime every 2 hours was torture. What is layoff? The pudgy tapped a tentacle, clarifying for it. The book instantly understood. Boss, I'm a loyal member of the Mushroom Garden too. No need for guards, just like before. Stick me in a pudgy stone container. I'll stay put. I love the Mushroom Garden. If anyone dares steal me, I'll charm them and run straight back here. Why bother with layoffs? If the yellow book knew emoticons, it would be spamming cute faces by now. Even Norris, just reading its words, thought maybe Boss was being a little harsh. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Tell me what value you have. What can you contribute to the Mushroom Garden? Question mark. Value? As a scripture, it was always either coveted or feared. Never had it been asked this question. Seeing it struggle, the pudgy beckoned Gray closer. I can give you warnings. I can sense intruders from far away. How far? From here, I can sense as far as within the stairwells. That was about 1/3 of the 5th floor size. Impressive. Far greater than adventurers' detection spells. But, so basically useless. Gray's claws reached out. I can boost people's stats. How many times before they go insane? I can control others. Lin Jun thought of his own fusion parasite skill, then motioned for Gray to lift the book. Translator Norris was trembling now. Had he just pitted a terrifying, evil scripture? And yet Boss seemed utterly unimpressed by its powers. Wait, how can all this be useless? Doesn't feel useful. Keeping you around to collect dust is one thing, but you're only bringing trouble. Time to say goodbye. At least throw me out instead. Oh, and let you spill everything about the Mushroom Garden. The Dragonborn could only tear my pages, not destroy me. That would just hurt me for nothing. Let's test it. Won't cost me anything. And it's not my pain. Gray. As dragon claws scraped across the paper, the yellow book suddenly burst into manic laughter. Ryup. One page tore away, crumbling to dust. "I'll pain. Yes, why I laugh. Riot. Stop. I'll talk. Lin Jun paused Gray, curious what last words it had. Amethyst Dungeon is in peril. Seeing Gray raise a claw again, the book hurried on. The dungeon already has long-term fissures, doesn't it? That's a dangerous omen. If you don't act, your mushroom garden will be in grave danger. Oh, now that was interesting. Lin Jun hadn't mentioned slimes or fissures to it, unless its senses extended even further than it claimed, enough to detect the sixth-floor fissure. He had the Pudgy take the book from Gray's claws and set it back on the ground. Go on. I'm listening. In the cavern of the sixth floor, the cage was once again lifted, revealing the spatial rift below. The curse of corrosive damage swept across the entire hollow, eating away at the pure white bodies of the Pudges. This time the cage was held up for an unusually long while, long enough that the bicolored slime inside grew restless, shifting and letting out doo-doo sounds. Not until the Pudge's health nearly dropped to zero was the cage finally lowered back into place. That yellow book had said, the rift will gradually expand. Lin Jun frowned under his cap, staring at it for a long while. It did look a tiny bit bigger, so small a change that had the yellow book not mentioned it, Lin Jun would not have noticed at all. But that was only for now. If the rift kept widening, it wouldn't take long before anyone could see the difference. So this meant the dungeon was steadily opening into another cursed, unknown dungeon? Troublesome. The unknown was always troublesome, but not enough to shake Lin Jun's composure. At the rate this rift was growing, even if it accelerated, he was confident he could grind up his corrosion resistance to a high enough level before it became too large. By then it would be nothing more than another exit from the sixth floor. Thinking as he went, Lin Jun confirmed aloud to the yellow book, the rift has changed slightly. Could you reveal the location, Master? Lin Jun didn't hide it. Sixth floor. Why? Master, rifts are the precursor to a dungeon's collapse. If collapse begins on the sixth floor, then that rift you see is all there is. But if collapse begins elsewhere, then the rift on the sixth floor may only be a small part. Have you not seen anything similar in other places? At least from floors 1 through 5, he hadn't. Lin Jun thought this, but did not answer. Instead, he shot back. What do you mean by collapse? How does a dungeon collapse? Why does it collapse? More and more rifts appear, each growing larger, until the dungeon itself is torn apart. That is collapse. As for why, naturally erosion by time, like houses decaying with age. This dungeon has stood for over 300 years. Isn't it normal for problems to appear? 300 years? That did match with Dylan's story. The hero's battle with the Demon King, when they opened a passage to the abyss, giving birth to the dungeon. You know the dungeon's origins? Master, I do not know everything. TCH, if only the yellow book were a person, then Lin Jun could simply parasitize it to know if it were lying. Back to the rift. You're not the sort of useless trash who only points out problems without solutions, are you? Master, could you perhaps not keep me locked away all the time? I truly wish to serve the mushroom garden as I am now. Instead of answering, the yellow book first made a request. Lin Jun wasn't surprised. If what you say proves useful, given that assurance, the yellow book immediately gave its reply, not seeming worried that Lin Jun might go back on his word. The core. The dungeon's core. Master, forgive my bluntness, but right now you are like an outsider living under another's roof. Even if the house breaks, you lack the authority to repair it. But if you seize the dungeon's core, become its master, then the method of repair will come naturally. The dungeon core? And where is this core then? At the deepest part of the deep layers. That is where the core lies. So your method is to have me slaughter my way through the dungeon. Fine. One last question. Lin Jun's tone showed no change at the revelation, but Norris, translating faithfully at his side, was trembling all over. Scripture, how do you know so much? Master, I don't know. I am merely a creation. Some knowledge I was simply born with. If you demand to know why, you would have to ask my mysterious creator. Master, you must believe me. I am hiding nothing. After a brief silence, just when Norris thought Lin Jun would order another page torn. The mushroom calmly spoke. If Norris agrees, you may let him carry you, but only within the 5th and 6th floors. You may not charm Norris nor drive him mad. If you do, I'll tear you apart. When Norris does not carry you, you will stay obediently in the cavern. Thank you, master. No, thank you, boss. The yellow book's pages filled with joyous praise, while Norris stood there dumbstruck. Me? Carry this cursed book? Listen to boss's words. Don't let it charm you or make you insane. How was he supposed to feel safe with that? He glanced sidelong at the ecstatic scripture. Come to think of it, boss hadn't said he must carry it. Norris quietly resolved. Avoid touching the yellow book as much as possible. Meanwhile, Gray, bored of the questioning, had already fallen asleep leaning against a mushroom tree, drool sliding down her scaly cheek. 3 Pudges came forward, wrapping mycelium tentacles around her, and gently carried her back to her glittering mushroom house. A tendril swept an area clean, making room to set her down. Just as the Pudges turned to leave, Gray suddenly clutched one of them in her sleep. The caught Pudgy was still following Lin Jun's prior order to withdraw. Feeling its struggles, the drowsy Gray only hugged tighter. Smack! The mushroom house returned to silence. Lin Jun did not fully believe the yellow book's words. That half-truth tone reeked of scheming. Worse, he had no way to verify any of it. A dungeon falling apart after only 3 centuries? Even a stone castle would last longer. Its credibility was doubtful, but some parts were useful. For instance, the concept of a dungeon core. The chance that the yellow book fabricated such a thing out of thin air was low. One look when he reached the depths would prove it, and Lin Jun had no fear of traps at the bottom. The ones in the vanguard would always be his Pudges. Any trap would only kill a few of them, and that was meaningless. The rift's growth had already been confirmed. Whether more would appear, he'd find out as he expanded downward. Overall, the yellow book suggestion didn't conflict with his own plans. Lin Jun already intended to push deeper. Now he simply had a new target, the dungeon core. As for the yellow book, until now he had only known it as a scripture, an evil book. But he knew far too little of its other aspects. It surely had more secrets. He just hadn't yet decided how to pry them out. Mere threats of page tearing could not guarantee the truth. Allowing it to stay under his eye with Norris was another way to observe it. As for the risks to Norris, Lin Jun resolved to pay extra attention, always watching. On the 6th floor, in the unfinished new mushroom grove, Little Green's feet were rooted in the soil, tendrils churning the dirt beneath. Beside it, another tramp planted tender saplings into a patch already tilled. Soft, loose earth provided good aeration and drainage, ideal for roots to breathe and grow. Compared to the slow growth of trees, mushrooms were far faster. The planned ground had already been carpeted with mycelium mats. The mushroom trees hadn't matured yet, but their shoots were poking up. In about half a month, they would reach initial form. At the same time, spores were sprinkled onto the saplings. They would grow together and beneficially. The mushrooms growing on these saplings wouldn't have their magic drained by Lin Jun. Instead, all of it would be fed back into the saplings, hastening their growth. When the saplings became demon wood, awakening as treants, they would already be born mushroom loyalists. To help them grow better, Lin Jun even experimented with making some Pudgy tools. At the center of the planted saplings sat a Pudgy, fixed in the ground, constantly swelling and contracting. Each contraction sprayed water from countless pores atop its cap, just like a sprinkler. A special mycelium tube, really a modified tentacle, was attached beneath it. Complex modifications, like adding wings, were beyond the Pudgy's dull minds unless aided by skills. But simpler alterations, like a siphoning tube, were feasible. The tube connected straight to the groundwater, with another Pudgy midway as relay. In short, Lin Jun had made 2 Pudges into a sprinkler system, and so far it worked nicely. Even off-duty treants sometimes came over to enjoy a shower, the spray soaking their bark giving them great pleasure. Norris, just finishing his day of parole before returning to the slime cell, also noticed the invention. He copied the treants, standing under the spray, letting droplets patter against his white scales. But after a moment of enjoyment, he suddenly remembered quickly stepping out of range and opening the yellow book in his hands. Yellow book, does water hurt you? Do you take me for some trashy roadside paperback worth 10 copper? Of course I'm not afraid of water. Also, watch your mouth. Call me senior. I've been in a mushroom garden longer than you. But hadn't it been sealed away the whole time? Norris thought so, but didn't say it. Instead, he humored it, calling it senior. Originally, Norris wanted nothing to do with the yellow book. The things it discussed with the boss were terrifying. Compared to it, he was less than a garnish on a plate. But the scripture, whose specialty was beguiling hearts, wasn't about to fail at swaying a mere 17-year-old boy. It told him a story. Once upon a time, a princess was kidnapped by a dragon. A hero set out to rescue her. On the way, he gained companions, explored ruins, slew monsters. At last, he found the dragon's lair, only to discover the princess had already been digested to nothing. Shamed and furious, the hero killed the dragon for vengeance. Returning home in despair, he found the little kingdom destroyed in his absence. With no one left to know of his failure, the black history was erased. Truly a happy ending. Linden, with his max-level, common tongue LV7, quietly eavesdropped. A darkly humorous tale, but Norris was entranced. Having grown up with only a gambling father who died early and falling into debt at 14, Norris had never had chances to hear stories. He was instantly captivated by the scripture's twisted tales. When the Yellow Book promised him a new story every 3 days, Norris happily agreed to carry it with him. Meanwhile, Linden's mycelium carpet had begun spreading from the 6th floor into the 7th. According to the Yellow Book, if no rift was found on the 7th, it meant the 6th floor's rift was the starting point. Then the problem wasn't too big. But if there was another on the 7th, the situation could be serious. Unlikely, though. If the rift issue were that severe, adventurers would already have noticed. Linden asked Norris. At least before Norris descended, he'd heard no rumors of such. The 7th floor was a very special level. Linden would describe its terrain as a sewer. A massive sewer. Water channels 10 meters wide, with dirt walkways on either side. The waterways crisscrossed, the ceiling only 7 or 8 meters above the surface. Compared to the dozens of meters of space on the 5th and 6th floors, this floor seemed cramped. Few monsters lurked above water. But that was an illusion. The true expanse was underwater. What lay above was less than a tenth. The monsters here were almost all aquatic. Shrimp, oysters, turtles, grotesque fish, you name it. Why so many seafood-like creatures, who knew? Linden liked this floor. On land, only some amphibians roamed, plus a species of ceiling-dwelling insects. No slimes. Spreading mycelium was effortless. The few landwalkers at worst nibbled mushrooms. None deliberately destroyed the mats. The mycelium thrived on glowgrass, spreading smoothly. Compared to the struggle on the 6th floor, it was a world apart. Still, there was a small issue. Since most of the floor was underwater, any rift here would likely appear underwater. For all he knew, his dungeon might even be leaking into another dungeon's waters. Exploring below meant he needed specialized pudges. But in his skill library, water-related skills were pitifully low level. Their effects weak, insufficient for underwater exploration. The highest was underwater adaptation LV4, only letting pudges stay submerged a bit longer. Useless in battle or escape. He'd already tested dropping some pudges in. The result? Fish food. Broken caps bobbed up in minutes. Unavoidable, since Linden had never fought aquatic monsters before. The few water skills he had were scraps Gray had brought back from her outings. To succeed in exploration, he'd have to grind those skills first. Not too high. LV4 across the board would suffice. Quick to achieve and practical. The problem? Aquatic monsters couldn't be swarmed like land ones. He'd have to drag them ashore, or at least lure them to the surface before killing them. Luckily, Linden was familiar with that too. After all, wasn't it just fishing? A pudgy floated quietly in the deep blue water, its entire body submerged, only its green cap bobbing on the surface. The seemingly drifting cap was tethered by 3 twisted mycelium tentacles into a sturdy rope, anchored to the ceiling's mycelium carpet. Hidden inside the Pudgy's body was a small sickle-shaped weapon, serving as a hook. On the shore sat a group of standby Pudges and a gathering of big black mushrooms, who spawned randomly in Pudgy clusters when Lin Jun wasn't directly commanding. At first, when Gray saw the Pudgy floating, she too wanted to dive in, but the other Pudges stopped her. So now she just leaned against the bank wall, staring at the waterborne Pudgy, lost in thought. Suddenly, the Pudgy dipped underwater, then bounced back to the surface. Something had taken the bait. Lin Jun focused intently. Truthfully, he had no fear of empty fishing. With real-time feedback from his bait, how could he miss? That underwater creature had just torn off half the Pudgy's leg, intending to drag it down. But the rope severed the limb. Surely, it would return. Sure enough, the bait Pudgy sensed a surge of current approaching. A massive catfish leapt from the water, jaws snapping shut around both the Pudgy and half the rope before plunging back down. The tether went taut in an instant. Pudges on the shore reached with tentacles to reel it in, but before they could hook it, the ceiling anchor tore loose, rope and rubble sinking into the depths. That's fishing. Anything can happen. That's the fun. Lin Jun stayed calm, moved the Pudges to a new spot, infused mana, regrew rope, tied on a fresh hook, and carefully baited a new Pudgy. Round 2 cast. A giant shrimp snapped the line in two. A frost eel froze the surface solid, leisurely devouring what lay beneath. A bone-armored crocodile turtle crushed hook, rope, and Pudgy in one bite. What truly broke Lin Jun's spirit was Gray. Apparently realizing what the Pudges wanted, she slipped underwater herself and, bare-handed, snatched up a catfish, tossing it onto the bank for them. Clearly, it wasn't his technique. The 7th floor's fish were no ordinary fish. They were monsters. Ferocious aquatic monsters. Normal fishing wouldn't cut it. Hours later, a new Pudgy squad returned, brimming with confidence. After tossing some mushrooms into the water as chum and waiting a while, 6 Pudges leapt in one by one. Infrasound attack LV6. Invisible waves spread through the water. On the surface, not a ripple. Soon, a slew of ruptured, dead fish floated up. Yet Lin Jun frowned. No big ones. Large, high HP monsters had fled the attack. Only true small fry had perished. He tossed the carcasses onto the mycelium mats. After accelerated decomposition, results were as expected. Worthless. He needed the big ones. Luckily, he had another plan. A fatty Pudgy waddled forward. Despite its bulk, it was low-density, belly hollow, so it normally floated like a balloon. Lin Jun had it swallow several rocks first. It sank straight to the bottom. This was the waterway's edge, barely 10 meters deep. Fatty lay still on the bed. Little fish nibbled at it, but Lin Jun ignored them. Confidence from sheer HP. Then a frost eel slid in, coiling around fatty Pudgy as prey. A muffled boom reverberated underwater, sending ripples across the surface. Several cowhorse Pudges, equipped with underwater adaptation LV4, dove in. No live fish remained. All had fled. Soon, they dragged up chunks of exploded frost eel, along with a giant shrimp. The shrimp tried to take a bite of fatty, but blew itself up instead, losing its claws. Merciful, Lin Jun even retrieved the claws, reuniting them with their owner. 7 sins. Greed triggered. Skill plundered. Path of Frost LV1. Skill plundered. Frost Shield LV1. Skill plundered. Jetstream Burst LV1. Skill plundered. Saliva Arrow LV4 LV5. Skill plundered. Water Sense LV1 LV2. Skill plundered. Giant Claw Crush LV1 LV2. After dissecting both, Lin Jun finally obtained the skills he wanted, though still low level. Tests with prototype Pudges clarified them. Path of Frost and Frost Shield were eel abilities. The former briefly froze surroundings. The latter conjured a temporary ice shield. Both were of limited use on Pudges. The shrimp's abilities, however, looked much better. Jetstream burst, as its name implied, expelled stored water for acceleration, excellent for dodging or retreating underwater. Once again, the old veteran fatty pudgy proved invaluable. With that confirmed, Linden began mass-producing fatty pudges in all areas where the mycelium mats had spread on the 7th floor. With a little mana boost, in half a month he'd have a full roster of underwater skills ready. The rift problem was not one to take lightly. This was no time to conserve mana. On the water's surface, a palm-sized, scented pellet floated, seeping pinkish essence. 4 gold-ranked adventurers hid quietly on the shore, waiting. A faint ripple stirred. All grew tense. It was here. A giant catfish burst from the water, swallowing the pellet whole. Now, the mage's staff flared. 5th-tier magic, ice prison. The 10-meter-wide waterway froze solid. The catfish slammed against the ice, its tail trapped, thrashing violently in survival instinct. Don't give a chance to break free. The captain barked, leading the charge. Well-trained, the team swiftly dispatched the helpless fish. Slicing off the whiskers, the captain then split open its belly. The whiskers were alchemy material, while a section of belly meat was prize cuisine, worth money, or at least a feast for themselves. HM? What's this? Fishing around, the captain drew out a small sickle from inside the catfish. Blazing sun beat down. Wearing only a pair of shorts, Dylan sprawled out on the aft deck in a big star shape. With the salty, humid sea breeze blowing over him, he felt just like a salted fish, one that was almost dried up. The scout in its backpack mimic form was leaning against the shade cast by the stern castle. Its mana reserves were still full today, so it hadn't needed to draw from Dylan. The sound of leather shoes scraping against the deck came closer. A dark-skinned, one-eyed, burly man carrying a sack walked onto the aft deck. He immediately saw Dylan's performance art, but clearly he had long gotten used to it. Sunbathing again, Dylan? You just never get any darker. Tossing the sack over the stern, the one-eyed man continued. Oh, right, didn't I tell you that you could sunbathe on the foredeck? Some of the planks back here haven't been replaced yet. As he said, one of the planks beneath Dylan was broken off at the end. Jialong, dumping trash again? Dylan cracked an eye at the first, mate stepping over him, then sighed helplessly. The foredeck is full of sailors running back and forth. If I lie there, I'll just be in the way. Even if they don't complain, I'd feel embarrassed. You. Jialong shook his head and left, quickly heading back into the cabin. Dylan went back to lying flat, staying that way until dusk, fully recharging the next few days' worth of mana. He then found the ship's second mate and requested a bucket of fresh water. The second mate was a water mage. For 30 silver coins, Dylan could get 1 bucket of water from him each day. In fact, any halfway reliable ship would have someone who could produce fresh water. On higher-end vessels, there might even be a priest skilled in healing. But on this ship, there was only an ordinary surgeon. Setting aside the drinking portion, Dylan put Pudgy into the bucket. Once Pudgy had absorbed its fill, Dylan used the remaining water with a towel to wipe down his green, mossy body after canceling mimicry. Through the window, he watched as the 3 moons rose one by one, mentally calculating their journey. It had already been more than 20 days. At this pace, they should reach Siren Island in less than a week. Though it wasn't his final destination, Silver Sand Bay, ships traveled frequently between the islands. From Siren Island, it would be easy to find passage to Silver Sand Bay. Once there, he would immediately seek out the local information brokers. During the voyage, Dylan had thought a lot about himself and his daughter. The continent situation was growing increasingly tense. War could break out any day now. When he found Bella, perhaps he should tell her everything. He could take her to hide in the dungeon, or at the very least stay in a rear-line town like Yafen. That way, she wouldn't risk getting swept up in war. With their boss as backing, safety was much more guaranteed. Of course, letting Bella be parasitized like himself was out of the question. Never. Aside from everything else, Bella was naturally beautiful. How could she be turned into a grotesque mix of flesh and fungal threads like him? And turning green? Absolutely not. Dong 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 dong. The unfamiliar sound of gongs outside interrupted Dylan's thoughts. What happened? Strapping on his backpack, he opened the cabin door and saw that others were also stepping out. It's the blood shark! From the lookout's repeated shouts, Dylan immediately caught the name. Blood shark? Sounded exactly like a name a pirate ship would take. Hardport. Catch the west wind. They've got a lateen sail. Side winds make them faster than us. For once, the usually invisible captain was on deck himself, barking orders. Rowers down. Get rowing now. Dylan hurried to the side and scanned the horizon. Soon, he spotted the triangular sails of the ship chasing them, with a black flag fluttering faintly on the mast. Unlike the Wind Feather, which was still trying to organize its rowers, the other ship's black oars were already rising and falling in unison with the waves. Dylan thought, even if Wind Feather went full speed, they might not escape. The time needed just to accelerate would likely let the enemy catch them. Ow, how are they so fast? A sailor muttered in disbelief. The captain seemed to realize something. Damn it, they've got a wind mage on board. He then turned to the passengers emerging from the cabins, shouting, Any wind mages among you? If there are, stand up now. If the pirates catch us, none of you will escape unscathed. The passengers exchanged glances. No one spoke up. Naturally so. This was just a cargo ship carrying 8 or 9 passengers for convenience. Wind mages? Hardly. Perhaps not even any mages at all. Back inside. All of you back to your cabins. Don't clutter up the deck. Seeing no wind mage appear, the captain immediately shooed them off. He had no time to fuss with passengers now. Some lingered nervously, but Dylan returned to his room. Would a diamond rank really become a pirate? Inside the fungal network, Linden asked directly. From this distance, he couldn't see the enemy ship's panels yet. Not many, but yes, some do, Dylan analyzed at once. For them to dare chase us alone, there have to be multiple gold rank combatants. At the very least, the one boosting their sails with wind magic is definitely gold rank. Multiple gold ranks. If that knight they killed before was the standard for gold rank, the scout could handle one easily. 2 would take time. 3 would be a tough fight, and that's not even counting a horde of pirate grunts. Fortunately, Wind Feather wasn't without its own strength. The captain was a level 42 warrior, and the first mate had level 35 strength. If it came to a fight, they could share some of the pressure. But still, Dylan, would the pirates kill everyone once they board? In Lin Jun's mind, even in medieval times, only the most vicious pirates killed without leaving survivors every time. Some large pirate groups that controlled regions even transformed into toll collectors instead. But the one chasing them clearly wasn't of that sort. Kill everyone? Probably not. But boss, most likely they'll take everyone as slaves. Didn't the leaders of these islands clamp down on this sort of trade-wrecking behavior? Or maybe they just couldn't control it. There wasn't much time to think. The sound of the pirate ship drawing alongside was already audible from the window. The backpack form wasn't suitable anymore. If the pirates searched bags, it would be hard to explain. Lin Jun didn't want to be the one to stick out. Win or lose, too much would be exposed. If the pirates just wanted money, he'd rather stay out of it. Controlling the scout Pudgy, he quickly shifted its mimicry. The backpack turned into a solid wooden stool. All its tendrils retracted within. Quick, put me somewhere inconspicuous on deck. The reason was simple. If he stayed too far from Dylan, he might not be able to react in time if something happened. When Dylan carried the scout out, he suddenly felt something strange. The ship seemed to be slowing down. Looking up, he saw a white flag hanging from the mast. So the captain was that pragmatic. Seeing escape was impossible. He surrendered at once. Setting down the scout, Dylan saw the pirate ship already pulling alongside. Nobody move. A shout, thick with a local accent, rang out as grappling hooks bit into their railings. Within moments, more than 30 pirates leaped onto Windfeather's deck. At their head, a scar-faced man twirled his scimitar, grinning as he swept his gaze over the passengers. Meanwhile, Lin Jun pulled up the panels of every single pirate. 3 gold ranks. When the pirate leader Casper stepped onto the deck of the Windfeather, he couldn't help but feel smug. The merchant ship's captain was quite experienced, and after discovering them, his reaction had been swift. If this had been before, it might have taken the blood shark half a day of chasing to even catch up to the Windfeather's stern. But now that Casper had hired a wind element mage at great expense, the situation was completely different. Compared to a merchant ship, the blood shark at full speed was like the difference between an adult and a child in a race. Mages rarely agreed to stay long-term on ships. If all that was needed was a mage to make fresh water, then even a low-level mage could do the job. But if the goal was to keep the sails filled with wind, at least a gold-ranked mage was required. Life on a ship was harsh, and beyond that, a mage's advancement required a quiet environment for meditation and access to knowledge for spell study, things one could never find at sea. Generally speaking, only mages who had abandoned advancement or who were desperately short on money would choose to serve on ships. Even then, they would join legitimate, well-established vessels. Ordinary merchant ships, like the Windfeather, rarely hired mages, and pirates almost never. Casper, however, had only just taken over the blood shark when he managed to bring aboard a wind mage. The man had been persuaded only because he was a wanted fugitive. Casper took this as a sign of heaven's favor. Everything pointed to his luck finally turning. Boarding across ships carried risks, so Casper didn't let the mage come with them. Instead, he only brought his first mate, second mate, and over 30 men. Thanks to an insider, he already knew the Windfeather's strength, and these men were more than enough. Captain Gerhard of the Windfeather and his sailors gathered at the edge of the deckhouse. Though they had already raised the white flag, none of them put down their weapons. Clearly, they hadn't fully surrendered yet, and were still hoping to bargain. Casper wasn't in a hurry. This ship was already in his grasp. One pirate, bold and sharp-eyed, swaggered into the sailors' ranks. He casually picked up a stool as tall as a barrel, hefted it in his hand, and was surprised at how light it was. Linden and Dylan. The surrounding sailors tensed, many tightening their grips on their curved sabers. But the pirate acted as if he didn't see them, deliberately parading in front of them before fawningly placing the stool under Casper. When the arrogant pirate walked away, the sailors' morale visibly collapsed. Dylan stretched out a hand, but couldn't think of a reason to stop the pirate. He could only watch in horror as Casper sat down heavily. Casper gave his subordinate a satisfied look. Bold and clever, exactly the kind of man he needed. The position of bosun just happened to be vacant. But was it his imagination, or was the stool a little soft? To avoid giving himself away, Scout Pudgy strained to hold himself rigid. Casper shifted his weight slightly, again feeling like it was only his imagination. Of course, even if the stool were made of paper, in this situation he had to keep sitting. Otherwise, the pressure he just built up would be wasted. And the effect was indeed excellent. Seeing the sailors' fearful faces, even first mate Gallen's eyes darted nervously, offering no deterrence. At last, Captain Gerhard was forced to step forward. Men of the Blood Shark, this ship is carrying breath of forgetfulness for Lord Glossa. We are willing to hand over 1/3 of the cargo in exchange for safe passage. Glossa, one of the 3 great slavers of the islands, and master of Silversand Bay, which was also Dylan's ultimate destination. Breath of forgetfulness was a drug commonly used to train slaves. Dylan looked at the captain in surprise. He hadn't known the Windfeather was working for Glossa. Gerhard had spoken Glossa's name because even pirates followed certain rules. Many pirate leaders were tied, in one way or another, to the 3 great slavers. When raiding other ships, they showed no mercy. But if the vessel belonged to one of the other 2 slavers, they would only take a quarter of the cargo. It was both a method for the great slavers to crush upstart forces in the islands, and a way to avoid open conflict among themselves. The Windfeather's captain offered a third because the Blood Shark had come on too fiercely, ignoring the usual process. Uncertain of their intentions, he decided it was safer to pay more to avoid disaster. But Casper only sneered. A third? You think that's enough to fob me off? What do you want then? Gerhard forced his voice steady, though his unease was plain. He was ready to accept even if Casper demanded half. I want it all. You mean to break the rules? Casper grinned wide. Not just all the cargo. I want the ship, and I want every one of you. You. You mean to start a war? Where's Wright? I want to ask him face to face. Dylan and the passengers didn't know who Wright was, but the blood shark pirates clearly did. They exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. Casper grew even more arrogant. That coward Wright is already fish food. The blood shark is mine now. And Glossa? So what? I'll rob Glossa's ship if I please. Bullshit. Gerhard knew there was no hope of peace. He raised his sword and shouted to his men, "Pick up your weapons. If you don't want to end up slaves tortured to death, then fight." The sailors, and even some passengers, tightened their grips on their weapons. The pirates clearly had no intention of sparing them. Gerhard pointed his blade at Casper. "Don't push me. If we fight, this cargo won't survive." He was gold-ranked. Even if he couldn't win, if he set his mind to it, he might still sink the ship and force mutual destruction. In this situation, that was his only threat. Casper watched the wind feathers captain coldly. Then he raised his right hand. Everyone stared, wondering what he meant. When Casper clenched his fist, a dagger suddenly pierced Gerhard's chest. Gallant, the first mate's strike had been aimed at the heart. But Gerhard, gold-ranked, reacted at the last instant and shifted his body, barely avoiding instant death. Even so, the wound was grave. His furious counterattack was easily dodged by the prepared Gallon. Before anyone else could react, Gallon rushed to Casper's side and bowed. "Lord Casper, as you ordered." "Good, good." Casper clapped him on the shoulder. "Not only did you drop the signal beacons along the way, you solved this big problem too. This time, the credit is yours. I'll make sure to recommend you to the master when we return." At that, Gallon couldn't help but smile broadly. "Gallon, you followed me for 8 years. Gerhard spat blood, cursing furiously from the ground. "Don't put it that way, Captain. We're all just out here for money. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being careless." Gallon's tone was light, without the slightest guilt. "You." Gerhard coughed up another mouthful of blood. Trembling, he pulled out a vial of life potion and gulped it down. The pirates, of course, weren't going to give him time to recover. Casper waved his hand. "Take them all." Casper's sudden scream made the charging pirates halt in their tracks, all of them staring at him in confusion. Did the boss step on a nail? After a brief howl, Casper quickly fell silent. "Boss?" Garen, who was closest, asked tentatively. Right now his entire future depended on Casper. Among those present, he cared more about Casper's condition than even the 2 pirate lieutenants did. Casper's arm twitched slightly. Then he raised it with an oddly casual wave, signaling that he was fine. Garen let out a sigh of relief. But the 2 gold-ranked lieutenants, upon seeing that stiff, unnatural gesture, both stepped back at the same time, raising their weapons toward Casper. "What the hell is that thing?" one of them shouted, his voice tinged with horror. "What's wrong?" Garen still hadn't caught on. Why were Blood Shark's pirates suddenly turning on each other? If they wanted to fight, shouldn't they at least deal with the crew of the Windfeather first? Linden, seeing that he hadn't fooled the lieutenants, felt a twinge of disappointment as he controlled Scout Pudgy. He pulled the fungal tendrils out of Casper's body, and with one clean swipe slit open Garen's throat. He had hoped to take down another gold rank, but this would do. Just as Gerhard hadn't expected Garen to betray him, Garen hadn't expected to be attacked right in front of Casper. Or rather, attacked by the stool Casper was sitting on. Clutching his throat with one hand, Garen fumbled desperately at his belt with the other, trying to pull out a potion. If he could treat the wound quickly, he might survive, but the scout's blade cut across his wrist before he could manage it. Linden ignored the dying fat man at his feet and turned his attention to the 2 gold-ranked pirates who stood before him in terror, yet fully prepared for battle. Honestly, Linden hadn't wanted to intervene. Doing so meant exposure. Even if he later claimed that the creature was Dylan's contracted beast, the lie would have flaws that wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. If the pirates were only here to seize goods and money, leaving the people and ship behind, Linden would have let it slide. But to take everyone as slaves, that went against the unspoken rules here. What was going on with these islands? There was no way he could let Dylan experience life as a slave. He had no choice but to step in. His plan had been to wait until the pirates and the Windfeather crew were fully engaged, so that the pirate captain's attention would be elsewhere before he struck. But his disposable pawn had collapsed before the fight even began. Useless trash. Now Scout Pudgy faced 2 gold ranks alone, and there might also be a wind mage aboard the Blood Shark. Linden had to finish this quickly before they organized a counterattack. But there were still 30-some pirates on deck. Though they were only bronze and silver ranks, their numbers were troublesome. On his side, the only reliable fighter was Dylan. With his 2 skill-imbued weapons, he could maybe hold his own against half a gold rank. As for the sailors and passengers, they looked at Scout Pudgy with as much fear as the pirates did. Who wouldn't be terrified when the thing before them was a man-killing stool? Casper, who moments ago had everything under control, now lay sprawled on the deck, blood nearly drained from the wound in his lower body. The sight alone was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. There was no choice. Linden had to push forward, hoping fear would at least cow the ordinary pirates. Pudgy stepped forward with a wet squelch. Everyone except the 2 pirate lieutenants took a step back, sailors included. Dylan raised his longsword, ready to back the scout immediately. But just as Linden was about to launch his attack, he suddenly froze. Why had his mana sense stopped working? Because there was no mycelial network here to provide vision. Linden had outfitted Scout Pudgy with multiple sensing skills: light, airflow, sound, and mana. All of them usually ran at once in combat, and he could process the information. But now his mana vision suddenly blurred, as though it were being smothered by a surge of magic all around the Windfeather. Like fog. No, it really was fog. In the light sense, visibility had dropped sharply without him realizing it. Even the 3 moons in the sky were fading away, though not as noticeably as the magical disturbance. So much so that he had ignored it at first. And the fog was thickening. This was no ordinary mist. Ordinary fog didn't carry such dense mana. In the single minute Pudgy had paused, the moonlight had nearly vanished. Everyone else finally noticed the sudden, suffocating fog. Mist? Is this the mist? No one knew who said it, but the words rippled through the crowd, sparking panic among both sailors and pirates. The mist? Then we're finished. One pirate staggered, knocking over a barrel. His terror outstripped even what he'd felt at Casper's death. That's impossible. We're nowhere near the boundary. That stool that killed the boss. Wasn't that a mist creature? Hell with it. Just get the ship moving. We've got to leave. What about the people on this ship? Casper's dead. Who cares about them? Chaos broke out among the pirates. The 2 lieutenants exchanged glances, their resolve faltering. The moons vanished entirely behind the dense fog, plunging the deck into darkness. Then a light appeared. Gerhard, having caught his breath, lit the crystal in his hand. "This is the moving mist," he said grimly. "If you're thinking of running now, it's too late." "Bullshit, what do you know?" A pirate snapped. Gerhard roared back. 20 years ago, the Golden Griffin west of Great Horn Island, I was there. 82 souls aboard. Only 3 survived. We are all in mortal danger now. If everyone acts on their own, we'll meet the same fate. Pirate, sailor, passenger, it doesn't matter. Right now you listen to me. If not, none of us will survive. If you don't believe me, then kill me here and now. Better to die quickly by the blade than slowly in the mist. His last words were aimed squarely at the pirates. They faltered. Though none trusted their recent enemy, none dared dismiss him outright, until an old pirate muttered, "Golden Griffin. I think I heard of that. It went down in the mist. But wasn't it because they crossed the boundary?" "That's a lie." Gerhard snapped. The captain and first mate of the Golden Griffin were famous figures in the Isles. Do you think they couldn't tell where the boundary was? No, it was the moving mist. Just like now, a mist that strikes without warning, impossible to guard against. That's what doomed the Golden Griffin. Even Dylan and Linden found themselves half believing him. One of the pirate lieutenants clenched his jaw. "Fine, we'll follow you for now. Tell us what to do. But I warn you, no tricks. If we make it through safely, We part ways. If you play us false, I'll cut you down myself. Suit yourself. Gerhard pulled himself upright against the wall. What about that thing? The second lieutenant demanded, pointing at Scout Pudgy. Gerhard hesitated. He had no idea what this killing stool was. It didn't match any creature he'd heard of in the mist. In the silence, Dylan scratched his head and stepped forward. That's my contracted beast. Dylan walked over to the blood-soaked killing stool and picked up Pudgy. In that instant, every pirate's gaze locked on him, so sharp it felt almost tangible. If looks could kill, Dylan would already have died dozens of times. If Casper hadn't been killed, the pirates would never have been forced to hand over control to Gerhard. Gerhard himself gave the middle-aged man a long, appraising glance. So this guy had been hiding his true strength all along. Scout Pudgy had killed Casper with a sneak attack. No one knew its true abilities, but in everyone's mind, Dylan was now firmly ranked as a gold tier. An insidious, ruthless one at that. Anyone who had seen Casper's death would sense the cruelty in it. Gerhard tore his gaze away and raised his voice. We still have some time. We need to gather all our strength. Get the men from the Blood Shark over here, too. The Wind Feather is taller, easier to defend from. Defend? Against what enemy? If we bring everyone here, what about the Blood Shark? The pirates immediately broke into noisy arguments again. Shut it. The pirate first mate, a 2-meter brute wielding a massive hammer, suddenly roared. He jabbed a finger at one of the pirates. You, swing across and tell our crew what's happening. Me? The chosen pirate looked horrified. Swinging on a rope through thick fog with unknown dangers waiting? He didn't want any part of that. Wham! Without warning, the hammer came down. The pirate's skull was smashed straight into his chest. The first mate pointed at another. You go. This one didn't argue. He turned and carried out the order at once. What else? The pirate first mate growled at Gerhard. Gulp. The man's sheer brutality chilled not only the pirates, but also Gerhard and the sailors. Gerhard now believed his words earlier, that if he tried any tricks, the first mate would kill him on the spot. Gerhard secretly worked his fingers in a quick calculation, then barked another command. Everyone grab weapons, or anything you can throw. Spread out along the ship's sides. The enemy will come from the sea. Don't let them aboard. What kind of enemy? Lost souls? Asked the second mate, a man with twin curved blades on his belt. Anyone who had spent time in the islands knew of the mist, and most common tales were about lost souls, those who wandered too deep, becoming puppets. They were the weakest and most common threat at the mist's edges. Most fights against the mist really meant dealing with them. As for the mist's deeper horrors, the stories varied so wildly no one could tell truth from rumor. Naturally, upon hearing enemy, the pirates first thought of lost souls. But Gerhard shook his head. No, at least not as weak as those edge dwellers. I don't know what these ones are called, but if you must give them a name, call them water ghosts. Their weakness is the same as lost souls. Strike the head. He paused, then added, Of course, this is just based on my one encounter. If something else shows up, don't be surprised. Stay sharp. If you see anything strange, shout it out. The men nodded. Under his orders, they spread out along the rails. 10 sailors were stationed inside the cabins. Whether by chance or intention, Dylan was placed at the stern, the part of the ship he knew best, along with a few pirates. Damn it, they didn't even give us a magic crystal lamp. How the hell are we supposed to see anything? 3 pirates grumbled together, clearly unwilling to deal with Dylan. Perfect. Dylan felt the same. Boss, how's it looking? Dylan asked through the mycelial network. Nothing yet. Even though mana sense and light sense had been scrambled, the scouts still had echolocation and airflow sense. Unless the enemy was truly a ghost, they wouldn't escape Pudgy's detection. Time dragged on. Dylan grew more tense, while the pirates behind him complained endlessly. Then, boom, a burst of fire lit the mist from the Blood Shark's direction. A massive illumination sphere rose, silhouettes moving frantically on the ship. It looked like persuading them to join the defense had failed. They had run into the enemy first. Crack! A faint sound, detected by Pudgy. But Dylan and the three pirates were still staring at the blood shark, oblivious. Dylan, they're here. Pudgy's bladed tendril lashed out along the ship's side. A wet slicing noise followed, but nothing else. Dylan rushed to Pudgy's side and looked down, straight into a pair of pale, fish-dead eyes. A humanoid monster clung to the hull. 10 bloodless fingers gripped the planks. Thin, translucent webbing stretched between them, while sharp bone blades jutted from the backs of its hands. Its clammy skin was an unnatural Gerhard white. Beneath it, elongated shadows writhed through the veins. Leeches? Some parasite crawling inside its blood vessels. A deep cut marred its shoulder, courtesy of Pudgy's earlier strike. But not a drop of blood seeped out. Linden noted grimly. This creature had no status panel at all. The enemy's here. Prepared, Dylan stayed calm enough to shout a warning, and drove his sword down. The steel blade pierced the water ghost's head. Instantly, it went limp, releasing its grip and falling away. But it wasn't over. Slap, 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 slap. Dozens of clawing noises echoed from below. This time, everyone heard it. One after another, water ghosts clawed their way up through the mist. So many. How can we kill them all? Dylan's scalp prickled, but his sword never stopped. He darted back and forth, stabbing every water ghost in reach. Pudgy's bladed whip lashed out beside him, severing heads. The pirates nearby were in chaos. Their side, too, was being swarmed. The battle dragged on like a relentless game of whack-a-mole. Dylan grew weaker, his age catching up to him. After skewering yet another water ghost, he paused for a breath. Down! Linden suddenly shouted. Dylan dropped instantly. Pudgy's bladed whip swept overhead, decapitating a water ghost that had slipped through. When had it gotten up here? Dylan turned and saw the 3 pirates behind him overrun. 2 corpses sprawled on the deck. The last man was gone. Dylan had been so focused on fighting, he hadn't even noticed. Back to the foredeck, Linden ordered. The stern was lost. They had to regroup with the 3 gold ranks at the front. What was happening there? With that thought, Dylan rushed forward, straight into chaos. Water ghosts, pirates, and sailors clashed in a desperate melee. Individually, the creatures were weak. Even a silver rank could handle one. But there were too many, and they kept coming. Corpses already littered the deck. The only good news was that the 3 gold ranks still stood, battered but alive. On the blood shark, magic flared repeatedly. In fact, that unseen mage was stronger than Linden had expected, at least diamond tier, which only made it stranger. If the mage was so strong, why had Casper, a mere gold, been the captain? Dylan regrouped with Gerhard and the others. The fighting dragged on, bodies piling underfoot. Dylan leaned heavily on his sword, unable to swing anymore. As for Gerhard and the pirate lieutenants, they had long since been scattered by the press of battle. Another water ghost pounced. Slash! Its head split in 2, falling atop the heap of its kin. Scout Pudgy stood drooping beside Dylan. Its mushroom cap wilted with exhaustion. Echolocation LV6. Nothing. No more water ghosts. Once Dylan regained a little strength, he followed Pudgy through the field of corpses. Only 2 others still lived, Captain Gerhard and the pirate first mate. Both were covered in wounds. The first mate had even lost an arm. Everyone else lay among the dead. Boom! A pulse of magic surged from the blood shark. That diamond tier mage truly was formidable, still alive, though his casting had slowed. Is it over? Rasped the pirate first mate. The towering brute, once a terrifying giant, now sounded weak as a mosquito. Gerhard couldn't even speak. He had already been stabbed once, and only potions and sheer will had kept him alive. He could only nod faintly. It was the same as his last encounter, wave after wave of water ghosts. Kill them all, and it was done. None of the survivors had the strength left for suspicion. With so few left, even sailing the ship might be impossible. If it didn't cooperate now, they'd just die. All 3 thought the same. They had to find the mage. Hopefully he had more survivors with him. Whoosh! The sound of waves breaking against a prow. But it wasn't coming from beneath them, nor from the blood shark. It was ahead, From the mist, something massive tore its way through. A ship, towering twice the size of the wind feather. Unlike the plain, utilitarian ships of the islands, this one bore ornate decorations. A bronze prow carved into the likeness of a sea monster. The hull covered in elaborate patterns, painted in vivid colors, brimming with foreign culture. The survivors stood dumbstruck by its beauty and majesty. Only Linden felt uneasy. Those rows of square openings carved into the hull. Why did they look so familiar? Linden was checking his fungal network again and again, but he still couldn't find the source of that voice. If some strange sound had echoed from within the mist, that would have been one thing. But for it to appear directly inside the fungal network, that was unsettling. Like coming home and hearing a stranger's voice in the next room. Keep going. Was it meant for him or for Dylan? Probably for him. Dylan was unconscious, after all. But who could have said it? A monster from the mist? If so, then that monster had an awfully pleasant voice, comparable to the sirens of storybooks. Or perhaps it was some god, outer god, elder god, angel, demon. Linden couldn't help pulling in all sorts of concepts from his past life. Maybe this world was just a play staged by some god, and he was a clown upon the stage. He sincerely hoped it wasn't that kind of story. The night had been full of incomprehensible events. At least they had finally escaped the mist, and dawn had arrived. 6 hours later, after soaking up sunlight to replenish his mana, Dylan woke in the little boat. The first thing he saw was the wilted scout. For Dylan, basking in sunlight with photosynthesis was refreshing. But the scout had no such ability, nor any heat resistance. Under the blazing sun, it was pure torment. Not to mention it had been soaked in seawater before. At this point, Dylan looked better off than the scout. Dylan looked around. No mist, no ghost ship, no water ghosts. Are we alive? Not exactly, Linden said flatly. Even if the sun restored mana, Dylan's body wasn't made of light. Half of him was still flesh. He needed water, needed food. Food? Maybe he could try fishing. But water? That was impossible. If they had glass bottles, they could try evaporation for fresh water. But their supplies had sunk with the wind feather. No containers at all. Without a miracle, in a few days Dylan and the scout would both be dried out mushroom husks. Day passed, and night fell again. With no sun, the scout regained some energy. Scout Pudgy's fungal tentacle reached into the sea, grabbing up a strange fish. Linden checked its panel. No poison. He tossed it to Dylan. Raw, of course. There was no way to make fire on a little boat. Halfway through their midnight snack, a beautiful voice drifted across the waves, singing on the open sea in the middle of the night. Odd, yes. But after the horror of hearing an unknown voice directly inside the fungal network, this was almost comforting. Echolocation LV6. Linden instantly locked onto two figures perched on distant rocks. Girls' torsos. Fishes' tails. Sirens? He pulled up their panels. Race, mermaid. Level, 21. Skill, Song of Enchantment LV4. So, mermaids. Fair enough. But Song of Enchantment, enchantment? Linden felt disappointed. Wasn't it supposed to be heavenly music? To him, it sounded ordinary. Very ordinary. He couldn't help but wonder, was the skill so strong that even Fat Tiger, a notoriously bad singer from Doryman, could sing enchantingly if given this buff? At least Dylan fell for it. His status bar now bore charmed. Eyes glassy, he dipped his hands in the water, paddling to bring the boat closer to the reef. Useless, the waves pushed harder than his arms. Noticing prey hooked but not approaching, one mermaid slipped into the water and swam toward them. Moments later, bare arms grasped the boat's edge. A girl with emerald-bright eyes hummed sweetly, leaning on the side, gazing tenderly at Dylan. Then her gaze broke, because Dylan's green, fungus-covered face was nothing short of grotesque, like spoiled meat gone moldy. Her expression twisted. Shock, disgust, doubt. Had she ever seen such a thing before? Her song faltered. What was meant to be alluring now sounded half-hearted, downright grating. Linden had enough. The scout's tentacle lashed out, seizing her throat. Another tentacle snapped across Dylan, jolting him violently out of enchantment. Weak, compared to the Yellow Book enchantment. Back then, Dylan hadn't broken free even while being beaten half to death. What happened? Dylan gasped. The charm didn't erase memory, and a glance at the mermaid being hauled onto the boat told him enough. His expression grew grave, not because he'd been charmed, but because, why were they bringing her aboard? A bad guess struck him. Boss, you don't mean eat her, right? If I said yes, would you eat? Dylan frowned, shook his head, then, after a pause, reluctantly nodded. Linden chuckled. You really have the potential to not be human. Too bad. She's not for eating. Dylan exhaled in relief. Then what? Why not just kill her? Why haul her on board? Linden explained. She's intelligent. Dylan nodded. Of course, mermaids were intelligent. But he still didn't understand. Idiot. She's intelligent and can swim. Don't you see? Dylan still didn't. Hopeless. Linden gave up explaining. Dylan. Beat her. Dylan. He didn't get it. But an order was an order. He swung his fists. No mercy. To him, she was only a monster in a girl's skin that had just tried to kill him. By sunrise, the little boat had a bruised, black-eyed mermaid lashed to its prow. Tentacles coiled around her waist. When she slacked, the scout whipped her. Intelligence made her trainable. A mere fish would thrash about, impossible to control. Thanks to her unwilling efforts, the boat no longer drifted aimlessly. They picked a random direction. Full speed ahead. If luck turned bad, well, they still had a reserve of rations. The mermaid wasn't so unlucky. Before dying of exhaustion, she led them to a small island. Kicking the half-dead girl back into the sea, Pudgy stomped ashore onto warm sand. Finally, Dylan wept for joy. Linden, though, felt no relief. After all, only Pudgy was there. Habitually, he pulled up nearby panels. Ordinary things. No monsters in sight. Skill, delicious. Huh, that caught him. He backtracked, checking each panel he'd closed. Finally, Pudgy stood beneath a tree on the beach. A tree bearing red-shelled fruit. Race, red reef fruit tree. Skills, delicious LV2, paralysis toxin LV2, photosynthesis LV1. Linden thought for a moment, then used a tentacle to knock down one of the fruits. Dylan, try this. A fruit with a ribbed red shell, about the size of a bowling ball, was rolled before Dylan. As expected of you, boss. Already found food. Dylan took the fruit, which Linden had already cut open. Inside was translucent, jelly-like pulp. Dylan took a tentative sip. Delicious. He immediately devoured it, gnawing at the rind, scraping out every last bit. But before he could finish, his body went limp, collapsing on the ground. The scout Pooja flipped him over so he wouldn't suffocate face first. So, delicious LV2 was true enough, but unfortunately Linden couldn't taste it. No mortal desires. .jpg. What mattered was that Linden had seen this skill before during talent upgrades. If he acquired it now, it would be removed from the pool during future draws, improving his odds of getting useful skills. But to claim it, he'd have to bring the fruit back to the dungeon. And who knew how long they'd be stranded on this island? Linden sighed, directing Pooja to scatter spores across the place. Not to expand territory. These newborn mycelium mats wouldn't connect to his fungal network. He just wanted more raw material to work with. Oath City, Adventurers Guild headquarters. This four-story complex covered more than 30,000 square meters. Beyond the mission hall, it had features no branch possessed. Training grounds for warriors in the East Wing. A magical target range to the north. A second-floor market for adventurers' trade. A forge in the basement, glowing with heat. An alchemy hall filled with colored vapors. Surrounded by massive stone walls, it was practically a fortress city of its own. In fact, it was. Historically, this land was the original Oath City, founded when people first fled south from the Demon Advance. The outer wall had been cut and reinforced by 10th-tier mages themselves. Its base extended with countless mana conduits, linked to a defense array that still worked to this day, though activating it was too costly for casual use. Everyone knew the Guild HQ was the most secure building in Oath City, save the council hall. But few knew that its top floor, the smallest, was a living quarter for key Guild members. There, a kitchen knife struck fruit shell. A maid split a red reef fruit open, prying out the jelly flesh into a silver platter. She sprinkled crushed lawn leaf, mixed in a splash of elven ice wine. The exotic dish was ready. Finally, she cast purification, light washing away all paralysis toxin. With clam broth in a small bowl, she set everything on a tray. Minutes later, she knocked at a door. "Young Master Fowl, breakfast is ready." On the balcony, a white-haired youth basking in sunlight sat up lazily. "Lillian, just leave it on the table." The maid, Lillian, set the tray down, but didn't leave. She simply stood, watching. "Why are you hovering? If I leave, you'll skip breakfast again. Besides, I have documents to deliver." Fowl noticed the stack in her arms. Troublesome. Still, he moved to the table, spooning a little fruit, sipping some soup. Barely enough to pass for eating. Even food, with delicious properties, seemed nothing special to him. When he pushed the plate aside, Lillian laid out the documents. "These are from the Guild Master, to prepare you for your assignment at the branch. Information on Yoffing townspeople, nearby factions, and notes on the Amethyst dungeon." The Guild Master was, of course, Fowl's father. Fowl frowned, flipping through. "Does he think I can't handle basic intelligence gathering?" "Master only," Lillian began but was cut off. Fowl lifted a silver-edged folder. "Why are there church documents here? They're not planning an inquisition in the dungeon, are they?" "You shouldn't mock the Church of Light in that tone. If word spreads, it will cause trouble," Lillian warned. Fowl sneered. "Besides you, who hears me? Or do you think I'm stupid enough to say that in public?" Lillian's lips curved slightly, but she said no more. Soon, Fowl finished scanning the papers. His eyes lit. "So they are planning an inquisition. But dungeons are full of monsters." "Exactly. And according to this, a captain from Judgment Wing reported that a dungeon may have been seized by a hive mind." A hive mind conquering a dungeon? Impossible. Doesn't living too long in a dungeon cause assimilation? Even a hive mind could only control one floor at best. Normally, yes. But if someone exploited the dungeon's core, things change. And this report lines up with intel from a guild. Exploiting the core? But is that even possible? The core wasn't some switch to flip. It was the entire logic system of a dungeon. Oath City's defense core, for example, needed 40 staff for daily maintenance, and over 300 to fully activate. Dungeon cores were far more complex, their origins unknown. Both humans and demons knew they existed, but left them untouched. Not because they didn't want to control them, because they couldn't. Even if new methods existed, it shouldn't be something a single person could do. And wouldn't Yoffing Town have noticed vast amounts of men and supplies moving in? They couldn't be that derelict. Lillian shook her head. "I don't believe it." Fowl corrected her. "Not control. Exploit. Dungeons aren't perfect. They've had loopholes before." Before, Lillian seized on his wording. "Yes. Over a century ago, someone discovered treasure chests refreshed by swapping two via teleportation. He stuffed himself into an open chest, and when it refreshed, he arrived in what he called a treasure vault. He looted countless top-grade items and even returned with them. Some of those relics still exist today. And after that, he tried again and vanished, as did every imitator. Clearly, the dungeon didn't tolerate thieves. Then if this is another loophole, why hasn't it been patched? That's why I think it ties to the core. Monsters being confined to layers is a fundamental rule. If that rule breaks, something's wrong in the core logic. Or maybe the church's intel is false. Or maybe it's coincidence. Either way, things won't be boring. A pitch-black passage, its walls woven entirely of mycelium. Norris carefully climbed upward, inch by inch, lest he slip back down. Today was a special day for him. The yellow book was tucked into his waistband. It had protested several times, insisting it was a noble, sacred tome unfit for such treatment. But Norris simply had no spare hands to hold it. At last, a glow appeared above. The exit. Hauling himself out, Norris found himself in a mushroom forest. The saplings planted by dryads were still mere twigs, but the mycelium planted at the same time had already grown into towering mushroom trees. For a moment, Norris couldn't even tell whether he was on the 5th or 6th floor. As soon as he emerged, a crowd of pudges surrounded him, including a massive black mushroom. And in the fungal network, the boss's voice boomed, "Congratulations on your release." The pudges showered petals into the air. On closer look, they were plucked from flower sprites. Clink, clink. Mixed among the petals were shards of glass, clattering against Norris's scales. The pudges lifted him out with their tendrils, patting away the dust and clinging threads. Though he knew it was really all the boss's control, Norris still felt something new, being cared for. If only the big black mushroom's pats weren't so heavy, nearly knocking him flat. Linden's voice grew solemn. "Norris, now that you're out, you must turn over a new leaf, become a new mushroom. Next time you want to kill someone, report and apply first. Only act with approval. No more undisciplined freelancing. Remember, Mushroom Garden will always stand by you. It is your home." At the word home, Norris broke down, tears streaming. "Yes, boss." A pudgy brought out a bowl of soup. "You've suffered, eating nothing but mushrooms down there. Have some meat broth." Norris wiped his face, not about to act shy. He took the bowl, sniffing the long-lost scent of meat, then gulped it down. But when he licked his lips, mushroom meat soup. He had thought it pure meat, but still, it was good. At the bottom lay 2 mushroom slices. Not wanting to waste the boss's gift, he picked one up. Wait, blue-green? Norris's eyes rolled back. He collapsed. The pudges bundled him up. Time for round 2 of reinforcement. The yellow book was lifted from his waist, too. While Norris was out cold, it would be sent back to the happy house. This second round wouldn't just enhance his strength. Linden planned to add new functions. The current list: rolling charge LV7, echolocation LV6, evasion LV7, acceleration LV6, spit arrow LV5. Spit arrow would pair well with Norris's existing neurotoxin. And rolling charge. Linden really wanted to see a human use it. As the pudges carried Norris away, Little Black cheerfully helped, accidentally peeling off 2 silver scales. Seeing no reaction, it accidentally plucked 2 more. By the time Norris returned to the mushroom hut, a bald patch marked his back. With Norris settled, Linden turned his attention to the 7th floor. Through diligent fishing, he had finally gathered enough skills for underwater exploration. The first diving pudges were ready. Underwater adaptation LV6, jet propulsion LV3, water flow sense LV4, echolocation LV6, swimming LV4, scales LV6, infrasound attack LV6, 7 skills, even agility boosted to 10. Expensive cannon fodder indeed. Scales were essential. Without them, even small fish would come to nibble. He couldn't just infrasound every guppy in the way. With water flow sense, they could detect danger or leaking fissures nearby. And thanks to swimming, their lower halves naturally shifted to fishtails, still mycelium, but functional. By this world's naming logic, pudgy fish seemed fitting. On land, though, they flopped uselessly. Other pudges had to shove them into the water. The first batch numbered 60, in teams of 5, each entering from different points. "Now dive," Linden commanded. Tentacles shoved them down. At one entry point, a giant catfish surfaced and swallowed 5 whole. Such disrespect. Linden, furious, simply switched perspective. 55 remained, beginning exploration. Unlike other levels, the 7th was mostly underwater, over 80%, and its ecology was layered in 3 strata. The upper level, a maze of canals, with jagged peaks dangling from the ceiling. The middle, open water, nothing but liquid void. The bottom, ancient weed-choked ruins, once dry land, now submerged. Had the 7th floor once been dry? Exploration began with the upper zone, easiest. Yet even there, nearly 20 pudges were lost, and still no fissures found. then into the middle layer, where things worsened. Without terrain limits, predators grew massive, terrifying. Some hunted with sheer size and speed. Others had deadly skills, dragging prey in from 20 meters away or striking with 30-meter-long mouths. The sights alone made June's skin crawl. Within 2 hours in the middle zone, only 3 pudgyfish remained. June switched to full manual control. 2 minutes later, the first batch was annihilated. In the deep waters, a squad of 5 diving pudgis descended cautiously. Suddenly, they shifted sideways, swimming dozens of meters before continuing down. Moments earlier, a nearly invisible fish had lurked ahead, almost transparent, but exposed by echolocation. And before long, another monster appeared, one of those creatures with a 30-meter extending maw. A pudgy unleashed infrasound attack. It didn't do real damage, but made the beast uncomfortable enough to leave. When a massive jellyfish swept in to engulf the squad, the rear pudgy broke formation, charging at it. Boom! The muffled explosion tore the jellyfish apart, leaving it crippled. Self-destruct. June had added self-destruct. This was already the 3rd batch of diving pudgis. After the first group's annihilation, June had reflected and decided to equip them with it. As expected, none of his creations escaped their destiny. The skill had even been leveled from LV5 to LV6, the blast stronger than ever. The 7th floor proved tougher than he'd thought. The biggest problem, giant monsters. Perhaps deep water favored massive growth? Either way, size meant higher stats and thicker health at equal levels. Like the earthworms before, 2 of them, under level 50, had wiped out June's expeditionary force. Had they been spiders or minotaurs instead, they'd have been slain with ease. So too in the water. These leviathans overpowered the already weak pudgy swimmers. Not unbeatable, but wasteful to fight. June's goal was exploration, not conquest. Best to avoid where possible. Thankfully, monsters had patterns. After 3 waves of testing, he had learned them well. At last, for pudgis reached the sandy, ruin-littered bottom. Perhaps because hiding places abounded, the leviathans stayed away. It seemed safe, until a claw shot up from beneath the sand, snapping one pudgy's tail. Infrasound attack LV6 times 4. Defense-piercing vibrations shattered the crab monster's insides, forcing it to release its grip. 2 more crabs hidden nearby were caught in the shock, dying as well. The injured pudgy bled heavily, barely able to move, perfect as a vanguard. It struggled ahead while the 3 intact ones followed. This time, June had them float 5 or 6 meters above the seabed, out of reach of ambushes. The ruins below crawled with small monsters, unseen above. Crabs in sand, fish lurking in wreckage. None strong enough to dare attack a squad. Swimming through the crumbled stone, June wondered what this place once was. A residential district? No, the architecture was too grand. Temples? Palaces? Assembly halls? Perhaps, but there were no statues, no ornamentation, no divine symbols. Too clean. Shouldn't underwater ruins hold corroded iron, treasure chests, relics? Here, only stone. Adventurers? No, this place was far too dangerous. And if they'd come, they'd have taken valuables, not left it stripped bare. Most likely, there had never been treasure here. Exploration dragged on for nearly 2 hours, surprisingly without disaster. Even the injured pudgy still lived. No major finds, but also no sign of fishers. That at least was something. Then it happened. A pudgy brushed a hook hidden among seaweed. The hook jerked, yanking both weed and pudgy down. A spike impaled it instantly. Dead. June froze the others in place. Looking closely, he saw dozens of hooks. Not natural growth, but tied in place. Each connected to a crude but clever mechanism, designed to reel prey on his spikes. Even fish and monsters hung skewered there. Clearly, intelligent design. So the 7th floor had sapient beings? Merfolk? No. Mermaids sang above, luring adventurers. Living down here on scraps would be too pitiful. June ordered more caution. Half an hour later, the Pudges hadn't found any people, but they did uncover a stone switch in a ruined wall. A treasure room? Two worked together to turn it. Grinding echoed, and a sloped passage opened. Not like a treasure chamber at all. Those were tidy single rooms with a chest at the center. This felt like a new region. Linden hesitated only briefly. Then he sent the remaining 2.5 Pudges forward. Along the tunnel, crystal sconces lined the walls. In one, the broken remains of a light crystal still lingered. There were symmetrical branches, but with so few Pudges, Linden kept them straight. At the end lay a great hall. A headless stone idol with writhing tentacles loomed above. At its feet sat 3 stone platforms. On the walls, eroded murals, too worn to read. A temple? At that moment, echolocation revealed movement. Living things, closing in on the hall from all directions. The upper body human, lower body fish is called a mermaid. Then what about a fish head on a humanoid body? Race, Murloc. Its eyes bulged outward like murky glass spheres, its body covered in irregular, mosaic-like scales, and behind its ears were 3 bright red gill slits opening and closing rhythmically with each breath. In its webbed hands, it carried a crude weapon resembling a trident. Clearly, these beings possessed no small amount of intelligence. The traps outside were most likely their handiwork. 3 diving Pudges were surrounded by a group of such Murlocs in the middle of a grand hall. After detecting them, Linden did not order the Pudges to flee. Exchanging the lives of 2.5 Pudges for more information was well worth it. Strangely, though they had surrounded the Pudges, the Murlocs did not attack. They only glared with their dead fish eyes, as if waiting for something. Come to think of it, the 3 stone platforms beneath the statue were probably an altar. Were they waiting for an auspicious hour to begin a sacrifice? 1 Pudgy per platform, just right. Linden didn't intend to have these Pudges self-destruct. This ruin, claimed as territory by the Murlocs, had certain exploration value. If the Pudges blew themselves up recklessly, it might cause a collapse, and clearing rubble underwater was far more troublesome than on land. In his senses, another Murloc appeared at the edge of the hall, arriving late. The other Murlocs immediately parted to open a path. A much older individual, its body folds many times more wrinkled than the others, slowly swam forward. Unlike the others who carried tridents, this one held a staff. A Murloc spellcaster. The intelligence of these creatures was actually this high. Linden quickly pulled up its panel, surprised to see even a name. Name, Gugulu. Level, LV35. Fixed state, Nephrila's Blessing Sage. Skills, Water Magic LV7. Psychic Magic LV6. Mana Storage LV6. Title, Sage, Intelligence Attribute doubled. A Sage. And what was this Nephrila's Blessing? Could chow be given one to? This was the second blessing Linden had seen. The last one was the church blessing on Inanna. But compared to that, which only provided Light Affinity LV4 and Light Magic LV4, this one directly bestowed the Sage title. Clearly much stronger. So who was this Nephrila? Stronger than the church? A god? The moment the thought surfaced, Linden almost cut off his link with the 3 Pudges, never to descend again. Because gods were too strange, completely in the realm of the unknown. Linden wanted no part in that, at least not now. But he forcibly held back the impulse. It was just a blessing, after all. Even Inanna, blessed by the church, wasn't under constant surveillance. Surely this Murloc hiding in the dungeon wasn't being watched all the time either. And besides, Nephrila hadn't even been confirmed to be a god yet. Outsider, I do not know why you have entered this place. What is it you seek? The elder Murloc Gugulu's staff shone with magical light. Telepathy? Linden was surprised by the spell. Different from the Murloc's hideous appearance, the voice carried through telepathy was gentle and full of wisdom. If one ignored its identity as a Murloc, just listening to the voice would make Linden imagine a silver-haired old scholar in a library. So this was the sage. Would his own voice change like this if he gained that title? That this sharp old thing guessed the Pudges could speak did not surprise Linden. After all, the very first test to enter had been opening a mechanism door. After a moment's thought, Lin Jun gave up on playing dumb and answered, I mean, no offense. Entering here was an accident. I am searching the depths for possible rifts. Do you have any clues? If they could communicate, then they could cooperate. In this, these murlocs were even easier to approach than the tree demons. Back then, the tree demons had old grudges with Xiao He, but the murlocs before him had no enmity with him at all. And regarding the rifts, their interests should align. As long as this murloc leader wasn't an idiot wearing the sage title, he should understand the stakes. Sure enough, Gugulu replied, A rift? There was one, but it disappeared long ago. If it appeared and then vanished, that probably referred to the time of the magic tide. There is none now. Even a small one could count, perhaps just the size of a handspan. Have you noticed any places where the water flow behaved strangely or other anomalies? At this, Gugulu turned toward a larger murloc beside him. The two exchanged several Gugulu sounds, perhaps their language? If they had a language, then dissecting a murloc corpse might grant Murloc Common Tongue LV1. A few minutes later, Gugulu said, At least within our range of activity, we have found nothing. May I ask, roughly how far does your range extend? From this building outward, most of the seabed. Gugulu didn't hide it. That was quite a large area. To be honest, after searching so long, Lin Jun already felt the 7th floor likely had no rifts. But it was better to be safe. In that case, I'll go look elsewhere. The Pudgis attempted to leave, and the murlocs did not hinder them. Wait, Gugulu suddenly said through telepathy. Let them help search for the rift as well. At his signal, 3 murlocs, including the larger one from earlier, followed along. Lin Jun did not refuse. Once outside the ruins, the 3 murlocs swam ahead, fully displaying their underwater survival skills. They maintained a triangular formation, weaving skillfully through undercurrents, navigating paths with precision. When stray monsters lunged from rock crevices or sandbanks, their trident struck faster than the roars could sound. When facing tougher predators, they abruptly shifted their swimming rhythm, throwing off pursuit. And for the truly dangerous beasts, they concealed themselves in water plants or hid among ruins and rocks, waiting until danger passed. Although there was little exchange, the murlocs protected the Pudgis well. The 3 Pudgis hardly even had a chance to use their skills. Following behind gave Lin Jun the same sense of safety he'd felt on the 6th floor, traveling under the tree demon's protection. After more than 10 hours of exploration, Lin Jun had practically scoured the seabed, and indeed found no rift. Watching the 3 murlocs return into the ruins, the great doors slowly closing, Lin Jun couldn't shake a strange feeling. How to put it? They were simply too friendly. If it had been him, seeing outsiders invade his home, even stripping and tossing them out would have been showing restraint. Yet these murlocs had even helped search for rifts. The reason clearly lay with the elder Gugulu. The murlocs obviously obeyed him. His friendliness must have had some purpose. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. Perhaps he should talk more with them next time. Maybe even ask about the ruins and their faith. The 3 diving Pudgis never resurfaced. Without mana storage, an entire day of searching had drained all their energy. In fact, if the murlocs hadn't helped save their strength, they would have starved much sooner. Not far from the ruins, the 3 diving Pudgis ceased functioning, vanishing into the mycelial network. Before long, a murloc found the 3 corpses, not yet eaten, and carried them all back into the ruins. Out! 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 Come out already! The last 10 monster corpses were dumped in front of Fatty Pudgy, while Horn shouted with bloodshot eyes, as if yelling would make the fat blob spit out better prizes. His teammates could only look on helplessly. After 20 draws had yielded nothing but mushrooms and worthless magic crystals, Horn had gone a little mad. It was already common knowledge in Yaffing Town that the fat Pudgy on the 5th floor could exchange monster corpses for lottery rewards. Because of that, the once useless monster corpses suddenly gained value, and naturally a new loot distribution method was born. Just like Horn, he refused all other materials, and in return, the monster corpses would all belong to him, with the team helping to haul them down. But in reality, most parties abandoned this system after trying it a few times. The reason was simple. If one teammate broke down on the way back, falling into hysteria or silent despair, the whole team's morale suffered. Fatty Pudgy finally finished gathering the corpses and began handing out rewards. Everyone could hear Horn's breathing grow heavier. Mushroom, 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 junk crystal mushroom. Where's the jackpot? Where's the jackpot? Give me gear. Give me high-grade crystals. The teammates exchanged glances. They had already decided to hurry their return trip, to shorten exposure to Horn's impending dark mood. I hit it. Ha 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 ha. Horn's near-inhuman laughter startled his three companions. There he was, kneeling in a pile of mushrooms and waste crystals, clutching a faintly glowing dagger in both hands, kissing it and sobbing. Anything that glowed was at least a tribute gear, worth more than 10 full dungeon runs. This time, no one worried about Horn's depression. Instead, all the negative emotions shifted onto the other three. Yet before they could even mutter something sour, a chilling, twisted scream echoed from deep within the mushroom forest. The sound was so eerie it made their scalps tingle. Even Horn, still giddy with joy, swallowed the rest of his laughter and shrank back into the group. No one wanted to risk it. They quickly retreated toward the staircase. In the mushroom forest, several Pudges were piled atop, one trembling giant Pudgy blocking the opening on its cap. That horrifying cry had come from it. Scaring adventurers was one thing, but even Lin Jun himself had been startled. Why was it so hard just to say a word? By now, Lin Jun's human common tongue was level 8. With the help of Dylan's translation device, he had already mastered most basic vocabulary. He no longer struggled to understand adventurers. The problem was, he could listen, but how to speak? The simplest way was to fully possess a humanoid and talk through its mouth. But that didn't feel much different from borrowing Dylan's mouth. Lin Jun wanted to see if mushrooms themselves could be modified into vocal devices. If he controlled them personally, there'd be no skill restriction. All he needed was to remodel the inside of a Pudgy to produce sound. The idea was beautiful, reality less so. A voice box modeled after a human throat only produced puff-puff, hissing noises. Later, after more modifications, what just happened had been one of the failures. It was time to move operations. If he kept experimenting in the mushroom forest, rumors would spread that Pudges were imprisoning and torturing adventurers. Not good. The new site, underground, in the dungeon cells he had dug earlier. As the Pudges entered, the starving vampire Viscountess in the corner reflexively spoke in demon tone. I'm just a little piglet who wants food. She thought food had finally arrived. When nothing happened, Louisa slumped back into the corner, staring blankly. Right? He had been so obsessed with making voice Pudges he'd forgotten to feed her. Vampires sure endured hunger well. He tossed her a fresh monster corpse, delivered by 2 Pudges. Weren't vampires supposed to be able to lie in coffins for 100 years without eating or drinking? Did this world not have that setting? He'd ask Louisa later. For now, speaking mattered more. So, after eating just enough to be 4/10 full, Louisa sat in the corner, watching a bunch of Pudges occasionally emit ghastly wails. At first, she shuddered at the sound, but soon she grew used to it. Only her sleep worsened. Night after night, startled awake by those noises. The only benefit was that since the Pudges had moved in, she hadn't been forgotten at mealtimes. One day, Louisa was startled awake again. Based on past experience, the noise wouldn't last long. It usually stopped after a few tries, and the next would be an hour or two later. She blinked, ready to go back to sleep. The more she slept, the less she felt hungry. Louisa's eyes flew open wide. The sound was warped and sinister, with an eerie echo, rasping like grinding stones. But most importantly, this wasn't telepathy. It was real sound. Who? Who was calling her name? For a moment, she imagined some ugly-voiced demon had come to rescue her. After all, no one here knew her name. The voice in her head had never asked. If someone could call her name, it had to be an ally from the demon's side. But the fantasy shattered almost instantly. The sound came from a long, stretched Pudgy, barely recognizable as one. After failing to mimic a human throat, Lin Jun had abandoned all restraint. As the saying went, black cat, white cat. If it catches mice, it's a good cat. As long as it could produce sound, it was a success. Perfection could wait. This long, tubular pudgy was the first prototype of a voice pudgy. Air was forced in through its tail, passing through a complex structure until words came out. Of course, as a first prototype, it still had flaws, distorted echoes, and the ability to say only one or two words at a time. But it was the first step forward, and Lin Jun believed improvements would follow. Seeing that the vampire understood her name was being called, Lin Jun had the pudgy repeat happily. Lu, say, Louisa. Louisa suddenly clutched her head, rolling on the ground, screaming in terror. Then she bolted for the exit, ignoring the risk of mushroom punishment. But she had never been allowed to eat her fill. The two elite pudges outside easily subdued her, calming her with hallucinogenic spores. Clearly, the demon language learning device had glitched. Perhaps too much dust had gotten into her brain after being locked in the cellar so long. Maybe it was time to let her go mining for some fresh air. Mana is not chaotic mystery, but the visualization of laws. To master the resonance between inner and outer mana is the key to opening the door of magic. Grand Magus RT Starpath. TCH. Sure enough, every textbook had to start with some pretentious quote. Too bad Lin Jun had no idea who this Grand Magus was. Mycelial tendrils stuck to the page, flipping it over. Finally, having learned to speak, Lin Jun had been eager to show off, only to realize he had no one to talk to. Gray only knew a little dragon tongue, and not a word of human language. All communication was through the fungal network. Norris was still undergoing modification in the mushroom house. The tree demon had no vocal structure at all, communication also through the fungal net. The vampire was fluent in both human and demon tongues, but she had just been terrified out of her wits and was now mining to calm down. Not the right time to bother her. It was disappointing. A vampire viscountess who couldn't even handle a pudgy speaking a word. What a letdown. As for the yellow book, well, he could, but conversing with it exhausted Lin Jun. On the surface, Lin Jun always seemed to hold the upper hand. But whenever he spoke with the yellow book, he had to constantly keep an eye on his own panel, lest he be charmed. That was no way to relax. Dylan was busy surviving on his island, and scouts had no vocal organs. What was he supposed to have pudges who were voice pudges and go around spouting nonsense to scare adventurers? With no one to converse with, Lin Jun's enthusiasm for speaking cooled. He decided to wait until Norris woke up to chat. For now, a new project, learning magic. He had no shortage of textbooks. Adventurers often left behind books on magic, and Lin Jun carefully preserved them. The one at hand was Fundamentals of Universal Spell Construction, clearly a beginner's text. Chapter 1. The Human 7-Node Mana Model. Skip. Pudges were low-level monsters. Even with mana storage, they only had a single central mana node. Nothing useful there. Chapter 2. Innate Mana and Environmental Mana. Innate mana was basically internal MP environmental mana, referred to ambient, active mana in the surroundings. Casting involved building a spell circuit with innate mana, then drawing in environmental mana to complete the effect. Pudges could only achieve this via magic crystals. The book even had a neat formula. Spell power equals pathway efficiency times environmental mana density. That explained why that gold-ranked mage in the mist had been so strong. The ambient mana was overly abundant. Any spell would naturally be magnified several times. Similarly, magic crystals usually worked by gathering ambient mana, thickening the concentration around the caster. As for pathway efficiency, that seemed tied to magic proficiency. High-tier spells had minimum requirements. If your efficiency wasn't up to par, you couldn't use them even if you memorized the model. Turning the pages brought him to basic structural models. At first, the single ring and double helix circuits looked a little complex, but still understandable. But further ahead, there were multi-layered overlays and triangular link models. Just skimming them gave Lin Jun flashbacks of struggling through advanced calculus. And This was supposed to be fundamentals? Did every mage in this world graduate top of their class? He slammed that book shut and opened another. Common fire magic models, first to third tier. Much better. With the limit at tier 3, nothing seemed over the top. Linden chose a second-tier spell, Fireball, for study. Although he had never cast a spell before, his mana manipulation was already level 5. All thanks to greed and the donations of adventurers. For spell practice, he created a special magic Pudgy. Mana storage LV7, plus mana manipulation LV5, plus fire magic LV5. The 3 basic skills were in place. He gave the Pudgy a D-grade crystal as an external casting focus. Spells couldn't be left to the Pudgy. Even with the skills, they had no knowledge of spell models. Everything had to be hand-driven by Linden. Controlling Magic Pudgy number 1, he used Mana Manipulation LV5 to outline the fireball circuit. It was relatively easy, but being his first attempt, it still took him 10 minutes to complete the path in the crystal. As the final loop closed, mana surged toward the crystal. The crystal's temperature spiked. Wait, wasn't this supposed to form a fireball? Why was the crystal itself heating up? Before he could figure it out, the crystal exploded into flames, severing his tendrils and scorching a 10-square-meter patch of mycelium. Great! He had roasted the crystal. Where had it gone wrong? Other people's spells formed outside the crystal. Luckily, the books were far enough not to be damaged. Another Pudgy fetched a book, and after 30 minutes of rereading, Linden realized his mistake. He had forgotten to add an exit pathway. The mana had looped endlessly inside, eventually overloading and blowing up. Lesson learned. Magic Pudgy number 2 finally produced Linden's very first fireball. Cast. The fireball hit a mushroom tree, blasting a 2-meter hole. Yes. Excited, Linden control number 2 to keep casting. From 10 minutes per spell, he quickly improved to under a minute. And with practice, the time could still drop. The mushroom tree was soon riddled with holes. Thankfully, Fatty Pudgy was on standby with water, or half the grove would have burned down. Then number 2 abruptly collapsed. Mana exhausted. It starved to death. Unlike humans, who just fainted, Pudgys depended on mana for life. Overdraw meant death. Even mycelial regeneration couldn't revive it, too much internal damage. It had to be recycled in the swamp. Linden thought for a bit. Next time, he'd tether the Pudgy to the fungal mat for constant mana supply. A minor hiccup, but his enthusiasm for magic remained high. Soon, Magic Pudgy number 3 took the field. 1 day later, Magic Pudgy drew in mana through the crystal. 10 seconds later, a fireball roared forth. Bigger than before, 3 meters across. But Linden wasn't satisfied. 10 seconds was too long. The mushroom cannons fired in under 2. Human mages usually manage spells in 2 or 3 seconds. That was crucial. During casting, stability required stillness. A long channeling time in battle was suicide, but that was the result of years of practice. Linden had only trained for 1 day. 10 seconds was his limit, which meant he had to grind, just like studying. Didn't he already cheat with greed? Why did he still have to grind? Wasn't there a quick cast skill somewhere? No. Then maybe a shortcut? Could he inscribe spell models directly into Pudgys? Boom. Magic Pudgy whatever number was gone. Another casualty of daily attrition. The cleanup Pudgys rushed out to sweep the fragments. No, magic wasn't so simple. Brutally forcing models inside a Pudgy didn't work. It either fizzled or overloaded. Frustration gnawed at him. If every spell demanded months of practice, their utility plummeted. Skills were far more efficient to level. He stared at a pile of magic books. Was his doom to be just a hobby, something to tinker with for fun? Then his eyes caught another title. Magic Arrays? Inside the mushroom house, Norris stirred awake. Where am I? His last memory was the warm soup for Boss. You're awake. Blinding light forced him to cover his eyes. What was that? Through a squint, he saw a Pudgy radiating with light. No, the Pudgy was the light. The god of Pudgys. Unbeknownst to him, this was the culmination of Linden's studies. Light ball Pudgy. Sitting up, Norris suddenly felt something stuck in his throat. Cough. Saliva arrow LV5. Neurotoxin LV4. A red toxic liquid shot forth like a water jet, piercing the glowing Pudgy and punching a hole in the mushroom wall. The light Pudgy flickered twice, then died. Pudges were immune to neurotoxin, but not to being skewered. What the hell? His spit was that powerful. Norris realized this must have been another of Boss's creations, and he had just broken it. Boss, I'm sorry. Tears welled as he prayed it wasn't too important. He didn't want to be locked in the slime room again. It's fine, Norris. The horrifying voice from behind nearly made him bolt. He scrambled to the far corner, then looked back. It was a long, tubular Pudgy. Boss, what is that thing? The distorted Pudgy rasped. Voice device, where? How? Soon, it had wrapped around his neck. Accepting his new throat attachment, Norris asked about his condition. Boss, what happened? Why is my spit so strong now? It had skewered a Pudgy and even pierced the house wall, like an arrow. Linden explained he had reworked his body, granting him new powerful skills. Powerful skills indeed. Saliva arrow and rolling charge? Those two seemed questionable, but the rest were impressive. Acceleration and evasion made him feel light as a feather. Against those three adventurers from before, he might now be able to win alone. Sonic detection was harder to judge. Its range was massive, but too much input gave him headaches. Testing his body, Norris was happy to be stronger, but also mourned being even further from human. Looking at his long nails, he thought, time for a trim. But Linden wasn't done. Norris, try that other skill too. Do I have to, boss? His reluctance made Linden sigh. What are you saying? If you don't test it, how do we know its utility? Norris, it's for your own good. In battle, at the brink of life and death, would you really hold back out of embarrassment? The lecture left Norris ashamed. His resolve hardened. He gritted his teeth. Rolling charge LV7. Ha ha ha. Amid Boss's inexplicable laughter, Gray, lounging in her shiny nest, saw a silver ball rolling past her mushroom house. With a loud crash, she peeked outside. There lay Norris, balled up, embedded in the wall, unconscious. Thinking for a moment, Gray tugged him out and returned him to his house. Then she happily carried away a pile of shiny silver scales shed in the crash, decorating her nest. The scales made her mushroom house sparkle. She dreamed of covering the whole place someday. Linden was delighted. Skills were truly wondrous. Humans could even roll themselves up like that. Rolling charge must have altered Norris's joints and tendons. But with so many skills stacked, Norris's body was nearly full. The next enhancement would likely be the last. Linden mused. What if a human gained jetstream propulsion? Not Norris, but perhaps the next captive. A bit of powdered low-grade magic crystal. A small cup of processed slime fluid, retaining only its stickiness. Bark from the graywood tree on the second floor. And a touch of precious 8th floor material, firefly grass. A Pudgy crushed and mixed these ingredients into a purple paste. On the ground lay another dead Pudgy, its body cut open to reveal a hollow space inside, where Linden had etched the beginnings of a magic array. The paste was smeared evenly into the grooves. Once it solidified, the incision was closed. Under the effect of mycelial regeneration LV4, the dead Pudgy soon revived. Linden directed it to pour mana into the array within its body. After a brief flicker, the Pudgy glowed with orange-yellow light. A light ball Pudgy was complete. The biggest reason for his earlier failures had been the lack of such auxiliary materials. Pure mycelium struggled to conduct and bind mana. After studying a book on basic arrays and following its steps, adding tweaks suited to Pudges, he had created a mobile unit capable of casting a fixed spell. Still, it was troublesome, and this was only the lowest level light ball spell. Its structure was simple, and the materials required were few. High-level arrays would surely demand far more space. Perhaps even fatty Pudgies bulked to hold them, and expensive, rare materials. In short, the costs were high. Linden had imagined casually carving out array structures to cast spells. In the end, arrays still required costly materials like ordinary ones. The only advantage was that his array could move with a pudgy. But in terms of efficiency, direct skills were far cheaper. For example, a pudgy carrying fireball might not be as cost-effective as two mushroom cannon LV-8 turrets. Still, that didn't mean arrays and magic were worthless. Some spells, such as teleportation, could never be replaced by skills. At least, Linden had never heard of a skill capable of teleportation. So arrays and magic had their place, supplementing weaknesses in his skill system. Magic was easier. A few expendable pudges, some crystals, and minor mana costs. Plus, with over a dozen books on different schools of magic, he could slowly practice and familiarize himself with casting. But arrays, the materials were the problem. For a light ball, he could gather what was available in the Violet Crystal Dungeon. But beyond that, not so much. And he only had a single book on arrays. That suggested arrays were either a niche path among humans, or those who studied them never became adventurers. Linden decided he had to start in two directions. First, collect dungeon-native materials, or teeth, bark, things that stored will should be stockpiled. For fragile things like plants that died quickly when harvested, he could try transplanting them into hidden spots for future use. He didn't need much. This was just for his own practice. It wasn't like he'd stripped the dungeon bare. The real difficulty lay in obtaining materials absent from the dungeon and higher-level books. That likely required disguise and trade with humans. Money wasn't an issue, but Dylan wasn't around. As for Norris, forget it. Not only did he lack mimicry, even if equipped, his past, being bullied, mining, paying debts, made him the perfect target to be conned. If he wasn't outright cheated, that'd already be lucky. Actually, there was another method. Let the yellow book charm someone into doing the shopping, then bring everything back. But that had obvious flaws. The victim wouldn't lose memories. Once freed, they'd surely spread word about being controlled by a book, meaning Linden would have to eliminate them every time to prevent trouble. That sounded like some shady cult storyline. He decided against it. Better to make do with what the dungeon offered for now. In the cavern, Norris stepped into a hidden tunnel. It should be here. Following the fungal network's guidance, he stopped before a stone wall and muttered the password. Pudgy, open the door. The wall slowly parted, revealing a narrow passage. This stone was actually armored pudges mimicking rock, with tendrils serving as hinges. Beyond lay an upward-sloping path leading to a secret chamber. Norris had come to retrieve the yellow book. The rugged climb left him panting heavily by the time he reached the top. There, though he saw only an altar and a few stone pillars, the presence of countless pudges pressed in. Junior, you finally came for me. I thought I'd be trapped here for months again. I've got so many stories ready. Let's leave quickly. The sacred tome almost wept with relief. Surrounded by motionless pudges all day, it had been driven half mad. Norris nodded, lifting it carefully. This trip had been approved by boss. Clang, clang, clang. On the way back, Norris heard mining sounds. He frowned. There weren't supposed to be adventurers here now. That was why boss allowed him to fetch the book. So why the noise? He glanced back. The hidden door was sealed perfectly. No trace left. Relaxing, he walked on, only to see a tall woman with a pickaxe. She noticed him too. Norris remembered then. Boss had mentioned a vampire captive on vacation, doing mining duty here. How vacation and mining fit together, he didn't know. But this must be her. Instinctively, Norris stepped back. He had never seen a real vampire before. Every story painted them as terrifying and bloody. And this woman was nearly 2 meters tall, a full head above him. The pressure was real. Go, ignore her. The yellow book's voice urged him. It hated that vampire. After all, her presence had once nearly gotten it executed by association. If it hadn't proven its value at the last second, the mushroom collective mind would have destroyed it. Under its nagging, Norris slipped around the tunnel edge, clutching the book, and hurried past. The vampire didn't move, only staring at the sacred tome. Even after Norris vanished, her gaze lingered. In the fungal net, Linden suddenly received her private message. Lord of Pudges, I am willing to pledge allegiance to you. I will trade vital information in exchange for my freedom. In the mine, Louisa knelt before a wall laced with faint mycelium. Pudgy Lord? Seriously, Lin Jun considered. Interrogation or charm could get him her intel anyway. But he decided to give her a chance. Speak. The sacred tome. It's dangerous. Well, wasn't this just like a round of werewolf?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.